My dad mocked me as a dropout and threw me out at his birthday dinner. He had no clue I secretly built a $21 million empire and owned a beach house. Everything began when I was Jaime, 33 years old, a woman who had established a $21 million firm from scratch with no college education. For years, I was the silent force behind my family, paying bills and easing responsibilities while they looked down their noses at my unusual work choices. Then, at my father's 62nd birthday dinner last month, everything went wrong. He didn't simply call me uneducated trash, he ordered me to leave his residence. What he didn't realize then was how successful I'd gotten. I grew up in a middle-class area in Columbus, Ohio. The expectations were as obvious as they were traditional. College followed by a nice steady career. My father Henrik, who had worked as an accountant for the same firm for 3 decades, was convinced that a degree was the only way to succeed. My mother, Elisabeth, an elementary school teacher, silently shared his sentiments. But even at age 10, I felt different. My siblings, Kevin and Sophia, were contentedly following the straight and narrow, whilst I was running an elaborate lemonade stand equipped with loyalty cards and various varieties. By the age of 14, I was fixing computers for neighbors at a quarter of the cost of the local stores. My folks simply saw them as adorable hobbies. Jaime needs to focus on academics, my father would say during supper. These games won't pay the bills when she grows up. High school passed in a rush. My grades were good, but my true love was reading business books and following entrepreneurs online. While Kevin and Sophia piled up outstanding extracurriculars for college applications, I started an online company selling personalized phone cases that I developed myself. I earned about $2,500 before graduating. To please my parents, I enrolled in community college. A single semester. That was all it took to reinforce my gut instincts. This regimented setting, these instructors who had never ran a real business, it all felt like a prison. When I addressed my parents about dropping out, the argument lasted several days. "You will throw your life away," my father yelled, his cheeks flushed. "No child of mine will be a college dropout working minimum wage jobs forever." Nevertheless, I left. I was 18, with only $2,500 saved from my many side hustles, and ready to wager on myself. The first few months were terrible. I rented a little flat in a sketchy neighborhood, the type where you never did laundry after dark. I survived on ramen and inexpensive foods while working 18-hour days on my e-commerce site. My first 3 business ventures were all failures. I lost money in a dropshipping venture. My social media management service failed due to underpricing, and my handmade jewelry was unable to scale. Each failure felt like a hit in the belly, but it also taught me a hard lesson. I learned about supply chains, client contracts, and scalability through first-hand experience, rather than textbooks. When I met Isabel, my life changed. She was 20 years older and had several successful exits under her belt. And she noticed something in me that my family never did. She became the mentor I urgently needed, providing me real business advice without passing judgment on my lack of a degree. "Education comes in many forms, Jaime," she informed me over coffee. "Some of the most successful people I know learn by doing, not sitting in classrooms." At 21, I debuted my refined business plan with Isabel's guidance, an e-commerce platform that connected small American manufacturers with customers looking for locally manufactured products. The timing was ideal, riding a wave of enthusiasm for supporting small firms and home production. The early days demanded all. My modest apartment became a temporary office. My futon functioned as a couch, and I worked until 5 a.m. till 11 p.m., managing everything from website coding to customer support. 8 months had passed when the breakthrough happened. A well-known lifestyle blogger featured one of our artisan partners, and orders came in. It was chaotic in the best sense. I worked for 72 hours straight, fulfilling orders and improving our website. That single feature generated $12,500, more than I'd ever seen in my account. I excitedly called my parents. My father responded with wary skepticism. "That's lovely, honey, but it's probably only temporary. You know, you may always return to college once this thing has run its course." His words stung, but they also sparked fire. I'd show him wrong, not through arguments, but with undeniable success. The following 6 years were a whirl of constant expansion and new problems. My platform, Heartland Made, has grown from 27 artisan partners in 3 states to over 400 across all 50. Every step of development resulted in a new fire to put out. Our server failed during a large promotion. I remained up 48 hours with developers, personally responding to consumer emails. A larger competition attempted to grab our top sellers. I drove to visit with each one, fostering relationships and boosting our commission. The most challenging period came in year 2, when cash flow nearly choked us. We were growing too quickly, with inventory demands surpassing sales. I went without compensation for 4 months, downsized to an even smaller flat, and obtained longer payment terms. Those months taught me financial discipline, which will be important. Milestones added up. Our initial office had 3 employees and generated over $1 million in annual revenue. Following everyone's departure, I celebrated alone in my office with a single glass of champagne. Throughout it all, I kept my burgeoning success hidden from my family. They knew I had an internet business that was going well, but I was always downplaying its true size. Their first discouragement had built a barrier I couldn't overcome. Part of me hoped they'd ultimately ask thorough questions to demonstrate true curiosity, but such conversations never happened. Despite their lukewarm support, I never ceased assisting them financially. When my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer in year 4, I discreetly paid the $75,200 in medical bills that her insurance could not cover. My father described a lucky insurance payout that saved them. He never suspected. My brother Kevin required $41,000 for a down payment on his home. I produced a family loan and a second account that appeared to be from a distant relative. He gladly accepted the money and continued to make comments about my need for a real job with benefits. My sister Sophia's fantasy wedding was dashed when her fiancé lost his job. I paid the $55,000 gap for the venue and caterers. Sophia knew the money was from me, but at family events, she'd downplay it by mentioning Jaime's small online firm, which had a successful year. The gap between my actual success and my family's perspective was causing a deep internal turmoil. By day, I was leading strategy meetings for a multi-million-dollar company, making decisions that impacted hundreds of partner businesses, and negotiating with big retail chains. By night, I was receiving texts from family members who regarded me as if I were a college dropout who happened to get lucky with the internet. My company's headquarters grew to a full floor in a downtown office building, with 37 full-time employees. Our valuation is $21 million, based on a Business Insider profile. I retained majority ownership, even declining takeover proposals that would have made me wealthy, but cost me control of my vision. As my father's 60th birthday neared, I reached a conclusion. It was time to be honest. Not to brag, but to finally overcome the preconceptions and possibly win the respect I had been pursuing for years. I bought a significant gift, a fully funded retirement investment account, which I intended to present along with the truth about my company at his dinner. I prepped my speech the night before. I wasn't the same insecure 19-year-old anymore. I was a successful entrepreneur who provided possibilities for hundreds of American manufacturers and dozens of employees. Surely, that would earn my father's respect and alter the way my family perceived my unique route. I couldn't have been more wrong. The evening of his birthday began well enough. Their residence has the same furniture and photos. The sole new item was a giant television Kevin had purchased, which was prominently displayed as his donation. My mother showed me her normal controlled tenderness, a short hug and pat. "You look nice, Jaime. Did you cut your hair?" It was the same haircut I'd had for 3 years. Kevin and his wife Annika arrived dressed smartly and exuded upper-middle-class status. Sophia and Matteo followed, and Sophia immediately began telling anecdotes about her rise at the accounting firm. Following in Dad's footsteps, the partners are hinting I might make junior partner next year, she told me. Youngest in firm history. I received no questions regarding my work during the pre-dinner chat. When Matteo suggested an e-commerce piece, Kevin quickly shifted the focus to his son's minor league accomplishments. Dinner was Mom's traditional pot roast, served on fine china. My father, seated at the head of the table, accepted comments on his youthful appearance. 65 looks good on you, Dad, Kevin added, raising his glass. Here's to another 20 years at least. Dessert was served, and the timing felt right. I'd waited patiently for neighborhood gossip, Kevin's children's triumphs, and Sophia's vacation plans. Nobody had asked a single inquiry concerning my life. Dad, Mom, everyone, I said, my heart hammering despite my seeming calm. I wanted to share some news about my company. My father nodded, immediately reaching for another slice of cake. Heartland Made was recently valued at $21 million, I told you. We've received several acquisition offers, and I was featured in Business Insider and Entrepreneur magazine last month. The stillness that followed seemed interminable. My mother froze, her fork halfway into her lips. Sophia shared a short surprised look with Matteo. Kevin just stared. My father was the first to comment, and his tone was completely contemptuous. What exactly does that mean, Jaime? These internet businesses use all sorts of funny math to come up with these valuations. I kept my cool, describing in simple terms how business valuations worked, our revenue streams, and our growth. I highlighted our office, 37 workers, and connections with more than 400 American manufacturers. Kevin cut me off before I finished. So, you got lucky with this online thing. That's great, but some of us have been building real careers with actual qualifications. He stressed qualifications, and his wife nodded in agreement. It's not luck, I said, my tone calm but forceful. It's 7 years of working 18-hour days, solving complex problems, building something meaningful. We've helped save dozens of American manufacturing businesses that were on the verge of closing. My mother eventually spoke, her tone uncertain. That sounds impressive, dear, though I still wish you had finished your degree. Even in this business, education is important. My patience was growing thin, but I pressed on. Actually, I brought something for Dad. I handed him an envelope holding the papers for the retirement account I had funded. I wanted to make sure you both had a comfortable retirement. My father opened it, his instead of appreciation, his cheeks heated with something expression darkening, resembling rage. What is this supposed to be? Some kind of charity? He dropped the papers on the table. We didn't raise you to throw money around like you're better than everyone. That is not my intention at all, I stated. I just wanted to help, the same way I helped with Mom's medical bills, Kevin's house down payment, and Sophia's wedding. 3 heads raised at the same time. You? My father asked, his voice rising. That was all you? Sophia felt humiliated. Kevin's visage hardened into something unpleasant. My mother only looked puzzled. You've been secretly paying for things behind our backs? Playing the big shot with your internet money? She asked. I was just trying to help, I said, my voice lower than I intended. I never wanted recognition. I just wanted to support the family. Support? Kevin asked, scoffing. By making us feel like charity cases. Some of us work honest jobs with actual degrees, not getting rich quick with online schemes. It's not a scheme, I maintained, feeling the debate get out of hand. I built a legitimate business that helps American manufacturers. We employ dozens of people with good salaries and benefits. My father stood up, letting his napkin fall to the floor. You drop out of college against our advice, disappear into your little internet world, and now you come back throwing money around like you have all the answers. That's not what I'm doing, I argued, trying to keep my voice calm. You think your money makes you successful? He asked, his voice rising even higher. You are still just uneducated trash who got lucky. Anyone can get lucky. The room went silent. My mother gasped slightly, but she said nothing in my defense. Kevin stared down at his plate, a sickening smile playing on the corner of his lips. Sophia seemed caught between embarrassment and agreement. Henrik, my mother finally said, too late and quietly to matter. No, my father insisted, now completely agitated. I have worked my entire life the right way. I got an education, built a respectable career, raised a family. I will not be shown up in my own home by my dropout daughter. I arose slowly, collecting my handbag. I should go. Yes, you should, my father retorted. Get out of my house, you little life. Your money does not make you part of this family. We have standards. The words landed like physical blows. I examined each face around the table, looking for any ally or hint of support. There was none. Happy birthday, Dad, I replied quietly, heading to the door with all the dignity I could summon. Nobody followed me out. Nobody called after me. I got into my car, my hands shaking so much that I could scarcely grip the steering wheel. As I drove away from the house where I grew up, I realized something fundamental had broken, something that seemed beyond repair. My trip back to the hotel was a jumble of lamps and tears. I had to pull over twice because I was so overwhelmed. The horrible irony was not lost on me. I had a multi-million-dollar firm, but I was spending the night in a motel in my hometown because my family's home was no longer accessible to me. In the sterile silence of my hotel room, I repeated every statement and reply. Had I been overly proud? Had I misjudged our relationship all these years? The financial assistance, now disclosed, felt like a ridiculous attempt to buy acceptance that I could never obtain via my own achievements. I took out my laptop and began documenting every penny I had given my family. The list was extensive. $75,200 for Mom's cancer treatment, $122,000 for Kevin's home, and $55,000 for Sophia's wedding. Not to mention Dad's car repair, Mom's kitchen remodel, and countless presents and emergencies, all handled discreetly via accounts designed to conceal their origin. A total of over $310,000, minus the retirement account he had recently rejected. Money given freely out of love to a family who had just labeled me as garbage. My phone lit up around midnight with a text from Sophia. Dad is still upset, but he will overcome it. You know how he reacts when his authority is challenged. There was no apology or acknowledgement of the awful things stated. Just the assumption that I would accept the abuse and return to the family dynamic as if nothing had occurred. I did not respond. The following morning, I contacted a therapist. Family wounds cut deepest, Dr. Richardson noted, especially when they target the very things we've worked the hardest to overcome. Over the following few days, she assisted me in understanding. My success undermined their hierarchy and values. My financial support, rather than earning gratitude, had sparked animosity by emphasizing a change in power that they were unable to accept. Your father's identity is built around being the provider and authority, she told me. Your success challenges both roles. I began journaling, chronicling trends from childhood, subtle ways my entrepreneurial drive had been discouraged, how academic triumphs were recognized while commercial successes were downplayed, and the continual reminder that without a degree, I'd never really flourish. This method indicated how thoroughly I had assimilated the messages. Despite my outward success, a part of me still felt like the family failure, the dropout with something to prove. That explains my reticence to openly publicize my accomplishments and my ongoing financial support without recognition. A week after the awful supper, my sister called. I let it go to voicemail. Jaime, please call back. Dad feels horrible, but you must realize how it appeared. You come in and basically show off your money. It was inconsiderate to those of us who had worked hard for our careers. I deleted the message. The plot twist was stunning. I had somehow become the villain for just stating the facts about my business after years of downplaying my accomplishment. My brother texted the following. Family is family. Let's go past this. Again, no apology, just the expectation that I would accept my assigned role and the treatment that accompanied it. 2 weeks after the dinner, I made a choice that felt both terrifying and freeing. I would choose self-respect above destructive familial relationships. My new home would be the beach house I had purchased as an investment property in Naples, Florida the previous year. Before leaving, I sent a letter to my parents, not an angry tirade, but a genuine confession of hurt and disappointment. Dear Mother and Father, I've spent years seeking your acceptance and respect. To avoid making anyone uncomfortable, I have provided financial assistance for our family while downplaying my achievement. Despite creating a $21 million firm that helps to maintain American manufacturing jobs, I've been made to feel like the family failure because I took a different path than you did. When Dad referred to me as illiterate trash and a lowlife, it exposed how you truly perceive me. No amount of accomplishment can ever alter that perception. I cannot continue to be involved in a relationship in which my worth is determined by credentials rather than character and achievement. I will always love you both, but I need to separate for my own well-being. I hope that eventually we can repair our friendship on the basis of mutual respect. Love, Jaime. I sealed the letter and mailed it personally. No response came. My executive assistant assisted me in arranging for the packing and shipping of my items in Ohio. Most of my furnishings and stuff, I told her to donate. I desired a fresh start with minimum baggage, both literal and figurative. My company might be operated remotely. I had developed a solid leadership team that could handle day-to-day operations. As I boarded the plane to Florida, I had a strange mix of loss and freedom. The family I had worked so hard to please was behind me, but so was the pressure of seeking approval I would never receive. Naples, Florida, welcomed me with warm sunshine and salt-scented air, a dramatic contrast to the gray Ohio winter I had just left behind. My beach house was a modern 2-story structure with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the Gulf of Mexico, standing on a secluded stretch of shoreline. It felt impersonal, similar to an upscale hotel. Making my house genuinely mine was a type of therapy. I replaced the generic beige bedding with homemade quilts by one of my heartland-made craftsmen. Mass-produced art was replaced with original pieces by emerging American artists I met through the business. Each morning, I awoke to the sound of waves and the sight of true creativity all around me. The kitchen was transformed next, with open shelving to display handcrafted pottery and bright hand-woven linens to warm the space. Routines become crucial. Each morning began with a sunrise walk down the beach, gathering shells and watching dolphins soar through the surf. I discovered a neighborhood coffee shop and became a regular, greeted by name. Running the business remotely was easier than expected. Video conferencing replaced in-person meetings, and our systems ran efficiently without the daily drive or office distractions. I was more productive and made clearer judgments from my new quiet headquarters. After the first month, my executive team paid me a visit, and several of them noted on how much my leadership style had improved. "You seem more centered, Julian," my operations director commented. "More confident in your decisions." He was correct. Without the pressure to seek family approval, my business instincts flowed more readily. I trusted my own judgment without the specter of my father's condemnation hovering over each decision. Community involvement became another anchor. I joined both the local Chamber of Commerce and a business women's networking organization. Unlike in Ohio, where I downplayed my success, here I was forthright about my company and accomplishments. Respect came naturally, free of the baggage of who I was prior to my achievement. I befriended Margot, an art gallery owner who introduced me to her group of acquaintances, brilliant women in their 30s and 40s who respected each other based on current accomplishments rather than previous qualifications. Our weekly dinner gatherings were filled with laughter and talks that never featured inquiries about my schooling or claims that I'd simply been lucky. Then came an unexpected visit. 3 weeks into my Florida residency, my brother Kevin showed up unexpectedly at my door one Saturday afternoon. "Nice place," he commented, whistling as he took in the seaside vista. "Really nice." His arrival was unsettling in my new refuge. He seemed out of place in his button-down shirt and pressed khakis against my casual coastal decor. "What brings you to Florida, Kevin?" I said, not offering a drink or a seat. "Family?" he asked, flashing the same confident smile that had charmed our parents since we were little. "And I could use some advice about an investment opportunity, possibly a loan, to get in on the ground floor." Some patterns were too predictable to be unexpected. Without my parents to watch, his illusion swiftly dissipated. This was strictly a financial visit. "I'm not making any loans to family members anymore," I stated firmly. "That chapter is over." His visage darkened. "So that's how it is. You move to your beach mansion and forget where you came from. Dad was right about you." "Dad called me uneducated trash and kicked me out of his house," I told him later. "Is that what you came here to reinforce?" Kevin retreated fast. "He didn't mean it like that. You know how he gets. Family fights happen." "That was not a fight," I responded. "It was a revelation. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have plans this afternoon." After showing him around, I sat on my terrace, watching the surf, oddly unshaken by the experience. The boundaries I was establishing felt proper, even though they were difficult to implement. That evening I made an important decision. I called my lawyer and set up an anonymous scholarship fund at the community college I had briefly attended. The Jaime Moreau Entrepreneurship Scholarship would offer complete tuition and mentorship to 5 students each year who displayed entrepreneurial potential but lacked standard academic advantages. Make sure the selection criteria focus on demonstrated initiative and creative problem solving, not grades, I told you. And find mentors who have built actual businesses, not just taught business classes. As the weeks passed, my place genuinely felt like home. I created a garden of native Florida plants that attracted butterflies and hummingbirds. I got Otto, a mixed-breed rescue dog, who joined me on beach walks and slept at the foot of my bed. His simple affection was a constant reminder of how relationships should feel. I experienced unexpected calm and solitude, free of the continuous looming fear of family criticism. I uncovered aspects of myself that had been overshadowed by stress. I took a pottery class and was lousy at it but enjoyed the meditative process. I attempted paddleboard yoga, spending more time in the water than on the board, but laughing through each try. 3 weeks became a month, and then 6 weeks. The anguish of familial rejection persisted, but it became less sharp, more like an old hurt that occasionally ached than a new wound. I was creating something fresh here. Not simply a home, but an authentic existence based on my ideals, rather than someone else's expectations. Then came an unforeseen revelation that would bring my family's narrative full circle in ways I never imagined. The Naples Business Journal was not a publication I usually read, but Margot texted me early one morning and insisted I get a copy. Page 3. "You're going to want to see this." There I was, pictured on my deck with the Gulf of Mexico behind me, with the headline, "E-commerce innovator brings multi-million-dollar business to Naples." The writer had done her research, outlining Heartland Made's rise from startup to $21 million valuation, our effect on American manufacturing, and my recent entrepreneurial scholarship foundation. The story presented a considerably more thorough image of achievement than anything I had seen in my hometown media. "I didn't authorize this," I informed Margot when she called to congratulate me. "Public records," she clarified. "Property transfers, business registrations. Once they knew you were here, the rest was easy to piece together. Besides, it's a great article." She was correct. The post was well researched and flattering, emphasizing business accomplishments. I didn't think much about it until the next week, when my phone began to light up with social media notifications. The piece was taken up by numerous larger business publications, and then widely shared on LinkedIn and Facebook. Former high school classmates immediately recalled our bond. Teachers claimed they had always recognized my potential. The most startling letters came from small business owners in my hometown, congratulating me for demonstrating what was possible without pursuing established channels. "You motivated me to eventually start my business," one former classmate wrote. "If you can develop something that substantial without a fancy degree, then perhaps my proposal has validity as well." The local newspaper in my city even carried a condensed version of the article with an additional angle. "Local entrepreneur has national influence." The irony was not lost on me. The same community that had discreetly reinforced my parents' disappointment suddenly recognized me as a hometown success story. My family eventually discovered the full depth of my accomplishment as a result of the media's ripple effect. The first hint was a friend request from my cousin Greta, followed by several additional extended family members who had previously expressed little interest in my life. Then my mother texted me. "I saw the article about your company. Very impressive, my dear. Dad and I are quite proud." No mention of his unkind words, no acknowledgement of the schism, just a casual claim of pride that had been noticeably absent while I sat at their dinner table. My father's voicemail arrived the following day, his tone deceptively cheerful. "Jaime, big news about your company in the paper. Always knew you had it in you. There seems to have been a misunderstanding last time we spoke. Call me back when you can." A misunderstanding. That was how he described calling his daughter illiterate trash and kicking her out of the house. 3 days later, my mother texted again. "We are thinking of visiting Florida next month. I would love to see your new place. Let us know if that works for you." The message struck like a stone in my gut. 6 weeks of mending, of creating a new life free of their judgment, and now they wanted to simply show up at my door as if nothing had occurred. I did not answer promptly. Instead, I arranged an emergency appointment with Dr. Richardson. "You have several options," she recommended. "You can decline the visit entirely. You can agree, but set strict boundaries. Or you can see this as an opportunity for honest conversation that might lead to healing, though that requires their willingness to acknowledge the harm done." After careful thinking, I wrote my mother. "You and Dad are welcome to visit, but we need to have an open discussion about what happened at his birthday dinner before we can proceed. Please let me know whether you're open to that kind of conversation." Her response was quick. "Of course, dear. We just want to get this behind us and be a family again." That language bothered me, the desire to put this behind us without confronting it squarely. But I did confirm dates for their visit the following month. As the day neared, I prepared physically and emotionally. I arranged for them to stay at a neighboring hotel so that I could maintain my privacy. I role-played unpleasant conversations with Dr. Richardson to practice setting limits without becoming defensive. My folks arrived on a lovely Tuesday afternoon. I met them for lunch at a seaside restaurant, which provided a public atmosphere to help temper the initial meeting. They appeared smaller, less threatening than they did in Ohio. My father's confident demeanor seemed lessened, and my mother appeared more nervous than I remembered. Despite the coastal environment, they both dressed formally, my father in a button-down shirt and pants, and my mother in a structured dress more appropriate for church than beach eating. "This place is something else," my father observed, pointing to the turquoise lake visible through the restaurant windows. "You have done well for yourself, Jaime." The tiny emphasis on yourself did not miss me, as did the hint that my accomplishment existed outside of family values. "Thank you," I said simply, not breaking the tense silence that ensued. My mother joined in with small conversation about their flight, the weather, and how different Florida was from Ohio. I responded respectfully but didn't contribute to the conversation. Finally, once our meal arrived, my father cleared his throat. "About what happened at my birthday dinner. You called me uneducated trash and a low life," I said gently, keeping eye contact. "You told me to get out of your house and that my money did not make me part of the family." His cheeks reddened. "I was surprised by the news about your business. I may have overreacted. This is not an apology, but an excuse. I need to understand," I added. Was that reaction about me sharing my success, or about learning I had been helping the family financially? Both, my mother interrupted. It felt like you were showing off. Like you were saying you're better than us now. I never said or thought that, I explained. I spent years hiding my success to avoid making anyone uncomfortable. I helped financially because I could, and I wanted to support the family I love. My dad shifted uncomfortably. Well, the way you presented it was very forward, and finding out you were behind those other things, it felt like charity we never asked for. The talk remained in this vein throughout lunch. There was no genuine apology, only explanations and attempts to diminish the gravity of the situation. The subtext became more evident. They were here because my public achievement made rejecting me socially awkward, not because they had changed their minds about my worth. As we finished our lunch, I came to a decision. I'd like to show you my home. But first I need to be very clear about something. I will not pretend the dinner never happened. I will not accept being called names or having my choices denigrated. If you want a relationship moving forward, it has to be based on mutual respect. They exchanged eyes and my father nodded stiffly. That seems reasonable. When they arrived at my beach property later that afternoon, their looks as they took in the magnificent ocean vista said it all. This tangible evidence of my progress could not be dismissed or minimized. The $21 million worth was no longer an abstract figure, but rather reflected in coastal real estate and elegant elegance. This is quite something, my father said, his voice tense. Would you like a tour? I suggested. As I guided them through the house, pointing them the handcrafted artifacts from Heartland-made craftsmen that adorned each room, I realized something significant. Their acceptance, which I had desired for so long, no longer carried the same weight. I was proud of this home and the company that helped make it possible. Regardless of how they reacted, this revelation was likely the most beneficial outcome of their visit, worth more than any apology they could have provided. The conversation that ensued on the terrace facing the ocean, as the setting sun painted the sky in orange and pink, was challenging but important. I want to be clear about something, my father said, his tone more conciliatory than I'd ever heard. I am sorry for what I said at my birthday. It was uncalled for, regardless of how surprised I was. While the apology was appreciated, it was tempered by a qualification that reduced its significance. His attention remained on his amazement, rather than the damage his comments had caused. What hurt most, I said softly, was that those words seemed to reveal how you truly see me, despite everything I have accomplished. My mother reached across the table without quite touching my hand. We have always been proud of you, Jaime. We just worried about your future without a degree. My future is here, I declared, pointing to the property and the business that had made it possible. I built it without a degree, but with 7 years of working harder than most people ever will. That deserves respect, not condescension. My dad shifted uncomfortably. The business world can be fickle. Companies rise and fall overnight. We just wanted security for you. I understand that concern comes from love, I told you, but there is no perfect security in any path. Plenty of people with degrees struggle financially, while others without formal education thrive. What matters is recognizing there are multiple valid paths to success. The chat lasted for hours as the sun fell and the stars appeared over the gulf. There was no dramatic reconciliation, no sobbing group hug that somehow repaired decades of misunderstanding. Instead, we struck a shaky agreement, a beginning point, rather than a conclusion. Moving forward, I said as the party ended. I am open to rebuilding our relationship, but with clear boundaries. I will not accept being demeaned for my educational choices or having my success attributed to luck rather than hard work and skill. My parents consented, though I could see my father's reluctance in his tight smile. My mother appeared more open, perhaps realizing for the first time the part she had played in permitting the family dynamics that had caused so much misery. After they returned to Ohio, I reflected on my visit and the road that had brought me here. The mending process was far from complete, but great progress had been made. In the months that followed, I only spoke with my parents once a week, which grew less awkward over time. My relationship with my siblings developed differently. Sophia eventually made a real apologies for her role, and we gradually restored an adult friendship. Kevin remained distant, occasionally sending Christmas wishes but making no genuine attempt to comprehend or acknowledge the pain done. My personal recovery path has continued with frequent therapy. Dr. Richardson assisted me in seeing how familial trauma had influenced my approach to business and relationships, instilling habits of seeking validation through performance and financial generosity. Success is not a substitute for self-worth, my mother informed me, and family approval cannot be purchased no matter how much you give. This realization prompted me to set firmer limits in all interactions. I felt more I learned to comfortable talking about my successes without downplaying them. Contribute out of true charity, rather than in an attempt to get acceptance. The Entrepreneurship Foundation became the focal point of my philanthropic efforts. Aside from supporting scholarships, I created a mentorship program that connects successful businesses without traditional credentials with talented students experiencing similar obstacles. Witnessing their development and achievement provided a deeper sense of happiness than any family approval could. My friend circle in Naples grew, forming a chosen family built on mutual respect and true connection. Our weekly reunions provided a sense of joy and belonging that I had never had in Ohio. These interactions, which I deliberately picked and maintained, showed me what it feels like to have healthy support. The beach house evolved totally over time, with each room representing my unique style and values. The garden flourished. Otto, my rescue dog, found a buddy when I acquired Freya, a senior retriever who everyone else had disregarded. Running Heartland Made remotely was so effective that I extended flexible work policies to all employees. Productivity rose, and employee satisfaction reached all-time highs. 1 year after moving to Florida, I organized a dinner party for my new friends. As we sat around the table on my deck, watching dolphins frolic in the sunset waves, I thought how much my life had changed. From that awful night at my parents' place, to this chosen family. Margot lifted a glass. To having the courage to prioritize respect over obligation, she sang a toast. The sentiment expressed exactly what I had learned on this adventure. Family relationships are important, but not at the expense of dignity and self-esteem. Success cannot be evaluated merely by degrees or traditional accomplishments, but rather by the lives we touch and the good impact we have. Most significantly, I learned that forgiving does not imply forgetting or continuing to tolerate abusive treatment. True forgiveness is an emotional process that involves releasing anger and resentment while keeping healthy boundaries. My tale, like everyone's, is still unfolding. My connection with my parents is constantly changing, sometimes improving, and sometimes reverting to old patterns. I maintain my boundaries with compassionate firmness, acknowledging that total comprehension may never be possible but refusing to compromise my self-worth in the pursuit of it. If my experience has taught me anything, it's that your worth is not defined by other people's impressions, especially those clouded by obsolete beliefs and expectations. Success manifests itself in a variety of ways, often unexpectedly, and the most painful rejections can lead to the most true and gratifying future roots. My sister hijacked my graduation party mic, humiliated me with lies, then months later was dragged from court in handcuffs, screaming my name. My sister Claudia has been mean to me for as long as I can remember. When we were kids, she cut the head off my favorite stuffed bunny while staring me straight in the eye and remarked, "Well, now it's realistic. Bunnies die." If I ever got new clothes, she would borrow them without asking, return them dirty or stretched out, and laugh at my tears. My mother gave me a necklace for my 10th birthday that I had been wanting for months. The very next day, Claudia flushed it down the toilet during an argument and then gaslit me with, "You probably lost it. You're always careless." School was even worse. She would create stories about me, tell embarrassing lies to my crushes, and insult me in front of her friends. If I received decent grades, she'd accuse me of attempting to make her look stupid. If I struggled with something, Mom would tell everyone that I was slow. My parents consistently dismissed it as sibling rivalry. The standard, "You two need to get along. One day you'll only have each other's" speech. But I quickly discovered that my sister did not want to get along. She wanted me to feel embarrassed and humiliated. By the time high school came along, I had mastered the art of staying out of her way. But she kept digging at me. When I joined the debate team and began winning competitions, she insulted me as a desperate nerd attempting to appear important. When I was accepted to my ideal institution, she sneered, "Don't get too excited. You'll probably fail and come back." I was really looking forward to my high school graduation celebration. It wasn't only about the party, it was about finally appreciating something I'd worked for without Claudia in the spotlight. My parents agreed to let me host it in our backyard. I invited friends, instructors, and extended relatives. I spent weeks planning it, with fairy lights, a taco bar, and a music that I spent hours creating. Of course, Claudia was upset about it. She began with passive-aggressive statements. Why did she have a lavish party? I didn't receive one. She did, although she did not enjoy parties back then. It's only high school. Nobody cares. I'm going to be extremely bored that day. I told her straight up. If you can't be nice, just stay out of the way. She smirked and added, don't worry, I'll make it memorable. That should have been my warning. Everything began out well on the celebration day. Then Claudia made her move. First, she turned up the music to ear-splitting levels and began playing songs she knew I detested. When I ordered her to stop, she said loudly to my guests, "Oh, sorry. I didn't realize the party dictator was here." Then when everyone was eating, she inadvertently spilled Coke all over the dessert table, ruining the cake, cupcakes and fruit display I had worked so hard on. She fake apologized in the most sarcastic tone possible. "Oops, my bad. Guess we'll have to diet today." But the worst thing happened afterward. Claudia took the microphone for the speech I had not asked her to give while I was conversing with my old English teacher. She began recounting humiliating things about me, some exaggerated, others just made up. Examples include, one time she peed her pants in middle school. She once cried for an hour because I ate her cookie. Don't worry, she's going to be a great college student if she can survive without mom packing her lunch. Everyone laughed awkwardly, but I could feel my cheeks burning. I tried to take the microphone but she yanked it away. That was when I snapped. I told her to go. She rolled her eyes and said, "Relax. It's just a joke. God, you're so sensitive." She walked away, but the harm had been done. The mood of the celebration was ruined. People kept attempting to console me, but all I could think was, she did it again. She couldn't let me have this one day. After that, I stopped speaking with her totally. I didn't respond to her texts, calls or snarky apology, which simply said, "Sorry if you took it the wrong way." For the following 6 months she tried to behave as if nothing happened. At family dinners, she'd sit next to me and ask about school as if we were closest friends. If I ignored her, she'd say, "Wow, still holding a grudge? You need to get over it." Then, over Thanksgiving, she made one last dig. "You're acting like I ruined your wedding or something. It was just a high school party." I gave her a straight face and responded, "It was my celebration. You ruined it on purpose. You've been tearing me down my whole life, and I'm done giving you access to me." And I intended it. I stopped inviting her to my events. I exited family group chats and informed my parents, if she's there, I'm not. Naturally, the guilt tripping began right away. My mother called last week and said Claudia was ready to talk. She put her on speaker mode without telling me, and Claudia's first words were, "So, are you done being dramatic?" I hung up right away and tossed my phone across the room, where it bounced off my dorm wall. My hands shook as I took it back up and blocked Claudia's number for the 15th time this week. 20 minutes later, my roommate knocked on my door, holding her laptop and wearing a strange expression. She showed me her Instagram messages, and there were 3 new profiles, all made within the last hour, sending her walls of text about how I was mentally ill and needed assistance. The usernames were made up of random integers, but the writing style was entirely Claudia. My roommate watched as I took screenshots of everything and saved them in the evidence folder I'd created on my laptop. The next morning in the cafeteria, she sat across from me and moved her plate away. She inquired if any of Claudia's claims were real, and I could tell she wasn't sure what to trust. I took out my phone and showed her the video Elisa had taken at my graduation party, which included Claudia's entire speech and my attempt to grab the microphone. Her expression changed from bewildered to scared as she watched. She stated my sister was very messed up and asked whether I had told anyone about it. That afternoon, I walked to the college counseling center and stood outside for 10 minutes before finally entering. The receptionist handed me an intake form, and I sat there, staring at the section on family connections. There was a checkbox for familial trauma, and I hovered my pen over it for a minute before marking it. 3 days later, I was sitting in Dr. Moreau's office, telling her about the plush bunny and how Claudia had looked me in the eyes while ripping off its head. I told her about the jewelry in the toilet, the graduation party and everything else. She listened without interrupting, then said something that made my entire body feel lighter. She stated that what I had experienced was not sibling rivalry, but rather systematic emotional abuse. That night, Albert discovered me crying in the common room after my father left me a voicemail about how I was pulling the family apart. He sat down next to me, and I eventually told him everything from the beginning. He held me as I described 20 years of being ripped down and humiliated. He said, "No wonder you flinch when people raise their voices." Later that week I was alone in my room, going through old family photos on my laptop. Claudia was either smirking at the camera or doing something to injure me that appeared to be playful, but was actually not. She was tugging my hair, grabbing my arm, or treading on my foot as everyone else smiled for the picture. How come no one noticed what was going on right in front of them? A week later, I was studying when someone began hammering on my door. I opened it to find my mother standing there, with Claudia directly behind her. My mother said we'd speak it out like grown-ups and began pushing past me toward my room. I blocked the doorway and told them to go, but Claudia screamed that I was overly emotional and selfish. My RA heard the commotion and dashed down the hallway. She inquired whether everything was fine, and I informed her that these folks needed to leave. Claudia began yelling, claiming she was my sister and had every right to be there. Campus security arrived within minutes and led them both out, while Claudia yelled the entire time about how I was ruining everything. The next day, I met with University Legal Services, who assisted me in filing paperwork for a no trespass order. The council emphasized that if Claudia's behavior worsened further, I could be eligible for a restraining order. That evening, Elisa called from home, seeming fatigued. She said Claudia had been telling everyone I'd suffered a mental breakdown in college and was fabricating tales for publicity. Several people we knew from high school had contacted Elisa, asking what was going on. Elisa had been defending me, but she admitted it was getting more difficult because Claudia was so convincing. 2 weeks later, I returned to Dr. Moreau's office, and she handed me a stack of articles about narcissistic abuse. Everything made sense when I read about gaslighting, public humiliation, and how abusers always act the victim when confronted. I wasn't crazy, nor was I being overly sensitive. I was angry, and for the first time, it felt like the appropriate answer. 2 days later, I was sitting in economics class when my phone rang with a call from my father. I left it on voicemail and listened to it after class, his voice exhausted as he told that Claudia had been crying for weeks, and that her therapist had advised family reunification was critical to healing. I understood the manipulation right away, yet it still made my chest tight. Albert approached me at the library that afternoon and proposed we resolve my social media issues once and for all. We spent 4 hours in his dorm room building new accounts with fictitious names and maximum privacy settings, barring everyone who might be connected to Claudia, her pals, anyone from high school who could leak information. I wonder what Claudia's thinking when she performs these things. Ripping the bunny's head off while staring at her sister appears overly deliberate for a child. Each block seemed like another brick in the wall between me and my former existence. Midterms and papers kept me busy for weeks, and before I knew it, it was almost Thanksgiving. My parents had been calling regularly, promising Claudia that she would be at her boyfriend's family dinner in Chicago, and that I would safely return home. Despite my instincts screaming at me, I drove the 3 hours home, assuring myself it would be all right for just 2 days. I froze as I stepped in the front door with my overnight luggage, seeing Claudia sitting at the dining room table with her familiar sneer. My mother appeared from the kitchen, stating we needed to hash this out as a family. I turned around without saying anything, got back in my car, and went directly to Aunt Susan's house, 20 minutes away. Susan opened the door in her jammies, obviously astonished to see me standing there with my suitcase, but she drew me in and made coffee while I sat at her kitchen table. Over store-bought pumpkin pie, I told her everything, beginning with the graduation celebration and progressing back through years of agony. Her expression darkened with each anecdote, until she eventually set down her fork and stated that she had always wondered why I was so silent at family gatherings. The travel back to college was lengthier due to holiday traffic. And when I got to my dorm room at midnight, I saw that my door was slightly open, despite the fact that I had secured it. Nothing was stolen, yet everything was incorrect. My diary was on a different shelf, my laptop was open when I had left it closed, and my dresser drawers were not fully closed. My skin crawled as I examined each nook, looking for minor clues that someone had touched everything. Campus security took a report, but without proof of forced entry or larceny, they could only offer increased patrols. 3 days later, I returned to Dr. Moreau's office to describe the incident, and she assisted me in recognizing the pattern of escalation in Claudia's behavior, explaining that losing control over me was making her frantic. We spent the hour developing a comprehensive safety plan that included emergency contact information, documentation tactics, and particular routines for various eventualities. I was heading back from that appointment when my phone alerted me to an email from an unfamiliar address. The mail included old Instagram photographs that I removed months ago, modified to appear compromising, with my face superimposed onto other bodies in provocative postures. Although the content was brief, Claudia's writing style was instantly apparent in her threat to send them to my teachers. I went straight to campus police, who took the blackmail threat seriously and called up a detective who specialized in cybercrime. She stated that blackmail was a felony and that they could track IP addresses, officially launching an inquiry that afternoon with case numbers and evidence logs. A week later, I was studying in the library when my mother called, distraught and yelling that Claudia had told her I was attempting to have her arrested for nothing. She requested that I drop the charges immediately, claiming that I was wrecking my sister's future due to minor sibling squabbles, but I hung off while she was still speaking. Albert had been watching everything unfold and discussed my issue with his folks during their weekly video conversation. His mother, who worked as a social worker, encouraged me to spend winter break with them at their home near Cleveland. When I visited at their house 2 weeks later, his mother sat with me in the living room and softly validated what I'd gone through, marking the first time an adult had taken my side without making excuses for Claudia or attempting to reconcile. When I returned to university after winter break, the nightmares began immediately away. I'd have dreams of Claudia standing at my dorm room doorway, sitting in the back of my courses, or waiting outside my job at the campus bookstore. The dreams were so genuine that I'd wake up at 3 a.m. I had to check my door lock 3 or 4 times before I could even consider going back to sleep. My roommate began to question my well-being since I would get up several times each night to ensure the door was closed and the windows were fastened. The lack of sleep made things difficult, but I couldn't stop myself from double-checking everything. 2 weeks into the semester, Elisa texted me a slew of screenshots that made my stomach drop. Claudia had been emailing all of our high school pals on Facebook with a completely made-up story about how I had stolen money from our parents and developed drug problems in college. She claimed that I had been begging family members for money to maintain my habits, which was why I had cut her off. Most people who knew me didn't believe it, Elisa remarked. However, I noticed from the screenshots that some individuals were starting to ask questions and wonder if there was any truth to it. I was sitting in the library, trying to focus on my chemistry homework, when my phone called with an unfamiliar number. It was the detective who had been managing my case, and he had some news that made me drop my head on the desk. They traced the blackmail emails I'd been receiving to a coffee shop 3 blocks from Claudia's apartment. The security camera showed her sitting there with her laptop at the exact times the emails were sent, and the investigator stated that they now had sufficient evidence to proceed with charges. The next day, I met with the prosecutor at the courthouse downtown, and she explained what would happen next. She stated that Claudia would be arrested, followed by an arraignment in which she would enter a plea, and they would most likely offer her a deal because this was her first violation. Then she looked at me and uttered what I had been dreading. 3 days later, I was in my economics class when my phone started vibrating nonstop. I came out into the hallway and noticed 5 missed calls from my mother. When I called back, she was shouting so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. She continued telling me I was evil, that I was destroying our family, and that I couldn't be her daughter if I could do this. My father then took the phone and spoke in a cold and flat tone. A week later, I sat in the rear row of the courtroom, Albert to one side and Dr. Moreau to the other. My palms shook as I watched them carry Claudia in for arraignment. She pled not guilty, as the prosecutor had warned me would happen, and the judge freed her on bail with a no-contact order, which meant she couldn't approach me or speak with me in any way. As she went out of the courtroom with her lawyer, she turned and stared directly at me, mouthing something I could hear clearly from across the room. Aunt Susan contacted me that afternoon as I was walking back to my dorm. She'd been conducting her own research, speaking with cousins and other family members I hadn't seen in years. Claudia found to have been unkind to several of them, particularly the younger relatives. However, everyone was too terrified or embarrassed to say anything. Susan was compiling a pattern of behavior dating back to when we were young children, documenting everything individuals remembered. The stress of everything made it tough to concentrate on schoolwork. Despite knowing about the no-contact order, I would sit in class continually looking over my shoulder to see whether Claudia was present. My chemistry grade went from an A to a C in 3 weeks, and I couldn't focus long enough to read more than a page of any textbook. Dr. Moreau formally diagnosed me with PTSD at one of our sessions and suggested we meet twice a week to help me cope with everything. 2 weeks after the arraignment, I was doing laundry in my dorm basement when I checked my phone and noticed 3 new voicemails from my mother's number. My heart began beating because I sensed something was wrong. Mom never left voicemail messages. When I played the first one, I didn't hear Mom's voice. The prosecutor added witness intimidation charges the next morning when I handed her the voicemails. She played them for the court at an emergency hearing that afternoon, and he promptly revoked Claudia's bail. I stood on the courthouse steps, watching through the glass doors as 2 officers carried my sister away in handcuffs, her hands tied behind her back. I waited for remorse, sadness, or something to hit me, but all I felt was relief, like if I could finally breathe again after weeks. The next morning, a courier knocked on my dorm room door and delivered a hefty envelope from Brennan, Hayes & Associates, Columbus's most expensive law firm. My hands shook as I opened it and read the formal letter advising me to reconsider my position and warning me against irreversibly breaking family relationships, as well as implying that I could face legal action for defamation. Albert found me sitting on my bed 20 minutes later, still holding the letter, and promptly phoned the prosecutor's office while I sat there, motionless. The prosecution urged us not to worry because this was standard intimidation techniques, but I couldn't stop thinking about how my parents were spending thousands of dollars to protect the person who had been hurting me my whole life. A week later, Dr. Moreau set aside her entire afternoon to assist me in writing my victim impact statement, and each sentence felt like tearing glass out of my flesh. I wrote about the stuffed bunny, the Flushing necklace, the botched graduation party, and all the minor cuts in between that built up to 20 years of misery. She helped me find the words when I couldn't. Sitting quietly as I cried through chapters describing how Claudia not only stole my childhood, but also attempted to destroy my future. That same week, Albert's mother called and officially welcomed me to stay with them for the summer, claiming their guest room was already set up and ready for me. Claudia went from cruel sister to criminal mastermind faster than someone failing chemistry class, which now appears to include our narrator, thanks to all of this drama. Breaking into dorms, making phony pictures, and committing coffee shop crimes. She sat with me in their kitchen and told me about her sister's decision to cut off toxic family members years ago, and how chosen family may be stronger than blood. And I accepted their offer, feeling as if I had finally found firm ground after months of tremors. Elisa had to testify in a deposition the next Tuesday, so she brought the video from my graduation party on her phone, and showed it frame by frame to the prosecutor and Claudia's lawyer. The prosecutor contacted me later to say that was strong proof of a pattern of public humiliation and targeted harassment, particularly the point where Claudia seized the microphone as I tried to stop her. 2 weeks later, I was helping Albert's mother prepare dinner when we heard a hammering on the front door and my mother yelling that she knew I was inside. Albert's mother instructed me to remain in the kitchen while she answered the door, but I could hear everything as Marlene pushed past her and demanded to see me. When I walked into the living room, Marlene's face turned scarlet, yelling about Claudia going to prison and asking if that was what I wanted, my own sister in prison. When I didn't respond or move closer to her, she crossed the room in 3 steps and slapped me hard across the face, the sound reverberating throughout the home. Albert's mother quickly got out her phone and dialed 911, while Marlene continued to yell at me about family loyalty and how I was destroying everything. Within 10 minutes, the police arrived and arrested Marlene for assault, while I stood there with Albert's mother's arm around me, my cheeks still burning. I had to submit another police report at the station, and the detective informed me that family violence frequently worsens during legal proceedings, which did not make me feel any better about having to witness my own mother being handcuffed. The next day, I returned to my old home while my parents were at work to pack the few items I wanted to save. I sat in my former bedroom for the final time, gazing at every object and recalling how Claudia had smashed my jewelry box, torn my posters, stolen my diary, and read it aloud to her friends. I left the majority of it behind, taking only a few photos and my old debate medals before locking the door on that room and my life forever. A month later, the prosecutor called to inform me that Claudia had been offered a plea deal consisting of 2 years probation, required therapy, and a permanent restraining order, which I considered reasonable. But Claudia refused, insisting on going to trial because she wanted a chance to give her side of the tale. The prosecution said that narcissists frequently do this because they want to perform. They seek attention and the opportunity to play the victim in front of an audience. 3 days after our talk, a parcel addressed to me arrived at Albert's residence with no return address. Inside was my old plush bunny from when I was 5. Claudia had pulled the head off, and it was now badly put back together with black thread. The note simply stated, "Fixed it for you," and was signed Mom. However, it felt more like a threat than an apology or peace offering. Meanwhile, Aunt Susan had been discreetly documenting whatever she could find, rummaging through old boxes in my parents' attic and compiling a timeline spanning 20 years. She discovered elementary school report cards with teacher remarks regarding my withdrawn and anxious behavior with my sister. I found my old journals, which I assumed were lost. I found images of me flinching away from Claudia as a toddler. The pattern had always existed, scrawled in a dozen different handwritings by instructors, counselors, and coaches who had all sensed something was amiss, but had never quite joined the dots. 2 months later, I decided to start something on campus that I never thought I'd have the courage to do. I reserved a tiny room at the student center and distributed brochures promoting a support group for persons who had experienced family abuse. The first meeting, I sat with my notebook and 3 seats arranged in a circle, watching the door and wondering if anyone would show up. A female named Ashley strolled in first, followed by a guy named Ben, and another girl simply known as Kay. We sat for an hour, mostly looking at each other. However, at the end, Ashley was crying about her stepfather, and Ben was talking about his elder brother, who used to lock him in closets. By the fourth meeting, we had 12 participants and needed to move to a larger room. The prosecutor called me the following week to inform me that the trial date had been set for 6 months. I attempted to concentrate on my lectures, but when the notice that I'd have to testify arrived 2 days later, I threw up straight in my dorm room. Albert held my hair back as I heaved into the garbage can, and Dr. Moreau spent the entire following session reminding me that I was stronger than I realized, and that I had already survived the worst part. Mrs. Chelsea from back home spotted me in the cereal section at a supermarket shop near college. She drew me into a strong hug before I could move away, telling me how much my mother missed me and how she looked dreadful without me. The guilt hit me, like a blow in the stomach, and I abandoned my entire cart right in the aisle. I drove back to my flat, crying so hard that I couldn't see the road. 2 weeks later, things worsened. Claudia's lawyer filed a motion claiming that because I was mentally unwell, my testimony should be invalidated. They wanted all of my therapy records, every single session with Dr. Moreau, and anything private I'd ever said. Dr. Moreau sat me down and described what was going to happen, how they would try to use my PTSD diagnosis against me, and how they would twist things to make me appear insane. The judge limited what they could view, but Claudia's lawyer was still allowed to confront Dr. Moreau about my diagnosis in court. My former English instructor reached out on Facebook after learning about the case from another teacher. She recalls seeing me crying in the restroom after Claudia humiliated me in front of the entire cafeteria junior year. I remembered how I had begged her not to tell anyone since it would just make things worse. She offered to testify about what she had witnessed over the years. I began writing everything down in a private blog, just to get it all out of my head. The words came out like poison being drawn from a wound. Page after page of memories I had attempted to forget. Albert read portions of it with my consent, and then held me for an hour while I sobbed into his chest. A month later, my father sent me a letter through my lawyer. He was filing for divorce from my mother after she was arrested for assisting Claudia. He wrote that he had failed to protect me, but he still did not want Claudia to go to jail, that she was still his daughter, and that maybe we could all go to treatment together one day. I read it 3 times before throwing it away without responding. At our next meeting, the prosecutor showed me something that made my skin crawl. Security footage from a coffee shop near my hostel, the library, and the parking garage all show Claudia following me for weeks before the blackmail began. She'd been studying my calendar, calculating out when I'd be alone, and organizing everything like it was a sick game. The prosecution stated that the premeditation would make the allegations significantly more serious. I was sitting in my psychology course the next week when someone behind me laughed in a high, nasty tone that sounded exactly like Claudia. My chest tightened, and I couldn't breathe or think, so I gathered my belongings and fled out of the room. I spent an hour in the bathroom attempting to calm my breathing, spraying cold water on my face and practicing the counting techniques Dr. Moreau taught me. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in Dr. Moreau's office, staring at this light bar she was holding while she discussed how EMDR could help with trauma memories. She shifted the light back and forth as I imagined Claudia pulling my bunny's head off, and my gaze followed suit. And I started sobbing harder than I had in years. But the memory felt different afterward, like if I was viewing it through thick glass rather than experiencing it again. Aunt Susan called Albert the next day, crying because she'd been discussing the trial with her daughter Sophia, and Sophia broke down and told her that Claudia had cut up her wedding dress with scissors the night before her wedding 6 years ago, convincing everyone Sophia did it herself during a panic attack about getting married. Sophia had been in treatment ever since, believing she had experienced a breakdown. But now she knew Claudia had done it, and she wanted to testify, and Aunt Susan kept saying how sorry she was for not believing me. My scores began to improve after I discovered out how to compartmentalize legal information in my mind during class, and my economics professor approached me after I aced the exam and offered me a research assistant position for the following semester, which felt like the first typical positive thing to happen in months. A month later, the pre-trial hearing began. Even though I didn't have to go, I read all of the transcripts online, and Claudia's lawyer was attempting to get the whole thing thrown out, claiming it was a family issue rather than a criminal matter. However, the judge stated that the evidence of premeditation and the gravity of the conduct plainly placed it in criminal territory. I was headed to my statistics class on Tuesday morning when campus security hurried past me into the humanities building. I followed and noticed Marlene standing there with a huge poster board banner that stated, "Forgive your family." while students took pictures with their phones. Security seized her arms, and she began screaming that I was hurting our family and that God would punish me for turning my back on blood. They carried her to their car as she continued to yell, and I subsequently found out she was detained again for breaking the restraining order. That delivery with the old rabbit appears to have arrived at the perfect time, just after Claudia rejected the plea agreement. Makes me question if Marlene is indeed behind it, or if someone else intended to convey a warning about what's to come. 2 weeks later, the prosecutor summoned me to prep sessions, where she forced me to practice answering questions while pretending to be Claudia's lawyer, in an attempt to make me appear insane or malicious, and she kept interrupting me when I became too upset, urging me to take a deep breath and respond with facts. At one of these meetings at the courthouse, I came across a woman named Ashley crying in the washroom, and when I inquired whether she was okay, she claimed her sister had tormented her for 20 years, and she was finally filing charges, and we exchanged contacts and began chatting every day because she understood what it was like when everyone told you to just forgive your family. Albert found a USB disk in a box of my old belongings from home, and when we plugged it in, it brought up all of my childhood home videos. And in every single one, Claudia was doing something mean while smiling at the camera, such as pinching me hard enough to make me cry, stepping on my toys, or pulling my hair while my parents were filming birthday parties or Christmas morning, completely focused on the camera and oblivious to what was going on right in front of them. Claudia's lawyer told the Columbus Dispatch a week before the trial that I was a troubled young woman looking for attention and fabricating stories about my loving sister. And by lunchtime, it was all over social media, with high school students taking sides. My campus support group also commented on the post, sharing their own stories of abusive siblings. Albert's mother, who works in social services, began calling around and located 3 different therapists who had treated people at Claudia's previous workplaces for workplace bullying. While they could not violate confidentiality to testify, they all admitted off the record that Claudia had a clear pattern of targeting one individual at each employment until that person departed or had a breakdown. Even though the therapists could not testify directly, the prosecutor stated that this information would help prove a trend. 2 weeks later, we were seated in the courthouse for jury selection, and I watched as person after person was grilled about their views on family. One woman was promptly removed after saying that families should always forgive one another regardless of what happened. Another guy was cut for saying that siblings argue all the time and that it is normal, so he was also cut. The prosecutor wanted people to understand that family members, like anyone else, may be abusers. Dr. Moreau scheduled an extra session for me 3 days before the experiment began, and something simply snapped while we were talking. I realized I'd spent my entire life keeping my folks from realizing how horrible things were with Claudia. I never told them the worst stuff since I didn't want to raise difficulties or force them to choose sides. I was so busy trying to be the good daughter who didn't make a scene that I let Claudia slowly ruin me. The night before the trial, I was in my hotel room with Albert, reviewing my notes, when my phone called from an unknown number. I answered, and my father's voice was slurred and inebriated, stating he wished I hadn't been born since none of this would have happened to their family. Albert grabbed the phone and hung up, leaving me shivering. The next morning, Elisa arrived at my hotel after flying in from California, where she had moved for employment. We remained up late that night reading through our old yearbooks, and she pointed out photo after image of me attempting to avoid Claudia at school gatherings. She remembered how professors would assume we were just sisters when I would arrive to class with red eyes from sobbing. The first day of trial began with opening statements, and I felt awful watching Claudia sit there in this conservative gown she had never worn before. The prosecutor presented dates and examples to demonstrate 20 years of escalating abuse, but Claudia's counsel continued to refer to it as sibling rivalry that was exaggerated. Claudia genuinely dabbed her tears with a tissue, as if she were the victim here. The next day, they showed the graduation party film, and some jurors shifted uneasily in their seats as Claudia grabbed the microphone. Her counsel objected repeatedly, claiming that it was prejudiced, but the judge allowed it to be used as evidence of pattern conduct. During lunch recess, I was returning from the restroom when I noticed Claudia in the corridor. She looked right at me and flashed this charming, phony smile before mouthing the words, "I love you, sister," with a mocking look in her eyes that made my skin crawl. I had to hurry to the restroom and puke up. On day 2 of the trial, they called me to testify, and I sat in the witness chair, attempting to keep my voice firm. I told them about the bunny when I was 5, and how she looked me in the eyes while pulling off its head. I mentioned the necklace she flushed, the clothes she damaged, and the rumors she started. My voice only cracked once when I described finding my bunny's head in my backpack at school the next day, exactly where she had put it. Several jurors appeared to be upset by the story. Then came cross-examination, and Claudia's lawyer pressed me hard. He claimed that I was jealous of my successful older sister, as well as vengeful and possibly mentally unstable. He kept attempting to twist my remarks, but I just kept responding, "That's not true," and sticking to the truth, as Dr. Moreau had taught me. He asked why I waited so long to report anything, and I explained that my parents had always told me it was just sister stuff. After I finished testifying, they called my old English teacher, Mrs. Keller, who had driven up from our hometown. She produced an old teaching diary in which she had written notes about finding me crying in the hallway on several occasions, always after seeing Claudia. She had dates and details regarding her concerns written down from years ago. The prosecutor called my cousin Monica next, and she looked so little as she walked to the witness stand, her hands quivering as she grabbed a tissue. Monica began about Claudia's wedding 3 years ago, when she was a bridesmaid, and how Claudia had ruined her dress the night before by pouring red wine on it while laughing. She burst into tears as she explained how Claudia convinced everyone at the wedding that Monica had gotten drunk and damaged her own dress out of envy. The prosecutor displayed images of the destroyed garment and text exchanges in which Claudia boasted about it to her pals. Monica's voice cracked as she revealed Claudia liked harming people, and some of the jury members took notes, while others looked horrified. After Monica stood down, the cybercrime detective entered the stand with a large folder of evidence and began outlining the internet harassment campaign in detail. He showed me IP addresses tracked back to Claudia's devices as well as timestamps, demonstrating she had been sending me abusive texts at all hours for months. My images were manipulated horribly on the bogus social media accounts she made, and she put them on sites I can't even explain. The detective demonstrated how complex and organized everything was, including spreadsheets that tracked when to deliver messages for maximum psychological impact. During the lunch break, I was sitting alone in the hallway when my father stepped up, appearing as if he had aged 10 years since I last saw him. His suit was creased, and his eyes were red, as he stood there staring at me before apologizing and admitting that he realizes what she is now. I didn't forgive him, but I nodded because what else could I do, given what had happened between us? When court began that afternoon, Claudia finally took the stand in her own defense, dressed in an innocent white frock as if she were a victim. She burst into tears and claimed I'd always been jealous of her and was making stuff up to get attention because I couldn't tolerate being the less successful sibling. Her lawyer asked her simple questions, and she responded with a beautiful voice I'd never heard her use before, blotting away phony tears. The jurors seemed to believe it until the prosecutor began cross-examining her and asking about the video from my graduation party. She tried to deny it at first, but when he showed the video of her uttering that horrific statement, her entire expression transformed. The prosecutor kept pushing and presenting evidence, and Claudia eventually snapped and screamed that I deserved it because I was constantly trying to make her appear bad. The entire courtroom fell silent, and I noticed jurors slump back in their seats as they finally saw the genuine Claudia beneath the act. The following day, character witnesses testified, and my teachers described how I had been a decent student who suddenly began missing courses when the harassment began. My manager at my university job remembered finding me crying in the storage area several times, and Albert mentioned the night terrors I was experiencing. Elisa gave me texts in which I begged her to help me find out what I had done wrong to make Claudia so angry. That night, back in my apartment, I couldn't sleep and kept replaying Claudia's testimony in my thoughts. Even though I knew the truth, the ease and convincingness with which she lied made me doubt myself at first, because that is what years of gaslighting do to you. I stared at the ceiling till morning, reflecting on how she had almost convinced me that I was the problem again, just like when we were kids. The fifth day of trial was dedicated to closing arguments, during which the prosecutor detailed the progression from childhood bullying to criminal harassment and stalking. He displayed a timeline of how things worsened after I severed touch, emphasizing Claudia's lack of remorse despite overwhelming proof. The defense lawyer contended that family dysfunction and sibling rivalry had gotten out of control, rather than criminal action that required jail time. While the jury deliberated, I sat in the corridor with Albert holding my hand, Elisa on the other side, and Aunt Susan across from us. 20 years of facts suddenly making sense must be like discovering that your childhood house was constructed on a poisonous waste dump. Explains a lot, but doesn't make it any less dreadful. Susan glanced at me and said, "Whatever happens, you've already won by breaking free." I wasn't sure I believed her yet. We'd been waiting for 2 hours when we heard shouts from outside and security officers rushed past us to the courthouse entrance. Marlene had returned, violating her restraining order once more, and was yelling at reporters that I had destroyed our family while attempting to push through security to get inside. The guards held her arms as she attempted to spring at me through the doorway, shouting that I was a liar who had turned everyone against them. The officers arrived within minutes and detained her for violating the restraining order, while the bailiff instructed us to return inside. We spent the remainder of the day sitting in the corridor, waiting for news, but none came. The next morning the prosecutor found us in the same position, and informed us that the jury had requested to examine the graduation video, and all of the cybercrime evidence again, indicating that they were taking it seriously. I couldn't eat anything, so Albert kept bringing me water that I couldn't drink as we watched other cases being handled and resolved around us. Dr. Moreau arrived around noon and sat with us for a bit, telling me that whatever occurred, I had already won by standing up to them, that Claudia no longer defined me. Something about hearing this made me understand she was correct, since for the first time in my life, I was not afraid of my sister. The third day began the same way, with us sitting in those rough plastic chairs, when the bailiff appeared and announced that the jury had returned. My hands began to shake so badly that I could barely stand up. As we returned to the courtroom and saw the jury take their places, the foreman stepped up carrying a piece of paper, and I gripped Albert's hand so tightly that I thought I'd break it. Guilty of all counts, including harassment, blackmail, and witness intimidation. Claudia's expression changed from smug to astonished to absolute wrath in roughly 3 seconds. The judge began discussing scheduling, but Claudia sprang up and lunged across the defense table at me, yelling that I had ruined her life. 2 court officials apprehended her, but she continued to fight and kick, making threats about what she would do to me if she got free. The judge pounded his gavel and added contempt of court to her charges as she was carried out, still screaming. He set sentence for 6 weeks later, and the prosecutor indicated that with multiple felonies and her current behavior, she faced 2 to 5 years in prison. Outside the courts, reporters waited, and I gave them a brief statement about how I hoped this would help other abuse survivors seek justice, even if the offender was family. Then we proceeded to Albert's house, where I just broke down and screamed for what seemed like hours while his mother made tea and his father ordered pizza, and they just let me weep. My support group hosted a modest celebration for me the following week, and one woman stated I had given them all hope that they could stand up to their own abusers. A week later, I received a letter from Aiden with a check for my whole education fund, which Marlene had attempted to withdraw before the restraining order was issued. He wrote that he had moved out, filed for divorce, and began therapy, and that he was aware that he had failed me but was working to improve. 6 weeks later, we returned to court for Claudia's sentence, and she received 3 years in prison, 2 years probation, and required psychological treatment. She had to be forcefully hauled out of the courtroom, yelling that I would pay for this, and that she would make me sorry when she left. The prosecutor filed for a permanent restraining order that same day, and the judge granted it right away. Claudia could never contact or come within 500 feet of me again once she was released from prison. If she broke it, she'd be sent back to jail. I could now breathe without looking over my shoulder. During our following appointment, Dr. Moreau helped me comprehend how I really felt. She suggested I was mourning the family I should have had rather than the one I ended up with. That made perfect sense, because I was not sad about losing them. I was unhappy because I never had real parents or a real sibling in the first place. 2 weeks later, Marlene issued a letter through her lawyer stating that she had entirely disowned me. She was removing me from her will and deleting me from the family, as if I never existed. Albert and Elisa came over that night, and we lit the letter in my backyard fire pit. Watching those cruel comments crumble to ash was liberating. 2 months later, I went to the courthouse and formally changed my last name to Smith, Albert's mother's maiden name. His family had basically adopted me anyway, and they were overjoyed about it. The paperwork was like removing chains I'd worn my entire life. When I returned to campus for sophomore year, everything changed. My grades were excellent. I received the research position I desired and helped to expand the abuse survivors support group. We increased our membership from 5 to over 30. Trauma no longer controlled me. Aunt hosted Thanksgiving that year for me, Albert, his parents, his sister, and the cousin who testified for me. We cooked and laughed together, and no one screamed, threw objects, or delivered hateful words. Albert's father raised a toast to the chosen family and new beginnings. I shed happy tears for the first time in years. A few weeks later, I contributed an anonymous story about sibling abuse to the university newspaper. Within days, my inbox was swamped with messages from other students who shared their own experiences. Some had never informed anyone before. I organized a weekly coffee meetup for anyone who wants to discuss. During one of my therapy appointments in December, Dr. Moreau pointed out that I hadn't addressed Claudia once in the previous 3 meetings. She was correct. I hadn't even considered her. The incessant fear and anxiety had finally subsided. Aunt contacted in January to let me know Aiden had reached out to her. He had moved into a modest apartment, begun therapy, and was attending support groups for parents who allowed abuse. He wanted her to tell me he was working on himself and would understand if I never saw him again. Maybe someday we can try to reconstruct something, but not now, or soon. By the spring semester, Albert and I had moved into a tiny apartment near campus. We sat on our second-hand couch one night, figuring out our junior year schedules and summer internship opportunities. My phone stayed silent the entire time. No furious texts, guilt trips, threats, or dread. I'd created a life that Claudia couldn't touch, surrounded by people who genuinely loved me. For the first time since I was a child with my teddy bunny, I felt absolutely protected. My sister helped me for 1 week, then I called her ugly and lazy. She told me, "No wonder he left you," and walked out of my life forever. I am the eldest sister, 34 years old. One child, 4, learning how to tie his own shoelaces, and one baby, 6 months old, who often sleeps like an angel in my arms. People say I'm sharp-tongued, hot-tempered, controlling. They don't ask why a woman becomes that way. No one asks what it feels like to be betrayed in the 8th month of pregnancy. To watch your husband vanish with the wedding gold, the bracelet, things my parents gave me to weather storms, and leave me with a child staring at me and asking, "Where's Dad?" If you've ever pushed a dead car up a hill in the rain at night, you'll understand. The whole slope echoing only with your own breath. You plant your feet, hunch your shoulders, push inch by inch, head down. No one comes to rescue you. You do it yourself. You do it yourself so much that you forget you were ever helped before. My younger sister, the stable one, the happy one, the spoiled one, got married, moved in with her husband, and lived her new full life like the wedding photos framed on the wall. I was truly happy for her. But the truth is, inside me there was a crack. What I once had turned to ashes, while she was just laying the foundation for her own home. If you want to call it jealousy, fine. I call it something else. The fear of being left alone. She and I have never gotten along. We fought as children, fought through high school, fought as adults, petty things that could explode like a pan of hot oil. I said she was weak, she said I was cruel. Maybe we were both right. My father lives near me. He still helps watch my 4-year-old, rocks the baby so I can rush through a shower. That week he went on vacation, and he told, really decided for, my sister to come help me for a week. I thought, good. Maybe this is the time she sees my world. Not through a few minutes on the phone, but through the smell of diapers, the cries that tear through sleep, the cold meals interrupted by a child's vomiting. I wanted her to see, so she would understand. The first day, she and her husband came early. He mowed the lawn. She sat on the sofa holding the little bundle of fluff. I said thank you. But what thank you is enough to cover an endless week. By evening, exactly 6 o'clock, they went back to my father's house. I cleared the dishes, counted bottles, looked at the laundry pile, smelled the fresh-cut grass and felt a stab in my chest, as if I had just paid for a service, not received kindness from family. On the 3rd day her husband picked up my boy from school. I was grateful. But too much gratitude makes me afraid. Gratitude unsaid becomes silent debt. And debts must be paid. I looked at her sitting there. She didn't talk much. Her eyes slid away when I brought up her weight. In her silence I saw avoidance. I hate silence. Silence to me is the pit people throw themselves into to escape the hard question. What do you want from your life? Don't you want to lose weight? I asked. My voice was sharp as a blade slicing paper. She pressed her lips together. I'm trying. Trying how? I heard my own harshness. You're lazy. You just sit here. Maybe, right then, I was wrong. But my wrongness didn't come from malice. It came from the stubbornness of someone life had beaten with whips. I had learned that no one pulls you out of the mud except yourself. I had learned that your body is your last fortress. If it falls, you have nothing left. I had learned that speaking bluntly, even if it hurts, is better than pretending to be kind while everyone drowns. On the 4th night she whispered to me about children, tracking cycles, fatigue, nausea. She said she had lost one just 2 weeks ago. I froze. I didn't hug her. I didn't react like some perfect comfort video people love to watch. I listened, and felt a stone fall into my chest. Something inside me burst open. The bitter water rose to my throat, but I swallowed. I had no right to collapse. I still had bottles to wash, clothes to hang, alarms to set for 2 a.m. I looked at her, saw her swollen eyes and a sky caving in, but my arms were holding the baby, and my life has no pause button. Whatever you need, just tell me, she said. I heard it like someone tossing me a thin rope. I wanted to say, don't just try, you must fight. But what came out was, you have to change. And God, when I said change, I pronounced it like a command. On the 5th day, I watched her in the mirror. I heard her breath. I knew she hated her body. I knew because I once hated mine even more. After my first child, my face was round as the moon, veins burst in my chest, stretch marks purple as lightning strikes. I never took pictures. I deleted every photo. I had lived it. The feeling of staring into a mirror and seeing yourself deformed. I understood. But understanding didn't soften me. Understanding made me angrier. Why know and not act? Why keep waiting? You always talk, she murmured. But do you ever listen? I gave a cold laugh. I've listened until I'm so tired no sound gets through anymore. I wanted to say, I listen all night, the baby's cries, my chest wheezing, the fear whispering, if you faint right now, who will hold the baby? But I didn't. I threw out another line. Dad also told me to talk to you about your weight. Yes, I lied. I dragged Dad in to give my words weight. I knew I was cornering her. I knew. And I still did it. That evening, while tidying toys, I saw her husband look at me. Polite, gentle eyes, like all kind men have. I knew his type, soft-spoken, but if it comes to defending his wife, he stands like a wall. I muttered a greeting, my bones heavy as lead. By 8:30, the baby was asleep. By 9, the boy was snoring. I collapsed into a chair, rubbing my temples. She sat across from me, hugging a pillow. The TV showed a weight loss program. A girl's before and after. The audience clapped wildly. She sighed. She's really good. I switched off the TV. She's good because she stood up, I said. You just sit. Her breath hitched. Stop it. Number, I'll stop when you get up. She looked at me like I was a beast. What more do you want? I've been here all week. Here. Then at 6 you go home. Here. Like clocking in. I laughed. Thanks. But that kind of thanks gets paid back with sulking. Maybe at that moment, anyone watching from the outside would hate me. I heard my own words and felt goosebumps rise all over my skin. But on the other hand, her silence made me want to smash the table. I knew she was scared. I knew she was in pain. But I carried a different kind of pain. The kind that makes you climb onto your own back to haul your life forward. You're ugly, I blurted out. One word, ugly, shot from my teeth like a stone. Her face turned pale. I could almost hear glass cracking. You're lazy, I added. You won't even pull yourself off that sofa. She choked. I saw her hands trembling. God, I knew that sign. That panic attack rising like a wave. But when you've lived long enough with storms, you start to despise the waves. You're selfish with your future child, I said. You think silence is gentleness. Number, silence is cruelty to yourself. Stop it, she whispered. Don't say any more. I'm having an attack. Have it, I muttered. At least that's a reaction. That line, when I remember it now, was the cruelest thing I ever said. Night fell. The fridge hummed softly. I carried the baby into the room, laid him down, came back out. She was still sitting there, her eyes wet. I stood in the middle of the living room, my hands empty, feeling my life split in two halves. One half the mother dragging a car up a rainy hill. The other half the sister throwing stones at her sibling to force her to run. I hated both. I needed both. Tomorrow, I said, you'll walk with me. Not much. 20 minutes. She shook her head. I'm tired. Tired is the biggest reason people need to get up. I panted. 7 o'clock. I'll knock. She didn't answer. I turned off the light, went back to the room. In my head was the sound of footsteps. The footsteps of a woman who has to be mother, father, wall, lamp, everything. The next morning, 5 minutes to 7, I was already outside her door. I raised my hand to knock. Then let it drop. Inside was a faint breath. Maybe she had just dozed off. I stood there, my hand trembling, and felt in my chest a dry well. No strength left to be kind. No strength left to be cruel. I turned away, went down to the kitchen, the kettle starting to whistle. I poured the water. My phone buzzed. A message from Dad. A photo of the sea. Harsh sunlight. The words, Everything okay? I typed, okay. I erased it. I typed again, okay. I erased it again. Finally, I sent a thumbs up emoji, the language adults use when they don't have the courage to tell the truth. Sis. Her voice rasped behind me, thin and raw. I turned. She stood there, eyes red, hands cradling her stomach as if holding something invisible. I'm sorry about last night. I gripped the cup handle tight. Yeah, I answered. Today let's just start over. I didn't hug her. I was afraid if I hugged, I would cry. That noon, when her husband came to pick up my boy from school, I glanced out the window. Sunlight poured over the gleaming roof of their new car. I heard myself let out a breath, short and broken like a sob. That was it, half a day of peace before the real storm rolled in. And I, the eldest sister, the woman cut by a knife in places no one could see, was ready to say the thing the whole family would hate me for. You must change. Not tomorrow. Now. Don't push me, she whispered. No one is pushing you, I replied. And in that instant, I knew I was lying. I still remember that afternoon clearly. Late sunlight slanted through the curtains, gold spilling across the baby's face in my arms. He slept, breathing evenly, but in my chest was a thunderstorm. My sister sat across from me, fingers locked tight, eyes swollen red. I spoke, she fell silent. I asked, she avoided. That silence to me was not gentleness. It was defiance. Do you plan to change at all? I asked, forcing my voice to stay calm. I'm trying, she stammered. Trying? Trying how? Sitting on the sofa all week, is that trying? She swallowed. Said nothing. I heard the hiss inside my own head. Silent again. Always silent. I shot to my feet, marched up in front of the TV and pointed straight at her. You're lazy. You're ugly. You won't even bother to stand up. Have you thought about your child in the future? What kind of mother will you be? She trembled, fists clenching her shirt. I knew she was in the middle of an attack. I recognized it instantly, heart racing, breath broken. But instead of softening, I said the words that still echo like blades. At least an attack proves you're alive. Sitting still like this, you're already dead. Her eyes went blank. She shot up, staggered outside. I heard the stairwell door, the heavy footsteps. I held my baby tighter, breathing in, and my father's old words echoed in my head. She's fragile. Don't push too hard. But how could I not push? Life doesn't spare the weak. Before I could think further, the bedroom door swung open, my sister threw herself into her husband's arms. I followed, my voice rising. I'm her sister. I have the right to speak. I have the right to remind her. He didn't shout, but his gentle eyes flared with resolve. He slammed the door right in my face. Bang! The wood shuddered through my chest like a slap. In my own house. I inhaled sharply, clutching the baby tighter, then shoved the door open again. No one shuts a door on me in my own house. This is my house. Please, he said softly, still calm. She's having a panic attack. I'm trying to calm her down. I laughed bitterly, spitting out the words, this is my house, I'll say whatever I want. In that moment, the argument was no longer between me and my sister. It became a standoff between me and my brother-in-law. He held her close, eyes fixed on me like I was the enemy. And I, with a sleeping baby in my arms, stood in my own living room and felt myself being shoved out. My sister sobbed. I can't take it. Then she bolted into the bathroom. The sound of retching tore through the air, wave after wave. He rushed after her, leaving me alone in a room full of shadows. I screamed after them. There. Always the same. Running. Crying. Making the whole world pity you. Who can live your life for you? They didn't answer. I heard the bathroom door slam shut. The retching went on. I stood frozen for a few seconds, my heart pounding, feeling like I was locked outside a play I never wanted to be cast as the villain in. He came back, eyes red, voice tight. Stop dragging this out. Don't make her suffer more. I gave a bitter laugh. Suffer? She doesn't know what suffering is. Suffering is when your husband steals all your gold and disappears. Suffering is sitting on the floor 8 months pregnant with no one coming. Suffering is a baby crying all night until your tears dry up into stone. That's suffering. His voice hardened. You're wrong. This isn't the way. I shouted, my voice shattering like glass. No. The only way is to tell her the truth. She needs to hear it, even if she hates me. Just then, my sister stumbled out, pale, trembling hands. She looked at me as if to pierce straight through. Then she hissed between her teeth, voice small but ice cold. "No wonder. He left you." I froze. My whole body felt sliced in half. Those words fell heavier than any slap I'd ever taken. In my arms, the baby stirred, wailed. I heard nothing except that sentence. "No wonder he left you." I wanted to scream, to smash everything. But my throat locked tight. Then I saw her tears. She turned, grabbed her husband, and together they dragged themselves out the door. I heard the shuffle of sandals, the twist of the doorknob. I screamed after them, "Fine, go. I swear I'll never ask you for anything again. Never." The door slammed. I stood abandoned in the dark house, my baby crying in my arms, my chest ripped open by one sentence. And I knew. From that moment on, she and I had fallen onto opposite sides of the same abyss. Only when the house was empty did the explosion truly happen inside me. The baby's cries rang like a fire alarm, and I rocked him with trembling hands, haunted by her words. "No wonder he left you." I collapsed into a chair. My knees shook, breath ragged. Never, not even when my husband dragged the last suitcase out the door, had I felt this bare. Just one sentence. It cut deeper than a year of betrayal. I grabbed my phone, the screen lit up. A message. From her, no, from her husband. Cold as a verdict. "From now on, consider my wife and our children dead to you. If you need to calculate gas money or anything else from this week, let us know, we'll pay. But don't contact us again." I bit my lip. My fingers shook as I typed. "How dare you?" Then deleted it. Typed again. "I only spoke the truth." Deleted. In the end, I sent nothing. I tossed the phone on the table. That night, I didn't sleep. The baby cried 3 times. I rocked him, eyes dry, lips whispering like a curse. You say I deserve to be abandoned? I was abandoned already. And I'm still here. The next morning my father texted from his trip. "Everything okay?" I stared at the words, choking. I almost typed, "Number. Your daughters just tore each other's hearts to pieces." But instead I sent a smiley face. I knew well. When he returned, he would side with her. He always did. He'd say, "She's weak. You must give way." For years I'd heard that line. But what about me? Do I ever get to be given way? That afternoon, I sat with my 4-year-old. He asked, "Mom, where's Auntie?" I swallowed hard. She went home. "Will Auntie come back?" I froze. My son looked up, waiting. I gave a crooked smile. "No, probably not." He lowered his head, whispered, "But I like Auntie. I like Uncle too." Another crack split my heart. I hugged him, but inside me boiled a blind fury. You like her, and she treats your mother like trash. 3 days later, another message arrived, this time from her. "Don't ever call me again. All you do is scream, curse, make me afraid. You're a terrible sister. You don't deserve me." I read it. Then I smirked. This time I replied without deleting. "Yeah, I'm terrible. Terrible, but I survive. Terrible, but my kids still have a mother. You, without that gentle husband, would have fallen long ago." She didn't answer. That night, after putting the baby to sleep, I found myself sitting alone in the living room, yellow light falling across the tiled floor. I listened to the wind hissing through the door. I recalled every detail. Her on the sofa, red-eyed, holding her stomach. I called her ugly, lazy, selfish. She called me the woman left behind. Who was right? Who was wrong? Or maybe we were the same, both crushed by life in different ways. The phone lit up again. Another message, this time from my father. "I've heard your sister's side. I'll call when I have time. I'm tired. Don't trouble me more." I gripped the phone, teeth clenched. There. As I said. He always believes her. I wanted to reply, "Dad, she's not innocent. She threw the cruelest words at me." But like always, I stayed silent. I've learned this. The silent one never loses immediately. That night, I wrote in my journal. Typed, deleted, typed, deleted. Finally, only one line remained. If I'm the bad one, at least I dare to speak. You. All you do is cry. I shut the laptop. The next day, a neighbor stopped by, hinting, "Last week the house was lively, now it's so quiet." I forced a smile. Yeah, families argue sometimes. But behind my back I heard them whisper, "She's so harsh. Poor younger sister." I walked on, hollow inside. Poor her? Who pities me? That night my boy asked again, "Mom, doesn't Auntie love you?" I bit my lip, forcing back tears. "It's okay. I still have you." But when he slept, I whispered into the dark, "It's not that I don't love her. I love her enough to tear her out of that soft shell. I love her enough to let the world hate me rather than watch her wither away." I sat like that until morning, watching the clock crawl. Another day passed, and the distance between my sister and me stretched another mile. 5 days later, my father came home from his trip. He brought a small gift bag, a bottle of imported liquor, printed seaside photos still smelling of fresh paper. He sat on the couch, turned on the TV, sighed, "Traveling is fun, but home is still better." I stood there, holding my baby, heart tangled. I knew this conversation couldn't be avoided. And just as I expected, he called me over. "About last week. I've heard bits. Tell me your side." I inhaled deeply. I told him half-truths. I said she argued. I said she stayed silent until she burst into tears. I said her husband stepped in, shut the door, argued back. I said I only wanted her to change. I left out the words I hurled at her: ugly, lazy, selfish. I left out the sentence she carved into me: "No wonder he left you." Father sat, face calm. Then he said, "She told it differently. She said you cursed her, pushed her, made her spiral." "Did you?" I bit my lip. "Dad, I only wanted her to stand up. If she stays this week, she'll end up killing herself." He looked straight at me, his old eyes heavy. "Don't you see? You're becoming your mother." I froze. My heart clenched. "Dad, why would you say that?" He sighed, slow. "Back then, your mother thought the same way. Always forcing you all to toughen up, obey, live as she demanded. Until the family exploded. She lost everything. Lost her husband. Lost her children. Do you remember?" I swallowed hard. My mother's image flashed. Her screaming. Her scolding. Then collapsing. My hands shook. "You're saying I'm like her?" "Yes. You are. And you're walking her path. You think you're protecting the kids, but you're making them afraid. You think you love your sister, but you're crushing her under your heel." I screamed, voice breaking. "No, I'm not like her. She abandoned me when my husband betrayed me. You stayed silent. I had no choice but to harden myself. Otherwise, who would raise the kids? Who would protect them?" He said nothing. Just looked at me. Shook his head. Then quietly, "The price of what you call strength is what? You've already lost your sister." That sentence landed like a verdict. I sobbed, clutching the baby in my arms. She cried out, and I carried her into the room, my heart a tangled mess. 2 days later, I heard she had gone to see my father with her husband. They told everything, without leaving out a word. They even told the line I'll never forget: "No wonder he left you." Father told me afterward, his face heavy. After listening, I just sighed. You two, like knives against each other. But this time, more of the fault lies with you. I trembled with rage. I shouted, "It's always like this. Always me to blame. I'm not the only one at fault." Father stayed calm. "She said she lost a child. She's weak. And you, her sister, stabbed straight into that wound. Isn't that the same as killing her again?" I was stunned. I knew I was wrong, but I wouldn't admit it. I only screamed, "She's weak to the core. If she never changes, her whole life will be nothing but tears. I won't let my children grow up like that." Father shook his head. "You think you're saving, but really you're destroying. Look closely. Your 4-year-old is already used to his mother shouting. What do you want him to remember of his childhood? Shouts? Cries? Or the sound of your sister groaning in the bathroom from panic?" I collapsed into the chair. For the first time, I was speechless. The conversation ended with one sentence from my father that would echo in my head for days. "You say you're strong. But the truly strong are not the ones who shout the loudest. The truly strong are the ones who make others feel safe." I said nothing. I held my child, turned my face away, swallowed the tears. Inside I wondered, if I really am like my mother, will I be able to stop before I lose everything? The house was silent. But this silence wasn't peace. It was heavy, compressed, like concrete poured on my chest. I heard the ticking clock, the wind slipping through the door crack, and in my heart the echo of my father's words. The truly strong are the ones who make others feel safe. I sneered. Safe, huh? Has anyone ever asked if I was safe? I was abandoned 8 months pregnant. I stayed awake countless nights. I raised 2 children alone. Who gave me safety? I looked around the room, toys scattered everywhere, the sofa where my sister once sat, silent, teary-eyed. I saw her shadow still there. I heard again her whisper. No wonder he left you. I clutched my head, screamed, shut up, shut up. The baby startled, cried. I panicked, hugged her, soothed her. In her clear eyes, I saw myself, bare, ugly, bitter. I whispered, my love. Your mother isn't a monster, she just doesn't know how to be gentle. The next day I received one final message from her husband. From now on, anything you want to say it to your father. With us, everything is finished. I threw the phone on the table. I shouted into the emptiness. Fine. Go. I'll never need you for the rest of my life. But when my voice echoed off the walls, it sounded hollow, like the cry of a failure trying to deceive herself. My 4-year-old ran out, eyes wide. Mom, why are you crying? I wiped my face, forced a smile. I'm not crying. I'm just shouting. Will Auntie come back? He asked. I choked. No, she's gone. I like Auntie. I like Uncle. I didn't answer. I turned away, biting my lip until it bled. My son loved her, while she tore his mother apart. So who was right? Who was wrong? That night I stood before the mirror. My hair wild, eyes sunken. I stared straight into myself and asked, are you the villain? Are you your mother? Have you destroyed everything? The reflection said nothing. In my head, 2 voices spoke, one from my sister, one from my father. You're a terrible sister. You don't deserve me. You're repeating your mother. I slammed my hand on the sink. No, I'm not her. I'm not a monster. But then, a single tear slid down my cheek. This time, I whispered, not screamed. Or maybe, I really am the monster. I'm still writing these lines with the clock near 2 a.m. Both children are asleep. The house is quiet, terrifyingly so. I type, delete, as if each word is a scar cut into my skin. I think of her, the sister I once swore I would protect. I remember when we were kids, she fell off her bike, her knee bleeding. I carried her on my back, running home. She cried, clung to me. I was her shelter once. So when did I become the nightmare in her eyes? Maybe from the first time I yelled at her. Maybe from the day I forced her to be strong, when all she needed was a hug. Maybe from the day I believed love meant pushing hard. I sighed. I wondered. If tomorrow she knocked on my door again, would I open my arms? I want to believe I would. But maybe I'd still be harsh, bitter, still push her away. Because that's the only way I know to survive. So, am I the villain? Maybe. But I'm also the witness of my own life. A life wrecked by betrayal, by ruins, by endless nights rocking children with eyes wide open. If I'm wrong, my wrongness comes from distorted love. Love laced with fear. I don't know how to love gently. I only know how to love by shouting, by pushing others to the edge, hoping they'll learn to fly. Maybe I've lost my sister forever. Maybe she'll tell the world I'm a monster, a cruel sister. Maybe she's right, but if one day she stands tall enough to say, "Sis, I'm okay now," then I, the villain, will cry. And that time, I won't hide it. Until then, I'm still here. A mother, a sister, a woman. Not gentle, not kind, but alive, and surviving. How are you paying for this place? My sister mocked me at dinner. Until the waiter revealed the truth that left my entire family in shock. It all began 5 years ago when I walked away from all my family expected of me. They always evaluated my decisions, dismissing my culinary ambitions as beneath our family name. They had no idea that today, as they assemble at Maison, one of the city's most elite restaurants, to celebrate my sister Vivian's engagement, they would be confronted with how much had changed. My tummy tightens as I adjust my plain black dress. Sometimes the most difficult reservations to make are about your own past. Growing up in Greenwich, Connecticut, being a Mitchell meant something special. We were more than just wealthy. We left a legacy. My parents, Elizabeth and Charles Mitchell, based their identities on status markers like the correct address, schools, and occupations. Our enormous colonial home hosted fundraisers at which my mother paraded us children around like accessories, her pride proportional to how well we fit into her ideal of prosperity. "The Mitchell children are destined for greatness," she'd tell her acquaintances at garden parties, my father nodding in agreement behind his whiskey glass. "Vivian has already decided on Yale Law, and Daniel's mathematical abilities are really promising. He'll make an excellent investment banker." When guests looked at me, the middle kid, my mother's smile tightened. "Draw has creative inclinations. She'll find her way." What she meant was that I was the family's letdown. While Vivian excelled at debate club and Daniel won math competitions, I spent countless hours in our housekeeper Maria's domain, the kitchen. Maria, a warm-hearted woman from Greece, saw something in me that my parents did not. Genuine passion. "You have the hands for this work," she'd add as I assisted her in kneading bread or neatly dicing vegetables. "The way you taste, the way you smell, you understand food in your soul." By the age of 13, I started developing my own recipes. When my parents went on vacation, I began holding underground dinner parties for my pals at the age of 16. My kitchen became my sanctuary, where I felt most completely myself. "Cooking, a servant's work," my father remarked when I mentioned culinary school during my junior year of high school. "Mitchells hire chefs, they don't become them." To pacify them, I applied to business schools and eventually enrolled at Dartmouth, where my father and grandfather had gone. Even yet, I found methods to pursue my genuine passion by taking food science electives and nutrition classes that I could rationalize as complementary to business administration. I launched an underground supper club in my apartment, charging students for inventive 5-course dinners to help support my covert weekend courses with local cooks. My double life lasted until graduate school. I was 6 months into an MBA program that was making me really miserable when Chef Julien Marchand, a French culinary expert with 3 Michelin stars, came to campus for a lecture series. He approached me after sampling my meal at a university event during which I had assisted with catering. "Who taught you to make a reduction like this?" he said, his accent strong but his gaze earnest. "I taught myself," I said. "From books, videos, and experimenting." He handed me his card. "You're wasting your talent here. Come to my kitchen in New York, and I'll make you great." That night, everything changed. 2 weeks later, I stood in my parents' beautiful living room, explaining why I was leaving out of my MBA program to go to culinary school. The quiet after my announcement was deafening. "This is absolutely unacceptable," my father eventually remarked, his voice dangerously low. "We've invested everything in your education." "Everything except respect for what I actually want," was my reply. My mother's expression stiffened. "If you pursue this hobby, you do so without our financial or other support." Vivian, who had just returned from a year of law school, chuckled coldly. "Always the rebel. Let's see how long you last cooking for minimum wage." Daniel, who already works at a prestigious financial firm, simply seemed embarrassed for me. I departed that night with only my personal savings and a modest suitcase. The next 5 years were the hardest I'd ever known, working 18-hour days, living in a tiny apartment with 3 roommates, and taking out loans for culinary school. But with Chef Julien's guidance, I thrived. The kitchen's intensity, discipline, and inventiveness nourished me in ways that business school never could. Then came the opportunity to change everything. An investor who tried my food at one of Julien's parties approached me with a business pitch. Maison launched 2 years ago, with me as executive chef and partial owner. 6 months later, I bought out my partners and became single proprietor. The irony was not lost on me that I had ended up using my business education, but not in the way my parents had intended. Maison soon became the most difficult reservation to get in the city. Last month, Food and Wine magazine included us in their Future of American Cuisine issue. Throughout this, I kept my distance from my family, occasional awkward phone calls with my mother, holiday cards, but nothing serious. They knew I was doing something with food, but they didn't know how successful I was. I chose to keep it that way. I desired recognition for my successes on my own terms, not as a means of eventually gaining their favor. So, when the embossed invitation to Vivian's engagement supper arrived at my place, I was astonished. Even more startling was the location. My own eatery. Of course, they couldn't have known it was mine. They presumably chose it because it was unique and magnificent, ideal for demonstrating their status. After several days of consideration, I decided to accept, not for affirmation, but possibly to finally close a chapter. 5 years of distance had provided me with perspective. I felt confident enough in my success to face them without breaking under their criticism. What I hadn't imagined was how it would feel to watch them dine in my restaurant and criticize the dishes I had worked so hard to create. But that was exactly what awaited me when I pushed open the huge glass doors of Maison that evening, ready to play the role of the struggling black sheep for the final time. As I came through the doors, the familiar aroma of Maison engulfed me: saffron, reduced wine, and the faint perfume of fresh herbs, which I insisted on having delivered twice a day. Usually, this perfume grounded me and reminded me of everything I'd accomplished. Tonight, it only made me more anxious. I had carefully chosen my clothes: a modest black dress by Diane von Furstenberg, embellished with a single strand of pearls belonging to my grandmother. My status-conscious relatives would most likely misinterpret my understated elegance as an attempt to make do with inadequate resources. My hair was pulled back into a tidy chignon, which they would likely read as me being unable to afford good styling. Adrian, my most senior server, noticed me right away, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. I rarely entered via the front door as a guest. I gave him a delicate shake of my head and mouthed, "Not yet." He nodded silently and resumed his tasks. I could see them from the entryway. They'd requested the middle table. My mother in Chanel, and my father examining the wine list with intense focus. Vivian wore what appeared to be new season Gucci. Next to her sat a man I didn't recognize, possibly Olivia, with slicked back hair and a watch that caught the light whenever he moved his wrist. Daniel and his wife Callista completed the picture, dressed in business clothing as if they had just returned from an important conference. Celeste, my hostess, she approached with a friendly smile. "Good evening, miss." She stopped herself just in time. "Your party is already seated, may I show you to their table?" "Thank you, Celeste," I said quietly, appreciating her caution. As we neared, my mother recognized me, her eyes making a swift assessment that I knew from childhood. A head-to-toe scan determined the approximate value of my attractiveness, and found it lacking. "Dar," she replied, rising to air-kiss my cheek. "You finally arrived. We were beginning to wonder." "I'm exactly on time, mother," I said, checking my watch. 7 on the dot. My father stood and gave me a stiff hug, followed by an awkward pat on the back. "You look healthy," he said, implying that I hadn't kept up the borderline unhealthy slenderness valued in our social circles. Vivian barely stood, offering me her cheek to kiss. "This is Olivia," she said, as her fiancé rose and extended his hand. His grasp was overly tight, a power move I recognized from numerous business meetings. "Princeton undergrad, Wharton MBA, he explained. "Just made junior partner at Goldman. There's no nice to meet you, or, I've heard about you, simply credentials and status. The Mitchells enjoy language." Daniel gave me a more sincere hello, but his wife Callista's grin appeared strained. I subsequently learnt she had been assigned with locating this extremely exclusive restaurant for tonight's dinner, and she was concerned about whether it would match everyone's expectations. "Well," my mother began as I took the last unoccupied seat, "we've already ordered champagne. I hope that's okay." I noted they had chosen the most costly option on our list. Showy but not reckless. Typical. The restaurant hummed with the enthusiasm I had worked so hard to create. The lighting was dark enough for intimacy, and bright enough to highlight each dish's artistic plating. The sound level struck the perfect blend between conversation and seclusion. The tables were perfectly spaced, close enough to produce energy while remaining far enough apart for discretion. Every aspect was my choice, from the linen weight to the custom-designed chairs that encouraged diners to stay without being uncomfortable. I saw the staff's subtle reactions when they learned I was seated with customers. Marco, our sommelier, attracted my attention as he approached with the champagne. The tiniest rise of his brow inquired whether I wanted him to acknowledge me. I gave an inconspicuous headshake. "Excellent choice," he told my father instead, presenting the bottle with practiced elegance before starting to pour. "We're celebrating an engagement," my father added unnecessarily, obviously looking for special treatment. "Congratulations," Marco said effortlessly. "Maison is honored to host such a special occasion." "I'm surprised you managed to make a reservation," I responded casually. "I've heard it's quite difficult." Olivia leaned forward. "I know people," he said with a wink. I had to repress an eye roll since he was so smug, called in a favor with a client who's friendly with the management. I was chewing my lips. The client was most likely Craig Winters, one of our frequent investors who occasionally requested tables for business associates. I made a mental note to talk to him about Olivia. "Well, aren't you resourceful?" I inquired, extending my champagne flute to Vivian and Olivia. "A perfect match and a brilliant future," my father said. We clinked glasses, and I took a little sip, observing that the champagne was poured at the exact temperature I had instructed my staff to keep. "So," my mother said, setting down her glass and focusing her gaze on me. "Tell us what you've been up to these past few years. You've been so mysterious." The table's attention moved to me. 5 pairs of eyes evaluating and preparing to evaluate. "I've been working in food," I answered simply. "Learning, growing." "Are you still in that cooking phase?" Vivian sighed, as if I'd admitted to a dreadful addiction. "I thought surely by now you'd have moved on to something more substantial." "Not everyone can handle the corporate path," Daniel added, making his argument sound like criticism. Olivia looked perplexed. "What exactly do you do?" "Line cook, catering, and various roles," I replied vaguely. "I've worn many hats." "Well, we're just glad you're able to support yourself," my mother remarked, with a phony graciousness I recognized. "Though we've always said our door is open if things get too challenging." I observed Ivy, one of our most skilled servers, approaching with the amuse-bouche, which was a bite-sized sphere of compressed watermelon covered with fermented black garlic and a microgreen I had obtained from a specialized urban farm. "Compliments of the kitchen," she said, delicately setting one before each diner. Her eyes caught mine briefly, a spark of loyalty before she returned to professional mode. "Is this all?" Vivian inquired, looking at the single taste with despair. "I'm hungry." "This is an amuse-bouche," I explained. "A palate opener. The meal hasn't actually started yet." "I know what an amuse-bouche is, duh," she murmured. "I'm not culturally illiterate just because I chose law instead of playing with food." I watched as they all tried my creation. My mother took the tiniest possible bite, always mindful of calories. My father shoved the entire item into his mouth, barely hesitating to taste it. Daniel and Callista appeared to enjoy it, although Olivia made a show of evaluating the flavors like a wine connoisseur, using culinary phrases that made no sense. Only Vivian left hers undisturbed. "I don't do raw garlic," she stated. Though the black garlic was far from raw, it had been fermented for 60 days in a temperature-controlled atmosphere, a technique I had honed over 3 years of experimentation. As our server cleared the dishes, I noticed a look of sadness in her eyes at Vivian's untouched handiwork. In that moment, I felt protective. Not of myself, but of my employees, who took great pride in their work. I had created Maison not only as a restaurant, but also as a family, united by shared enthusiasm rather than DNA. The evening had only barely begun, but I could already feel the old dynamic settling in. I was the outsider, the one who had chosen the incorrect route and wanted to justify my decisions. But unlike Draw 5 years before, I now sat at this table with a secret strength. One that would eventually throw the entire relationship on its head. "So, tell us about the wedding plans," I began, purposefully diverting my gaze back to Vivian as our next course arrived. A delicate combination of homegrown tomatoes, homemade ricotta, and basil oil that took me months to master. Vivian brightened instantly. "We've booked St. Thomas Church, of course. Reception at the plaza for 100 guests, though Mother thinks we should cut it to 350. "The guest list is getting unwieldy," my mother interjected. "The Astor Williams aren't speaking to the Bennetts since that unfortunate yacht incident, so we can't seat them in the same section." I restrained a smile. The seriousness with which they analyze these societal calculations never ceased to astound me. 400 seems excessive," I ventured, taking a taste of the tomato dish. Olivia leaned forwards. "It's networking, not just celebration. Half those invitations are relationship investments." "Exactly," my father agreed. "Olivia understands the social capital aspect. A wedding of this caliber opens doors." "And what about you, Dar?" Vivian inquired, her tone suddenly stern. "Any prospects on your horizon, or are you still too busy with your cooking?" I observed she had scarcely touched her lunch, moving the heirloom tomatoes around her dish with apparent disdain. "I'm focused on my career right now," I replied simply. "Career?" Daniel said with a slight laugh. "Is that what we're calling it?" My mom jumped in. "Dar dear, surely by 29 you're thinking about settling down. There's that lovely son of Elizabeth Whitley. He's in hospital administration, I believe. Very stable." "I'm not looking to be set up, Mother." "Well, your options will get more limited with each passing year," she said, "especially in your situation." Before I could answer, our server appeared and cleared the course. I hadn't really detected the taste of my own invention since I was too stressed to fully enjoy it. "Is there a problem with the dish?" Ivy inquired Vivian, noticing her fully filled plate. "Too acidic," Vivian said dismissively. "And the tomatoes could have been riper." I bit my tongue. Those tomatoes had been picked at their finest that morning from an upstate farm that produced them just for us. I'm sorry to hear that, Ivy responded with studied diplomacy. I'll be sure to inform the kitchen. The next item arrived, grilled scallops with a brown butter emulsion and pickled ramps, a spring special that I was quite proud of. As the platters were laid down, I saw my family's reactions. Now this looks promising, my father said, biting into a scallop with a fork. He swirled his wine, a Sancerre that I had specially chosen to go with this entree. Decent wine list here. Not exceptional, but passable. Marco, overhearing as he passed, gave me a swift glance. I gave him a gentle smile. Marco had been poached from a 3-star Michelin restaurant in Paris and had turned down offers from restaurants all around the world to collaborate with me. So Callista began, clearly attempting to include me. Daniel mentioned you work in food, but you never really specified what you do. Before I could respond, Vivian interrupted. She's probably hostessing somewhere, right, Dar? Using that business degree to seat people and hand out menus. Actually, I began. No shame in that, my father interjected. Everyone has to start somewhere. Though after 5 years, I would have expected some advancement. I've advanced, I answered quietly. Into what? Assistant manager at Applebee's? Vivian giggled at her own joke. Vivian, Daniel warned, demonstrating a rare moment of protection. What? I'm just being realistic. She chose to abandon her education for this passion project. Actions have consequences. I took a drink of wine, allowing the familiar flavors to ground me. And how is the law treating you, Vivian? Are you still at Henderson and Block? Her expression stiffened. I'm between positions at the moment. Actually, taking time to plan the wedding. She was working too many hours, Olivia interjected. I told her my wife doesn't need to kill herself at some firm once we are married. She can do charity work like my mother. I noticed a spark of resentment. Frustration? In Vivian's eyes, before she returned to a calm expression of agreement. The next entree was a pasta dish with hand-rolled tagliatelle, spring peas, pancetta, and mint. One of our specialty recipes has been featured in Food and Wine. The portion size here is ridiculous, my mother said, glancing at the elegantly presented spaghetti. All this expense for 3 bites. It's about quality over quantity, Mother, you said. The tasting menu is designed to take you through multiple flavors and textures. In my day, restaurants gave you a proper meal for your money, my father said. This cuisine nonsense is just a way to charge more for less food. I watched as he chopped his spaghetti rather than spin it, breaking the beautiful strands I had hand-rolled that morning. So, how exactly are you affording a place like this on a food service salary? Vivian inquired plainly. This is one of the most expensive restaurants in the city. I felt all eyes on me. I manage my finances carefully, I said. Oh please, Vivian scoffed. A dinner here costs more than you probably make in a day. Who are you dating? Is he paying for this? I'm not dating anyone, I replied evenly. Then how can you possibly afford this place? She pressed. Are you in debt? Maxing out credit cards to keep up appearances? Vivian, Daniel warned again, looking uneasy. No, I want to know, she said. We all rearranged our schedules for this dinner that she suggested at one of the most exclusive restaurants in the city. Either she's being financially irresponsible or she's not being honest about her situation. The next item arrived. Wonderfully cooked duck breast served with cherry gastrique and farro. Chef Sophia, who was in charge of the kitchen when I wasn't around, had done an excellent job. This duck is undercooked, Olivia said after one bite. I looked at his plate. The duck was cooked perfectly medium rare like it should be. It's meant to be served that way, I said. Medium rare is the optimal temperature for duck breast. I prefer my meat well done, he said, motioning to a waitress. When Ivy approached, he spoke without glancing at her. This is raw. Take it back and cook it properly. I observed a flash of displeasure in Ivy's eyes, which was soon concealed by professional courtesy. Of course, sir. My apologies. As she took his plate, I caught her gaze and gave a little nod. She would know to have the kitchen prepare a new breast rather than overcooking the current one. Really, Draw? My mother remarked after Ivy had left. You still haven't answered Vivian's question. How are you affording this dinner? The tension around the table was apparent now. I could feel the familiar heaviness in my chest, something I'd experienced at innumerable family dinners growing up. The feeling of being cornered, assessed, and found wanting before I had a chance to speak. But I was no longer the same insecure young woman. I had created something I was proud of, and it was entirely mine. I debated revealing everything right then, seeing their emotions alter as they recognized which restaurant they were in and whose dish they had been evaluating so casually. Before I could make a decision, Olivia's overdone duck reappeared, devoid of all suppleness and nuance. Much better, he declared after one bite, despite the fact that I could see from across the table that it had dried out and become tough. My father signaled for the wine list again. Let's order another bottle, something more impressive this time. As Marco approached with a leather-bound list, my father made a show of perusing it before pointing to one of our most costly options, a Bordeaux costing more than $800. This one should suffice, he declared. I knew that bottle quite well. I chose it during a trip to France last year and met with the vintner in person. It was wonderful, but entirely inappropriate for the present and next courses. May I suggest something that might pair better with the remaining dishes? I thought about it. My father waved me off. I think I know my wines, Dar. Marco caught my eye and softly asked for directions. I gave him a slight nod. Let my father have his way. This was hardly the hill to die on. The punches continued throughout the evening, including the last savory dish and dessert, a deconstructed lemon tart that was one of my personal favorites. Every dish drew some criticism. Every attempt I made to add to the conversation turned into proof of my failure. By the time coffee was served, I was emotionally exhausted. The double strain of suffering my family's disdain while witnessing them casually criticize my life's work was becoming unbearable. Then came the moment I'd been dreading and anticipating, the check. Adrian approached with a black leather folder carrying the bill and placed it discreetly in the center of the table. My father reached for it instinctively out of patriarchal duty, but Olivia intervened. Please, Charles, allow me, he urged with the practiced smoothness of someone who has used even charity as a power move. Consider it my treat to celebrate the occasion. My father made the typical modest protest before giving in. I watched Olivia open the folder, his demeanor changing from confident smile to barely veiled horror as he recorded the sum. Is there a problem? My father inquired, noting the shift. No, Olivia responded swiftly. Just confirming the calculation. I recognized what he was looking at. A dinner for 7 including premium wine pairings, special off-menu requests, and the $800 Bordeaux would cost well over $3,000. Not exorbitant for a restaurant of Maison's caliber, but certainly noteworthy. He grabbed for his wallet and slowly removed a black credit card, making sure everyone noticed the exclusive tier. Vivian, probably sensing his uneasiness, picked that opportunity to return to her previous probing. So, she began, her voice full of false sweetness. You never did say how you're managing to contribute to this extravagant dinner. We wouldn't want you stretching yourself financially on our account. All eyes returned to me. I could feel the classic dynamic emerging, Vivian the successful one, myself the suffering letdown. I can cover my portion, I replied simply. Can you though? She asked, leaning forward. Because we all know what food service pays. Can you even afford this place? The table went silent. The question hovered in the air, so purposefully offensive that even my parents were uncomfortable. Vivian, my mother whispered. Perhaps this isn't. No, I want to know, Vivian argued, her eyes fixed on mine. We've spent the entire evening pretending that everything's fine, that Dar's choice to throw away her education hasn't left her struggling. I think we deserve some honesty. I felt a scorching heat rise up from my chest to my cheeks. After 5 years of distance, of developing my own life and success, nothing has changed. I was still the family's disappointment, and I was pushed to defend my presence. Olivia, possibly feeling an opportunity to regain control following the initial shock, joined in. If you need help with your portion, just say so. No shame in that. I don't need help, I stated, my voice tight. Then how exactly are you paying for this? Vivian inquired. Because a meal here costs more than you probably make in a week. I opened my lips to answer, finally revealing everything, when Olivia frowned at the bill. Wait, there's a mistake here, he said. They've only charged us for the wines, not the food, he said sternly to Adrian. Excuse me. There's an error on our check. Adrian approached our table with perfect timing, as if he had been waiting for this moment. He most likely had been. My employees knew me well enough to be watching this scenario unfold. Is there a problem, sir? He inquired. Yes, you only charged us for the beverages and not the meal, Olivia responded, referring to the bill. Adrian stared at the check and then at me, his expression uncertain. In that moment, I made my decision. The charade had lasted long enough. I gave Adrian a small nod. There's no error, sir. Adrian responded calmly. The dinner portion has been taken care of. By whom? My father inquired, wondering. Adrian turned to face me, his professional manner giving way to a friendly smile. Welcome back, Miss Isabella. Your usual table is ready for your meeting with the investors. Would you like me to handle the situation? There was utter stillness over the table. 6 pairs of eyes looked at me with varying degrees of astonishment and incredulity. Thank you, Adrian, I murmured, my voice firm despite the excitement running through me. Yes, please close out Mr. Harrington's beverage tab. The rest is on the house, as usual. Very good, Miss Dar, he said, removing the folder from Olivia's now slack grip. Chef Sophia mentioned she'd like your opinion on the new spring menu items when you have a moment. I'll stop by the kitchen before my meeting, I told him. As Adrian left, I stared directly at my family. Their reactions ranged from bewilderment to astonishment to the dawn of understanding. What is happening? My mother finally asked. I took a deep breath. The moment I had dreaded and secretly anticipated for 5 years had arrived. Welcome to Maison, I replied simply. My restaurant. The silence lasted for what seemed like an age. My father was the first to recover, his face changing from confused to calculated. Your restaurant, he said gently. You work here. No, father, I said, feeling a weird serenity settle over me. I own Maison, I'm the executive chef and sole proprietor. That's impossible, Vivian exclaimed. This is one of the most exclusive restaurants in the city. It's been featured in major magazines. Yes, I agree. Food and Wine last month. Bon Appetit before that. The New York Times gave us 4 stars in their review last year. Olivia stared at me as if I had suddenly begun speaking in tongues. But you said you worked in food, you were vague about everything. Because I wanted to see how you would treat me if you thought I was struggling, I told you. And you've all made that abundantly clear tonight. My mother's hand fluttered to her pearls, her go-to gesture when socially unstable. Darling, why wouldn't you tell us about this achievement? Her emphasis on achievement said it all. Success made my decisions retrospectively acceptable in a way that passion never could. Would you like the full story? I inquired, glancing around the table. Without waiting for a response, I continued. After I left 5 years ago, I moved to the city with what little savings I had. I rented a tiny room in an apartment with 3 roommates in Queens. For a year, I worked 3 jobs. Prep cook at a bistro from 5 a.m. to noon, line cook at a midtown restaurant from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m., and weekend shifts at a bakery. I took a sip of water and noticed their uneasy expressions. I slept 4 hours a night. I had blisters and burns up and down my arms. I studied technique obsessively in my rare free moments. Chef Julian, who had initially encouraged me to pursue culinary arts, took me under his wing. I became his sous chef within 18 months. Daniel looked at me with what appeared to be genuine attention. Callista seemed impressed. My parents appeared frozen in a condition of reappraisal. 2.5 years ago, I was working a private event at Julian's restaurant. A guest, Edward Lane of Lane Capital, tried my special course and asked to meet the chef. He was surprised to find someone so young had created what he called the most innovative dish he'd tasted in years. I made a circle around us. Edward became my investor. We discovered the location, which was a failed nightclub at the time. I created the concept, designed the menu, hired the personnel, and handled every detail, even the lighting fixtures and specialty plates. But the cost, my father remarked, his thoughts still apparently focused on the economics. A restaurant of this caliber, in this location, it must have required millions. $3,400,000 for the initial investment, I verified. And Edward brought in 2 other investors. We opened to immediate acclaim, thanks in part to Julian's backing and industry ties. 6 months later, we were profitable. 3 months later, I used the restaurant's performance to acquire a loan and buy out my investors. I've been the sole owner for over a year. That's why you suggested we meet here, Vivian said quietly. You knew all along. Actually no, I corrected her. Callista chose this place. Is that correct, Callista? All eyes were drawn to Daniel's wife, who blushed profoundly. I had no idea, Dara. The concierge at Daniel's firm recommended it as the most impressive new restaurant in town. I swear I didn't realize it was yours. Of course you didn't, I comforted her. And no one in the family knew. That was deliberate on my part. But why keep it a secret? My mother pressed. We are your family. We would have been proud. I couldn't help but chuckle sharply. Would you? The same family that dismissed cooking as servant work, who completely ignored me when I chose culinary school, and who just minutes ago made disparaging remarks about my life choices. My father cleared his throat. Now draw. That's unjust. We were anxious about your stability and future. If we'd known you had this level of commercial acumen. That's exactly my argument, I interjected. You couldn't appreciate my passion only. It only has worth for you now because it is associated with achievement and prestige. Chef Sophia entered our table in her crisp whites. Sofia Delgado, chef de cuisine, monogrammed on the breast, and cut an attractive figure. Sorry to interrupt, she began. But the Matsuhisa party has arrived for their tasting, and Armand would like to confirm your interview for next week's feature. Also, your publisher inquired regarding the cookbook cover design. I nodded. Thank you, Sophia. Please let them know I'll be there shortly. As Sophia walked away, I noticed my family's eyes widen in surprise. Cookbook, Vivian repeated. Coming out this fall with Knopf? I replied. 120 recipes with personal stories. Draw, my mother continued, her voice taking on the soothing tone she used when attempting to control a social situation. This is all really amazing. Why haven't you told us sooner? We could have assisted and supported you. How did you support me when I needed it the most? I asked quietly. By entirely shutting me off? We believed it was a phase, my father complained. How did we know you had such a strong entrepreneurial spirit? You have clearly inherited my business sense. I was furious at his attempt to take credit for my achievement. I built this myself, I replied firmly, without your connections, money, or support. Olivia, who had been curiously silent, suddenly brightened up. A cookbook agreement must come with a significant advance. And this location, he gestured around appreciatively, his earlier criticisms forgotten, must generate big revenue. Do you have plans to expand? Maybe a restaurant group? I have several contacts in hotel investment who may be interested. I couldn't help but grin at the honesty of this shift from condescension to networking opportunity. I'm doing quite well with my current advisors, but thank you, I replied. Vivian gave him an irritated glance before returning my gaze. So, all this time, when I thought you were failing, you were actually succeeding, building all this? Yes, I answered simply. And tonight, she said, her voice sharpening. You let us sit here criticizing your food, wine list and portion sizes, all while knowing it was yours. I wanted to see how you would treat me if you thought I was still the family failure, I'd said. And now I know. That seems manipulative, she snapped. But I could feel her discomfort behind her rage. What's more deceptive than questioning how I could afford to eat here and then implying that I must be in debt or dating someone affluent to afford a lunch at this table? I responded. You weren't concerned about me, Vivian. You were relishing your perceived supremacy. As we spoke, the restaurant was gradually emptying as the evening service came to an end, and Marco approached with a bottle. Your special reserve cognac, Miss Isabella, he explained, for your investors' meeting, and Chef Sophia says the kitchen is ready whenever you arrive. Thank you, Marco, I told you. Please let Sophia know I'll be there in 10 minutes. As he walked away, I went back to my startled family and said, I have a business to run, rising from my seat. Thank you for coming this evening. Wait, my mother shouted hastily. Do not leave like this, we should congratulate your success. Perhaps we could all have brunch this weekend and catch up properly. I looked at her and saw for the first time not the terrifying figure of my upbringing, but a lady attempting to reclaim her pride and status. I'll think about it, you replied. But right now, I have investors waiting and a kitchen to oversee. As I started to go, Daniel stood up. Dar, he said, his voice softer than the others. For what it's worth, what you've built here is incredible. It's remarkable. I apologize for not supporting you sooner. Of all the responses, his felt the most genuine. I gave him a modest gesture of recognition before leaving the table where I had just altered the dynamics of my family forever. I had just walked 10 feet when I heard the click of heels behind me. Turning around, I saw my mother rushing to catch up, her flawlessly poised facade beginning to crumble. Please, she begged, lowering her voice. You can't just dismiss this insight and go away. We need to discuss this. I looked toward the private dining room, where my genuine investors, a group of people considering finance for my next restaurant concept, were waiting. I have a meeting, Mother. Postpone it, she pleaded. This is family. Family hasn't been a priority for you in 5 years, I responded, maintaining a steady tone. My business commitments don't suddenly become optional because you finally decided my career is worthy of your attention. The rest of the family had followed her, forming an awkward cluster near the bar area. My father was visibly uncomfortable, unaccustomed to not being in control of a situation. Vivian's expression alternated between bitterness and something that could have been respect. "Perhaps we could continue this conversation tomorrow," my father proposed in his problem-solving business tone. "Dinner at our place." "We have a lot to talk about," Olivia said hopefully, "including how we can help you grow. My firm specializes in—" "I don't need your help," I said firmly. "I didn't develop this place only to get your approval. I built it since it's what I enjoy and am good at. The fact that it's successful doesn't make my passion any more valid than it was 5 years ago." "No one is saying that," my mother countered. "Darling, we're simply proud of what you've accomplished." "Are you proud, Mom? Or are you pleased that my choices no longer make you feel embarrassed in social situations?" Her flinch informed me I had struck near to home. "That's unfair," my father said. "We've always wanted what's best for you." "No," I corrected him. "You wanted what was consistent with your vision for me. There is a difference." Sophia stood by my side, her presence a pleasant reassurance. "The Halvard group is asking if you'll be joining them soon," she whispered quietly. 5 minutes, I assured her. As Sophia nodded and went away, I returned my attention to my family. "I need to go." "Draw." Vivian took a step nearer, her voice lacking its normal harsh edge. "I owe you an apology. The things I said tonight were unkind." "They were honest," I said. "That's the silver lining of the evening. I got to witness exactly how you guys perceive me when you believe I'm struggling." "That's not fair," Daniel replied, joining the argument. "People make decisions based on what they know. We didn't know." "You didn't know I was successful," I clarified. "But you didn't know I was doing something I enjoyed. That should have been sufficient for my family to demonstrate fundamental respect." A deep silence fell over the group. "You're right," my father finally remarked, startling me. "We should have supported your passion regardless of its outcome." This acknowledgement was significant since Charles Mitchell didn't admit faults readily. "Where should we go from here?" my mother inquired, genuine uncertainty in her voice, another rare. I took a deep breath and considered the topic. Despite everything, these people were my family. The grief they caused was real, but so was our shared history. I had never aimed for complete estrangement, just enough distance to construct my own life without their judgment clouding my decisions. "I don't know yet," I replied candidly. "But tonight has made one thing plain. If we are to continue our relationship, we must do it on different terms. I'm not a family failure looking for redemption. I am a successful chef and business owner who deserves the same respect as any other professional." "Of course," my father responded promptly. "And that means no more comments about my life choices, no more unsolicited career advice, and absolutely no attempts to network through my restaurant," I said, casting a hard glance at Olivia, who managed to appear ashamed. "About Vivian's wedding," my mother asked tentatively. "How about it?" I asked. "We'd still like you to be there," Vivian whispered softly. "As my sister. Not as whatever we thought you were before tonight." I glanced at her, trying to see past the years of competitiveness and judgment. Despite everything, there had been beautiful times. Secrets shared as youngsters, support after heartbreaks, intimate jokes no one else understood. "I'll be there," I vowed. Then after a moment of thought, I added, "And if you'd like, I could host a dinner for the wedding party here at Maison as my gift." Vivian's eyes widened. "You'd do that, after how we've treated you?" "You're still my sister," I answered simply. "But, to be clear, I'm not seeking your approval. It's me presenting something I'm proud of on my own terms." "I understand," she replied quietly. "And I would be honored." We exchanged genuine smiles for the first time that evening. "Now I really do need to go," I remarked, pointing to the private dining room. "Of course," my father said. "Your business comes first." "Not always," I told him, "but tonight, yes." As they prepared to leave, I mentioned, "I'm free for brunch on Sunday. Not in your club, however. There's a small establishment in the East Village that I suggest you should visit." "We'll be there," my mother said, relieved at the slight opening. As I watched them leave the restaurant, their viewpoints had irreparably changed, and as the door closed behind them, I exhaled deeply, feeling strangely lighter. Sophia approached again. "Is everything okay?" "Getting there," I responded. "Family is complicated." "Tell me about it," she said. "My mother still introduces me as her daughter who works at a restaurant, like I'm a teenage waitress at Denny's." I smiled. pleased for her understanding. Let's go talk about the spring menu. I am very excited about some of my new ideas. As we proceeded toward the kitchen, my refuge, my achievement, my actual home, I understood that the most important discovery of the evening was not showing my family what I'd accomplished, but completely recognizing it myself. I had achieved this achievement on my own terms, without their approval, and that understanding was more valuable than any recognition they could possibly provide. Spring menu planning, meetings with my publisher regarding the cookbook layout, and preliminary negotiations about a potential second location kept me quite busy for the past 2 weeks. But recollections of that family supper stayed, intruding in quiet moments, demanding reflection. Sunday breakfast had gone unexpectedly well. I'd brought my family to Elma's, a hidden treasure managed by a former colleague from my early days working the line. My parents had been visibly uneasy about the mismatched chairs and graffiti-decorated walls, but the food, unpretentious yet masterfully executed, had won them over. "I never knew simple eggs could taste like this," my father had admitted, mopping up the last of his shakshuka with homemade sourdough. Small steps. Not a complete transformation, but an opening. Sitting at my usual table after closing time, I watched the staff complete their final duties. Ivy was counting the register while humming softly. Adrian and Marco were discussing wine pairings for tomorrow's private event. Sophia had left an hour ago after we'd finalized the spring menu revisions. My phone buzzed with a text from Vivian. "Wedding planning nightmare. Florists just doubled their quote. Any chance you're free for coffee tomorrow? Could use some straight." I smiled slightly at this unexpected request for my opinion, and I texted back, confirming a time and place. The relationship with my family was evolving into something I couldn't have predicted. Measured respect between adults with different values and paths. My mother had called 3 times in the last 2 weeks, her usual formality softening into genuine questions about my work. My father had sent an article about female chefs breaking barriers in the industry, a silent acknowledgement that he was trying to understand my world, and Daniel had reached out, asking if he could bring his children to see the kitchen sometime. "I want them to know they have options," he'd said, "that success doesn't have to look the same for everyone." These were fragile beginnings, not the dramatic reconciliation of a Hollywood movie. Real healing, I discovered, occurs in quiet moments and modest gestures, in the incremental rewriting of old patterns. The most significant shift, however, was not in my family's image of me, but in how I had finally stopped assessing my worth through their eyes. The validation I had always frantically sought from them now felt strangely unneeded, since I had proven myself, not to them, but to myself. This realization had rippled through other areas of my life as well. I'd launched a mentorship program for young chefs from disadvantaged backgrounds, offering them the guidance and opportunity I'd fought so hard to find. "Chef?" Ivy's voice interrupted my thoughts. "We're all ready for closing. Is there anything else you need before we leave?" "No, thank you," I cracked a joke. "You all did amazing work tonight." As the staff went out, calling their good nights, I remained at my seat, my notebook open to a blank page. I'd been attempting to articulate the introduction to my cookbook, fighting to find words that conveyed my trip, and in the stillness of the empty restaurant, I finally began writing. Food has always been my truest language. When words failed, I communicated through flavors, and when pathways were obscure, I followed my palate. The recipes in this book are more than just recipes. They're chapters of a life lived in quest of authenticity above approval. 5 years ago, I was at a crossroads between expectation and passion. Choosing the latter cost me dearly at first, but ultimately led to the richest feast I could have imagined. Not only professional success, but the discovery that true wealth isn't measured by external validation or material achievement, but by the courage to honor your own voice, even when it speaks in whispers against the shouts of doubt. I lay down my pen, the words finally flowing freely. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. A difficult vendor negotiation, Vivian's wedding planning drama, and the finalization of the cookbook introduction, but today, in this moment of peaceful thought, I felt inner calm. The journey had not been easy. There had been nights of exhaustion so complete that I'd fallen asleep in kitchen corners during rare breaks, burns and cuts that left scars on my hands, and moments of doubt so intense that I'd questioned everything. But I had persevered. Not to prove my worth to others, but because I couldn't imagine living any other way. By choosing authenticity above acceptance, I discovered something more valuable than success or familial validation. Myself. Have you ever had to choose between meeting others' expectations and following your own heart? I'd love to hear your stories in the comments below, and don't forget to like this video if it resonated with you. Subscribe for more true stories of resilience and triumph, and share with someone who may need a reminder that the most important approval comes from within. Thank you for joining me on this journey. My parents sold my laptop to buy my sister a $2,300 e-bike. When they demanded I pay her rent too, I said one word. No. And walked out forever. My name is Lucas. I'm the oldest child, the go-to issue solver, the one with jumper wires and duct tape on hand. In my family, I am the background character who keeps the set from collapsing. My younger sister Ingrid is the star. She embodies brightness, noise and acclaim. I'm the guy with the curtain. It was not always dramatic, it was modest, consistent things. If we both came home she got a new jacket, and I got, nice but don't get cocky. If something broke, I repaired it. If money was tight, I took on an extra shift. When I turned 18, Dad shook my hand and told me, "I'm proud of you, man." For safety, I handed Ingrid the keys to a gently used automobile. She sobbed joyous tears. I took the bus and convinced myself that it would help me develop character. I currently work in IT, quiet job with consistent hours. I co-signed a mortgage last year because Dad said, family helps family, and Mom said, it'll look good on your credit, sweetheart. I trusted them. I wanted to believe them. It's easier than admitting you're the utility line that everyone connects to. Ingrid is the golden one. She floats. Every season brings new hobbies and corresponding clothing. My parents term it, investing in her potential. When I ask what that means, Dad laughs and says, you wouldn't get it, Lucas. You're practical. Practical is their word for invisible. I just returned from a cheap weekend excursion with pals. We spent 2 nights near the lake in a rented cabin that smelled like pine cleaner and damp towels. No service, no laptop. That was the entire objective. Unplug. On the way home, my phone buzzed 12 times from group chat. Nothing from the family. Normal. I stopped by my folks' house on Sunday evening to pick up my MacBook and charger before heading to work. The television was on too loud. The house smelled of baked chicken and artificial lemon. Dad was in the garage leaning slowly over the workbench like if automobiles were confessing secrets to him. Mom was at the sink, rings off, hands in soapy water, humming a song on the radio as if everything was fine. Hey, I replied as I entered the kitchen. I need my laptop. It was on my desk. Mom did not look up. Hi, honey. In your room, she said, as if she already knew the answer to the question. Yeah. I walked down the hall. The desk was pristine in a manner that it never is. There are no cables, sticky notes, or dents where the charger is located. Simply a polished rectangle of wood. My stomach made that strange elevator dip. I came back. Where's my MacBook? Dad walked in, wiping his hands on a rag that did not require wiping. Funny you should ask, he remarked, his smile indicating that he was ready to say something light. I sold it. I assumed he was joking. I actually laughed. What? He leaned against the counter. To teach you responsibility, you leave things here, you don't really need them, right? My laugh died quickly. You stole my laptop. Mom eventually turned. Her lips pursed as if she were preparing for a toddler tantrum. You left it here, sweetheart. That means you didn't really need it. She inclined her head. You have a work computer. That's not how this works, I answered, speaking slower than I felt. That's my property. Dad raised both hands. Relax. It's not that deep. You can use the family desktop if you need to print something. The family desktop from 2011, I blurted out. My voice sounded calm. Too calm. There's personal stuff on that Mac. Work files. Then you should have been more careful, your mother responded. Actions have consequences. I heard tires crunching on gravel. The horn chirped twice. Ingrid's tiny electric bell rang an eager, happy ding-ding. She rolled into the driveway on a shiny new e-bike with a shining white frame, huge tires, and a large battery attached like a gem to the down tube. She removed her helmet with a hair flip and called through the open door. Thanks again, Dad. Dad smirked, chest out, as if he had won something. Looking good, kiddo. How much was that? I asked unintentionally. Ingrid beams. $2,300. But it's an investment, for my commute. Sustainability. She glanced at me. You should try being spontaneous sometimes. Mom chuckled as if it was charming. Dad clapped her shoulder. Anything for my girl? I did not yell. I did not cry. I placed my hands flat on the surface and felt the sticky ring of a glass that hadn't been wiped up. My name appeared on a mortgage here. My laptop wasn't. Ingrid turned the front wheel and saw it blur. Dad threw me the rag. Don't make it a thing, Lucas. Be useful and set the table. I grew up in a household where money was a scoreboard, and I was constantly expected to keep it balanced. When Ingrid wanted soccer camp and new cleats, Dad worked overtime and Mom shuffled bills. When I inquired about joining a high school robotics program, the response was, "That's too expensive, Lucas. Be grateful you already have a computer." That computer was used in missing half of the keys. It did not stop there. Every milestone was slanted. At 16, I spent weekends bagging groceries to save up for a used automobile. When I arrived home with $2,000 saved, Dad requested me to lend him half for a temporary fix. He said he would pay me back in a month. I never saw another dollar. Ingrid turned 16 2 months later, and there was a shiny hand-me-down automobile in her driveway. A Honda Civic with balloons affixed to its side mirrors. Dad clasped her on the shoulder and added, "Safe and reliable. Nothing is too much for my girl." I boarded the bus. It established the tone. My duty was not as a son. It was a resource. When Mom decided to paint the kitchen, she asked me to cover the supplies. "You're the handy one, sweetheart. Ingrid's got schoolwork." When Dad had a credit card debt on his mind, he requested me to keep an eye on him while Ingrid went shopping for new homecoming dresses. When the roof needed to be patched, I was up on a ladder at midnight in the rain. It worsened when I finished college. I got a steady job in IT. Quiet employment, nothing fancy, but enough to pay rent and begin saving. Dad took me aside with a salesman grin. "Family mortgage is crushing us. Rates are killing me. Co-sign with us, Lucas. It'll boost your credit. Win-win." I paused. Mom joined in with that guilty tone. "Sweetheart, it's just paperwork. You're helping us keep this house. One day it'll be yours and Ingrid's." I signed. A year later, every time a payment arrived, my name appeared on the line. Every month I asked Dad if everything was under control, and he just shrugged me off. "Relax, it's handled." Meanwhile, Ingrid floated. She switched majors twice before dropping out of community college completely. Mom's line, "She's finding herself." Dad's favorite, "She's got potential, Lucas. Don't smother her with pressure." Potential arrived with a $1,200 camera for her photography phase, a $600 piano for her music phase, and a $900 sewing machine for her fashion phase. When Dad was unable to make it that month, I paid a portion of the credit bill for at least 2 of the purchases. Each time I pushed back, the script was complete. Dad said, "Don't be selfish." Mom said, "You don't understand. She's the baby." Ingrid said, "You're just jealous." I realized it wasn't all about money. It was about roles. I was supply. She was in demand. The tiny humiliations hurt more than the major requests. For example, when I brought over goods to stock the fridge, Dad said during dinner, "Good man. Lucas knows how to contribute." He then handed Ingrid the last slice of pie and told me I'd had enough. Or when I upgraded my phone after saving money and Mom accused me of bragging, then 2 weeks later gave Ingrid a brand new iPad. The message was consistently the same. I could never win. If I possessed something, it indicated that I was selfish. If Ingrid had something, it meant she earned it. The breaking point came closer when Dad suggested that I cover a little more of the mortgage. "Since you're single, Lucas, you don't have responsibilities like we do." Then Mom added softly, "Ingrid's thinking of moving out someday. Maybe you can help her get on her feet with rent." That's what family does. Translation. More money out of my pocket, more free trips for her. Every conversation shared the same undertone. They saw my paycheck before seeing me. And when they looked at Ingrid, they saw possibilities and future shine. When they glanced at me, they noticed a wallet with legs. For years I told myself that everything was fine, that this was what responsibility entailed, that I was building credit, and that I was acting like an adult. But each little demand undermined the notion that anything was fair. And then there was the MacBook, the one thing I bought for myself, the tool I used for work, projects and keeping my personal life organized, gone. It became Ingrid's brand new toy on wheels. That's when I realized the stakes had changed. They weren't just borrowing parts of me anymore. They were taking things out of my hands and handing them directly to her, calling it a lesson. The next lesson was already on the horizon. It was not a holiday when everything cracked open. It wasn't a huge celebration. It was simply another Sunday dinner, one I'd been dragged to my entire life. Mom texted me earlier. "Be here at 6 sharp. Sweetheart, don't forget dessert." Translation. Bring something, and don't expect thanks. I arrived with a pie from the bakery near my apartment. $15. Nothing special, but I knew Mom would not bake. When I stepped in, the kitchen smelled of overdone roast and bleach. Dad was in his recliner, watching the game. Ingrid sat on the couch, legs curled under her, scrolling her phone as her gleaming new cycling helmet rested proudly on the coffee table. "Hey," I said, putting the pie down. "About time," Dad murmured, eyes fixed on the television. Mom peered around the corner. "Oh, good, dessert. You remembered?" I didn't respond. We sat down to eat. Standard drill. Dad served himself first, followed by Ingrid and Mom. By the time the dish arrived, only a wing and some mushy potatoes remained. I didn't care. I learned years ago not to expect a full plate. Halfway through supper, Dad cleared his throat as if he were making a major statement. "So Ingrid's thinking of moving into an apartment near downtown." Mom applauded softly, as if it were breaking news. "Isn't that exciting?" Ingrid shrugged, but I could see a smile forming on her lips. "Yeah, there's this place I like. Rent's kind of high though, but I'll figure it out." My dad was staring at me. "Your sister's young. She shouldn't have to drown in bills. You can help her cover rent just until she's settled." My fork froze in midair. "Excuse me?" Mom chimed in, calm yet sharp. "Sweetheart, you're stable. You live alone. You don't have the same expenses. It's only fair." "Fair?" I asked softly. "You sold my laptop last week." Dad waved his hand. "You're still on that? It was just a computer. She's starting her life." I set down my fork. It wasn't just a computer. And I'm not paying her rent. The room went dead silent. Ingrid glanced up from her phone. "Wow. Okay. Don't be such a jerk. It's literally nothing to you." "It's not nothing," I replied. My voice remained firm, but within I felt my chest constrict. "I'm not your ATM. I'm not covering rent, tuition, hobbies, bikes, or anything else." Dad's chair rattled as he leaned forward, his voice low but threatening. "Watch your tone. You don't talk to your mother that way, or your sister." "I'm not," I said. "I'm telling you I'm done." Mom shook her head, as if I had disappointed her beyond belief. "You've always been so cold, Lucas. Family helps family. What are we supposed to tell people if you won't even step up for your own sister?" "Tell them the truth," I stated. "That you use my name for your mortgage? That you sold my property behind my back? That every time Ingrid wants something, you take it out of me?" Ingrid slapped the phone down. "You're being dramatic. Dad helps you too. Who paid for your braces?" I laughed, short and harsh. "You mean the braces I paid off myself with grocery shifts at 16 because Dad forgot the last 3 payments?" Her cheeks reddened. "You're just jealous." Something within me broke. Not loud or messy. Just a quiet snap. I looked at Dad, Mom, and Ingrid. My voice came out level, as if I were giving instructions to a stranger. "This isn't about revenge. This is about closure. I'm not paying another dime. Not on a house. Not on Ingrid. Not on anything." Dad's fist struck the table. The dishes shook. I stood calmly. My hands did not even shake. "I'm done." Mom's voice became harsh. "If you walk out that door, Lucas, don't bother coming back. Don't expect family when you're old and alone." I met her gaze. I'd rather be alone than drained dry. I took up my keys and approached the door behind me. Dad said something I didn't catch. Ingrid mumbled. "Pathetic." Mom began to cry, like she often does when she wants someone to fold. But I did not fold. For the first time in my life, I did not remain seated and swallow it down. I went out into the night. The sound of their conversations was muffled behind the door. And for the first time, it was silent. The fallout began almost immediately. By the time I returned to my apartment that night, I had 3 missed calls from Mom, 2 from Dad, and 1 text from Ingrid that simply stated, "Wow, you seriously ruined dinner, congrats." I did not respond. The next morning my phone buzzed non-stop. 15 calls before lunch. Mom left a voicemail in which she was crying so hard she could scarcely breathe. "Lucas, sweetheart, I don't know what's gotten into you. We're family. You don't turn your back on us. Please don't do this." Then one from Dad, angry this time. "You think you can just walk away after everything we've done for you? You're ungrateful, selfish. Don't forget whose roof you grew up under." And of course, Ingrid's signature bite. "Whatever, you've always been bitter. I'll figure out rent without your drama. Enjoy your sad little life." I left them all unread. By day 3 the tone had shifted. Her texts were brief. "Mortgage is due Friday. Your father's stressed. Please don't let us down. Afterward. If you don't cover your part, we can lose the house. Do you want that on your conscience? I sat there staring at the message and thought how stupid it was. My role had become an excuse for every gap and deficit. I was never just helping. I was carrying. I didn't respond. When the payment deadline passed, Dad contacted me 10 times in 1 hour. Then another message arrived. Fine. You want to play tough guy? We'll see how tough you are when the bank calls. You're on this loan, Lucas. They'll come for you too. I blocked his phone number. Silence lasted 2 days. Then Ingrid shared a photo on Instagram of herself smiling with a bike, with the remark, "Learning to do life without people who hold you back." The comments section was filled with heart emojis, and you found this girl through her pals. It should have stung. It did not. It felt like assurance I'd made the proper decision. Meanwhile, my phone was vibrating with numbers I didn't recognize. Bill collectors are family. I disregarded them all. At work I forced myself to concentrate. When coworkers inquired if I was okay, I simply responded I was sleepy. But at night, sitting in my apartment, I realized how quiet things had become. No daily reminder texts from Mom. There's no Dad asking for a quick favor. There's no Ingrid here to brag about her new gadget. Just silent. And the silence felt lovely. 2 weeks later, I made one final visit to their house. Not to converse but to get my name off the mortgage. The sticky note I posted on the fridge following the laptop incident had been ignored. I was already aware of this. So I arrived with paperwork this time. I had communicated with the bank and figured out how to legally withdraw myself. It was not easy, but it was feasible. Dad answered the door with chilly eyes. "What do you want?" "To get out," I responded, putting out the papers. He scoffed. "Coward." Mom appeared behind him, her face blotchy from tears. "Please, Lucas, don't do this to us. Think of your sister." I shake my head. "I am. That's why I'm done." Dad murmured something under his breath, which I believe was useless or weak. But he signed when reality hit in. Mom first refused, but eventually caved after 10 minutes of stillness. Ingrid was not even home. When it was finished, I put the pen down and spoke the only thing I could. "You'll figure it out without me." That night my phone remained quiet. No missed calls or texts. The stillness lasted several days, then weeks. For the first time in my life, I wasn't waiting for their approval or anticipating their expectations. I got up early, made breakfast without rushing, went on walks, and read books that I had been putting off. It was not dramatic. It was not glamorous. But it was mine. And that felt liberating. It's been months since I left that house and untangled my name from their mortgage. Months have passed since the incessant buzz of calls and guilt-ridden texts. The hush remained. At first, it seemed bizarre. I'd check my phone out of habit, expecting to find Mom's lengthy guilt texts or Ingrid's smug status posts. Nothing. The only notifications I get now are from work, a few pals, and bills in my name. Bills that I genuinely chose. I wondered if I would miss them. I do not. I feel lighter, as if someone cut a weight off my chest that I had no idea I was carrying. When I return home to my own apartment, no one is waiting with a new favor. No one is implying that my paycheck belongs to them. No one is calling me selfish for wanting my own things. I've created new routines. On Sunday nights, I cook for myself rather than carrying a pie into a kitchen where I am invisible. I go on long walks after work. I began saving again. Not for someone else's bills, but for mine. It's surprising how quickly money rises when you don't have to patch every hole your family digs. My financial account is quiet confirmation that I made the proper decision, and for once, I don't feel compelled to justify every dollar I spend. I occasionally browse past Ingrid's posts, the bike, the clothing, and the countless captions about freedom. It's funny yet also sad. She still plays the golden kid role, but there is no one in the background to prop her up. I don't leave any comments. I do not care. If she calls me bitter, that's great. If Mom paints me as selfish, that's great. If Dad calls me ungrateful, that's great. Nothing matters now, since the moment I stopped providing, their influence over me vanished. Because here's the truth, I'm no longer the family's wallet. I am not the invisible background. I am not the safety net they stretch till it cracks. I'm simply myself, and for the first time, that's enough. I'm not sure what their house looks like anymore. I'm not sure if a mortgage is still dangling by a thread, or if Dad figured out how to rearrange numbers again. I'm not sure if Ingrid is paying her rent, or if Mom is covering it behind closed doors. Perhaps they will be able to handle. Perhaps they will not. But it is the point. I'm not the answer anymore. What I do know is that it's no longer my problem. I placed a letter on the fridge that night. Now figure out how to pay the mortgage without my name on it. That was not a threat. That wasn't vengeance. I made a pledge to myself. This is not about penalizing them. This is about closing the book. I will always remember how they treated me. I will not pretend that did not happen. But I won't be carrying it anymore. I refuse to let their expectations consume every paycheck and modest triumph. I've had enough of being useful just when they're desperate. I'm tired of hearing family helps family when all it ever meant was me assisting them. From now on, I pick where my time, money, and energy go. And they don't get a say. I may not have the perfect family. I might not get birthday calls or holiday dinners. I may not appear in the holiday images that they send to relatives, but I am at peace. And that is more valuable than any bike, laptop, or shame they try to sling around my neck. What shocked me the most was how quickly the world filled in after I set that barrier. Without the constant drain, I had more time to focus on myself than I had previously. I resumed running, something I had abandoned years ago because my leisure time was spent helping others. I joined a local reading club and met new people who only knew me as Lucas, rather than the dependable older son. When I stated an interest or activity, no one rolled their eyes or said it was a waste of money. At work, I also observed changes. I wasn't coming into the office exhausted from late-night phone calls about my parents' bills. I had energy. I volunteered for projects. My manager genuinely commented, "You seem lighter lately." He was correct. For the first time, I wasn't living in another person's shadow. I also started saying yes to things I'd usually turned down. A co-worker invited me on a weekend excursion. I went. A neighbor asked if I wanted to play pickup basketball. I answered, "Sure." These seem like minor details, but these are the things I've never had the opportunity to do before. I was always prepared for the next demand, the next favor disguised as a duty. Even my apartment feels different today. It's more than just a place to rest in between family emergencies. It is I set up shelves and purchased a desk. I genuinely decorated the walls with prints that bring me joy. Every corner serves as a reminder of something I choose rather than being forced to do. And the best part? I don't feel bad for loving it. That is exactly what closure is. Not slamming a door in rage, but finally allowing oneself to live without carrying everyone else's burden. I will never let them use me like that again. And if it means I must stand alone, so be it. My family uninvited me from Christmas at the $8,000 chalet I paid for, so I canceled it and watched their perfect holiday dreams collapse. My name is Patrick. I'm 28, and my family's connection with me has always been complex. From the outside, we appear to be the picture-perfect suburban family. Dad, with his tidy business attire and know-it-all attitude. Mom, who insists on keeping the peace yet always appears to support him. My younger sister Vanessa, the golden kid, could set the house on fire and still be described as spirited rather than reckless. Then there's me, the one who always worked hard, tried to keep my head down, yet still got treated like an outsider. For as far as I can remember, Christmas has served as their platform. Each year followed the same pattern. Vanessa received the spotlight. Dad delivered platitudes about family values, and Mom preoccupied herself with making everything appear ideal while ignoring the less-than-perfect comments hurled my way. I learned to deal with the passive-aggressive jabs, comparisons, and tiny reminders that I wasn't quite one of them as Vanessa was. However, over the last year, I began to suspect that something had changed. I had a solid job and a steady paycheck, and for once, I wanted to contribute to the holiday to make it feel like I wasn't simply a bystander in their world. That's how the chalet arrived. I found this lovely cabin-style chalet in the Highlands. Snow all around, a wood-burning fireplace, and large windows facing out into the slopes. It was the type of vacation destination that people put on postcards. I spent weeks looking for the appropriate spot, calculating my budget, and finally booking the entire place. $8,000 went quickly, but it was worthwhile because I hoped this year would be different. Maybe they'd realize how much I cared and wanted to be a bigger part of the family Christmas ritual. I also texted Dad the hotel confirmation so he could boast to his buddies. He didn't thank me. He just remarked, "Good. That's the least you could do." At the time I dismissed it. That was just Dad, never giving me credit and never saying no. However, when December approached, the fissures reappeared. Vanessa kept saying it was her chalet trip, as if I had planned it for her. She even mentioned it on social media, stating, "Can't wait for our family Christmas at the chalet Dad rented." That stings. I was not even mentioned. When I questioned her why she phrased it that way, she simply smiled and said, "Relax, Patrick. No one cares who booked it. It's all Dad's idea anyway." That should have been my first major clue. I still wanted to believe. I hoped that once we arrived, they might surprise me with some gratitude. Instead, everything came to a head on a typical Wednesday night in early December. I had swung by my folks' place after work to drop off some boxes of decorations I had bought up. They were sitting in the living room sipping wine as usual, and Vanessa was spread on the couch, discussing what outfits she would bring. I was about to add how I had stocked up on supplies for the chalet when Dad interrupted. "You're not invited to Christmas this year," he yelled, as if he were instructing me to take out the trash. I froze, the words barely registering at first. "What?" I said, wondering whether I had misheard. "You heard me," he replied bluntly, swirling his wineglass. "It's going to be a family-only Christmas. We don't need complications. You can do your own thing." I recall giggling under my breath, more out of surprise than amusement. "Is it just the family? I am literally your son." Vanessa sneered at me from the sofa. "Dad just means it's going to be less stressful without you. Don't make a scene, Patrick." And Mom, sweet, always neutral Mom, just gave me a pitying look, as if I were a stranger looking for a place to stay. "Maybe it's for the best, dear. We want peace this year." I can't put into words how I felt at the time. Yes, it hurts. Betrayal, of course. But largely it was this cold clarity, like if a curtain had fallen and I could finally see them for who they truly were. For years, I had been pursuing bits of validation, attempting to fit in, and in one remark, Dad made it clear that I never did. I did not argue, I did not beg. I just nodded, laid the box of decorations down on the floor, and said, "Fine." They undoubtedly assumed I was upset, that I'd go home and cry about being excluded, but in reality, my thoughts were already moving. I remembered the chalet reservation that was in my inbox, the one booked in my name, using my card and money. And as I walked out of their house that night, with their smug expressions behind me, I realized something. They thought they had Christmas wrapped up, that they could obliterate me as if I were nothing. They had no idea what was coming. That night, I got down at my laptop, opened up the bank transfers, and secretly transferred the holiday monies I had sent to Dad back into my account. $8,000 fell back into its proper location. Then I opened the chalet reservation, and with a simple click, canceled it entirely. No penalty. It was still early enough. The best aspect was that the booking was in Dad's name on paper since I wanted him to feel involved. But the payments were mine, so when the cancellation went through, the credit was returned to me. I didn't tell them, of course. I went to bed with a peculiar calm, partly expecting a fallout. The next morning, my phone lit up like a Christmas tree. I had 31 missed calls, 12 voicemails, and one message that stopped me in my tracks, and that's when things really started to disintegrate. My father sent the message, which was short and to the point, as if he still had control of the situation. "Call me back. Now." I didn't. I sat there with my coffee, reading through his prior voicemails, each of which was angrier than the last. First, there was confusion. "Patrick, there's a mistake. The chalet reservation isn't showing up on my account. Call them and fix it." The tone switched to annoyance. "This isn't funny. If you're pulling some stunt, you better undo it immediately." Finally, the inevitable wrath. "You think this makes you clever? You've embarrassed me, Patrick. Do you understand that? Fix this. Now." He was shamed. That was what mattered most. Not the fact that his son was reportedly not invited to Christmas. Not the sheer chutzpah of dumping me after I'd paid for everything. No, the main sin here was that his friends and extended family would soon learn that the big chalet trip was not going to happen. His pride had been harmed, and in his society, it was unforgivable. Vanessa began contacting me about midday. Her tone was harsher than Dad's, less furious and more entitled. "Are you seriously doing this to us? You promised we'd have Christmas at the chalet. All my friends know about it, Patrick. I already told everyone. Do you even care what this does to me?" I could almost hear her whimpering voice through the text. I didn't respond. Silence was more powerful than any words I could have typed back. That nightfall, however, the real games began. Mom arrived at my place unexpectedly, bearing a casserole, as she often did when she wanted to soften terrible news. She let herself in using the spare key I hadn't aware she still possessed. "Patrick," she murmured with a studied, charming tone. "I believe we got off to a bad start last night. You are aware of your father's harsh language at times. He didn't say you weren't welcome. It was simply tension talking." I stared at her, really curious. So now I'm invited? Her smile faded, but she continued. Certainly. But only if you resolve the chalet issue. Your father's reputation is at stake, and many are looking forward to this trip. It would mean so much to everyone if you just handled it quietly. The manipulation was so obvious that I almost laughed. It was not about me being included. It was about me cleaning up their messes. I inquired, "And if I don't?" She placed the casserole on my counter, folded her hands together as if praying, and groaned. "Then I'm afraid you'll be making things very difficult for this family. Do you really want to ruin Christmas for your sister?" It was back there. Vanessa prioritizes her happiness above all else. I remembered birthdays when Mom received extravagant gifts while I received utilitarian items such as socks or notebooks. I remembered when she crashed my car and my parents advised me not to be selfish because Vanessa had been through enough stress. The same trend was repeating. My sacrifice. Her spotlight. I did not give Mom the reaction she expected. I just remarked, "Thanks for the casserole," and accompanied her to the door. She stared at me with a sad little expression, as if I were the problem child throwing a tantrum, and said, "Your father is very disappointed in you." That night, Vanessa connected me to a new group chat she had formed. The name of it is Christmas at the Chalet Snowflake Christmas Tree. The irony almost killed me. She must not have understood I had canceled everything because her messages were full of gushing about ski suits, champagne, and Instagram photographs she'd take by the fireplace. Dad said, "I'll handle the wine. Don't worry." Mom responded emojis. It was as if they were attempting to make me disappear, despite the fact that I was the one who made it possible. Finally, Vanessa tagged me. "Patrick, could you please send the updated booking confirmation? Dad wants to ensure that the dinner reservations are set up." I glanced at the message for a long time, unsure what to do. Every instinct pushed me to tell the truth right then in the chat, to expose them as the greedy, entitled family they'd always been. But something inside me said it wasn't time. Not yet. Allow them to spin their dreams a little longer. Let them believe that everything was under control. The longer they dangled on the hook, the more satisfying it would be when reality finally snapped tight. The anxiety just increased from there. Over the next week, they began throwing signals to extended family members, boasting about the chalet trip and implying that Vanessa was somehow hosting it. One of my aunts even contacted me, perplexed, saying, "Your sister told me you're not coming this year. That can't be right, can it?" When I gently told her that Dad had uninvited me, she gasped and exclaimed, "But you're the one who paid." Word spread. I could sense their immaculate little facade breaking around the edges. And with each crack, their texts became more frenzied and desperate. But nothing prepared me for the night Dad personally arrived at my apartment door. Not with rage this time, but with something far worse. False charm. He stood there in his pressed coat, holding a bottle of wine, as if we were longtime friends. "Patrick, son," he spoke smoothly. "We need to talk about this chalet situation. I know you're upset, but let's be adults. We can work something out." That's when I knew they weren't simply panicked. They were scheming. Dad did not go inside right away. He stayed at the doorway like a salesman who refuses to leave until you sign on the dotted line. He smiled. But it wasn't a warm one. It was the tight, calculating style that I had seen him use in business meetings when I was younger. The sort that said he was already planning 10 steps ahead, and I was just another pawn. "Can I come in?" he inquired finally. I hesitated, but curiosity got the best of me. I opened the door wider to let him enter. He placed the bottle of wine on my counter without asking, as if he owned the place. We sat across from one another, the stillness lengthening. Then he leaned forward, elbows on knees, and said, "Listen, about what I said the other night. Uninvited." That was harsh. I was frustrated. You know how things get. I did not respond. I just let him continue talking. He shifted in his seat. "Your sister's been under a lot of stress lately. Her job's shaky. She's worried about money, and this chalet trip, well, it's important for her. She wants to impress her friends, keep her reputation intact. You understand, don't you?" There it was, the speech I had been expecting. Vanessa's sentiments are once again the #1 priority. My role was to fix her life, to ensure she always looked wonderful while I remained unseen. Dad cleared his throat and leaned back. "So, here's what we'll do. You'll rebook the chalet, use your card again, I know you can afford it, and put it under my name so I can manage things properly. In exchange, we will discuss increasing your involvement in family decisions in the future, as you express a desire to participate. More involved, As if I hadn't been attempting to be a part of things all along, as if belonging to my own family was some sort of reward he could dangle in front of me, if only I paid the price. I held my voice steady. So let me get this straight. You want me to rebook an $8,000 trip after you told me I wasn't invited, just so Vanessa doesn't get embarrassed? His smile faltered for a fraction of a second before snapping back into place. It's not about embarrassment. It's about family unity. You wouldn't want to be responsible for ruining Christmas, would you? I nearly laughed. Family unity. The phrase seemed absurd coming from him. But I kept quiet, allowing the silence to grow heavier. Dad despised silence. He was continually rushing to fill it. And sure enough, he began talking again. But this time his tone was harsher. If you refuse, Patrick, you are sending a clear message to your mother, sister, and everyone else that you do not care about them. And if that's the path you want to go. He hesitated, his eyes narrowing. Then don't expect us to be there for you when you need us. That was the betrayal, not the words. I had known deep down for years that they would never truly be there for me. It was the coldness behind them, the transactional manner he presented it. For him, family was not about love or fidelity. It was leverage. I swallowed hard and kept my emotions in check. So you're threatening to cut me off unless I pay for everything again? Dad leaned back and crossed his arms. Not a threat, just reality. You're old enough to understand how the world works. Nothing's free. That word shattered something in me. I recalled all the times I'd gone out of my way to aid them. The loans I provided after Dad's investments failed. I spent my weekends mending stuff around their house. Vanessa was lauded for doing the bare minimum, and I had showed unending patience. And here he was, staring me full in the eyes and insisting that none of it mattered unless I opened my wallet again. I'm not sure if he saw the change in my expression, but for the first time that night, I believe he recognized I wasn't going to cave. His phony charm crumbled slightly, and he whispered, "Don't make this harder than it needs to be, Patrick." But the treachery wasn't over. 2 days later I received a call from my bank. This is a flagged transaction. Someone tried to exploit my account information to make a huge purchase. A reservation deposit for a chalet. And the name on the attempted booking was my father's. That was when the final thread of confidence snapped. When the bank informed me of the attempted booking, my initial emotion was not even anger. It was a strange hollow feeling, as if the floor had gone out from beneath me. I anticipated Dad would try to manipulate me, but I didn't expect him to go so far as to attempt fraud with my personal information. The bank representative politely explained that the transaction was reported because the billing name did not match the account holder. Otherwise, it could have gone through. I thanked them, hung up and sat staring at my phone, stunned. My own father had attempted to steal from me. There was no longer even a slender thread of familial loyalty binding us together. For him, this was about survival. If he couldn't dominate me with words, he'd use money. That night, I did not sleep. I lay in bed, rehashing everything. Vanessa posted about her chalet. Mom arrives with her casserole and guilt trips. Dad's arrogant expression at my apartment. And now this. The betrayal was complex and weighty, and for the first time in my life, I discovered something that horrified and liberated me. I did not have a family. Not really. The following few days were tough. Vanessa went into overdrive on social media, portraying me as the monster. She made a vague remark about selfish people who ruin everything. Of course, all her pals expressed their sorrow. A cousin even texted me personally, asking, "Did you really cancel Christmas?" With that, the story transformed. I wasn't just left out anymore. I was painted as the bad person, the reason the family was breaking apart. Mom texted me message after message imploring me to simply fix this. She said things like, "Your father is under so much stress," and "Vanessa's heartbroken. You know how important this is to her." She never asked how I was doing. She never once acknowledged what they had done to me. At work, I found it difficult to concentrate. I'd be sitting at my desk, spreadsheets open, but my mind would go back to Dad's expression when he said, "Nothing's free." The words resonated like a curse, reminding me that in his world, love came at a cost. My performance slipped. I stayed late to avoid returning home and being alone in the silence. And loneliness struck me hard. Christmas lights were erected throughout the city. Couples walked hand in hand through adorned streets. Kids rubbed their faces to the toy store glass. Everywhere I looked, people were immersed in warmth, laughing, and unity. And me. I had a one-bedroom apartment and a stack of unanswered texts that reminded me how unwelcome I was. I'll admit, there was one night when I nearly broke. I sat with my phone in hand, my thumb lingering over the call dad button, hoping that if I just apologized and gave in, I'd be able to reunite with my family. But then I remembered the bank call, the fake booking, and the hollow in my chest that felt different. Resolve. That was the turning point. I started tiny. I gathered all of the documents I possessed, including emails showing the chalet was booked in my name, the cancellation reimbursement, and the bank's highlighted fraud notification. I backed up Vanessa's posts, her texts demanding that I solve things, and Dad's frightening voicemail. For the first time, I stopped reacting emotionally and began viewing the issue as a chess game. Every move they made, I countered. I did not inform them what I was doing. On the surface, I remained calm. I stopped answering calls, ignored the guilt-ridden texts, and let them think I was pouting in shame. Meanwhile, I was building something stronger, something they wouldn't expect. But before I could put my plan into action, they managed to push me lower. One evening, approximately a week before Christmas, I arrived home to find an envelope nailed to my door. The letter was typed, cold, and formal. It was from Dad, albeit signed. In it, Dad stated that I would no longer be welcome at family events unless I learnt to respect their sacrifices for me. He stated that Vanessa deserved the chalet since she had demonstrated her loyalty, but I had just caused friction and disgrace. And the final line, I'll never forget it. Patrick, you're not needed in this family. Consider this a warning. I sat on the floor of my apartment, letter in hand, staring at the words until they became blurry. That was the bottom. The type of anguish that settles deep within your chest and refuses to move. But, even in that abyss, something within me altered again. The youngster who had always sought their praise had bent himself to fit their pattern. That boy was gone. What remained was quieter, crisper, and more intentional. I was not going to struggle for their affection anymore. I was going to make sure they knew how it felt to lose what they believed they controlled. And so, in the solitude of that vacant flat, I started to plot. Something inside me came into focus after receiving that letter. It seemed like I'd spent my entire life hoping for a nod of approval that would never come. I immediately realized I didn't need it anymore. Instead of crushing me, their words, "You are not needed in this family," provided me with an unusual sense of liberation. If I was not needed, I owed them nothing. And if I owed them nothing, I could finally begin life on my own terms. The first step was to cut off the lifelines that had been quietly draining. For years I'd been assisting in ways I never realized. When Vanessa overdrew her account, I surreptitiously transferred her money. When Dad's investments plummeted, I'd cover a few bills. I'd often chip in for minor expenses like food, gas, and utilities. It was a habit created out of remorse and a desire to establish my belonging. But not anymore. I shut everything down. I changed my internet banking passwords, deactivated Mom's emergency credit card, and even diverted my mail to prevent snooping. It was like turning off a series of leaking faucets that had been running for years. Then I turned inward at work. Instead of dragging my feet, I began arriving early, putting in effort, and volunteering for projects I used to avoid. I believe part of me needed to immerse myself in something useful. But another part of me realized that every hour I spent on myself was one step closer to being free of their shadow. My supervisor noticed within a few weeks. By the new year, I was sitting in a meeting and hearing the terms, promotion and salary increase. For the first time, I had a sense of momentum. My bank account has grown. I didn't spend my evenings going through their seductive texts. I removed them all. Instead, I started going to the gym after work, which I had put off for years. The weights, the perspiration, and the slow but steady progress. It all became a ritual. My body grew stronger, and my confidence improved. I wasn't the same person who sat on the floor clutching that letter anymore. The transformation spread to other aspects of my life. I reconnected with old pals that I had separated myself from since my family did not like them. Julian, a college buddy, had his own little marketing agency and invited me to help with some freelancing work. What began as a side project suddenly grew into a significant source of revenue. Julian even quipped, "Man, you've been hiding your skills for too long. If your family doesn't appreciate you, don't worry, other people will." Those words remained. For so long, I had judged my worth according to their norms. But outside of their bubble, I was regarded, respected, and even admired. And this is where the actual power shift started. Remember all the paperwork I had secretly gathered? The chalet receipts, Vanessa's posts, a bank fraud notice, and Dad's voicemail. I started fitting them together like puzzle pieces, not out of spite at first, but to assure myself that I wasn't crazy. The evidence was plainly there. They had attempted to delete, distort, and steal from me. And I had proof. The longer I looked at it, the clearer it got. If I desired retribution, it wouldn't be through ranting or emotional outbursts. It would require precision, patience, and allowing them to dig their own hole as I stood at the perimeter with the spotlight. Meanwhile, life outside their orbit only became brighter. Julian connected me to contacts who opened possibilities I had never imagined. New contracts, larger clientele, and more money than I'd ever made before. I moved into a larger apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows viewing the metropolitan skyline. Every night, I'd stand there, glass of wine in hand, gazing at the glittering lights on the horizon and thinking, this is mine. Not theirs. Mine. It was not about money or status. It was about finally creating something they couldn't touch, claim credit for, or take away, and each step forward stoked my fire, now one of determination rather than desperation. They were still sending messages, of course. Vanessa attempted the guilt trip. You're wrecking everything. Why are you doing this to us? Dad issued veiled threats about destroying bridges. Mom played the martyr, writing things like, I lie awake at night worried about you. But where those words used to wound, they now only scratched me. I did not even respond. Silence became my most effective weapon. Because deep inside, I knew something others did not. They had already released their grip on me. They would soon lose much more than that. But I wasn't about to rush it. I was going to let time and success do the work. Allow them to become comfortable in their illusions. Because when the time came to strike back, it would not only be satisfying, but also indisputable. And then one afternoon, I discovered something that altered everything, something that transformed all of my quiet planning into an obvious, direct path to vengeance. The opportunity arose on an ordinary Tuesday, the type of day where nothing stands out until something changes beneath the surface. I was in Julian's office, helping him prepare a presentation for a new client. While he took a call, I glanced through my inbox and saw a message from my aunt. The same one who had contacted me puzzled about the chalet weeks before. She differed from the rest of the family. Not flawless, but less cruel and more attentive. The subject line read, "Thought you should see this." A PDF was attached, containing a scanned copy of an email chain between my father and other extended family. My heart raced as I read. Dad had indicated that Vanessa would be covering Christmas expenses this year. She stood up as the responsible one, and Patrick has decided he cannot contribute. He's humiliated, therefore we shouldn't bring it up in front of him. My stomach twisted. Responsible one. Vanessa had not even contributed a penny. Dad was reworking the story to make me look like a failure. Worse, he was instilling the notion that I couldn't afford goods, that I was somehow beneath them. But as nauseous as it made me, the email was invaluable. It confirmed what I had believed all along. Their game wasn't simply about cutting me out. It was about eliminating me and rewriting the family story so that I was portrayed as weak, selfish, and disposable. And then something occurred to me. If they wanted to play with stories, I'd make sure the truth was loud, clear, and impossible to twist. The time was also great. My promotion had just been completed, tripling my pay. Julian's freelance contracts were booming. My savings account looked better than it ever had. For the first time, I was not simply surviving. I was in a position of strength. Financially secure, professionally respected, socially connected. All aspects of my life they couldn't touch. That night, I began sketching up what I dubbed the reveal. Step 1. Document everything. I created a folder on my laptop with labeled files, including images of Vanessa's social media posts gloating about her chalet, bank bills indicating the money came from me, the cancellation receipt, the fraud warning, and now Dad's email chain. Every lie they said left a paper trail, and I had it. Step 2. Allies. My aunt was already halfway there when she sent me the email. I initially approached her tentatively, just to test the waters over coffee. She acknowledged she had always felt my parents favored Vanessa unfairly, but had no idea how far it went. She told me that your father's pride is his vulnerability. Vanessa believes anything makes her appear nice. Her words remained like pins on a map. Weaknesses, trends, and areas to strike. Step 3. Position myself where they don't expect it. Instead of isolating myself, I resumed attending extended family gatherings, birthdays, informal meals, and anything other than my parents' place. At first, there were whispers, side glances, and awkwardness from those who weren't sure which version of the story to trust. But I remained calm, polite, and present. I did not defend myself. I did not bring up the chalet. I simply let them see me. Stable job, new apartment, healthier, happy. Slowly, uncertainty began to sneak in. People recognized Vanessa's boasting did not reflect the reality they saw in me. And all the while, I was building. Julian referred me to someone who worked in event planning, and it was via this link that I received the idea for the final part of my plan. If my parents intended to utilize family gatherings as a stage, I'd make sure the brightest spotlight was shining squarely on them when the time came. Because power isn't always about having the loudest voice or the strongest grasp. Sometimes it takes patience, silently stepping out of the shadows, stacking the evidence, aligning the pieces, and waiting until your opponents are so confident they've won that they don't notice the earth crumbling beneath them. By the time Christmas arrived, my parents believed they had succeeded. They spent the holidays sulking at home. No chalet, no trip. Yet they said it was my fault, that I had ruined everything. Vanessa made a show of sharing photos with pals at a ski resort she'd named for clout, claiming it was the chalet. To the outside world, they appeared unconcerned. But I knew the truth. And I knew what was coming. Because the following step wasn't only to defend myself. It was about turning the tables, proving to everyone that the son they discarded, erased, and attempted to steal from was not weak. He was the one holding the cards. And the potential to flip the board was closer than they thought. The setting for my vengeance appeared almost too neatly. My aunt called in late January to tell me that there would be a large family gathering to celebrate my grandparents' anniversary. There were more than just cousins and uncles this time. Everyone knew me since I was a child, including aunts, uncles, family friends, and some of Dad's business partners. In other words, the exact audience my parents enjoyed performing for. The moment I hung up, I knew it was time for the reveal. I spent the next week cleaning the evidence folder that I had prepared. Every receipt, screenshot, and voicemail was carefully organized into a presentation file that I could open on my laptop and project onto a screen as needed. But the beauty of my approach was that I didn't have to yell or accuse. I merely had to present the truth quietly and deliberately, allowing their own words to do the damage. The night of the anniversary, I entered the dinner hall wearing the suit I had purchased with my promotion bonus, crisp and tailored, with a modest message. I wasn't the helpless black sheep they'd portrayed me as. I shook hands, smiled, and took praises on how well I looked. My folks quickly spotted me. Dad stiffened, Mom's polite smile wavered, and Vanessa rolled her eyes, as if I had interrupted her event. I could sense their dissatisfaction simmering, which just drove me more. Dinner was served, wine poured, and speeches delivered. Then followed the informal discussions around the tables. I waited until Vanessa brought up the chalet, because she couldn't resist. She laughed loudly, telling a cousin. It was such a disaster because Patrick bailed at the last minute. Honestly, Dad and I had to scramble to make Christmas decent, but you know, some people just can't handle responsibility. Her words were bait, and I took them. I laid down my drink calmly and replied. That's interesting, Vanessa. Because from where I sit, it looked a little different. The table fell silent. Dad quickly interjected, his voice calm but strained. Let's not air family drama here. Tonight's about your grandparents. It made me laugh. I agree. It's about family, which is why it might be nice for everyone to know the full story since you've already started it, Vanessa. I removed my laptop from my bag. I hadn't intended to make it theatrical, but sometimes the circumstance demands it. I asked my cousin to assist me switch inputs on a projector that had been set up for a slideshow of old images. Within seconds, my screen illuminated the wall, and I showed them. First, I received a chalet confirmation email with my name and money clearly displayed. Gasps were heard around the room. The cancellation notification with the reimbursement information was then returned to me. Vanessa's posts bragging about her chalet were followed by Dad's email chain alleging Vanessa had paid for everything. Finally, the bank issued a flagged fraud alert with his name on it. I did not raise my voice once, I did not accuse or dramatize, I simply stated, this is what happened, I paid for the chalet, they told me I wasn't invited, and when I canceled it, they attempted to use my account information without my permission. The silence that followed was oppressive, you could hear forks clinking against plates. My parents' faces were pallid and frozen. Vanessa spewed something about me distorting things, but the proof was right there, incontrovertible. Then came the murmurs. My aunt shook her head as my uncle mumbled, I knew something was off. Even one of Dad's business acquaintances leaned back and whispered, unbelievable. For once, I wasn't the outsider, I was not the one being sacked. Everyone in the room knew I was telling the truth. Dad attempted to salvage it. He rose up, glass in hand, and said, let's not overreact. It was a misunderstanding. but I stopped him off, remaining cool. A misunderstanding is forgetting to invite someone. This was deliberate, and I think everyone here deserves to know what family values mean to you. The word values hovered in the air like a blade. Mom eventually broke down, whispering, "Patrick, please stop." But it was too late. The damage was done. Their carefully designed facade had shattered in front of the very individuals they wished to impress. I didn't stay very long after that. I did not need to. As I left the dining hall, I could still hear the comments and inquiries directed at them. For the first time in my life, the weight was lifted off of me. It was on them. And the joy of walking out into the chilly night air with my head held high was unlike anything I had ever experienced. But the fallout was only beginning. The consequences were immediate. And for once, I did not have to move a finger. My phone was constantly buzzing the morning after the anniversary gathering. Not from my parents. They remained mute. But from cousins, uncles, and even family acquaintances who had been present. The messages had the same tone: disbelief, sympathy, and quiet confirmation. "I can't believe they treated you like that. You were correct to show everyone. You are invited to spend the holidays with us instead." Word spread immediately. My parents' reputation, which they guarded so carefully, was in shambles. Dad's colleagues who had attended the banquet stopped returning his calls. A business contact of his, who had overheard the entire chalet disaster, quit a collaboration over worries about ethics. For a man who lived by appearances, it was like seeing his empire disintegrate. Vanessa attempted damage management on social media by posting cryptic claims about poisonous siblings and jealousy, but no one bought it. Screenshots of her original gloating posts had already spread across the family. Every attempt she made to portray herself as a victim simply pushed her deeper. Friends that she had worked so hard to impress unfollowed her. Her small circle of admirers shrank suddenly. And Mom retreated totally. For years she was the peacemaker, smoothing over Dad's rants and Vanessa's entitlement. But after that night, no one was listening to her "let's just move on" comments. People interpreted her silence as complicity. I remained quiet. I didn't have to brag. I did not need to say anything. Silence, which I had once despised, had become my most effective weapon. Weeks passed and the distance increased. No more calls, guilt trips, or letters nailed to my door. It was as if they recognized they had no more leverage. And the best part? I didn't miss them. For the first time in my life, I felt light. I had a job, friends, and was becoming more independent. I had peace. Then, one afternoon in March, I saw my aunt again in a cafe. She informed me that Dad tried to throw a dinner to clear the air, but few people turned up. The family was no longer interested in playing along with his vision of reality. "You don't realize it yet," she explained, smiling. "But you won. Not just against them, but against the hold they had on you." That night, I went home, stood by my apartment's window, and looked out at the city lights. For years I'd begged to sit at their table, bent myself to suit their shape, and carried the weight of their approbation like a burden I couldn't bear. But I didn't need it anymore. I had created something stronger that they couldn't change or take away. Their chalet vacation had failed. Their reputation had crumbled. Their grip on me was gone. As I moved away from the glass, a smile pulled on my lips. Because in reality, they had not barred me from attending Christmas. I had denied them entry into my home. Uncle tried to buy my daughter's Taylor Swift ticket for $3,000, but when she refused, he slapped her in front of everyone and destroyed our family. Hello everyone, my name is Adrian, and I am 45 years old. I am a sales director for an insurance business in Chicago. This job does not make me wealthy, but it does provide a stable income for me and my family. My wife Lily works as an accountant at a used car dealership near our home. She's an amazing woman who can manage her work and care for her family. We've been married for 20 years, and I still consider myself lucky to have her by my side every day. We reside in a 3-bedroom home in the Chicago suburbs with our lovely 19-year-old daughter. Her name is Sophia, and she means everything to both Lily and me. We have had many joyful and amazing memories over the last 20 years. Sophia's always been a brilliant, nice and well-behaved child. She's done well in school and has never given us reason to be concerned about her studies. Sophia is unique in that she has a strong passion for music, particularly Taylor Swift. Her bedroom is decorated with posters of her idols, and whenever a new song is released, she is the first to listen and share it with us. I recall nights when the entire family would gather in the living room and Sophia would perform her favorite songs for us. Her bright, pleasant voice always made our home seem comfortable. Most people would assume our family is quiet and happy based on our current circumstances. But they don't realize that this tranquility came at a cost. We had to cut relations with our relatives after they harmed our daughter around Christmas 3 years ago. The story I'm telling you today took place during Christmas 2022. Sophia was only 16 at the time, and I'll never forget what transpired. Initially, Lily and I wanted to hold a small, intimate celebration at our home. We were planning to invite a few close neighbors around for dinner. That's how we did it every year, simple, warm, and devoid of unneeded drama. But those plans were abruptly altered when my father, Stephen, revealed that he would be hosting Christmas at his home and invited a few relatives to attend. He explained that it had been a long time since the entire family had gotten together, and he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to reconcile everyone. After receiving the invitation, Lily and I got down to discuss it. My relationship with my parents had been strained in previous years. We had conflicts over life, money, and even how we raised our kid. But eventually, we decided to go. At the time, I assumed it would be a typical Christmas party. We'd eat, make small chat, and head home. I had no idea that it would be our last Christmas together as a family. On the day of the celebration, we got to my parents' house around 5 p.m. 4 cars were parked in the front of their driveway, including my cousin John's gleaming black Mercedes. Just seeing that car made me anxious. John is the person I loathe the most in our family. He's always flaunting shiny stuff and never misses an opportunity to mock or belittle me during family gatherings. Every time we meet, he says something negative about my job, salary, or how I raise my daughter. What's worse is that my entire family, from my parents to my other cousins, regards him as the pinnacle of accomplishment. They continuously compare me to John, hoping for a life more like his. But they don't realize that underneath his showy look, he's parsimonious, calculating, and has his house mortgaged to the bank. I know this because his wife confided in Lily about their money problems. Nonetheless, he keeps putting on a show to make everyone believe he's living large. Sophia, Lily and I entered the house after neatly parking our cars. When we opened the door, we heard raucous laughter from the living room. I realized immediately away that John was the center of attention. The living room was filled with roughly 10 people, including Uncle Victor, Aunt Helen, and individuals I actually liked. And, as usual, they were all seated in a circle, listening to John boast about his recent successes in his overly pleased tone. When John saw me walk in, his gaze switched to me. He instantly fired a jab. "Oh, Adrian's here. That outfit's casual, isn't it?" Several others laughed. I did not respond. I'd learnt to remain silent in the face of his petty provocation. After greeting Uncle Victor, Aunt Helen and the other family, I went directly to the kitchen to find my mother. She and my father were finishing off the last dishes of the evening. Their foreheads were drenched with sweat. Without waiting to be asked, Lily, Sophia and I went in to assist. We began plating the meal and doing small duties about the kitchen. At least we could avoid John's caustic remarks. Just then, John's daughter, Mia, strolled past the kitchen door. 16 years old, with perfectly curled hair and a costly designer clothing. She saw me but did not say anything. She looked over with the same smug expression her father always had and walked away as if she were above everything. After Mia went away, I felt strangely uneasy. I had no idea that the family drama that day would revolve on her. Around 6 p.m., all of the food was on the dinner table. We instantly integrated into the family's communal supper. Throughout the dinner, all eyes were on John, as he boasted about his newest successes. He talked about a new business deal, a planned trip to Europe, and ambitions to purchase a larger home. Everyone in the family regarded him with admiration. Personally, I thought it was funny. They were all grown adults, but they believed everything he stated without any evidence. My relatives didn't care what he said. Throughout the meal, Lily, Sophia and I gave food to one another and exchanged loving grins. While John was bragging about the new Mercedes, I whispered to Lily, "Do you think he's talking way too much?" Lily smiled gently and whispered, "Don't let it bother you. Let's eat and head home." Sophia sat next us, periodically chiming in on our little family chat. She remained cool despite Mia's sarcastic look. In that moment, I sincerely thought that everything would be all right. We could make it through the evening if we stayed quiet and ate. I assumed that after dinner, we'd say our goodbyes and return home calmly. But that was only what I thought. I had no idea then. The hardest portion of the evening had not even begun. After supper we gathered in the living room. My father, Stephen, jumped up and clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention. As the audience became silent, he smiled and screamed, "It's time for us to exchange Christmas gifts." The ambiance in the living room immediately changed to joyous after his statement. Everyone looked to the foot of the Christmas tree, where my parents had carefully put a pile of beautifully wrapped gifts. My parents had meticulously prepared tiny gifts to place beneath the tree. Everyone had something, from our elderly relatives to us. However, that year's Christmas party was not like the others. Before anybody began opening gifts, my father stood in the midst of the living room and yelled, "This Christmas is a little more special because Sophia and Mia will be getting something extra." The room filled with chatter. I could see Sophia and Mia's excitement when they learned there would be unique gifts. Mom, Paula, emerged from the bedroom with 2 identical gift boxes and set them on the coffee table. Both were wrapped with red paper and exquisite gold ribbons. Looking at the matched boxes, I couldn't help but wonder what my parents had stored within. Sophia gave them an inquisitive look, but Mia appeared to be more excited. My mother smiled and said to the 2 girls, "You can come up and pick your gift. Each of you gets to choose 1 box." As she finished speaking, I noticed an odd glimmer in Mia's eyes. She seemed excited to discover what was within those boxes. Sophia, on the other hand, remained seated and patiently waited to see what would happen next. We had always encouraged her to be respectful and allow others to go first. The living room was full of enthusiasm and curiosity. Everyone wanted to see what special gifts my parents had planned for the 2 girls. At the time, I felt my parents were attentive, that they had put actual effort into arranging something wonderful. I had no idea those exceptional gifts would start a family crisis that I would never forget. When the 2 gift boxes were placed on the table, Mia rose up and moved ahead of Sophia. As she walked, she firmly stated, "I'm picking first." Mia had already reached the boxes before any of us or Sophia could respond. She lifted them up one by one, gave them a tiny shake, and then laid them back down to feel their weight. After over a minute of deliberation, Mia picked one of the boxes and declared, "I'll take this one. It's heavier, so it must have something good inside." She took the package and went back to her seat next to John. Sophia pondered briefly before standing up and taking the last box. She smiled nicely at my parents before returning to her seat. With the entire room watching, both girls began opening their presents. When Mia discovered what was inside, she exclaimed, "Wow, the newest AirPods Pro." She instantly turned to my parents and said, "I like this gift." I noted that she never thanked my parents who had purchased the gift for her. I expected them to be offended by her lack of manners, but instead they simply smiled and said, "As long as you like it." Then it was Sophia's turn. When she opened the box, she discovered a nicely packed envelope. Mia couldn't help but snipe, "Don't tell me your gift is a grocery store discount coupon." Some people giggled at her remark, and I could feel my fury rising. Sophia, still calm, opened the envelope. The inside contained a nicely folded piece of paper. After attentively reading it, she yelled, "Oh my God! Taylor Swift's tour tickets." She instantly came to my parents, flung her arms around them and said, "Thank you so much for this surprise, Grandpa and Grandma." That's when I realized how much she adored Taylor Swift. She'd always wanted to attend a performance, but the tickets were too expensive and difficult to obtain, so we couldn't buy her one. Sophia, after hugging her grandparents, inquired as to how they obtained the tickets. My parents responded by sharing the story. A week before, they won the ticket in a lucky draw at the bank where they keep their savings. They didn't take it seriously at first. They weren't music aficionados and didn't know who Taylor Swift was. But when the bank staff told them the ticket was worth $300, they chose to save it and give it to one of the grandchildren. They weren't sure if Sophia or Mia liked Taylor Swift. They reasoned that if the girls were not interested, they could sell the ticket and retain the money. Watching Sophia's excitement and the happy tears in her eyes, I silently thanked my parents for giving my daughter such a wonderful present. After thanking her grandparents, Sophia returned to her seat next to Lily. She was still holding the ticket in her palm, her eyes slightly red from tears of joy. Mia approached her with a determined expression in her eyes. Just as she sat down, Mia demanded, "Give me the ticket." Sophia looked up at her, surprised, and gently replied, "No, you already got your gift." Unwilling to accept that answer, Mia continued, "I'll trade you. You take my gift. I should be the one going to the concert." Hearing his daughter, John saw a growing tension between the 2 females. He stood up and attempted to calm Mia down with a promise. "Don't worry, sweetie. I'll get you a ticket. There's no need to fight with Sophia." But Mia instantly shook her head and reminded him, "Dad, the ticket sold out 4 months ago. I already checked." That changed everything. John's face shifted. His eyes became serious as he turned to face Sophia with a cunning attitude. My parents became concerned as the conflict between the sisters escalated, not wanting John and Mia to be sad. My father stepped in and said, Sophia, Could you please give the ticket to Mia? You can take Mia's AirPods. My mother agreed, saying, Yes, sweetie. Be a good girl and let Mia have it. Hearing my parents' obvious preference, I couldn't stay mute any longer. I firmly said, Mia made her choice, she must accept the gift she chose. My father, evidently agitated, yelled back, We're all family here, would it hurt Sophia to be a little generous? This pushed me over the edge. Sophia was their grandchild, yet they didn't stand up for her. Instead, they were supporting Mia to keep John pleased. Unable to bear the injustice they were inflicting on my daughter, I turned to Lily and Sophia and said, Let's go. With that, the three of us stood up and started leaving the living room. Suddenly the room became silent and tight. Everyone looked at us in disbelief. Uncle Victor and Aunt Helen were perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. John stood there with a sour grimace on his face, while Mia grasped her AirPods and gazed wistfully at the concert ticket that Sophia still had. At that point, I assumed we'd leave the house quietly and the narrative would end there. But I was mistaken. As we approached the door, John abruptly stood up. When he saw we were going, he dashed towards Sophia and blocked her path. With his typical confidence, he informed her, Sell me the ticket, I'll pay you $300 for it. His offer struck me like a punch. I was filled with rage right away. He was attempting to use money to bargain with my daughter, as if Sophia were just another child who could be bought. That move was like pouring gasoline on a fire that was already raging inside me. Sophia firmly shook her head and answered, I won't sell the ticket. It's my gift. Before she could finish, John made another, more pushy offer. How about $600? Sophia grabbed the ticket tighter and shook her head calmly and unwaveringly. In that moment, I was overwhelmed with pride in her strength. After being rejected by a 16-year-old, John raised the stakes. He increased his voice. What about $1,500? Seeing how far he was pushing and putting pressure on my daughter, I couldn't keep quiet any longer. I yelled, That's enough, John. He turned to face me, his eyes brimming with rage, and yelled, Shut up, Adrian, I'm teaching your daughter the value of money. That phrase enraged me beyond belief. He then turned to Sophia, threateningly, and asked, $3,000, Sophia, what do you say? The room became strangely silent. Everyone stared at Sophia, waiting for her reaction. She felt profoundly degraded. Instead of fear or hesitancy, she locked eyes with John, firm and unflinching. Then she said in a calm, confident voice, Even if you offered me $1 million, I would not sell this ticket. A harsh, dry sound echoed around the room as soon as she finished speaking. Right after that, John exclaimed, Don't you dare talk to me like that. That's when I understood he'd hit Sophia. He struck her simply because she refused to sell him the ticket. In that moment, regret washed over me. Regret ever agreeing to attend this Christmas party. The moment I watched John slap Sophia, wrath exploded within me. I charged toward him and kicked him to the ground. I did not stop there. I pinned him down and repeatedly punched his face. The living room erupted into commotion. People screamed in disbelief, and panic permeated the atmosphere. Uncle Victor, scared by the situation, said, Adrian, stop it. Aunt Helen then shrieked, Someone call the police. Just as I was about to deliver another punch, Lily and my father ran over and dragged me off John. Even after they dragged me away, I was still trembling with rage. Then, red-faced, my father roared at me, What the hell are you doing, Adrian? This is my house. Don't make me lose face. That sentence struck me hard. At that point, I understood he was more concerned about saving face than safeguarding his granddaughter, and it did not end there. My mother screamed at Sophia, It's all your fault. If you'd just given Mia the ticket, none of this would have happened. When she said those words, Lily ran over and put her arms around Sophia. I noticed my daughter's shoulders quivering, and tears began to pour. I couldn't hold back any longer. I yelled, What the hell is wrong with you? Sophia did nothing wrong. The one at fault here is John. Right after that, I turned to Lily and stated firmly, Take her to the car. When the police and CPS arrive, return. Lily nodded and quickly escorted Sophia outside. I didn't waste another second. I grabbed out my phone and dialed 911. In a forceful, urgent tone, I said, I need to report an assault. A minor was hit. I'm requesting police and CPS at this address immediately. The 911 operator said, We have officers patrolling nearby, and they'll be there in about 5 minutes. I thanked them and disconnected up. My mother shrieked in horror as the phone call ended. You called the police? While she yelled, John gently rose up, wiping the blood from his mouth. He produced a smug, twisted grin and said, Let him call. He hit me more. He'll be the one in trouble. Hearing his threat, I locked eyes with him and answered, "Don't forget you hit a minor. I think you'd better sell your house to pay off the bank and cover damages for my daughter." When John mentioned selling his house, a few relatives looked at him, surprised. That was when I resolved to reveal the truth. Calm yet controlling, I informed everyone that John owed approximately $400,000 to the bank. His wife had already separated from him, and I was the one who gave her $5,000 to start a new life. When I mentioned it, John's face turned pale. Mia, sitting calmly in the corner with her typical arrogant grin, lost control and shouted, "Everybody shut up." The room plunged into a strange, heavy silence. Everyone glanced at each other, surprised and speechless. Police sirens echoed from the street outside, exactly 5 minutes after I placed the call. The tension in the living room suddenly increased. Everyone froze and glanced towards the window. When 2 police officers came inside the house, I reported everything. I stated from the start how John attempted to buy the concert ticket from Sophia, she refused, and he ended up striking her in front of everyone. The first cop, a man in his 40s, took thorough notes while I spoke. After hearing the entire account, he stated that they needed to speak with the child who had been abused to document his injuries. I stepped outside and summoned Lily and Sophia back to the living room. When Sophia arrived, both officers noted the distinct imprint of a hand on her left cheek and crusted blood at the corner of her mouth. The injuries were visible and indisputable. The second officer, a young lady, promptly took out her camera and snapped comprehensive shots of Sophia's injuries from all angles. She also requested Sophia to open her mouth so she could picture the interior of the wound. While the officers were collecting evidence, I spotted John sitting quietly in a corner of the room. His pompous expression was gone. The blood on his lip had dried and the bruises under his eye from my fists were becoming darker. My parents, seeing how terrible the issue had become, began to panic. Instead of admitting the reality, they doubled down on supporting John. My father approached the officers and began spinning a different story. He said that I attacked John initially for no reason. According to him, Sophia then came in to assist me, and John only acted in self-defense after being attacked by a child. My mother chimed in, stating that Sophia had been provoking John all night. She clarified, "Sophia intentionally hurt Mia's feelings by refusing to share the concert ticket." Listening to their blatant and disgusting falsehoods sent a flood of wrath through me. I couldn't believe my parents were blatantly lying to the cops to protect John. The male officer recorded their claims, but I could see by his expression that he didn't believe it. The story did not make sense, especially given the evident injuries on Sophia's face. Fortunately, their lies were exposed. Uncle Victor, who had been silent for most of the evening, suddenly moved forward and spoke something. He informed the authorities that he had a videotape of the entire episode. He added that when he witnessed John negotiating with Sophia in an over-the-top manner, he took out his phone to video it, believing it would be simply another odd family moment. He never anticipated it to escalate to John slapping her. The female officer instantly requested to see the footage. Uncle Victor opened his phone and showed them a 2-minute video. In the video, John attempts to put financial pressure on Sophia. Sophia is keeping her ground as John viciously slaps her in the face. The officers attentively watched the entire video before asking Uncle Victor to email the file to their phones as evidence. This video utterly demolished my parents' phony narrative. After reviewing the camera evidence, the male officer informed my parents that their comments did not correspond to the facts. He warned them that giving the police incorrect information could be deemed obstruction of justice. My parents fell completely silent. There was nothing they could say to refute what had just been displayed in the video. Every detail was caught plainly and undeniably. When I glanced at my parents, I felt a strange, hollow grief. That was when I knew I'd lost both my father and mother. They'd made their choice. They defended the man who slapped my daughter rather than protecting their granddaughter. They were even willing to lie to the police to conceal John's conduct. Aunt Helen and a few other family eventually spoke up too. They affirmed that they saw the entire situation and that Sophia did nothing wrong. They said that she wanted to protect her grandparents' gift. Meanwhile, John remained seated and quiet, evidently aware of the weight of the evidence against him. With the footage released, there was no defense. No way to distort the tale. Mia sat next to him, pale and scared. She had just realized her father had done something wrong. Tears ran down her cheeks. Not from sadness, but from fear of what was to come. The entire room fell into a deep, oppressive quiet. At that time, everyone felt it. Things had gone too far. The harm had been done, and severe consequences were now unavoidable. A family was ripped apart over a concert ticket and one man's unrestrained pride. 20 minutes after the cops arrived, another automobile came up outside the house while they were still taking statements. CPS, Child Protective Services, responded to my earlier request. Carol Thompson, a veteran CPS caseworker, entered the living room with a solemn attitude. She carried a bag with basic medical supplies and a professional-grade camera. Carol approached Sophia and extensively checked her injuries after being told by the police. She measured the bruising on Sophia's cheek, photographed it from various angles, and examined the inside of her mouth for any extra injuries. While the CPS woman was conducting her exam, I noticed Lily sitting next to Sophia, hugging her protectively. Sophia was still trembling slightly, but seems more calmer than before. Carol then requested to talk with Sophia discreetly in another room so that she could tell what had happened without being pressured by the grown-ups. Carol and Sophia returned to the living room around 15 minutes later. Carol's expression was notably serious. She approached me and delivered news that eased a weight off my shoulders. Mr. Adrian, after verifying the injuries and hearing Sophia's statement, we'll submit this case directly to the district attorney's office. You won't need to file charges yourself. It brought me comfort. That meant the legal system would take over from here, and Sophia would be protected without having to go through a lengthy and unpleasant court process. Carol went on to explain that the incident was rated as severe since it involved violence against a youngster. John's actions were not simply assault. They also included coercion and intimidation of a child. As the CPS worker completed her duties, I sensed a shift in the room. My parents sat quietly, their expressions laden with dread. They were starting to understand they had allied with the wrong person. Uncle Victor and Aunt Helen continued to shake their heads, apparently displeased by John's behavior. I overheard them chatting to each other, stating they never dreamed someone in their family would hit a child. John, who had mostly remained silent, appeared anxious. Sweat accumulated on his forehead, and he kept wiping his hands on his jeans. He knew what was coming. Mia, seated opposite her father, no longer appeared haughty or entitled. She kept staring at Sophia, this time with shame rather than jealousy. Maybe she realized that no concert ticket was worth the misery and pandemonium. The male officer then stated that they would take John into custody for formal questioning and processing. He could be released on bond, but must appear in court within 48 hours. Carol also stated that CPS will continue to monitor Sophia's well-being to ensure there are no long-term emotional consequences. She provided us with contact information for a therapist who specialized in child trauma cases. Before departing, Carol informed my parents that CPS would be officially documenting their attempt to conceal child abuse. This may affect their ability to interact with other grandchildren in the future. My mother started to cry. Only after listening did she seem to realize the true cost of supporting John, that she would lose trust in the institution designed to safeguard children. The cops then requested John to stand and extend his hands. When they handcuffed him, the air in the room became icy frigid. As they started to lead him out, Mia sprang up and went after him, screaming uncontrollably, "Dad, I'm sorry. I don't want you to get arrested." She screamed, seeing the scenario unfold. Sophia turned to me and said sadly, "Dad, I feel bad for Mia." I hugged her tightly and added, "This isn't your fault, sweetheart. These are the consequences of adult decisions." After the police and CPS left, the living room fell silent. Nobody knew what to say. A Christmas gathering had become a family tragedy. After the police and CPS left, the living room fell silent. Everyone was at a loss for words after what had happened. A Christmas celebration had escalated into a full-fledged family tragedy. Lily, Sophia, and I waited by the front door, eager to leave this place behind. We had packed our belongings and were ready to return home after a night of nightmares. Sophia abruptly paused. She scanned the living room, her gaze moving over everyone in the room. Then, gradually, she moved into the heart of it all. Everyone focused their gaze on her. Sophia stood straight, her expression calm and determined despite her uncertainty about what she was about to undertake. Not like a 16-year-old girl, but like someone much older. She had the Taylor Swift concert ticket in her palm, the catalyst for everything that had gone wrong tonight. The speaker said clearly and steadily, "This ticket isn't just for a concert. It was my dream. A gift from my grandparents that meant a lot to me. But now." She paused for a time, meeting eyes with the people surrounding her. She went on. "I've realized that some things are more important than dreams, like dignity and respect. No one has the right to use money to bribe or threaten someone else." Following her statements, she hoisted the ticket for everyone to see. And then, to everyone's surprise, Sophia began tearing it apart. The sound of paper ripping reverberated around the silent room. Everyone responded differently to what they saw. Mia dropped her jaw in surprise. She needed that ticket so badly that she was willing to do everything for it. Sophia was damaging it right in front of her. My parents were startled when they stared at Sophia. They felt a shift in their emotions as they realized they had made a grave mistake by failing to protect their granddaughter. Uncle Victor and Aunt Helen nodded silently in admiration. They were pleased of Sophia's courage and maturity. As for me, I was filled with pride. At that point, I recognized my daughter not as a child, but as a young woman of courage and character, someone who knew how to stand up for what was right. Sophia ripped up the ticket and let the pieces fall to the floor softly. She looked around the room one more time and said, "I hope everyone here learns something from today. Nothing is more valuable than dignity and respect." At that point, Lily went forward and threw her arms around Sophia, tears flowing down her cheek. She muttered, "I'm so proud of you." I joined them and drew them into an embrace. At that moment, our small family felt stronger and more unified than ever. Sophia's actions sparked something in everyone in the room. They came to realize that financial possessions are meaningless in comparison to qualities such as self-esteem, mutual respect, and family love. Following that defining moment, we left the house in silence. No one said anything, but everyone knew their lives had altered forever on that Christmas night. The criminal trial at the county courts began 2 weeks after the incident at my parents' residence. The case was deemed serious enough to warrant expedited proceedings, sending a message to the community about the significance of addressing domestic violence and protecting children. That morning, Lily, Sophia, and I arrived early at the courts. Sophia maintained her composure despite her young age. She understood that testifying was required to ensure justice was served. Our attorney, Mr. Michael Torres, had thoroughly prepared for the trial. Judge Patricia Henderson, a severe yet fair woman in her early 50s, ruled over the case. The prosecutor ran the courtroom with professionalism and clarity, presenting evidence in a systematic manner. The first was the video Uncle Victor had made, which plainly showed John threatening Sophia with money before slapping her. The video was shown in court, and several in the audience shook their heads in disbelief. The authorities then took images of Sophia's injuries, which included the clear imprint of a hand on her cheek and a wound inside her lips. The visuals were undeniable. Witness testimony followed. Uncle Victor provided an honest account of what he had witnessed. Aunt Helen and other family confirmed that Sophia had done nothing wrong, and that John's actions were unjustified. However, the report from CPS officer Carol Thompson added significant weight to the case. She emphasized that John's actions had not only caused physical pain, but also posed a long-term psychological risk to Sophia. John's lawyer attempted to explain that he was provoked and reacted out of a temporary lack of control, but he was unable to produce compelling evidence to back this claim. Then Sophia was called to the stand. She answered each question gently and truthfully. When asked how she felt, she replied, "I just wanted to keep the gift my grandparents gave me. I don't understand why Uncle John got so angry that he hit me." Her candid statements moved many in the courtroom, including the judge. John also took the stand. He said that he merely wanted to buy the ticket and had no intention of hurting Sophia. But when asked why he smacked a 16-year-old girl, he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation. Judge Henderson carefully scrutinized all of the evidence and testimony, particularly the video, which made it hard to deny John's violent behavior. After a brief contemplation, she delivered her decision. John was sentenced to 2 years in prison for assaulting and intimidating children. In addition, he was sentenced to pay Sophia $10,000 in damages, which included emotional anguish compensation. John's face turned pale as he heard the verdict and collapsed into his chair. His attorney went down to murmur something, but it was evident that there was little chance of an appeal. Judge Henderson went further. This case is a reminder that children must be protected from all forms of violence. There is no excuse ever for an adult to strike a child under any circumstance. She also commented on my conduct, particularly my physical reprisal against John. After assessing the evidence and taking into account the context, she was lenient. The judge acknowledged that I behaved instinctively to protect my daughter from assault. While vigilante justice is not permitted by law, a father's emotional response in such a situation is reasonable. In the end, I got an official warning for the assault. Judge Henderson emphasized that I should use legal procedures rather than violence to resolve issues. She also expressed hope that I would learn from this experience. Although my goals were apparent, she underlined the importance of trusting the legal system. I took the warning sincerely and thanked the court for its impartiality. Deep down, I knew I'd done the right thing by protecting Sophia, even if there were consequences. What really important was that justice was served and my kid was protected. Following the trial, news sources reported the footage of John slapping Sophia, along with the verdict, which soon went popular on social media. The narrative served as a striking reminder of how important it is to safeguard children and refuse to tolerate domestic abuse. Thousands of people responded, complimenting Sophia's bravery and emotional maturity. Many people supported me as a father who aggressively defends his daughter. For our family, the trial provided both justice and closure. It signified the conclusion of a hard period in our lives. We could now move forward with confidence that the system had protected those who needed it the most. Following the trial, I resolved to do something special for Sophia. Even though she had bravely torn up her Taylor Swift concert ticket, I knew she still wanted to attend the show. Getting a ticket to the Eras tour at that moment seemed nearly impossible. They'd sold out months before, and resale rates had risen to $2,000 or $3,000 for a good seat. But I did not give up. I began questioning everyone: friends, co-workers, and strangers in online communities. I advertised on Facebook, LinkedIn, and even Twitter, trying to locate someone with an extra ticket. Finding a ticket became my preoccupation. Every day after work, I spent hours searching ticket sites, forums, and messaging anyone with a lead. Lily would gently remind me on occasion that Sophia had decided not to attend the concert because she did not want me to tire myself. But I couldn't let go. It wasn't just about the concert anymore. It was about showing my kid that doing the right thing, even when it is difficult, does not go unrewarded. After 2 weeks of seeking, we were finally blessed with good fortune. Jack Morrison, a younger co-worker at my company, learned about our dilemma from the trial's coverage in the news. Jack informed me that he had booked tickets to the show months ago to go with his girlfriend. But they had recently broken up, and something came up on the day of the concert. Instead of flipping the ticket for a profit, Jack offered to sell it to me for the face value of $500. I couldn't believe what he said. In a world where everyone was trying to profit from scarcity, someone providing a ticket for the original price seemed like a miracle. I promptly transferred the funds and thanked Jack with all I had. He simply smiled and expressed his admiration for Sophia's handling of everything that had happened. Sophia was doing her schoolwork in her room that evening when I summoned her to the living room. She looked curious, unsure of what was going to happen. I handed her the ticket and explained that it was a reward for being strong, brave, and true to herself rather than for being a victim. I also expressed my regret that she had to endure what transpired that Christmas night. When she saw the ticket, she wrapped her arms around me, saying she knew I'd done everything I could to protect her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but they were pure joy this time. Lily was right there with us, joining in the wonderful family hug. She said she was proud of both of us, of Sophia's bravery and of me for never giving up. The concert night has become one of our family's most treasured memories. I took Sophia, and as Taylor Swift played the songs she liked the most, I saw my daughter beam with the greatest smile I'd ever seen. At that point, I realized something. Sometimes our most difficult struggles produce our most treasured moments. That concert was more than just the realization of Sophia's dream. It was a symbol that justice is important, that love triumphs, and that no matter how dark things become, light awaits on the other side. 3 years have passed since that awful Christmas night, and our family's life has changed in ways I never expected. After the trial, I had to cut all links with my parents, which was difficult but essential. We haven't spoken since the judge made her final decision. My parents have made several visits to our home over the last 3 years, seeking to apologize and make peace. They were especially eager to visit Sophia, perhaps to offer her a frank apology for what had transpired, but Sophia has flatly refused every attempt. She informed me she did not want to face the individuals who failed to protect her when she needed them the most. Her maturity and determination to stand her ground have made me even more proud of the young woman she has become. I've held the same position. I refused to answer the door whenever my folks knocked. I've discovered that sometimes love entails knowing when to say no and establishing clear limits. John's life completely collapsed following the trial. He was released after completing 18 months of his term for good behavior, but the ramifications of his crimes have remained with him ever since. To pay for the court-ordered damages and legal fees, John had to sell his mortgaged home to pay off his obligation. He currently lives in a modest apartment and works for poor wages. His reputation in the business world is ruined. Mia, John's kid, lives with her mother in another state. After witnessing her father's arrest and imprisonment, she severed all ties with him. To be honest, I believe she made the healthiest decision possible. She deserves a nice and supportive environment to grow up in. Sophia is currently 19, a freshman at Northwestern University on a full scholarship. She's studying psychology and aspires to be a therapist for traumatized youngsters. Her own experience drove her to help others in the same manner she needed help herself. Sophia had to mature at a faster rate than other people because of what happened 3 years earlier. However, it also taught her to set boundaries, protect herself, and never allow anyone to use power or money to manipulate her. These lessons have instilled in her a quiet confidence that is already influencing her college life in incredible ways. Sophia still adores Taylor Swift, but she recognizes that there are more essential things than personal ambitions. She has repeatedly informed me that tearing up that ticket was the best decision she has ever made. As a family, we are closer than we have ever been. We've learned to enjoy our peaceful moments together and to never underestimate the value of protecting one another. Still, sometimes I wonder whether I should give my parents another chance. I haven't found an answer to this query yet, and now I'd want to ask you the same question before concluding the story. What would you do in my shoes? Would you give them another chance? Please share your ideas in the comments below. If you enjoyed this story, please like, share, and subscribe for more real-life stories like it. That is the end of my story. Thank you for spending time with me, and I hope to see you again at the next one. I filmed my brother hurting his girlfriend and got him jailed. My parents kicked me out, saying I betrayed family and ruined his future. My name is Eric and I'm 18. This happened 3 months ago, yet I'm still struggling with the aftermath. I need guidance on whether I did the right thing, because everyone says I ruined my family. My 21-year-old brother Liam has always been the center of attention in our family. He plays college baseball and has a partial scholarship at State University. My parents treat him as if he can do no wrong. Growing up, Liam would smash my belongings and bully me around, and my parents would always make excuses for him. They claimed he was simply being competitive, or that I was being overly sensitive. When I was 14, Liam threw a baseball at my head during practice in our backyard. I ended up with a concussion and missed a week of school. My parents told everyone I had fallen off my bike. They warned it would harm Liam's prospects of being scouted if people suspected he had rage issues. I quickly realized that remaining quiet was simpler than fighting them. Liam began dating Samantha, a 19-year-old female, approximately 2 years ago. She's quiet and always appeared frightened around him. At family dinners she seldom spoke and flinched if he moved too fast. My parents adored her because she never questioned what Liam did. They would make jokes about how well trained she was and Liam's ability to pick them. The incident that changed everything occurred on a Tuesday afternoon in October. I arrived home early from my part-time work at the grocery shop because I had a splitting headache. I worked there after school to save money for community college, as my parents stated that they would only pay for Liam's education. I arrived into our house and heard shouting from upstairs. Liam screamed at someone, and I heard a girl weep. I walked upstairs to see what was going on. The door to Liam's room was slightly open, allowing me to look inside. Liam had Samantha pinned against a wall. His hand was wrapped around her throat, and her feet were barely on the ground. She tried to say something, but she could scarcely breathe. Her face was going red. Liam was complaining about how she embarrassed him at a party the night before by talking to other guys. I remained there for almost 10 seconds, trying to grasp what I saw. Then I pulled out my phone and began recording. I recorded for around 30 seconds before Liam heard me. Samantha gasped as she plummeted to the floor after being dropped. Liam noticed me holding my phone and ran for the door, but I was already running downstairs. I locked myself in the bathroom and quickly dialed 911. I told them everything I observed and that I had captured it on camera. The dispatcher kept me on the line until the cops came about 15 minutes later. Liam was detained in the afternoon. Samantha was transported to the hospital to be examined. My parents arrived home while the cops were still present, and they immediately began defending Liam. They informed the authorities that Samantha was emotional and Liam would never harm anyone. They offered that perhaps I misread what I saw. The cops confiscated my phone and copied the footage. Liam was charged with domestic assault and released on bail the next morning. My parents paid the $5,000 bail with little hesitation. The morning after Liam left, I awoke to discover all of my possessions in garbage bags on the front porch. My mother was standing there, arms crossed. She informed me that I had betrayed my family and damaged Liam's future. She told me I was no longer welcome at their place. My father came out and told him I was dead. They claimed Liam committed one mistake, and I chose to wreck his life instead of dealing with it privately. I tried to convey that what I observed was not a mistake, but an assault. Samantha, according to my mother, was most likely exaggerating what happened, and females like her were often trying to trap affluent guys. She stated I was ignorant and would understand as I got older. I had nowhere to go. I called my 18-year-old pal Tom, but his parents declined to become involved in family trouble. I spent the first night sleeping in my car in the parking lot of the grocery store where I worked. Samantha called me the next day. She had obtained my phone number from Liam's before the police confiscated it. She was residing with her older sister, Maria, 25 female, and wanted to thank me for calling the police. She claimed Liam's condition had deteriorated over the last few months, but she was too terrified to inform anyone. Maria met me up at the parking lot and drove me to their apartment. She works as a paralegal and is familiar with legal issues. She stated I did the right thing and possibly saved Samantha's life. Maria allowed me to sleep on their couch. Samantha showed me texts Liam had sent her after his release on bail. He threatened to post private images of her online if she did not withdraw the allegations. He promised to make sure everyone at school understood what kind of person she truly was. The messages worsened with each passing day. Maria copied all of the messages and told us we needed to give them to the police. She also stated that the video I captured would be essential proof. Samantha had previously been too afraid to speak out about Liam's actions, although she did admit to prior instances in which he became physically aggressive with her. My parents called me thousands of times, but I did not answer. Finally, my father left a voicemail stating that they would give me one chance to return home if I accepted my mistake and deleted the video. He claimed they'd forgive me if I helped to resolve this matter. The voicemail sounded like something my mother had written. I never reacted to the voicemail or any of their subsequent attempts to reach me. Maria assisted me in changing my phone number after Liam began sending me threatening messages too. He told me I had no idea what I was getting into and that I would regret turning against my family. The legal process progressed slowly. Liam hired an expensive lawyer who repeatedly tried to have the charges reduced. The prosecutor was preparing a case and wanted to interrogate me again about what I had witnessed. Samantha was debating whether to testify because Liam's lawyer made it appear that she had invited the assault. I had to drop out of high school for a few weeks because I didn't have anywhere stable to reside and couldn't complete my studies. The school counselor called my parents to check on me, but they informed her I had moved out of choice and was acting dramatically. They didn't say that I was kicked out. Maria's flat was small, and I knew I couldn't stay there indefinitely. Samantha was having nightmares and panic attacks, and my presence was a continual reminder of what had transpired. I began looking into other choices, but I had no money saved and no family support. I petitioned for emancipation through the legal system so that I might receive help for homeless youth. The process was difficult, and I needed to establish that my parents had abandoned me. I gave copies of the voicemail and text messages in which they disowned me. Liam violated the restraining order 3 weeks after his initial arrest by showing up to Samantha's job. He waited in the parking lot until she finished her shift at the restaurant, where she works part-time. A co-worker witnessed him grab Samantha's arm and attempt to pull her into his car. Liam was apprehended once more. This time his bail was cancelled, and he was forced to remain in jail until trial. My parents spent their savings account in an attempt to get him out, but the judge refused. They also blamed me for this, claiming that if I hadn't documented the original incident, none of this would have occurred. The prosecutor phoned me and stated that Liam's case had become significantly stronger as a result of the bail violation. They wanted me to testify about what I saw in the initial assault. I volunteered to testify because I knew Samantha needed someone to verify her account. My parents hired a private investigator to follow me around and record where I was staying. They were attempting to claim I was living in unstable conditions so that they could use it against me in court. The PI photographed me on my way to Maria's apartment and then to work. I haven't spoken to my parents or Liam since the day I was kicked out. My younger sister, Emma, 16 female, attempted to contact me once through a friend, but when I phoned her back, she cried and hung up. I later discovered that my parents had told her that I was a traitor who preferred strangers above family. The hardest part was recognizing that my parents would never back me if it meant going up against Liam. They taught me throughout my youth that family loyalty entailed always looking out for one another. However, when I asked them to choose between right and wrong, they selected Liam without hesitation. I'm currently enrolled in a temporary housing program for young adults. It isn't ideal, but it's secure and reliable. I'm working on earning my GED after missing so much school. Samantha and Maria have become like family to me, which is surprising given how little I knew them before all of this happened. The trial is scheduled to begin next month. The prosecutor claims they have a solid case due to the video evidence and bail breach. Samantha has opted to testify, and numerous other females have come forward with accounts of Liam's actions. Apparently this was not his first violent encounter with a lover. I know I did the right thing by calling the police, but I had no idea it would cost me my entire family. My parents claim I ruined their lives, but I simply reported a crime I witnessed. I kept wondering whether there was another way to handle it without tearing everything apart. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't arrived home early that day, or if I had simply ignored what I saw. Liam would still be free, and I would still have a family, but Samantha would be dead, and that is something I cannot accept. I'm posting this because I want to know from strangers if what I accomplished was worthwhile. Everyone in my life now agrees that I did the right thing, but they did not lose their family as a result. My parents have made it clear that I will never be welcomed back, and at the age of 18, I'm attempting to find out how to start a new life. Update 1. Liam was found guilty of all charges at the conclusion of his trial last week. He was sentenced to 18 months in jail and 3 years probation. The judge stated that video footage was critical in demonstrating the assault beyond reasonable doubt. Samantha testified for 2 days and did well, despite Liam's lawyer's attempts to make her appear to be lying. But that's not the most important news. Something came out throughout the trial that I had no idea about. During the prosecution's case, they called an unexpected witness. My cousin Ryan, 23, who is my father's nephew and lives approximately an hour distant from us. I always assumed he didn't enjoy seeing our family because he rarely came around on holidays. Ryan said that while he was in high school, he attempted to inform my parents that Liam had attacked him at a family cookout. This happened when I was about 12, so I don't recall it well. Ryan claimed Liam struck him in the stomach after losing a card game, then threatened to injure him far more if he told anybody else. When Ryan told his parents what had transpired, they faced my mother and father. My parents disputed it, claiming Ryan was lying because he was jealous of Liam's athletic accomplishments. They barred Ryan from family gatherings and informed the entire extended family that he was fabricating stories to get Liam in trouble. Ryan's testimony clarified why Liam appeared to believe he could get away with violence. My parents have been covering for him and disregarding his victims for many years. They established a pattern in which Liam learnt that his acts would have no consequences as long as they controlled the story. The prosecutor also produced evidence that my parents had paid Liam's lawyer with money from my education fund. I had been saving birthday and Christmas money in that account since I was a child, and they closed it without telling me. When I found out, I wasn't surprised, but it reaffirmed that they had never intended to sponsor my schooling. Following the sentencing, my father met me outside the courthouse. He appeared to have aged 10 years in the last few months. He said the family had been destroyed and asked if I was satisfied with my achievements. He claimed Liam's life had been damaged and that I would be burdened with that obligation indefinitely. I informed him that Liam had damaged his own life by assaulting Samantha and violating his bond. My father told me that I was too young to comprehend how the real world operated and that we should have handled this quietly. He left without saying goodbye. My mother did not speak to me during the trial, but she scowled at me every time I entered the courtroom. On the day of sentence, she delivered a victim impact statement in which she expressed how much anguish this had caused their family. She said I had been duped by outside forces, and that the true victim was Liam, who was simply attempting to punish his girlfriend. When my mother finished speaking, the judge appeared disgusted. He stated that domestic abuse was never acceptable and that the court had received sufficient information to establish that this was not an isolated incident. 3 days after the sentence, my sister Emma reached me via a friend's social media account. She asked to meet me at a coffee shop near our high school. I was afraid to visit her because I hadn't spoken to a single family member since the day they kicked me out. Emma appeared fatigued when I saw her. She'd lost weight and developed black circles beneath her eyes. She claimed living at home had become terrible after Liam's incarceration. My parents are continuously fighting and blaming each other for how they handled the problem. Every night, my mother drinks alcohol and laments about how her boys abandoned her. My father works additional hours to avoid being at home. Emma claimed she knew I was correct to contact the cops since she had witnessed Liam hurt Samantha before. Liam grabbed Samantha's wrist so forcefully at a family dinner last year that she ended up with bruises when she reached for something without asking him. Emma noticed the marks later, while Samantha was working in the kitchen, but Samantha begged her not to say anything. Emma also informed me that Liam had been abusive with her. Nothing as bad as what he did to Samantha, but he would twist her arm or push her while my parents weren't watching. He always threatened her thereafter, claiming that no one would believe her if she complained. Emma stated that she was terrified of him but did not know how to tell anyone. Emma found the chat tough since she was divided between loyalty to our parents and knowing I had done the right thing. She claimed that my parents had barred her from contacting me and that she would be in trouble if they found out about our meeting. She also claimed that they had informed all of our relatives that I was doing drugs and had mental health issues, which is why I had turned against the family. Emma gave me some of my possessions that my parents had retained after they kicked me out. She had concealed them in her chamber before our parents could dispose of them. There were some photographs, books, and a watch that my grandfather had given me before his death. Seeing such things made me understand how much my parents had tried to exclude me from their lives. Emma mentioned before she left that she was counting down the days until she could graduate and leave home. She stated living with our parents alone was suffocating, and they watched everything she did because they were afraid of losing another kid. She wasn't permitted to invite people over or travel away without a lengthy explanation of where she would be. After meeting Emma, I recognized that my parents' concept of family devotion was a kind of control and cruelty. They had taught all of us to remain silent about Liam's actions. When I finally broke the quiet, they interpreted it as the ultimate betrayal. Samantha also told me that more girls from Liam's high school and college contacted the prosecutor after hearing about the trial. Liam had a reputation for being harsh with girlfriends, but no one had ever reported him because his family was well known in the neighborhood. The prosecution informed me that if I hadn't documented the assault and alerted the cops, Liam would have likely progressed to more severe violence. Samantha stated she had planned to end her relationship with him the week after I witnessed the assault, and she believes he would have hurt her seriously if she had tried to leave. I'm still living in transitional housing and studying for my GED. The program I'm in assists young adults who have been booted out or abandoned by their parents. I've met other people with similar situations, which has helped me realize that my position is not unique. Maria assisted me in applying for college financial aid as an independent student, as my parents are plainly not going to fund my education. The procedure is difficult, but if all goes well, I should be able to join community college next September. Samantha is feeling better now that Liam is in jail. She began counseling through a victim services program and is considering transferring to another school next year to seek a fresh start. She and Maria both stated I could contact them once I moved out of temporary housing. The strangest aspect of this is that I feel more stable today than I did when I lived with my parents. Even though I lost my family and had to start over from scratch, I don't have to tiptoe on eggshells or pretend Liam's behavior was typical. I do not have to cover up abuse or justify violence. My parents chose to protect Liam above his victims. I made my decision when I realized that doing the right thing was more essential than keeping my family together. Despite the fact that I lost everything I thought I knew about my family, I still believe I made the correct decision. Update 2. Liam was released from jail 2 weeks ago on work release, which means he can work during the day, but must return to spend the remainder of his term at night. His probation officer contacted me to inform me of his release date and to see if I felt comfortable. I told them I wasn't concerned because Liam had shown no interest in contacting me after the trial. I was mistaken about that. Liam showed up last Tuesday at the grocery shop where I work. I was stocking shelves in the produce section when I noticed him stroll in about 3 p.m. He was dressed for the construction job he had gotten as part of his release program. I immediately proceeded to see my manager and informed him of the restraining order. My manager contacted the cops, but Liam reached me before they came. He stood around 10 feet away, which was theoretically outside the restraining order distance, and began talking. He said he needed to tell me something vital concerning our parents that concerned Emma's safety. Liam claimed our parents had lied to everyone about why they kicked me out. According to him, they informed relatives and family acquaintances that I had stolen money from them and that I was doing drugs. They claimed they tried to help me but had to remove me from the house to protect Emma from my negative influence. He also claimed that our father had been drinking heavily since the trial and had gone into debt attempting to pay legal bills. Our mother was working 2 jobs to pay the mortgage, and they were thinking about selling the home. Liam stated that they blamed me for damaging the family's reputation in the neighborhood. The police arrived as Liam was speaking. They examined his work release documents and established that he was supposed to be at his working site, not my workplace. The officer informed Liam that his presence violated the terms of his release and that he must leave immediately. Liam mentioned something else before the police escorted him out that I'm still thinking about. He claimed Emma had been questioning our parents about what truly happened with Samantha and the assault. According to Liam, Emma had been defending me and expressing her want to contact me again. Our parents had threatened to send her to live with our aunt in another state if she continued to bring up my name. After Liam left, I called Maria to tell her what had happened. She advised me to report the contact to both the police and Liam's probation officer, as showing up at my workplace may be deemed harassment. She also urged that I find a method to contact Emma and make sure she was okay. The following day, Liam's probation officer called to inform me that his work release had been terminated due to the incident at my job. Liam was back in jail, serving the balance of his sentence. According to the officer, Liam stated he was delivering an important family message, but any communication with me was prohibited for any reason. 2 days later, Emma called me. She was using a friend's phone because her parents had confiscated her cell phone as punishment for something. She sounded worried and stated that she needed to see me straight away. We decided to meet at the same coffee shop where we had met previously. Emma appeared worse than the previous time I saw her. Her long sleeves helped to conceal a bruise on her upper arm. When I asked her about it, she explained that our father had grabbed her during an argument about me. She stated that the atmosphere at home had deteriorated significantly since Liam returned to jail. Emma informed me that our parents had been asking her about whether she had been in contact with me. They accused her of sneaking around and deceiving them. When she admitted to seeing me once, our father lost his cool and grabbed her arm, ranting about family devotion and betrayal. Our mother had supported our father's actions by stating that Emma needed to understand that her decisions had repercussions. Emma claimed they were treating her like she was a potential traitor who needed to be continuously monitored. They had also canceled her intentions to attend a summer program at a community college because they did not trust her to be away from them. The worst part was what Emma told me about the night Liam broke his bond and attempted to grab Samantha in the parking lot. Emma explained that our parents knew Liam was going to approach Samantha since he called them from jail for advice. They instructed him to try to reason with her and persuade her to dismiss the charges. Emma overheard our mother tell our father that if Liam could just talk to Samantha quietly, he would be able to straighten things out. They knew he wasn't supposed to contact her, but they assumed the restraining order was a formality that could be bypassed if Liam was careful. This meant that our parents had practically encouraged Liam to breach his bail conditions, resulting in him being detained again and losing his chance to remain out of jail during the trial. They destroyed his own legal case because they refused to acknowledge that he had to follow the rules. Emma also informed me that our parents had been contacting Samantha's family, attempting to persuade them to pressure Samantha into revising her testimony. They left voicemails for Samantha's mother, stating that the trial was hurting two families and that Samantha should consider the wider picture. Samantha's family had to change their phone number to avoid harassment. After hearing all of this, I concluded that my parents would never cease attempting to control the situation. Even after Liam was convicted and jailed, they continued to try to control the narrative and blame others for the repercussions of his conduct. I told Emma that she needs to document the bruise on her arm and any other instances where our parents got physical with her. I also gave her my new phone number and told her she may call me if she felt unsafe. Emma expressed concern that contacting me might exacerbate the situation at home, but she also stated that she couldn't continue to pretend that our parents were wonderful people. Emma asked whether I thought she should report what our father had done to her arm. I told her that was her decision, but she deserved to feel comfortable in her own house. I also told her that what our father did was unacceptable, even if our parents attempted to rationalize it as discipline. Emma handed me a letter that had been mailed to our house and was addressed to me. It came from our grandmother on our mother's side. She lives in Florida and rarely communicates with our family, but she had seen information about Liam's trial online. In the letter, she stated that she was proud of me for doing the right thing, but that she had never trusted Liam because he reminded her of our grandfather, who had abused our grandmother when our mother was younger. Our grandmother's letter revealed a lot about why our mother was so determined to safeguard Liam. Apparently, our mother grew up hearing our grandma justify our grandfather's aggressive behavior. Our mother had learned that keeping the family together was more essential than dealing with abuse, and she was following the same pattern with Liam. The letter included a $500 check and our grandmother's phone number. She wrote that she hoped she could help me more, but her health prevented her from traveling. She explained that our mother had always chosen to protect the wrong people, and that she was sorry I had to pay the price for telling the truth. Reading our grandmother's letter made me realize that my family's difficulties extended deeper than Liam's actions. Our parents had been formed by their own experiences with abuse and cover-ups, and they had never learned healthier dispute resolution strategies. I'm still in transitional housing, but I'll be moving into my own apartment next month as part of a program for young adults aging out of the system. I'll be starting community college in the fall and working part-time to help support myself. It's not the life I had envisioned when I lived with my parents, but it's one I created by making my own decisions rather than following their instructions. Samantha is doing well and has decided to attend a school in another state for her senior year. She wants to leave the village, where everyone knows about the trial. Maria was promoted at her law company and has been assisting other victims of domestic violence navigate the judicial system. I had not heard personally from my parents since the day my father confronted me outside the courts. According to Emma, they still talk about me as if I were dead. They've informed folks that they only have 2 children and know no one named Eric. Final update: Emma fled her home 3 weeks ago. She's residing with our grandmother in Florida since our parents passed a limit that Emma couldn't ignore. It all began when Emma's high school guidance counselor called our parents to discuss Emma's college applications. Emma was worried and distant, and her grades were falling. During the appointment, the counselor asked Emma discreetly if everything was all right at home. Emma broke down and told the counselor about the injuries, the constant monitoring, and the threats of being kicked out if she uttered my name. The counselor was compelled to report any suspected abuse, so she phoned Child Protective Services. When CPS arrived to our home 2 days later, our parents were enraged. They accused Emma of lying and fabricating stories to gain attention. Our father claimed that Emma had been influenced by me and was attempting to destroy the family in the same way that I had done. Our mother explained that Emma was being dramatic and that typical family correction was not abuse. The CPS agent examined Emma at school and documented the fading mark on her arm. Emma also showed them text conversations in which our mother threatened to send her to boarding school if she continued to raise questions about me. The worker informed Emma that she had options if she did not feel comfortable at home. That night, our parents confronted Emma about speaking to CPS. According to Emma, our father screamed at her for hours about family devotion and how she, like me, had betrayed them. Our mother claimed they had given up everything for their children and that Emma was being ungrateful and selfish. The argument heated up when Emma stated that she wanted to contact me and that she did not believe I had done anything wrong. Our father grabbed Emma by the shoulders and shook her, saying that I was dead to the family and that she should forget I existed. Emma threatened to call CPS again, and our father told her she could pack her bags and leave if she didn't like how they managed their home. Emma called our grandmother at night. Our grandma promptly purchased Emma's plane ticket to Florida and instructed her to depart the house the following morning when our parents were at work. Emma packed one suitcase and wrote a note stating that she would live with our grandmother until she was 18. When our parents found the note, they called our grandma and requested that she return Emma. Our grandma informed them that Emma was welcome to stay for as long as she wanted and that she had seen enough of their parenting techniques. She stated that if they tried to compel Emma to return, she would hire a lawyer to assist Emma become legally emancipated. Our parents drove to Florida the following weekend to persuade Emma to return home. Emma declined to see them. Our grandmother informed them that Emma was terrified of them and that they had lost the right to call themselves her parents since they chose to protect Liam over their children. Emma contacted me from our grandmother's place and told me all of this. She sounded different than the previous time we spoke, less terrified and more determined. She stated, "Living with our grandmother was like stepping into a different world where people didn't have to walk on eggshells or make excuses for abuse." Emma informed me that our grandmother had been estranged from our mother for years due to disagreements over how our mother handled Liam's behavior. Our grandmother had recognized the warning signs early on and tried to persuade our parents to seek professional help for Liam, but they dismissed her concerns as interference. When Liam was in high school, our grandmother volunteered to help pay for family counseling, but our parents declined because they believed there was nothing wrong with her family that others could comprehend. Our grandmother recognized then that our parents would support Liam no matter what he did. Emma stated that our grandmother apologized for not doing enough to help us when we were younger. She had attempted to establish a relationship with our mother but eventually gave up because our parents refused to recognize that Liam was a problem. Our grandma regretted not being more present in our lives. 3 days after our parents' unsuccessful vacation to Florida, I received a call from our mother. It was the first time she had contacted me directly since the day I was kicked out. She sounded tired and desperate. She stated the family was falling apart and begged if I would come home to assist, persuade Emma to return. Our mother stated that she and our father acknowledged they had made mistakes in how they handled things. She claimed they were eager to talk about Liam and recognize he had problems. She promised that things would change if I returned and that we could work together to repair the family. I informed our mother that I was not interested in returning and that Emma had made her own decision about where she wanted to live. I told them that if parents wanted to re-establish ties with their children, they needed to start by accepting responsibility for their actions rather than expecting us to address the problems they had caused. Our mother burst into tears, saying she couldn't understand how everything had gone wrong. She stated that all she had ever wanted was to keep the family together and protect her children. I informed her that shielding one child while allowing him to harm others was killing the family from within. The conversation ended when our mother stated that she couldn't accept Liam as the villain in this case. She insisted that there had to be another explanation that did not portray her and our father as horrible parents. I recognized at that point that she was still unwilling to face the reality about Liam's actions, or their role in covering it up. Emma and I communicate on the phone every few days. She is starting her final year of high school in Florida and has been admitted to numerous institutions. Our granny is helping her apply for financial aid and scholarships. Emma stated that she feels like she can breathe again and wishes she had left sooner. Liam is set to be freed from jail next month and serve the remainder of his term on probation. His probation officer phoned me and asked whether I wanted to be advised of his release date and location. I stated that I was not concerned about Liam, but I did want to know if he violated his probation again. Samantha graduated from college last month and was accepted into graduate school in another state. She's leaving this summer to start over somewhere Liam and my family cannot find her. She claimed that the trial and everything that followed taught her that she was stronger than she realized and that she deserved better than Liam was providing her. I moved to my own apartment 6 weeks ago. It's little and the neighborhood isn't particularly appealing, but it's mine, and no one can kick me out for doing the right thing. I work full-time at a warehouse and attend school part-time at a community college. My plan is to transfer to a 4-year institution next year and study social work. The most shocking aspect of starting a life away from my family is how tranquil it is. I don't have to be concerned about Liam's moods or my parents' justifications. I don't have to help cover up abuse or pretend that violence is acceptable. I can make judgments based on what I believe are right, rather than what keeps the family together. My parents have made it obvious that they regard both Emma and myself as traitors who abandoned the family. They've told relatives that they created ungrateful children who turned on them when they needed it the most. They refuse to admit that their choices had caused the predicament. Some people believe I should try to reconcile with my parents, or give them another chance to make things right. However, I've discovered that some people are so determined to their interpretation of reality, that they refuse to change, even if it means losing their children. My parents selected Liam over the rest of the family, and they continue to do so. Emma and I are developing a bond with our grandma, which our parents sought to prevent. We are learning about aspects of our family history that our parents have kept concealed. We are also learning that family connections can be built on respect and honesty rather than fear and control. I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't called the cops that day. Liam would likely still be free to harm Samantha and other women. Emma would probably still be stuck in that house, afraid to speak out against mistreatment. I might still be part of a system that protects perpetrators while silencing victims. I lost the family I thought I had when I called the cops on Liam. But it helped me find the family I really wanted. Emma is safe now. Samantha is creating a new life, and I'm learning to trust my own instincts rather than following someone else's rules about devotion and silence. I have no regrets about the decision I took. I would make the same decision again if I had to. Because some things are more essential than keeping a dysfunctional family intact. Doing the right thing sometimes entails admitting that you will have to start over, but that new life can be better than the one you abandoned. Now, let us go to the following narrative. Story 2. My cousin's daughter pretended to be in need of housing assistance in order to gain access to my son, then attempted to take his inheritance and my business. Now, my entire family thinks I'm wrong for filing accusations. I, 45, have been raising my 20-year-old son Richard by myself since my spouse died in a car accident 15 years ago. We've lived a quite average existence. I own a bakery that my husband and I established when we were 25, and Richard has grown up working there. The bakery is nothing special, just a modest store in a shopping mall, but it does well enough to support us and save some money for Richard's education. My husband left us some life insurance money, which I put in Richard's future. We've never been affluent, but we've always been comfortable. Richard is a good child. He studies hard and works at the bakery on weekends, and we've always been close. After his father died, we began the custom of Sunday movie nights. Richard would make time for such movie nights, even as he approached his adolescence. My Aunt Helen was a great assistance after my husband died. Helen is my mother's younger sister, and because my mother resides in another state, she has served as Richard's grandma figure. She would watch him after school when I had to work late at the bakery, and she even gave me a loan once when our oven broke down and needed to be replaced. Monica, her 25-year-old daughter, was 10 when I first started babysitting her on occasion. Helen was also a single mom, so we helped each other out over the years. Monica was always a little different from other youngsters. She was extremely intelligent, but also manipulative. I recall when she was 12, she persuaded one of her classmates to exchange her new bike for Monica's old video game console. The girl's parents were furious when they found out, but Monica had gotten the girl to write a note claiming it was a fair trade, so they couldn't do much about it. Helen often shrugged it off, claiming Monica was simply clever with people. We didn't see much of Monica as a teenager. She went to college in another state and only attended family gatherings on occasion. She last spent any substantial time with us during Helen's 60th birthday party 5 years ago. Richard was 15 at the time, and Monica, who was 20, spent a lot of time with him discussing college and his future plans. I thought it was good that she was showing interest in her younger relative. Monica called 3 months ago to tell me she had acquired a marketing position with a firm in our city. She needed a place to stay while looking for an apartment, and as we had a spare room, I invited her to stay with us. I believed it was a way to repay Helen's generosity throughout the years. The first month was excellent. Monica helped around the house, expressed interest in the bakery, and would frequently stay late to assist me with paperwork and inventory. She explained that her profession allowed her to work flexible hours, so she would sometimes be home throughout the day. I did not question it because many organizations now have remote work practices. In retrospect, there were warning indications. Monica was always present whenever Richard was home. If he was studying in the living room, she would also work there. If he was at the bakery assisting me, she would arrive with coffee or snacks. She began volunteering to assist him study for his business classes, claiming that her marketing knowledge would be beneficial. Richard began acting differently approximately 2 months after Monica moved in. He started keeping his phone face down and leaving the room to text. He skipped 2 consecutive Sunday movie nights, citing a lack of time due to studies. That was not like him at all. Even during finals week, he'd make time for movie nights. Everything came out last week when Richard texted me a recipe that needed checking. I checked his messages and saw dozens of texts between him and Monica. They had been covertly dating for nearly 2 months. The messages indicate that Monica had planned the entire incident. She hadn't only moved here for a job. She had relocated here solely to pursue Richard. She'd been watching all of his social media sites for months before approaching me about living with us. The marketing job was all made up. She'd stopped her regular work and was living on savings while attempting to get closer to Richard. She instructed him not to inform me about their relationship because she thought I was overprotective and would react badly if I found out. When I confronted Monica, she made no attempt to refute anything. She claimed she formed feelings for Richard at Helen's birthday party 5 years ago. She had been waiting for him to be old enough so that it would not appear indecent. She said there was nothing wrong with what she did because they were both adults now. The way she mentioned waiting for Richard to be old enough disturbed me. She'd practically been watching him grow up, intending to date him the entire time. She utilized my gratitude to Helen and our familial connection to get close to him. The entire situation felt intentional and wrong. Richard was perplexed when I showed him how long Monica had been planning this. She had convinced him that their relationship had grown organically as a result of their time together. He had no idea she had been stalking him online or that she had moved here just for him. He felt keeping their connection private was only temporary until they worked out how to tell me without making things awkward. I told Monica that she needed to leave my house. That's when she became angry and revealed her true personality. She claimed she had acquired residency, and I could not legally evict her without appropriate notice. She threatened to inform Helen that I was sending her out on the street after everything Helen had done for us. She also indicated that I was jealous because Richard was focused on someone else rather than me. I issued her a written 30-day notice to quit, but by then she had already called Helen. Now, my entire family is involved. Helen calls me every day, weeping about how I am being unkind to her daughter. She claims Monica has always struggled to connect with people her own age, but she has now found someone who understands her. She constantly bringing up how she supported us when my husband died, suggesting I owe her family more consideration. Other relatives have also taken sides. My cousin Mark believes I'm overreacting because Richard and Monica aren't blood related. My sister believes I'm being overprotective about the age gap. My uncle Bill says I should be delighted Richard found someone from our family rather than a stranger. Richard is receiving letters from family members encouraging him to stand up for himself and his relationship with Sarah. Some of them bring up Helen's role in raising him, implying that we both owe her family more allegiance. Some relatives even said that my reaction indicates that I have pathological attachment issues with Richard and should let him grow up. I will not back down on this. Monica tricked her way into our home and attempted to surreptitiously date my son. She lied about having a job, about why she relocated here, and even encouraged Richard to lie to me. That is not the type of person I want him to be engaged with, regardless of family connections. Update 1. Things have become significantly worse since my last update. Monica moved out yesterday, but the last 2 weeks have been dreadful. She began telling family people that she and Richard had been sleeping together since she moved in, saying that I was attempting to separate them because I couldn't tolerate Richard having another woman in his life. When Helen reiterated these accusations to me, Richard became enraged and showed me all of their communications to verify that nothing physical had ever occurred. Their connection had primarily consisted of messaging and a few discreet rendezvous for coffee or lunch. The communications showed Monica consistently pressing for more, while Richard was hesitant to go too quickly and hide secrets from me. After Monica moved out, I discovered proof that made everything much more serious. I discovered a notebook in the guest room that included extensive financial information. She had jotted down our bank account numbers, information on the bakery's earnings, and, most worrying, exact facts regarding Richard's inheritance from his father. When she stayed late to help with paperwork, the bakery's surveillance camera captured her looking through my office files. She had been photographing documents and logging into our computer system with my password, which she had apparently remembered while watching me work. She had copied information on our suppliers, costs, and daily sales numbers. I also discovered a spreadsheet on the laptop she forgot to take with her when she moved out. It had a planned plan to persuade Richard to use his inheritance money to build a competitive bakery. She had researched nearby locations, calculated startup costs using information from my suppliers, and even created company financing applications based on our financial data. When I investigated her laptop's internet history, I discovered she had been investigating how inheritance money is handled in marriages and dividing assets after divorce. She had also looked into moving business ownership among family members and forced buyouts of family enterprises. Looking through Richard's phone indicated that she had been working on his psychology. She would casually imply that his business lessons had made him more competent to run a bakery than me. She remarked that working for his mother indefinitely was not ambitious enough for someone with his talent. She had been attempting to divide us by making comments about how I was using the bakery to exert control over his life. When I told Helen what we had discovered, she continued to defend Monica. She said that Monica was simply being thorough in planning a future with Richard, and that inquiring into family money was fair if they were getting married. She accused me of invading Monica's privacy by peeking at her laptop, and she said that I was painting Monica as a criminal in order to prevent Richard from becoming independent. The family is currently divided into 3 parts. Some people are appalled by Monica's conduct and have apologized for doubting me. Others believe I'm exaggerating things to damage Monica's reputation because I don't want Richard to grow up. Several people, including Helen, continue to defend Monica and claim she did nothing wrong. My sister, who first backed Monica, now recognizes that the situation appears predatory, but believes I should handle it quietly to prevent harming Monica's reputation. She claims Monica is young and has made errors, but she does not deserve to have her life ruined because of this. She continues bringing up how this could influence Helen's status within the family. Update 2. The matter has escalated beyond ordinary family drama. Richard received a call yesterday from our bank regarding a business loan application completed in his name. Monica had forged his signature on loan applications using the personal information she had obtained while living with us. She made a false email address purporting to be Richard and had been communicating with the bank about the loan for weeks. We filed a police report, which revealed much more truth. This wasn't Monica's first effort at fraud. At her prior job, she was fired for attempting to open credit cards using her co-workers' personal information. Her prior employer agreed not to press charges as long as she went quietly, so we never found out about it. According to the police investigation, Monica owed approximately $50,000 in gaming debt to online casinos. She'd maxed up 6 credit cards and gotten loans from several family members. She informed my Aunt Carol that she needed $10,000 for emergency cancer treatment. She persuaded my cousin Pete to lend her $15,000 for a fraudulent IT startup. The worst thing was that she had persuaded Helen to take out a second mortgage on her home, claiming she was being blackmailed for certain images. Monica, according to the detective, constructed a bogus internet account years ago in order to learn about Richard's hobbies. She utilized this information to pretend they shared everything. She had researched his social media posts regarding movies, music, and books, and then casually brought up these same topics when speaking with him. She had even begun watching all of his favorite shows so that she could debate them with him. She took meticulous notes on his schedule, friends, and activities. She knew about his college coursework, his work schedule at the bakery, and even notes from talks he had with others. She had effectively been following him for years, waiting for the proper moment to make her move. When the cops questioned Monica, she finally broke down and admitted everything. She revealed that she had been preparing this since she saw Richard at Helen's birthday party. Her strategy was to obtain his inherited money through marriage, then persuade him to invest it in a new business that she would actually manage. She reasoned that even if they split, she would own half the company. Helen had to confront the truth when the bank approached her about her late house payments. Monica had been pocketing the mortgage proceeds rather than paying the bank. Helen investigated her accounts and discovered that Monica had been stealing from her for years, taking little amounts that Helen had overlooked. She took nearly $30,000 from her mother. Update 3. Monica accepted a plea agreement to avoid jail time. She is on probation for 3 years and has to repay everyone she stole from. She moved back in with Helen, who had to sell her home to pay off her second mortgage. They relocated to a small apartment in another city, primarily because Helen was unable to face her family after what had transpired. Richard transferred to a business school in another state. He still intends to take over the bakery someday, but he needed a break from all the family drama. He told me he felt stupid for not seeing through Monica's deception, but I kept assuring him she duped everyone, not just him. She'd been practicing this maneuver for years. Most of our family have apologized for questioning me, but I'm keeping my distance from everyone except those who have always backed us. Helen occasionally sends messages about missing our friendship, but I can't get over how swiftly she turned on me. My sister says I should forgive Helen because she also lost everything. But I don't think that excuses the way she treated us. I made many adjustments in the bakery. All of our accounts have been moved to a new bank, and I've installed stronger security cameras. I now have a lawyer who handles all of our business paperwork. Richard and I rarely attend family gatherings anymore. When we go, we keep our conversations short and avoid discussing Monica or what occurred. Some relatives believe I am being too hard on the family by remaining away. But this experience taught me who I can truly trust. Monica didn't simply attempt to take money, she attempted to damage my relationship with my son and turn my entire family against me. Some things you simply cannot forgive, even if it means losing connections that have lasted decades. The bakery is performing better than ever. Richard calls me every Sunday for our movie night. Now we're watching the same movie while video chatting. It is different than previously, but we are making it work. Sometimes losing family members is the cost of protecting yourself and those who genuinely matter. Brother destroyed my Chinese books, faked migraines to control me, then begged for my help to land a gaming job with my girlfriend's father. My brother Brian was always a cheerful kid with a low IQ. He'd chuckle about spelling his name incorrectly and mock himself for still taking Algebra 1 in senior year. But then he failed to graduate. He suddenly realized that intelligence was his enemy, and that everybody who learned something was mocking him. Our grandma used to play these brain-training games on our computer, and Brian switched it off just as she reached her highest score. He even discarded our 7-year-old cousin's Scrabble set, which she had received for Christmas after losing to her. When I began learning Chinese to impress my crush, I became his next target. I tried to be understanding at first. I avoided practicing in front of him and watched the videos with headphones on, but it wasn't enough. He'd throw a fit when he saw my Duolingo alerts, accusing me of bragging to make him feel foolish. I tried to explain that it was for a girl, but he claimed that foreign languages were my attempt to rub my working brain in his face. Soon, he began segregating areas of the house. The living and dining rooms became a Chinese-free zone since he needed to unwind after his stint as Kroger's door opener. I was rather annoyed. But I simply transferred everything to my bedroom. Close the door and put on your headphones. Surely everything was good now, and I could practice my Chinese in peace, right? Wrong. Before I knew it, Brian had started recording my study sessions in a headache notebook, alleging that the Chinese coming through the walls was causing migraines. He'd text Mom photographs of himself holding his head as I was practicing. I informed him I was using headphones and only writing, not conversing. But he claimed simply knowing that I was insulting his disability was upsetting. Brian was my parents' special little boy, so they took his side. Dad grabbed me aside and said, "Your brother has challenges you'll never understand. Is impressing some girl really worth making him feel worthless?" Mom was much worse. She pretended I was abusing him on purpose and suggested I learn Chinese at the library since family comes first. And will knowing a few sentences make the difference between being rejected and her saying yes? I tried to hold my position, but before I knew it, I was sitting in our back garden learning Chinese because it was the only way Brian felt involved, but I really enjoyed the garden. It was springtime, so it got warmer, and the sound of the wind helped me focus. But then Brian was sacked from his work as a door opener. He had only ever had one job. On the day of, he stormed into the back garden and began tearing up my printouts. I attempted to shove him away, but he was 6 inches taller and 5 years older, and he knocked me to the ground. He destroyed all of my materials right there on the spot. I was still crying outside when I heard him in the house arguing with Mom. "It's his fault I lost the job, Mom." The joke I made at the Chinese customer was because of the Chinese he's learning. I watched Mom hesitate, but she came out minutes later. "Brian is correct, honey. Your crush isn't worth destroying your brother's livelihood." I stared at her in surprise as she crouched down and assisted me in gathering what remained of my material. All sorts of Chinese study were now prohibited in our living space during Brian's waking hours. "It's okay," Mom said. "You can practice from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. before school." I remember waking up at 4:45 a.m. For the next 3 days, I'll be sitting at the table, learning through my applications. I was sleep-deprived, and my head hurt from staring at the television in complete darkness. Brian was alerted when lights were turned on any place in the home before waking time. On day 4, Brian had a full meltdown at breakfast. Apparently, even knowing I was learning Chinese while he slept gave him nightmares about being too stupid to exist. He demanded that I leave the house completely if I wanted to practice. "Go to that 24-hour diner if Chinese matters so much," he told me. My parents scarcely looked up from their plates. I could tell they were content to be onlookers. "Starting tomorrow, you'll be..." Brian spoke as if it was already decided that I'd spend my nights in a diner. I cut him off in mid-sentence. Shut up, I'm not going. He looked at me as if I had extra heads. What did you just... Do you have any idea why I'm learning Chinese? I cut him off again. Yeah. It's for that little crush of yours. Not just that, was my reply. However, I could tell he was skeptical. I raised my voice. This was never about making you feel stupid, Brian. Yes, it was. Would you listen for once in your life? I interrupted for the third time. Clara's dad owns a gaming company, I said. My voice shook. He literally exclusively hires family friends because he believes they are more trustworthy than random applicants. You sit here every night saying you'd kill for a gaming career, bragging about knowing every game, developer, and piece of industry news. Brian's expression changed. If I dated Clara, you'd be at family dinners, you'd be at barbecues, her dad would meet you, see how passionate you are about gaming, and probably offer you something. But now I stared him directly in the eyes. Now I'm never mentioning your name. And when her dad asks about my family, which he will, I'm telling him exactly what kind of person my brother is. Someone who'd rather destroy my first relationship than let me be happy. Someone who weaponizes his disability to control everyone around him. The silence was terrible. Mom put her fork back on her dish when it came halfway to her mouth. She squirmed in her seat and looked between me and Brian before finally asking if what I had stated about the gaming company was correct. The words came out slowly, as if she were testing each one. Brian did not respond to her. He simply took out his phone and began browsing through one of favorite games, the one where you match colored blocks that he played for hours every night. His breathing became hard, and I could see his hands squeezing the phone so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Nobody spoke during the rest of dinner. I went to bed that night hoping I'd finally gotten through to them. The next morning, I awoke to discover Brian seated on the floor outside my bedroom door, holding that ridiculous headache journal. He looked up when I opened the door and stated he wanted to speak, but his tone was different, as if he was asking rather than telling. I stepped over him and went downstairs, but he scrambled to follow me. He kept talking as we walked down the stairs, claiming he had been up all night looking at the game company's website. Junior game testers were being hired, and no degree was required. Simply passion and knowledge of gaming. His voice cracked as he stated that he possessed both of those things. I walked into the kitchen and got a bowl from the cabinet and cereal from the pantry. Brian waited at the doorway, watching me pour the milk and waiting for me to say something. After everything he had put me through for months, him now requesting my assistance felt terrible. I eventually inquired what his purpose was. He took a step into the kitchen, and his words seemed to sting him when he said he required me to introduce him to Clara's father. He truly murmured, "Please." Mom entered the kitchen and she looked dreadful, with black circles under her eyes. She claimed she hadn't slept because she couldn't stop thinking about what I had said about damaging my first relationship. I turned to face both of them, clutching my cereal bowl. I told him it wasn't just about the relationship. It was about respect. Because I was 16, not 6, and I deserved to pursue my interests without being destroyed. Brian slapped his diary down on the counter, causing the salt shaker to leap. He exclaimed, "That's fine." He fabricated the headaches out of jealousy. Even he seemed astonished that he had stated it out. Dad walked in the doorway, already dressed for work, holding his tie and briefcase. He stated that he had heard what Brian had just revealed and that we will all address it tonight when he returned home from work. Brian avoided eye contact the rest of the morning, while Mom made breakfast in perfect silence, even though Dad had already left for work early. I collected my backpack and went to school, where I discovered Henry waiting by my locker, scrolling through his phone. He looked up and saw the bags under my eyes. I told him everything about Brian, including how he had been faking the migraines and how Dad had heard him confess. Henry shook his head, wondering if my parents would finally do something about it. I shrugged as I grabbed my history textbook, because I had no idea what was going to happen, but Mom seemed different last night, as if she was finally recognizing what was going on. We were about to leave for first period when Clara appeared at my locker, holding her Chinese workbook. She grinned and said she'd heard I was learning Chinese, which was great, and asked if we could practice together at lunch. My heart began pounding so hard that I was afraid she would hear it, but I managed to nod and say I'd enjoy that. Henry smiled and made an excuse about needing to get to class early before walking away to give us some space. This was exactly what I had been striving toward. All those early mornings studying in the dark and hours spent in the garden before Brian destroyed my materials. Clara and I talked for another minute about which apps we were using before the bell sounded, signaling that we needed to divide for class. The day dragged on, and all I could think about was lunch with Clara and whatever Dad had planned for tonight. When I arrived home that evening, Dad was already there, tie unfastened and sleeves rolled up, sitting in the living room with Mom and Brian. Why did Brian believe his joke about Chinese clients was related to his brother learning the language? That leap in logic was weird, as if he was looking for someone to blame other than himself. The room that had previously been Brian's Chinese-free zone now resembled a courthouse, with Dad sitting forward in his chair, looking more serious than I'd ever seen him. He began by stating that Brian acknowledged to fabricating his symptoms, which included manipulation and abuse. We'd never used the word abuse in our family before, so it hung in the air like a toxin. Brian's face grew red and he sprang up from the couch, saying that he was the one with the disability and that he couldn't learn like I could, while pointing at me as if I were the criminal here. Mom finally spoke up in a hushed voice, explaining that having a disability did not give him the right to manipulate people and that she believed she had been enabling him. I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly when I recalled her that she had forced me to study Chinese at 5 a.m. in utter darkness because Brian claimed he was having nightmares over it. Brian had gone entirely quiet 3 days later, spending the most of his time locked in his room with his laptop, which was unusual given that he generally watched TV in the living room from morning till night. Mom would bring him meals on trays, but she stopped chopping his food into bite-sized pieces. She simply placed the plate at his door and walked away. I could hear him typing away at all hours, printing documents on our old printer, which produced a horrible grinding noise every time it spewed out a page. Clara and I had started meeting during lunch to practice Chinese together, sitting behind the large oak tree beyond the cafeteria where no one else went. She would bring these flashcards that her mother had made, and we'd question each other while eating our sandwiches, and she was far superior to me, but she never made me feel inadequate. One day, she said that her father was seeking for game testers for their new project and asked if I knew anyone who was particularly into gaming. I froze with my sandwich halfway to my mouth, since I knew someone. But a part of me wanted to say no, to punish Brian for everything he had put me through. But then I considered what it would mean for our family if he truly landed a job he was passionate about. How things might alter. That Friday night after supper, I was walking to my room when Brian stopped me in the hallway, pushing a big stack of documents at me that he had clearly spent hours putting together. The portfolio contained every game Miller Interactive had ever created, along with comprehensive analysis, images printed in color despite Mom's complaints about printing costs, and lengthy lines discussing game mechanics and story development. I looked through page after page, amazed at how amazing it was, how he discovered details about the games I'd never considered while having played several of them myself. He stood there watching me read, shifting his weight from foot to foot like a small child awaiting exam results. When I looked up at him, he quietly stated that he was not foolish about everything, only most things. And it was the most vulnerable I had ever seen him in my life. The following week, I finally mentioned Brian to Clara while we were training, gently explaining that my brother was obsessed with her father's games and knew more about them than anybody I'd ever met. She quickly perked up, stating her father enjoyed meeting sincere fans and that Brian should come to their weekend cookout. When I arrived home and told Brian about the invitation, his eyes welled up with tears, and he kept asking whether I was truly doing this for him after everything that had happened. I told him I was doing it because it was the right thing to do, but I made it clear that if he embarrassed me or made any comments against Chinese people, we would be done for good. And he nodded so fiercely, I thought his head would fall off. The BBQ day arrived much sooner than I had anticipated, and Brian spent the entire morning in his room trying on various outfits. I could hear him over the wall, practicing conversation starters with Mom. We repeatedly told him to relax and be himself. She helped him choose his nicest trousers and even ironed his favorite gaming shirt with a throwback controller design on it. They spent over 3 hours discussing ideas that he could bring up if the conversation became awkward. Brian's hands were so shaky when we eventually got in the car to drive to Clara's house that he couldn't even clasp his seatbelt. Throughout the ride, he continued asking me what-if questions about making mistakes or saying stupid things. When we arrived at this big property with lush lawn and a 3-car garage, Brian just froze in the passenger seat. He wouldn't get out of the car for almost 5 minutes and kept saying, maybe this was a bad idea. His typical swagger, in which he'd push everyone around, was vanished, and he looked like a scared little kid. I told him to be the version of himself who enjoys gaming, not the version who hates homework. He nodded and eventually stepped out, but his legs shook as we proceeded up the driveway. Clara answered the door with a great smile and took us to the backyard, where her father was grilling burgers. Mr. Carter swung around with a bright smile and shook both of our hands as if we were major business colleagues. Mr. Carter's face lighted up as Brian said that he had beaten every achievement in their most recent game. He began asking Brian about specific mechanics and boss fights, and Brian burst out laughing as he discussed frame rates and difficulty curves. All of his stuttering and trepidation vanished as he outlined his technique for the last boss, who reportedly only 2% of gamers had defeated. Mr. Carter was leaning in, asking follow-up questions, and even calling over another firm employee to hear Brian's perspective. They stood there for maybe an hour, just chatting about game design, user retention numbers, and other things I didn't understand. Clara took my hand, and we proceeded to buy dinner while they continued to talk by the grill. 2 hours into the celebration, I peered across the yard and saw Brian still talking to Mr. Carter and 2 other employees. Clara grabbed my hand and said my brother was very knowledgeable, which made me uncomfortable because I'd never heard anyone admire him before. We stayed until nearly 9 p.m., and when we returned home, Mom was waiting in the living room to inquire how everything went. Brian couldn't stop gushing about Mr. Carter's want to see his portfolio of game evaluations he had written. Mom started bawling over the phone with me later that evening, claiming Brian hadn't been this pleased in years. She kept thanking me for providing him this opportunity, and expressing hope that things would finally improve for our family. I was torn between being thrilled for him and angry about the months of torment he put me through. I told her he had to earn this opportunity, and that one nice day would not erase what he had done to me. She became silent and said she understood, but I could tell she just wanted things to return to normal. The next morning, I was barely awake when Brian barged into my room without knocking. He was holding his phone and nearly leaping up and down, claiming that Mr. Carter had emailed him about taking a real exam. Not simply a talk, but a gaming knowledge test that may lead to an internship with the company. His excitement was so tremendous that I worried he'd pass out from not breathing properly in between words. I told him that was fantastic, but I made sure to remind him that it all originated from my friendship with Clara. He tried to damage my relationship by ripping up my Chinese homework and forbidding me from studying at home. His expression changed from pure joy to something I'd never seen on him before. It was as if he was experiencing true shame for the first time. He sat down on the couch and rested his head in his hands. He remained silent for around 30 seconds, which was the longest I had ever seen him go without speaking. When he glanced up, his eyes were watery, and he asked me how he could fix things. I didn't have an answer prepared because, frankly, I never expected him to care about making things right. Over the next week, something strange happened in our home. Brian began studying for the test as if his life depended on it. But not in his normal manner, in which everyone had to suffer alongside him. He wore headphones, worked normal hours, and did not require us all to be silent while he was working. He'd set up at the kitchen table with his laptop and notebooks, jotting down everything he knew about various game firms and their history. Mom kept giving him snacks and drinks, but he'd merely nod and continue working, making no fuss about needing special treatment. Dad spotted it first, and called me away one evening while Brian was in his room revising his notes. He said it was like having a different son, and that he should have intervened years ago instead of allowing things to become so terrible. The apology felt strange coming from him after all this time, but I could tell he meant it. Brian became concerned 3 days before the test, pacing around the house and asking me what Mr. Carter would ask him. He vomited twice before breakfast on the day of the test. He couldn't keep anything down, and his hands were shaking so badly that his mother had to button his shirt for him. He kept wondering what would happen if he failed, if he was too foolish even for this opportunity. I told him he wasn't stupid about games, that Mr. Carter had already seen it, and that he should just believe what he knew. The words were weird to say after everything he'd put me through, but I meant them. He left for the test, appearing as if he was about to pass out, yet determined. The next 2 weeks spent waiting for results were the craziest our family had ever experienced. Brian was nervous, but not rude about it. I did not take it out on anyone. Just continued refreshing his email every 10 minutes. Brian and Mom spent 3 hours practicing conversation topics before the cookout. That's a lot of careful planning for someone who normally just demands. How did his brain transition from memorizing game details to recalling social rules? Mom backed him without babying him, reminding him that no matter what occurred, they were proud of him for trying. Instead of hiding in his office, Dad joined us for supper and inquired about everyone's day. Things were going well at school too. Clara and I were officially together, and everyone knew about it. Henry kept joking that I had turned familial turmoil into a relationship strategy, and he wasn't entirely wrong. Clara thought Brian's situation was bizarre, but she was delighted something good may come out of it. Mrs. Patel approached me between classes one day, saying my instructors had observed I seemed happier lately and wanted to make sure everything was fine at home. She'd been concerned about me since sophomore year, when I arrived at school fatigued from my early morning study sessions. I told her things were actually improving, and she looked relieved. 2 weeks and 3 days after the exam, we were all eating dinner when Brian's phone rang. He grabbed it so quickly that he knocked over his water glass, and his hands shook worse than on exam day. He tried but couldn't access the email, so he thrust the phone at Mom and asked her to read it. She opened it and began reading aloud about how happy they were to offer him a position in their game testing department. Brian totally lost it. He began sobbing harder than I had seen since he was perhaps 8 years old. He kept repeating he understood, that someone wanted him for his brain, not despite it. Mom was also crying. Dad jumped up and hugged him, something I hadn't seen in years. Even I felt something in my chest when he realized he was valuable to someone other than his family. Dad walked straight to the kitchen and returned with a bottle of champagne we'd been saving since New Year's, which he popped right there in the living room while Mom wiped tears from her face and pulled Brian into tight hugs every few minutes. Brian sat on the couch, reading the offer letter repeatedly, his finger tracing each line as if he was afraid the words might change if he looked away. And I saw him mouth the wage amount at least 20 times before Dad poured everyone a glass, including half of one for me. The entire experience felt like seeing a foreign family, as if aliens had replaced the people I'd known for years. Because Dad was discussing Brian's future, and Mom was planning his first day rather than merely worried about his emotions. We sat up until almost midnight talking about work, games and everything but Chinese, disabilities, and other issues that had pulled us apart for months. I had already gone to bed at 11 p.m. when I heard the knock on my door. Soft at first, then slightly louder. When I opened it, Brian was standing there, more uncomfortable than I'd ever seen him, shifting his weight and staring at the floor. He began speaking quickly, saying he had been envious of everything about me. Not just the Chinese, but how I learned things without trying, made friends without thinking about it, and accomplished things that seemed impossible to him. His voice cracked as he revealed he wanted to punish me for being everything he couldn't be, for having a functioning brain, and for making him feel shattered simply by existing. I told him I knew, that I'd worked it out months before, but knowing why didn't make it better. That he'd made my life horrible, ruined my belongings, and gotten me tossed out of my own house at 5 o'clock in the morning. He agreed and took out his phone, showing me a shopping cart full of Chinese language books and applications he'd been looking into, stating he planned to use his first salary to replace everything he'd wrecked. And given the possibility of Chinese clientele, I could teach him some fundamental work words. Brian spent the next 2 weeks in a strange adjustment phase, practicing saying hello and thank you in Chinese while getting ready for work, and wearing his new Miller Interactive t-shirt around the home like it was made of gold. For the first time in my memory, Mom started telling him no. For example, she pushed him attend his first team meeting despite his desire to skip it. Dad stayed in the room throughout family dinners rather than disappearing to his office. Everything felt new but fragile, as if we were all learning how to be a family again. And when Henry returned 3 weeks later, he paused at the doorway and looked around, as if he had entered the wrong house. He kept emphasizing that the place seemed different, lighter, as if everyone could finally breathe without fear of setting off a bomb. And he even mentioned that I was doing my Chinese homework at the kitchen table rather than hiding. Things were going well until about a month into the job, when Brian came home early one Tuesday, looking like someone had died, his face white and his hands quivering as he informed us he'd made a significant error in testing that may land him in trouble. He'd overlooked a significant bug because he was bragging to his team leader about knowing some arcane gaming mechanic, became distracted, and accepted something that broke the entire system, costing them hours of labor. But instead of throwing things, yelling, or blaming me, he sat down at the table and asked what he should do, how he could fix it, and how he could demonstrate to them that he could learn from mistakes, rather than just being the stupid kid who destroyed everything. I grabbed my laptop and sat next to him at the kitchen table, which would have been unimaginable just months before. We spent the next hour drafting and retyping his email to his boss, with me advising him how to take responsibility without seeming weak, and how to provide solutions rather than simply apologizing. His hands shook as he typed, but he persisted, asking me to verify his spelling, tone, and whether he sounded stupid. When he finally pushed submit, he gazed at the screen, as if he expected the world to end. The next morning, his boss called while I was eating breakfast, and Brian put it on speaker without asking, his face as pale as paper. Mr. Harris's voice filled our kitchen, and I saw Brian's jaw drop when, rather than firing him, the guy said he was impressed that Brian admitted his error and came up with remedies. That most individuals simply create excuses, and that this demonstrated genuine improvement. After the call, Brian just sat there startled, and I realized something had changed between us. He wasn't the brother who destroyed my belongings anymore, but someone who needed my assistance, and could take it without making it about his disability. 2 months passed in that manner. He asked for help with work emails. I taught him basic professional stuff, and neither of us mentioned how strange this reversal was. At Sunday supper, Mom was serving dessert. Brian cleared his throat and explained that he had been saving money to move out. Mom's fork clattered on her plate, while Dad's coffee mug stalled halfway to his mouth. Brian continued to talk, adding that he had found a studio apartment near work with 2 roommates who also worked in gaming. Guys who didn't care about his IQ or the fact that he had never graduated, as long as he knew every game ever created. Mom started crying, but not the angry cries I was expecting. It was as if she were seeing her young bird leave the nest 20 years later. Over the next few weeks we packed his belongings together, looking through boxes of old games and toys and discovering items we'd forgotten existed. He pulled up our old Dark Souls disc and asked whether I recalled helping him fight that one boss before everything went wrong, when we were just brothers playing video games together. I remembered. We both did. The invitation to Clara's family's annual company party was sent to each of us. But this time, Brian would be there as an employee, not as my brother following along. The night before the party, I watched him practice his presentation about game testing in front of the bathroom mirror, fumbling over words but determined to finish. At the actual party, he stood in front of 50 people, including Mr. Carter, and began discussing bug detection. His voice shook at first, but then settled into a cadence as he recounted how his unique style of thinking allowed him to spot things that other testers missed. Mr. Carter was grinning, like a pleased father. Mr. Reynolds, the head of testing, then contacted me and told me that my brother had unique insights, and that his perspective was an asset because he approached games differently than everyone else. Brian spent the entire way home talking about the various problems he'd discovered in games over the years, and how he could perhaps be excellent at something. And for the first time in ages, Mom and Dad listened to him as if he were an adult rather than a damaged child. 3 weeks later, we were standing in Brian's room on moving day, wrapping his gaming posters in bubble wrap and sorting through old controllers and headphones he had accumulated over the years. The apartment he selected was only 20 minutes away, but it felt like he was going to another country, and Mom kept stopping to wipe her eyes as she picked up another box. She finally broke down fully while we were loading the vehicle, sobbing into Dad's shoulder and telling him she had babied him for too long and felt she was protecting him. But truly, she had been holding him back for years. Brian's new housemates showed up in a beat-up Honda. When they learned he was seeking for a place, 2 guys from the gaming company offered to share it. And they quickly began laughing with him about which console was better while grabbing boxes, as if they had known him forever. I watched them treat him like he was just another 20-something guy moving in with his friends. Not a person with a disability or special needs. Just Brian, who happens to be really skilled at spotting bugs in games. As we finished loading everything and Brian was about to get into the car, he took me aside and pushed an envelope into my hand, staring down at his shoes and instructing me not to open it until he left. Brian's journey from trashing Chinese books to purchasing replacements with his first salary demonstrated a total 180-degree shift in his perception of his sibling. The house felt strange that night at supper, with his vacant chair remaining at the table, like if someone had died, yet we could still text him. Mom continued calling him for dinner before catching herself. After they went to bed, I opened the envelope in my room and discovered $300 in cash, as well as a statement scribbled in his untidy handwriting that stated he was the disabled one, but he also disabled me. And he apologized, and asked if I might teach him some Chinese after he got situated. My hands shook as I read it 3 times, carefully folded it, and stored it in my desk drawer with my old Chinese papers. A week later he called as I was completing my schoolwork, virtually shrieking over the phone about how he made spaghetti for the first time. It was bad and stuck to the saucepan, but it was his terrible spaghetti, which he made himself without any assistance. Clara and I went to see him the following weekend, and he walked us around the apartment like it was a palace, pointing off his gaming setup, the kitchen where he'd burned the spaghetti, and his bedroom, which was already a disaster of clothes and game boxes. His roommates were playing a new release, and one of them glanced up and said, "I was the brother who got him the connection, and thanks," because Brian was actually cool, and had already found 3 major bugs they'd missed during testing. We ended up spending hours playing together, passing controllers and talking over strategies. Brian wasn't attempting to control everything or prove he was wiser, he was simply sharing what he knew, and actively listening when Clara offered an alternative approach to a boss fight. This was who he could have been all along if we hadn't been so concerned with what he couldn't achieve, rather than what he could. If Mom and Dad hadn't surrounded him with bubble wrap and told him the world was too difficult for him to navigate alone. 2 weeks later, Mom and Dad went to see him for dinner and returned home looking 10 years younger. going on and on about how he'd cooked them chicken that was only slightly burned, showed them his pay stub from his first real paycheck, and how his roommates had said he was already one of the best testers on the team. Following that visit, I began practicing Chinese in the living room, with my textbooks sprawled across the coffee table and Mom reading a magazine on the couch nearby. No one moaned, made faces, or claimed migraines anymore. Brian would often video call me in the nights and ask me to teach him basic phrases while he sat in his little apartment kitchen, his roommate's cat prowling through the ground. He was bad with tones and constantly mixed up simple words, yet he'd chuckle at himself and try again, making notes in his sloppy handwriting. The following week at school, I went to Mrs. Patel's office and informed her everything that had happened since the court case. She leaned back in her chair and mentioned that individuals had to hit rock bottom before they could change, and that our family had found a way out. Brian improved at his job week after week for 3 months. Until one Thursday evening, my phone rang as I was completing homework. Brian was crying so hard that I couldn't understand him at first. But then he found out that he'd been promoted to senior tester. His voice trembled when he claimed they appreciated his brain, the different brain that saw things other testers didn't. That Sunday, we began what became a new tradition. Everyone gathered at our place for dinner. Brian drove himself over in the used Honda he bought with his own money and walked through the door with a confidence I'd never seen. We ate Mom's lasagna and talked about everyday topics like work, school and weather. Brian cleared his throat at supper and announced that he had signed up for online classes. He replied it was just fundamental stuff and he wanted to study again at his own pace. Dad stepped up, raised his glass, and gave a brief toast to second chances and fresh starts. We all raised our glasses, including Brian, who preferred apple juice over champagne or any other type of alcohol. Clara showed over for dessert, bringing fresh cookies she had baked with her mother. Brian thanked her in Chinese, distorting the pronunciation but speaking with genuine sincerity. She smiled and gently adjusted his tone, and he chuckled at himself without any of his usual embarrassment or fury. While Mom was cutting the pie, Brian revealed that he might flunk the classes but wanted to try anyhow, because failure wasn't the worst thing anymore. It was the absence of effort. As everyone prepared to go and Clara assisted Mom with the dishes, Brian pulled me aside near the front door. He gazed at me for a long time before saying simply that he was glad for the opportunity, for my patience, and for not giving up on him totally, even when he was at his worst. I saw him drive away to his own life a few minutes later, while Mom and Dad waved from the doorway like proud parents do. The house felt peaceful in a way it hadn't before. I sat in the living room, practicing my Chinese characters while my parents read nearby. Nobody is claiming areas, keeping books of grievances, or demanding that anyone leave. We were still working out how to be a family without all of the old poisonous dynamics, but we were learning together, making errors and trying again, much like Brian with his Chinese phrases. Creating something better one day at a time. I said, "Man, I had a great time hanging out and experiencing all of stuff with you today. Seriously, it's been a great ride. I cannot wait to do it again soon. If you made it to the finish, please leave a remark. I enjoy reading all of your remarks." After Dad mentioned his will, my sister became convinced I wasn't family and replaced my test results, but the evidence destroyed her lies. I'm 28. My sister Rachel is 31 years old. We've always had a decent relationship. We're not particularly tight, but we get along well at family gatherings and occasionally text each other, as is customary for siblings. Our father is fairly well off, owning a thriving contracting business that he started from nothing. Mom died 8 years ago from cancer. Dad began discussing amending his will approximately 6 months ago. Nothing dramatic, he simply stated that he wanted to ensure that everything was in order, possibly by establishing some trusts. It's rather natural for someone in their early 60s to be thinking about retirement and legacy preparation. Rachel and I are his only children, therefore we would split his assets. Rachel's behavior toward me has changed dramatically since then. I mean entirely different. She moved from being a normal sister to something I can't even describe. Suspicious and unfriendly. She keeps making bizarre comments about how I don't fit in with the family, and how I've always been different. We were having dinner at Dad's house when she first said something. She was going through old family photos on his mantle and came across this image of me as a newborn. She stared at it for far too long before saying, "You know, you really don't look like either Mom or Dad in this picture." I shrugged it off because really newborn images are very useless for assessing family resemblance. All babies resemble wrinkly potatoes, but she kept going. "No, seriously. Look at your nose. Look at your eyes. Where did those features even come from?" She held the photograph up to my face. Dad was in the kitchen and did not hear this conversation, but I was starting to feel uneasy. I told her she was being odd and that many children do not look like their parents. I mean, genetics are complicated, right? Sometimes you inherit your great-grandmother's chin, your uncle's eye form, or whatever. But Rachel just gave me that look, as if I was lying about something. What really bothers me is how she started talking about me being false among other family members. At my cousin's birthday party last month, I overheard her telling our aunt that she had always felt something was wrong with me. When she noticed I was listening, she didn't even look ashamed. She simply shrugged and walked away. The strangest thing is that she has gotten concerned with family genetics and inheritance issues. She keeps telling stories about families who found horrific truths through DNA testing. She emailed me 3 separate articles about people discovering they were adopted or had different fathers. She is continuously highlighting how DNA does not lie, and how science can uncover the truth about family links. Last week, she cornered me at Dad's house and asked if I had ever pondered about my biological parents. I was in astonishment and didn't know what to say. I asked her what she meant, and she said she's been thinking about family genetics lately, and how different I am from everyone else in the family. I tried to talk to Dad about Rachel's conduct, but I didn't want to get too detailed because explaining it sounds insane. I just said that Rachel seems worried lately, and has been saying strange things. He claimed he had noticed she had been more intense recently, but assumed it was due to work stress. The thing that is really playing with my head is Rachel's apparent total conviction in whatever hypothesis she has. She doesn't appear to be malicious or attempting to stir up trouble. She appears really persuaded that everyone is keeping a major secret about my parentage from her. But here's something I know for certain. I am Dad's biological child. I have his hands, his chuckle, and his inclination to become enraged at inanimate objects that don't work properly. I have Mom's stubbornness and strange double-jointed thumbs. I resemble both of them in distinct ways. I'm starting to wonder if Rachel is experiencing a mental health crisis. The timing of Dad's will update appears too serendipitous to overlook. Is she so concerned about inheritance that she has convinced herself I am not truly family? Is this a psychological response to Mom's passing that has only recently surfaced? I'm not sure what to do here. Rachel's conduct is becoming more intense, not less. She began making statements about DNA testing and uncovering the truth in front of Dad. He just laughs it off, but I can tell he is beginning to sense something is up with her. Any guidance would be greatly appreciated since I am utterly confused here. Update 1. So, remember how I mentioned she was obsessed with DNA testing and family genetics? So she's chosen to turn her hobby into a family pastime. Rachel arrived at Dad's place a few days after my initial post with her presentation on genealogy and family history. She'd printed out articles on DNA testing, family tree research, and genetic genealogy. She sold it as a fantastic bonding activity in which our entire extended family could help create a thorough family tree using DNA analysis. Her presentation was actually quite impressive. She had investigated various testing businesses, evaluated their accuracy rates, and examined their databases for genealogy information. She discussed how we may connect with distant relatives, identify family migration trends, and possibly answer some family mysteries regarding our great-great-grandparents. Dad became immediately fascinated. He is fascinated by family history and has long desired to trace our ancestors. Rachel had done her homework and knew precisely how to pique his interest. She discussed how we could identify ties to historical individuals or learn about family relatives who immigrated from Europe. But this is what made my skin crawl. Rachel insisted that everyone contribute to the project's success. She explained that DNA comparisons would only be useful if we had samples from numerous generations and family branches. She also underlined the importance of both Dad and I participating because we are the direct male bloodline. She made it sound really fair and scientific. She continued to discuss how DNA testing has improved to the point where it may disclose astonishing insights about family links and genetic inheritance patterns. She described how some families uncovered famous forebears or found kin they had no idea existed. The most deceptive part was how she packaged it as a gift for Dad. She stated that she intended to make this gorgeous family tree as a surprise for his next birthday, replete with DNA analysis and historical study. She presented it as a thoughtful, kind gesture from a daughter who wished to honor her father's interest in family history. Dad ate it thoroughly. He began talking about how much Mom would have enjoyed this endeavor, and how wonderful it would be to finally have answers to some of the gaps in our family knowledge. He quickly agreed to participate and began contacting other relatives to get them engaged. Rachel handled it very smoothly. She oversaw all logistics, ordered all of the test kits, and worked with family members. She appointed herself project manager and insisted on personally collecting all samples to ensure appropriate handling and delivery to the lab. Within a week, Mom had secured pledges from Dad, me, our 2 aunts, 3 cousins, and Dad's elderly uncle. Everyone was enthusiastic about the initiative. Our aunt even began going through old photo albums and paperwork to help with the study. But I understand what this is all about. Rachel is not interested in genealogy or family history. She is attempting to establish that I am not Dad's biological child. She is confident that when all of the DNA results are returned, mine will reveal that I am not genetically linked to the rest of the family. Instead of making straightforward allegations or confronting me privately, she devised this plot to make her look like the thoughtful, organized daughter while putting me in a situation where I can't refuse to participate without appearing suspicious. If I object to the DNA test, it will appear like I have something to hide. If I point out that Rachel's true purpose is to prove I'm adopted, I'll appear paranoid and defensive. She has driven me into a hole, and my only alternative is to go ahead with her plan and hope that the DNA findings definitively disprove her adoption claim. The worst part is seeing Dad become passionate about this idea. He has been calling me every few days to offer new information Rachel has discovered about genealogy research, or to discuss prospective familial links we may find. He has no idea that his daughter is using his interest in family history to try to prove that his son is not his biological son. I keep reminding myself that this will backfire spectacularly when the DNA results show that I am clearly Dad's child. Rachel will have to admit that her adoption notion is absolutely incorrect, and hopefully she will cease this preoccupation. Update 2. Rachel was in charge of coordinating everything, so the DNA test kits came at her apartment. She texted our family group chat that she had received all of the test kits and will distribute them so that everyone could submit samples. She explained that she wanted to gather them all at once and send them to the lab as a batch to ensure that they were processed together. I was scheduled to see her yesterday to pick up my kit, but I had to reschedule due to a business situation. I texted her that I'd come by today instead and get it. She said that was all right, and she'd leave it with her roommate if she wasn't home. I drove over to Rachel's apartment this afternoon. Her roommate allowed me in, and explained that Rachel was running errands but had left my test kit on the kitchen counter. There were 2 test kits on the kitchen countertop. So I took one and was about to go when I realized the box had already been opened. That looked strange because these kits are supposed to remain sealed until you're ready to utilize them. I opened the box to ensure everything was inside. And that's when I noticed that someone had already spit in the saliva collection tube. I stared at this tube for about 5 minutes, trying to figure out what I was seeing. The collection tube was supposed to be empty when I got it. I was meant to spit into it, seal it, and submit it to the lab, but the tube already had saliva. My first assumption was that Rachel had mistakenly handed me someone else's completed kit. Perhaps she messed up the boxes and gave me a relative's sample by mistake. But then I glanced through the documentation in the box, and it was evident that my name was on every form. That's when it struck me. Rachel planned to submit someone else's DNA sample under my name. I quickly called her to find out what was going on with my test kit. She seemed perplexed and asked what I meant. I told her that the collecting tube already contained saliva and that the form had my name on it, and there was a long quiet on the phone. Then she laughed and said it was all a joke. She explained that she was testing me to see if I would notice, and she was impressed that I did. She claimed she had filled the tube with her own saliva as a hoax and that she had my actual test kit waiting for me. I told her it wasn't humorous, that tampering with DNA samples was not a joke. She insisted it was all in good fun. When I came home, I thought about it again. I contacted her back and demanded to know whose DNA was in the collection tube. She tried to shrug me off again, but I persisted. Finally, she admitted to asking her friend Clara to supply the sample. Clara is Rachel's co-worker, and I've met her maybe twice at Rachel's events. She is not related to our family in any way. If Clara's DNA was submitted under my name, the findings would reveal no genetic tie with Dad or any of our other relatives. I questioned Rachel directly why she would do this. Why would she try to submit another person's DNA under my name? What did she hope to accomplish? That's when she stopped pretending it was a joke. She claimed she needed to know the truth about my parentage and was defending Dad's interests. She said that if I was really Dad's kid, I shouldn't be frightened to take the test properly. But if I had anything to hide, this would expose it. Her logic made no sense. She seemed to believe that submitting phony DNA under my name would reveal me as a fraud. For example, if the phony results revealed that I was unrelated to the family, her adoption argument would be proven right. I attempted to describe how insane this was. I informed her that contributing someone else's DNA would only confirm that Clara is unrelated to our family, which we already knew. It would not prove anything about my true genetic tie with Dad. But Rachel was not listening to logic. She insisted that I was hiding something, and that my reaction to her plan demonstrated my fear of the truth. She explained that if I was indeed Dad's biological son, I should have no trouble taking the DNA test legally. I assured her that I would take the test officially, but that I wanted a fully fresh kit that she had never handled. I stated that I would order my own test directly from the lab and submit it myself to ensure there was no tampering. Rachel became enraged and accused me of being paranoid and sabotaging the family genealogical effort. She claimed that everyone was thrilled about the research and that I was ruining it with my suspicious conduct. I pointed her that she was the one acting suspiciously by attempting to submit forged DNA samples. But she just continued deflecting and stating I was overreacting to what she described as a harmless prank. She hung up on me when I stated I was going to tell Dad about what she had tried to do. She quickly texted me, pleading me not to involve Dad and promised not to tamper with my actual DNA sample if I just let it go. I will not let this go. Rachel attempted to commit fraud by submitting someone else's DNA in my name. This goes much beyond bizarre suspicions regarding my parentage. I ordered my DNA test kit directly from the lab today. I'll submit an authentic sample and receive legitimate findings that indicate I'm Dad's kid. This is far worse than I expected. Update 3. The DNA results came back, and I am absolutely Dad's biological child. But Rachel's reaction to this proof has been utterly insane, and I'm beginning to worry about her mental health. I received my findings first because I ordered my individual kit directly from the lab while Rachel was still planning the family batch testing. My results were exactly what I expected. A 50% genetic match with Dad, unambiguous genetic ties with our aunts and cousins, and European ancestry that matches our known family background. Everything fit perfectly with what you'd expect from someone who is clearly a member of this family. I was genuinely relieved to hear scientific confirmation of something I'd never questioned. I hoped that this would finally put a stop to Rachel's odd adoption conspiracy and allow us to move on from the whole fiasco. I decided to show Rachel the results before telling the rest of the family. I believed this would offer her a chance to admit her mistake and perhaps apologize for all the allegations and sabotage attempts. This was a mistake. When I showed Rachel my DNA results, she stared at them for a long time, saying nothing. She then began asking extensive questions regarding the testing process. Where did I order the kit? How did I submit my sample? Was I sure the lab didn't mix up the samples? Had anyone else handled my testing kit? I indicated that I had ordered the kit directly from the company's website, submitted the sample myself, and monitored the entire process to ensure that there was no contamination or mix-up. The results were undeniably accurate. Rachel responded by accusing me of tampering with the exam. She argued the results couldn't be valid because she knew I wasn't Dad's biological child. She insisted that I had found a technique to manipulate the testing procedure. I asked her what evidence she had for believing I wasn't Dad's son, and she began listing utterly random things. She mentioned that I held my fork differently than Dad does. She claims my laugh sounds forced when I'm among relatives, and she believes I've always been too eager to fit in with the family, proving I don't truly belong. This is absolutely crazy reasoning. She's transforming ordinary human behaviors into evidence of a huge deceit about my parentage. But things get worse. Rachel has decided that everyone in the family should retake their DNA testing at a separate facility. She claims she does not trust the company we employed and believes we should seek independent verification of the data from a separate testing provider. She has been calling family members individually to offer her concept. She explains that DNA testing might be unreliable and that results should be confirmed by various labs. The most manipulative aspect is how she frames things for Dad. She is not telling him that she believes I am adopted or that she attempted to sabotage my original test. Instead, she presents herself as a meticulous researcher who wants to ensure that our family genealogical project contains the most accurate information available. Dad believes this is reasonable. He is unaware of Rachel's adoption notion or sabotage attempt. So to him, this appears to be Rachel's meticulous approach to the genealogy effort. He consented to take another test and invited other family members to take part in the expanded investigation. Rachel has already bought additional test kits from another company. She's organizing the collecting procedure again, which makes me worried after her prior sabotage attempt. But this time, I'll make sure Dad is present when I give my sample, and I'll photograph the sealed kit to record the chain of custody. The irritating part is that I know the new results will only confirm what we already know. I will take the test as Dad's biological child again since that is who I am. However, Rachel appears to be sure that a separate lab will generate results that support her adoption theory. I'm starting to suspect Rachel has developed some sort of mental disorder centered on my parentage. She developed this conspiracy hypothesis and now rejects any information that contradicts it. When reality doesn't fit her views, she concludes that reality must be incorrect. I am tempted to tell Dad everything, but I'm afraid he will not believe me. Rachel's behavior appears so sensible on the surface that my charges may sound like psychotic babbling. She's also been careful not to express her adoption hypothesis in front of Dad explicitly. I believe my best plan is to proceed with a second round of testing and allow the data to speak for themselves. When the new lab certifies that I am Dad's biological child, Rachel will have to confront the truth that multiple independent tests have yielded the same result. This entire scenario has progressed from bothersome to actually concerning. I'm not only dealing with sibling rivalry or inheritance concern anymore, I believe Rachel is experiencing a psychiatric crisis and is obsessed with showing that I am not a member of the family. Update 4: I told Dad everything, and Rachel is no longer in my life. This entire thing has erupted in ways I never expected, and I'm honestly grateful it's finished. The second set of DNA tests yielded identical results as the first round. It's shocking, I know. I am still Dad's biological son, genetically connected to all of our relatives, and have the same heritage markers. The findings were basically photocopies of my first test. When Rachel was presented with identical data from 2 independent labs, I expected her to finally accept reality, but she doubled down more than ever. She immediately began investigating DNA testing accuracy rates, discovering some obscure reports on laboratory failures. She began to assert that both labs had made the same mistake, or that there was some sort of systemic contamination affecting my samples especially. However, she reached a breaking point when she began contacting other family members directly with her adoption notion. She had previously kept her doubts fairly hidden, but after the second round of test results revealed I was Dad's son, she evidently decided that subtlety was no longer an option. She called our cousin Ethan and expressed significant doubts about my origins, believing Dad was deceiving himself about having a biological son. She requested Ethan to assist her persuade Dad to request a third round of tests at a lab she would personally choose and oversee. This conversation confused Ethan totally. He immediately called Dad and informed him that Rachel appeared to be having a breakdown regarding family DNA and making odd assertions about me being adopted. Dad called me soon away and asked what the heck was going on. I realized I couldn't keep Rachel from acting out anymore. She had graduated to involve extended family in her delusions, and Dad deserved to know what his daughter was up to. I told him everything. Her months of suspicious comments and adoption implications, as well as her manipulation of the family genealogy project, were all attempts to reveal my alleged false paternity. Dad listened to the entire thing in total quiet. When I continued, there was a lengthy pause, and then he replied, "She's been trying to prove you're not my son." Why would she do that? I told him it was related to his will update, and Rachel appeared to be attempting to remove me from his inheritance. Dad became very silent and stated that he needed to speak with Rachel immediately. The confrontation with Rachel did not go well. Dad summoned her to his house and asked her directly whether she was doubting my parentage and attempting to prove I was adopted. Rachel initially denied it, but when Dad brought up the DNA test sabotage and her calls to family members, she felt there was no use in lying any longer. She revealed that she didn't believe I was Dad's biological son, and had been trying to prove it for months. She claimed she was protecting Dad's interests and ensuring his inheritance went to his legitimate child. She stated she was doing this out of love and loyalty to her father. Dad asked her what possible evidence she had for believing I wasn't his kid, and Rachel began repeating the ludicrous remarks she had made with me. She also recounted some childhood recollections that she said were incompatible with me being his biological kid. Dad told her that her proof was utterly ludicrous, and that she was attempting to destroy her brother's connection with his family based only on obsessive assumption. He stated he was ashamed of her actions and couldn't understand how she had convinced herself to be so nasty. Rachel burst into tears and insisted that she was correct about me, that the DNA tests were inaccurate, and that Dad was duped. She asked him to conduct one more round of testing at a lab that she would personally verify and oversee. That's when Dad lost his cool. He told Rachel she was insane and that her fixation with proving I wasn't his son had irreparably harmed our family. He said he couldn't trust her anymore and didn't want her around until she sought professional therapy for whatever psychiatric issues were causing her conduct. Rachel left Dad's place that day and has not communicated with either of us since. She has disabled my phone number and social media accounts. She's also supposedly blocked Dad because he claims his calls go directly to voicemail and his texts aren't delivered. Dad continued questioning why I hadn't notified him about Rachel's behavior sooner, and I answered that I hoped she'd come to her senses and didn't want to generate family turmoil over what appeared to be momentary paranoia. But Dad said he was relieved I finally told him the truth because Rachel's behavior had been escalating and may have become worse if left uncontrolled. Dad is determined that Rachel requires professional psychological assistance before he can consider having a relationship with her again. He has told her, through other family members, that he will pay for therapy if she is prepared to address whatever is driving her to this conduct, but that he will not allow any further contact until she admits that her adoption hypothesis was delusional. As for me, I'm done with Rachel for good. I don't care if she seeks assistance or admits she was wrong. She spent months attempting to undermine my bond with my father and separate me from my own family. She attempted fraud by submitting phony DNA samples in my name. She enlisted extended family members in her campaign against me. Dad has told me he is reconsidering several aspects of his estate planning. He won't give me any information, but I believe Rachel's inheritance status has changed dramatically. He has stated that trust and loyalty are significant variables in how he views family legacy. I understand that some people believe I should forgive Rachel if she seeks assistance and apologizes, but I am not interested in reconciliation. Certain betrayals are too basic to overcome. She attempted to erase me from my own family. That's not something I can get over. My father hid a daughter for years. Now her mother demands I evict my best friend so she can live with me, but I refuse to fix their broken family. When I was 14, my world was devastated. It immediately became clear that my father had been leading a secret life right beneath our eyes. He had fathered a kid with one of his staff, a 1-year-old girl, without my mother's knowledge. Could you imagine? We were just your normal family. And then I realized I had a half-sister no one had ever mentioned. My brother, who is 2 years older than me, was so distraught that he cut off communication with our father for an entire year. And I could barely look him in the eyes after that. I never knew if my mother had known all along, or if she was simply heartbreakingly afraid of losing him. Perhaps it was because he had always been the breadwinner, earning a nice living and supporting all of us. Who knows? But I do recall her clinging to him through group therapy, counseling, and countless arguments. Against all obstacles, they remained together. After that much, you'd think he'd cut all contact with the other family permanently. But that never happened. He quit dating Karen's mother, although she remained a close friend. Surprisingly, my mother and the other woman appeared to have formed a strange sister-wife relationship. The entire experience was weird. Every holiday since then, Christmas, Easter, you name it, this woman would show up, knowing my father was married but still deciding to assist him damage our family. Her small child, my supposed sister, would also be there. And my brother and I were supposed to accept her as family. I simply couldn't do it. My brother took years to come around, and for a long, he skipped all holidays. But when Karen turned 4, he made an abrupt U-turn. He instantly chose to be her brother. He still refuses to speak to our father or Karen's mother, but he has somehow become Karen's protector. Maybe I sound bitter, but I have never considered Karen's mother as anything other than a homewrecker. And Karen, she was a living reminder of how everything had fallen apart. Intellectually, I knew my father was equally too responsible, but as a devastated teenager, it was always easier to aim my rage toward them. I made it plain. Karen would never become my sister. That single reality has resulted in years and years of animosity. No holiday or gathering has seemed right since. I could give you a detailed account of all the drama over the years, but it would take forever, and there is one major point here. Karen just decided to switch schools. Something happened at her previous one, but I honestly don't care about her high school drama. For perspective, in my nation, high schools can be specialized in areas such as painting, confectionery, and hairdressing. Karen withdrew out of her more general grammar high school, where she was struggling to keep up, and opted to try her hand at art school instead. She is not a prodigy, decent, but nothing spectacular, yet well enough to get into a highly recognized school. Coincidentally, the school is located close where I reside. Karen and her mother still live close to my parents, around 3 hours away, so getting to and from school would be difficult. 2 days ago, we had another awkward family meal. Yes, Karen and her mother were present, much to my dismay. The subject came up. Where was Karen planning to reside while attending school? I could tell they were circling around the genuine question, hoping I'd respond before they had to ask. When I didn't bite, they eventually spelled it out for me. Would I allow Karen to move in with me for the school year? Monday through Friday, she spends holidays with her mother. And get this. They marketed it as a major benefit to her because I also work in art. Suddenly, my so-called useless illustration business provided the ideal atmosphere for their darling kid. Let me explain why I'm saying no. First, there are decent dorms close to campus. Certainly not a 5-star motel, but ideal for a high school student. Second, I don't like Karen. I've always been open about our lack of relationship, and no shared DNA will miraculously heal that. Third, my brother lives less than an hour away from the art school. He doesn't live next door, yet he gets along well with her. Fourth, When I went to Karen's mother for support during a difficult time and begged for a favor, she laughed in my face and flatly informed me we were not family. But now, we're only family when it suits her. Fifth, my flat is modest, and while I officially have a second bedroom, it is rented to my best buddy. I'm not kicking my closest friend out, no matter what guilt trip anyone tries to put on me. Sixth, they never asked, rather, they demanded. When I hesitated, they swooped upon me like vultures. Karen has anxiety. Dorm living would be hard on her. You're her only real sister. God wants us to be a family. I hold no religious beliefs. My brother's girlfriend is pregnant and nervous around strangers, so Karen can't stay there. And I should just evict my roommate because family comes first. The ridiculousness. To be honest, I could tell from how they were acting that they wanted me to hold out for a polite period of time before giving in. But the moment the argument heated up and people began shouting, I dropped all pretense and simply said no. That was it. Karen raced out of the home in sobs, and everyone else became silent. I was instructed to leave, so I did, and someone said something ridiculous about how I should go sign up for kindergarten because I clearly wasn't acting like an adult. Karen's mother later messaged me, and I marked her as read. My father tried calling, but I didn't answer. I refuse to be pushed, yelled at, or guilt-tripped into doing anything I find very unpleasant. I know it's not Karen's fault she ended up in this mess, but she's not my family, and I don't owe her anything in my life, let alone my house. That is where I stand. Update 1. When I arrived home, I found Karen sobbing on the sofa, her face buried in her hands, completely unraveling. My roommate instantly grabbed me aside and explained what had just transpired. Karen apparently arrived expecting to meet me and was surprised to find my roommate instead. She instantly inquired whether my roommate was visiting or about to leave, to which my roommate responded calmly that she was neither. That created a one-sided dispute, with Karen getting louder and louder as my roommate tried to calm her down and de-escalate the situation. Karen soon appeared to be experiencing a breakdown. My roommate described it as a panic attack, and I have no reason to dispute her at all. But as soon as Karen noticed me, her meltdown changed course. She began yelling at me, calling me a terrible sister, a liar, and a leech, and hurled more accusations my way. I could understand the nasty sister aspect, but being a liar and a leech ached. I tried not to snap back, kept my cool, and eventually calmed her down enough to discuss without revealing our family crisis to the entire building. That's when the truth started to emerge. Molly and my father had been using the prospect of Karen living with me and attending that prestigious art high school as leverage for at least 6 months. Since Karen opted to quit her stepping stone high school, they have thrown it at her repeatedly. You will not be able to live with your sister unless you maintain decent marks. Clean your room or turn in your phone. Even worse, they requested that she drop her friends and delete her social media accounts. Essentially, the prospect of living with me had been dangled in front of her for years. I felt terrible when I realized that. To be honest, I didn't disbelieve her story for 1 second. It was classic dad. Growing up, he used to promise us enormous things and make us cry in the hopes that he would eventually deliver. Perhaps not. Molly apparently went so far as to tell Karen that I had consented to a 1-week trial run and that she would then spend the rest of the summer at her father's house to prepare for the actual relocation. I had no clue they'd promised her that, especially since I'd made it clear from the start that I opposed the notion. Looking back, perhaps they assumed that if Karen came up at my house, I'd simply yield, having stepped back so many times in the past to keep the peace. Perhaps having Karen there in my home would make it impossible for me to refuse. And I would have let myself to get steamrolled again so as not to ruin her fantasy. The whole thing sucked. But for the first time, Karen and I genuinely spoke, really chatted. We spent 40% of the time trash-talking our shared parent. 40% were ranting about Molly. And the rest was entirely about art. Oddly enough, I discovered a silver lining in that catastrophe. I'm not saying I'm suddenly ready to be the doting big sister or take her home, but for once, there was some genuine connection behind the anguish. She eventually flopped on my bed and fell asleep before her parents arrived to fetch her up. I waited there, emotionally tired. My father finally arrived at 11 p.m., furious that Karen had fallen asleep and perplexed that I hadn't simply let her spend the night. But I became even furious. After piecing together Karen's story, I was itching to hear his side as well. At the very least, he listened. I let off a 5-minute rant so quickly that I could hardly breathe. And by the time he managed to say something, I doubt he remembered half of what I had said. I hardly gave him a chance. He only told me that he'd call me later to adequately address it. Now I'm waiting for that call. Feeling emptier than ever. I'm so emotionally spent that I can barely think straight at work. I ended up staying at a friend's apartment for the night. Nothing romantic. Just the comfort of platonic connection, which we have had since we were children. I know I have a lot to figure out, so I've started building a list of everything I need to accomplish when I get the motivation to try again. Right now, all I want is some clarity and tranquility, if I can find it. Update 2. I apologize for the silence. Life has been so hectic that finding time or energy to update seemed impossible. But I have to explain what happened. I really enjoyed all of the advice and knowing that I wasn't insane, even if this update will probably disappoint anyone expecting for a good conclusion. Karen, my half-sister, appeared at my door not long after everything had gone wrong, as if the universe was playing a cruel little joke on me. The timing could not have been more absurd. I did not squander a second. I contacted my father and informed him that unless he picked her up right away, I would contact the police. He arrived, claiming that he would explain everything. But predictably, it took some serious cornering before he said anything. Perhaps he thought that if he told me just enough, I would stop bothering him. But I needed answers, so I met with him face to face last week. He had no way out at that point. What I discovered was every bit as wild as I had expected. Karen's mother, Molly, as I've dubbed her, was in grave financial problems. Part of me wanted to blame it on her being too young to have a child, but Molly's overall sense of maturity seems stunted. Perhaps there was a traumatic childhood. Perhaps not. I don't care at this moment since whatever happened, Karen is the one who is suffering the price. Molly had created a pile of debt for herself by taking out too many loans with no practical possibility of repaying them. She is currently losing everything as a result of the debt reduction process. Even her pay is being reduced by the state, leaving her with barely enough to exist. To make ends meet, she decided to sell her flat and move into something so little that I literally cringed when I saw it. She wanted to stay at my father's house, but fortunately my mother had already established tough boundaries. Molly and Karen were not allowed to stay at the house for more than a week. Only on special occasions, such as when Molly's building was being constructed. What's her plan? Purchase this pretentious chicken coop of a studio apartment and squeeze herself and Karen into the cramped area. The rationale must have been, perhaps someone else will step in to help, because I was suddenly receiving guilt-tripping indications that I should take Karen in, as if that would solve everything. Despite my instincts, I let Karen to stay with me for a while. It was disastrous. Living with her was impossible. I never recognized how distressed she was because I never spent enough time with her to fully understand it. She was troubled by night terrors, leaving my best friend, a true light sleeper who has a physically demanding job, weary every day. Furthermore, Karen appeared to be allergic to cleaning and snatched my watch. After that, I called my father and told him I wasn't going to put up with this longer. My father begged me, virtually groveling to let her stay. He promised she'd get better. But, even if it were true, I wasn't going to be the one going through it. I drew a line in the sand. I would only consider bringing Karen in provided she attended therapy. However, Molly, in her infinite wisdom, does not believe in therapy. Of course. Honestly, I should not have been surprised. I expected my father to step up and take Karen in, but my mother was insistent. She flatly refused. That resulted in a massive dispute. And in the end, my mother had a panic attack and was hospitalized. That was the last straw. Karen was sent back to her mother. Molly was furious. At me, not at her own decisions. According to her, I am the only person in the world who could provide them with a proper home, but I am simply too nasty to make room for them. Hatred is her word. But to be honest, a part of me is genuinely upset, enraged at being put in this situation. Then my brother got involved, berating me for not stepping up, despite the fact that he owns a house. But of course, he has a newborn baby, which is meant to relieve him of all responsibility while shifting all of it to me. He had the audacity to argue that blood should be thicker than water. When I told him that my best friend lives with me, he acted as if my blood was irrelevant in this situation. Now it appears like everything is in limbo. My father is constantly trying to wear down my mother, and when he isn't bickering with her, he makes passive-aggressive insults at me. Molly bombards me with her own brand of guilt-inducing messages, while my brother no longer bothers to hide his disgust. I'm not sure how much more of this I can take. I'm definitely considering cutting everyone off entirely. It's honestly devastating to see my entire family turn against me. At least I have a best friend. She's probably the only nice thing to come out of this situation. I still feel bad about putting her through exhaustion and allowing my father to manipulate me for so long, but I'm eternally grateful she's still with me. Update 3. I thought it couldn't be any worse. I was mistaken. Last Tuesday, my best friend arrived home from work looking really exhausted. At first, I assumed it was simply another horrible day at her job. But when she sat me down with that serious expression that I'd only seen twice in our 15-year friendship, my stomach fell. She had been receiving calls, anonymous ones, always while I wasn't around. The caller would hang up as soon as she answered, but she could hear background noise, a television and children playing. It was creepy enough that she had started allowing calls to go to voicemail. Molly arrived at her workplace 3 days ago. My best buddy works at a veterinary clinic and Molly walked in, claiming she needed to address critical family concerns involving me. She accosted my friend during her lunch break and went on this insane rant about how I was poisoning everyone against Karen. I was so selfish and callous, and, this is where things get really crazy, how my friend was facilitating my cruelty by staying with me instead of making room for actual family. My friend, bless her, told Molly where she could shove her opinions and threatened to contact security. But Molly was not done. She even had the nerve to offer my friend money, 2 months' rent, to move out temporarily so Karen could have the room. When my pal rejected, Molly's facade slipped completely. She began yelling about how my friend was a leech living off me. How she was probably sleeping with me anyway, and how no true friend would get in the way of family. Molly had to be escorted out by security, but not before she shouted loudly enough for the entire waiting area to hear that my buddy was a homewrecker who kept sisters apart. My poor friend was horrified, especially because her employer and numerous clients witnessed the entire episode. But here's when things get very twisted. When I approached my father about Molly's actions, expecting him to be shocked, he instead attempted to defend her. "She's desperate," he explained. "You have to understand, she's losing everything." When I pointed out that harassment and workplace stalking are unacceptable regardless of someone's financial condition, he had the audacity to claim that if I had just aided the family from the start, none of this would have happened. That's when it clicked. I asked him directly if he knew about Molly's plot to harass my friend. The stillness was so extended that I feared the phone had been dropped. Finally, he acknowledged that Molly had stated that she might try to reason with my roommate personally. He did not stop her. He knew she was going to ambush my pal at work, but he did nothing. I was so upset that I couldn't talk, but then he delivered another bombshell. Apparently my mother has been having what he refers to as episodes since the hospital incident. She's been obsessed with the whole thing, staying up all night studying Karen's new school, and even calling the admissions office pretending to be Karen's guardian to inquire about housing choices. My father appears really concerned about her mental health. But instead of getting her professional assistance, he's been attempting to address the problem by pressuring me to take Karen in. "If you just agree to let her stay for the school year," he added, "your mother could finally have peace. We could all move past this." The deception was so obvious that it made me laugh, a bitter, hollow sound that astonished even me. I explained to him that it was not my obligation to improve Mom's mental health at the expense of my own peace and safety. That's when he completely lost it. "Safety," he said. "She's a 17-year-old girl, not a criminal. Your own sister." "Half-sister," I clarified. "And not by choice." He hung up on me. 2 days later, my brother arrived at my apartment unexpectedly. I should have known something was up when he knocked instead of just strolling in, as he always does. He appeared weary. The baby has been keeping him up, and his girlfriend has been struggling with postpartum depression. I felt a tinge of sympathy until he began speaking. Dad contacted him with a new solution. My brother's house has more space, and he's allegedly on better terms with Karen, so perhaps she should move in with him. But here's the kicker. His girlfriend flatly refused. She's already struggling enough without adding a difficult adolescent, especially one who has night terrors and behavioral issues. Naturally, my brother decided it was all my fault. If I had taken Karen in from the start, none of them would be experiencing this stress. His lover would not be weeping herself to sleep due to Dad's pressure. Mom would not be experiencing breakdowns. Everyone's troubles would be solved if I simply did the right thing. I mentioned that he might have offered to take Karen himself months ago, but he shook his head. "I never wanted her living with us," he told me. "But you live alone with just a friend. You have the space, you work from home. It makes sense." The arrogance was astonishing. When I informed him that I'd already tried living with Karen and it had been a disaster, he remarked that perhaps I hadn't tried hard enough. Maybe if I'd been more patient, understanding and sisterly, I'd have had enough. I told him that if he was worried about family duties, he could move his pregnant girlfriend and newborn baby in with Dad and Mom, freeing up his home for Karen and Molly. The expression on his face was priceless, complete terror at the concept. "That's completely different," he exclaimed. "I have a family to think about." "So do I," said. My chosen family. My friend who's been with me through everything while you all demand I throw her out for someone who stole from me. He departed after that, but not before informing me that I was being selfish and would later regret pushing everyone away. Maybe he is right. Maybe I'm selfish. But I'm tired of being the family's scapegoat, the one everyone expects to give up her happiness and stability to keep the peace. I'm tired of being guilt-tripped, manipulated, and having my boundaries violated. My companion and I have begun looking at flats in a different section of the city, somewhere my family is unaware of. I haven't informed them yet, but I believe I'm done with everything. With each of them. The saddest part? I really feel horrible for Karen. Nothing is actually her fault. She's merely a child caught in the midst of adult chaos. But I can't save her without destroying myself, and I've finally accepted that it's not my responsibility to try. Update 4. I never imagined I'd be back here writing another update. But life has a terrible sense of humor. The apartment hunting did not go as planned. It turns out that finding a suitable home that welcomes pets within our budget, my friend has a cat, I failed to mention, is more difficult than imagined. But it is the least of our current issues. 3 weeks ago my buddy Anna returned home, looking as if she had seen a ghost. I was in the middle of a client call when she rushed through the door, so I had to finish up fast before she could tell me what occurred. She was at the grocery store when she ran into Maris, my brother's girlfriend. Maris apparently looked horrible. Dark circles and disheveled. The works. Maris burst into tears right in the cereal aisle after what should have been a courteous hello. Between sobs, Maris told Anna everything. My brother has been putting intense pressure on her to reconsider taking Karen in. He comes home every day with new arguments. Karen's grades are dropping. Living in that small studio with Molly has made her depressed. It's only temporary till they figure something else out. But Maris is struggling to keep her head above water with the baby and her postpartum depression. The thought of adding a wild teenager to the mix made her fear. Here's where things get twisted. My brother supposedly told Maris that I'd largely agreed to accept Karen but was just being picky about practicalities. He made it sound as if I was playing games while a child was suffering. Maris felt bad about denying because, in her perspective, I was already willing to help but only needed to be convinced correctly. Anna, bless her, corrected the record right away. She told Maris everything that had transpired, including the theft, night terrors, and Molly's job harassment. Maris became pale and inquired why no one had told her about this. That's when Anna learned my brother was lying to everyone, weaving different versions of the narrative to make them feel bad. But wait, things get worse. Maris apologized to Anna before saying something that made my blood run cold. I just wish I understood why he's so desperate to help her now when he completely ignored her for years. When Anna asked what she meant, Maris said that my brother had been having secret phone chats with someone while constantly stepping outdoors or going to the garage. She assumed it was work-related, until she overheard a portion of a chat last week. She remembered what he said. I know, but I can't keep doing this forever, and she doesn't suspect anything, but the guilt is killing me. Maris confronted him on it that night. He broke down and said that he had been sending money to Molly. Not just recently. For years. Molly apparently contacted him shortly after Karen's birth, alleging she was struggling financially and that Dad was not providing adequate support. My brother, feeling bad for first rejecting Karen, began sending her money on a monthly basis. Small quantities at initially, then gradually increased as Molly's demands grew. The actual kicker? Molly had been telling him that Dad was unaware of the payments and that they needed to remain hidden because Dad was already doing so much. She portrayed herself as a struggling single mother who was too proud to seek for extra assistance from Dad. My brother ate it up, most likely because it helped him feel like a good brother without having to have a relationship with Karen. But this is where the plot takes a dramatic left turn. Maris dug through my brother's bank transactions and discovered that he had sent Molly more than $15,000 in the previous 3 years. $15,000, money that should have been spent on their home, wedding, and baby preparations. Maris was furious, but my brother asked her not to say anything because he was trying to fix the situation. That's why he's been so desperate to get Karen to move elsewhere. Molly had threatened to inform Dad about the money if the installments stopped. She said she'd tell Dad that my brother had been privately supporting his daughter for years while publicly rejecting her, making him look like a huge hypocrite. My brother got caught up in this blackmail scheme, and his answer was to get me to accept Karen so that the pressure would be lifted off him. Anna came home with all of this knowledge, and I honestly had no idea what to do with it. Part of me felt vindicated. I sensed something was wrong with my brother's abrupt change of heart. But largely I felt sick. For years the entire family has lied to and manipulated one another. I chose to call Maris directly. She was afraid to speak at first, but eventually everything came out. She's considered leaving my brother over this. Not just the money, though that was horrible enough, but the lies, the manipulation, and the way he has made her feel guilty for preserving her mental health. She said she didn't even remember who she married anymore. That conversation altered everything for me. I saw my brother wasn't simply being manipulative with Karen. He had been lying for years, just like his father. The apple doesn't fall far from its tree. I told Maris she deserved more and that nothing was her fault. I also informed her that if she ever needed a place to stay while she straightened things out, my couch was open. Not for Karen or my brother, but for her and the baby if they required an escape. She burst into tears and said how she had felt alienated, as if everyone in the family was against her for not bringing Karen in. Knowing the reality about why my brother was so persistent made her feel less insane, but also more hurt. What is the strangest part? She asked if I thought she should inform Dad about the money. I told her it was her decision, but Dad was probably already aware. Call it intuition, but the entire thing reeks of secrets inside secrets. 2 days later, Dad showed up at my door again. But this time, he appeared defeated rather than enraged. He sat down firmly on my couch and stated, "We need to talk about your brother." It turns out I was correct. Dad had known about the payments for several months. He discovered them by mistake, when my brother sent a payment confirmation email to Dad's address rather than his own. Apparently their email addresses are similar, and it was an autofill error. Dad approached Molly, who broke down and revealed she had been influencing my brother for many years. But here's the bit that made me want to scream. Dad had been allowing it to continue since it put less strain on him to support Molly and Karen. He was essentially allowing my brother to subsidize his mistake while presenting himself as the good man attempting to bring the family together. The web of falsehoods and deception is so complex that just thinking about it makes me dizzy. Dad is leveraging my brother's guilt to dodge his own obligations. My brother is using manipulation to try to force me to solve his blackmail problem. Molly uses everyone else's guilt to pay her lifestyle. Mom is most likely having breakdowns because she perceives all of the falsehoods, even if she is unaware of the specifics. And me? I appear to be the only one who has been open about not wanting to be a part of this disaster, which somehow makes me the villain. Dad asked if I would consider taking Karen now that I understood the whole truth. I laughed, really laughed, and told him that learning about even more layers of falsehoods and manipulation didn't make me any more willing to participate. That's when he dropped the ultimate bombshell. He and Mom are thinking about divorce. Mom discovered that he knew about the payments and feels betrayed all over again. She has been staying at her sister's place for the previous week, so my brother's marriage is crumbling. My parents are about to divorce. Molly is undoubtedly worried about her money source running out, and Karen is still caught in the center of all this adult dysfunction. And I'm still the terrible guy for wanting to keep out of the situation. I don't know how to feel anymore. Part of me wants to tell everyone to figure it out for themselves and block all of their numbers. But another part of me, probably the one taught by years of family guilt, wonders if I should try to help in some way. Anna believes I should keep far away from all of them. She's undoubtedly correct, but it's difficult to watch your entire family crumble, especially when you know they brought it on themselves. I suppose we'll see what happens next. My stepsister sobbed that no one would ever love her, then tried to seduce my boyfriend, and my stepmom told me to hand him over. I, a 24-year-old female, need to get this off my chest because I keep wondering if I am the insane one here. This includes my stepmother Margaret, 52, my stepsister Clara, 22, my father Daniel, 55, and my partner of 3 years, Ethan, 26. It's critical to understand how we arrived here. When I was 8 years old, my biological mother abandoned us. She packed her luggage one morning while my father was at work and I was in school. I returned home to find a note on the kitchen counter stating that she could no longer take being a mother. My father had to explain to an 8-year-old why mommy was not coming back. He raised me alone for 2 years. When I was 10 years old, my father met Margaret during a parent-teacher conference. Her daughter, Clara, was in my grade but attended a different school. Clara was born with spina bifida and needed a wheelchair. Margaret was newly divorced and was working as a substitute teacher to make ends meet. My father operated a successful small plumbing business. Margaret began to come over more frequently. She would invite Clara over for play dates, and eventually she would stay for dinner. I recall being overjoyed to have another girl around, especially one who appeared so kind. Clara was shy and quiet, but always respectful to grown-ups. She looked at you with large eyes that made you want to protect her. My father and Margaret married when I was 12. Margaret left her substitute teaching position because my father's business was flourishing and he could support all of us. We relocated to a larger house with wheelchair access for Clara. Margaret took care of the house while my father worked long hours. Clara and I shared the upstairs, but she had the room with the stair lift. The first several years were good. Margaret made sure I didn't feel excluded, even though Clara required more attention owing to her medical appointments and physical therapy sessions. She helped me with my homework, attended my soccer games, and ensured that I had all I needed for school. Clara and I got on well enough. We watched movies together, and she helped me with math while I assisted her with English. When I was 15, I met Ethan at a summer camp for disabled youngsters and their siblings. The camp organized activities that mixed typical and handicapped children. I was there for Clara, and Ethan was there for his younger brother, who has autism. Ethan was 17 at the time and had already started working part-time while finishing high school. He was gentle with Clara throughout the camp activities and made her giggle a lot. She appeared more extroverted around him than with others. After camp concluded, Ethan began visiting our house. He made friends with Clara first. Actually, she enjoyed talking to him about books and movies. He treated her like any other teenager, not as someone to be pitied. My father liked him since he was respectable and had a job. Margaret seems happy that Clara had gained a friend. Over the next 2 years, Ethan became a regular visitor to our house. He would visit after school and on weekends. Clara always looked up when he arrived. She began inquiring when he was coming over and became unhappy if he canceled plans. I didn't think much of it at the moment. I was preoccupied with my own high school activities and a part-time work in a clothing store. During my senior year, something changed. Ethan started asking me to hang out without Clara on occasion. We began talking more while she was not present. He helped me prepare for my SATs and drove me to job interviews. One evening in the spring, while we were sitting on the back porch after Clara had gone inside, he told me he had liked me for a while but didn't want to make things awkward because we were all friends. We began dating the summer before I left for college. Clara's demeanor altered instantly. She got grumpy and abrupt with me. Whether Ethan came over, she monopolized his attention and became irritated whether he wanted to spend time with both of us or just me. Margaret observed the shift and questioned me about it. I told her I suspected Clara had formed a crush on Ethan. Margaret nodded and said she would speak with her about it. I attended college 3 hours away while Ethan remained local and began working full-time at an auto repair shop. Clara began her senior year in high school. During my travels home, I observed Clara was still cool toward me, but Margaret said that she was simply adjusting to my absence at college. Ethan and I maintained a long-distance romance for 2 years. He paid me visits at school whenever he could, and I returned home on holidays and weekends. We got along well, despite the fact that the distance was difficult at times. Clara gradually warmed up to me again, but she continued to act weirdly while Ethan was present. After graduating from college, I briefly returned home to look for work. Ethan and I discussed moving in together after I found steady job. That's when things became odd again. Clara had recently started community college and was taking online classes because it was more convenient for mobility. She spent most of her time at home and Margaret had started working part-time at the library. Clara kept inquiring about Ethan. When was he coming over? Could she phone him and inquire about something? Did I imagine he'd want to watch a specific movie with her? Ethan stopped over one afternoon while I was attending a job interview. When I arrived home, Dad grabbed me aside and said Clara was acting strangely. She had recommended they watch a romantic movie and was attempting to persuade him to sit closer to her on the couch. When he kept his distance, she burst into tears, claiming that no one would ever love her due to her condition. Ethan felt bad, but claimed he had manufactured an excuse to depart early. I told Margaret about it that evening. She listened, then stated that she would handle it. She reminded me that Clara has minimal social engagement and may not grasp proper boundaries. I accepted the explanation and attempted to be more understanding. 2 weeks later, I started working for a marketing agency in the next town over. Ethan and I discovered a little apartment that we could afford together. Margaret's face became pale when I told her about our upcoming move. Clara began crying and dashed to her room. My father seemed pleased for us, but Margaret barely talked the remainder of the evening. Margaret's attitude cooled during the next month as Ethan and I prepared to move. She mentioned how I was departing my family and how Clara would miss me. Clara alternated between absolutely ignoring me and being excessively clingy. She began to attend more medical appointments and complain about pain more regularly. Clara had what Margaret described as a panic attack a week before we were planned to relocate. She hyperventilated and stated she couldn't take my departure. Margaret insisted on postponing the relocation until Clara felt more stable. My father supported Margaret's proposal. Ethan was frustrated, but he decided to wait a few more weeks. Clara's bouts increased in frequency throughout the course of those weeks. When relocation plans came up, she would have breathing problems or complain of extreme pain. Margaret booked further doctor appointments and stated that the physicians were concerned about Clara's stress levels. My father asked me to be patient and understanding. This pattern maintained for 2 months. Every time Ethan and I tried to schedule a move, Clara had a medical emergency. Margaret would add that the physicians advised against making any big changes in Clara's environment. I began to assume the incidents were not wholly medical, but I felt bad for believing so. Margaret approached me last month and requested a private conversation. She expressed concern about Clara's mental health and mentioned that doctors had indicated Clara would benefit from having Ethan around more often because he tended to calm her down. Margaret requested if Ethan might spend more time at home, possibly even moving into our extra room temporarily, to assist Clara acclimate to the changes. I told Margaret that Ethan was my boyfriend, not Clara's babysitter, and that we had separate plans. Margaret's expression changed. She expressed disappointment with my selfishness and that I did not comprehend how much Clara had been through in her life. She claimed Clara deserved to be happy as well, and that keeping Ethan away from her was cruel. That talk troubled me for several days. When I informed Ethan about it, he was stunned. He stated that he had never indicated to Clara that he was romantically interested in her, and Margaret's proposal made him uncomfortable. Yesterday, things came to a head. Margaret invited me to meet her in a coffee shop to talk. She appeared nervous, which is rare for her. She began by describing how much she had done for me over the years. How she had treated me like her own daughter, and how she had always prioritized my needs. Then she uttered something that made my blood turn cold. She told me Clara was madly in love with Ethan and that her medical episodes were genuine, but were caused by seeing Ethan with me. She explained that Clara had told her that she thought Ethan liked her as well, but was only with me out of responsibility because we had been friends before. Margaret then asked me to break up with Ethan. She explained that it would be a temporary sacrifice that would allow Clara to determine whether she and Ethan were compatible. She promised that if their relationship didn't work out, I could have Ethan back. She said this was my chance to repay her for all the years she had treated me like a mother. I stared at her for a long time, attempting to comprehend what she was asking. I informed her that Ethan was not a toy to be handed around, and that he had never expressed romantic interest in Clara. Margaret claimed that men didn't always know what they wanted, and that Ethan might surprise himself if he gave Clara a chance. Margaret burst into tears as I declined. She said I was selfish and didn't comprehend what it was like to see your child suffer. She said Clara might never find love because of her disabilities, but Ethan was gracious enough to look past it. She begged me to think about what was best for our family. I left the coffee shop without answering her. I drove directly to Ethan's job and told him everything. His reaction was fast and powerful. He described Margaret's request as inappropriate and manipulative. He told me that he had no love feelings for Clara, and would never have them. Now I'm here at our apartment, which we finally received last week despite the family drama, trying to figure out what to do next. Margaret has been calling and messaging me frequently. My father called this morning, asking why I was upsetting Margaret and what was so important that I couldn't compromise for Clara's sake. I haven't told my father exactly what Margaret requested me to do because I don't think he'd believe me. Margaret has always been adept at portraying herself as the rational one who simply wants everyone to be happy. I'm also concerned about what will happen to Clara if everything comes out. But I can't stop thinking about Margaret's request. The more I think about it, the more I realize it has been happening for years. All those times Clara became upset when Ethan and I spent time together. All of the medical issues that conveniently occurred as we attempted to go forward with our relationship. Margaret called me selfish for desiring my own life. Am I wrong to decline Margaret's request? Is there a compromise I'm not seeing? I love my family, but I don't believe I can give up my relationship to make Clara happy. Ethan has been nothing but kind to her, but that does not imply he owes her a sexual connection. I keep debating whether I should tell my father what Margaret wanted me to do. Part of me believes he deserves to know, but I'm also terrified it will destroy our family. Margaret has been a nice stepmother to me in many respects, and I don't want to cause her or Clara any unnecessary pain. How would you handle my situation? Update 1. I didn't plan to be back so soon, but things have taken an unexpected turn. Thank you to everyone who responded to my first post. Many of you felt I should tell my father what Margaret had requested me to do, and you were correct. After posting, I spent several days attempting to figure out how to approach the situation. Margaret kept phoning and texting, imploring me to reconsider her plea. She began giving me articles on how difficult it is for people with disabilities to find love, and how critical it is for family members to support one another. Clara was also texting me, but her messages were different. She kept inquiring when Ethan would come over again, and if he had mentioned her. Ethan was becoming frustrated with the situation. He explained that the frequent family drama was damaging our relationship, and that we needed to set some limits. He suggested I speak with my father and get things out in the open. He was correct, but I kept putting it off for fear of what might happen. Last Tuesday, someone made the decision for me. I was at work when my father contacted me, upset and bewildered. He stated Margaret had informed him that Ethan and I had split up, and that Ethan was now interested in Clara. According to Margaret, I was being difficult and interfering with their new relationship. I was so shocked that I couldn't talk for a time. My father went on to add that Margaret was concerned that I was struggling to accept the shift and that I might need some time away from the family to digest it. He suggested that I stay at Ethan's apartment for a while to allow everyone time to acclimate. That's when I learned how far Margaret would go with her deception. She had planned to drive the issue by lying to my father and portraying it as a done thing. I informed my father that Margaret had lied to him and that Ethan and I were still very much together. He appeared perplexed and stated that he would need to talk to Margaret about the misunderstanding. I left work early and drove directly home. Margaret and Clara were in the kitchen, and as I entered they both fell quiet. I asked Margaret why she had informed my father that Ethan and I had broken up. She became uneasy and stated that there had been a misunderstanding. She claimed she was talking hypothetically about what might happen if I opted to prioritize Clara's needs. Clara sat at the kitchen table, glancing back and forth with us. I could tell she was aware of what was going on, but I was unsure how much Margaret had informed her about her plans. I asked Clara directly if Margaret had informed her that Ethan and I had split up. Clara nodded, saying Margaret had told her that Ethan would be spending more time with her and less time with me. That's when I discovered Clara was involved, at least partially. Margaret had been preparing her for the desired conclusion, most likely raising her hopes. I questioned Clara if she truly believed Ethan had romantic feelings for her. She became defensive, claiming that Ethan was always kind to her and had told her she was beautiful and intelligent. I asked when Ethan had said such things. Clara described interactions that seemed friendly and supportive, rather than amorous. Ethan had never said anything untoward to her, but Margaret had obviously misinterpreted his generosity as romantic desire and shared her thoughts with Clara. When my father returned home from work, I wanted to speak with him quietly. I told him everything, from Margaret's request at the coffee shop to her lies about Ethan and I's breakup. My father listened without interrupting, and his look became more serious as I spoke. After I finished, my father remained silent for a long time. He then stated that he needed to hear Margaret's side of the story before making any judgments. He summoned Margaret into the room and asked her to explain what was happening. Margaret's tale was completely different than mine. She claimed I was rude to Clara about her love for Ethan, and that I threatened to keep Ethan away from the family if Clara didn't stop having crushes on him. She clarified that she had just suggested that I consider Clara's sentiments when making relationship decisions, not that I break up with Ethan. She said I misunderstood and exaggerated her request. Clara corroborated Margaret's version of events. She claimed I had been rude to her about Ethan, and Margaret was only trying to protect her. She claimed she never requested Ethan and me to break up, but it upset her when I acted as if she wasn't allowed to have feelings. My father stared between us, evidently trying to figure out who was telling the truth. He explained that this was a complicated scenario in which we all needed to calm down and find a way to work together. He recommended family counseling to help us communicate better. At that point, I understood Margaret had planned this confrontation. She had prepped Clara with a story that portrayed me as the villain and herself as a protecting mother. She'd undoubtedly been working on this story for weeks, knowing I'd ultimately tell my father about our talk. I informed my father that I would not be engaging in family counseling because Margaret had already demonstrated that she would lie to manipulate the situation. I explained that I needed some time apart from the family to consider whether I wanted to continue a connection with individuals who treated me this way. My father became enraged and accused me of being overly dramatic. He stated that families go through difficult times, and that walking away was not the solution. He accused me of being difficult and selfish, as my biological mother had been. That comment hit me hard. I'd spent my entire youth trying not to be like my original mother, who had abandoned us when things became tough. But I recognized that remaining in a position in which I was being misled and lied to was not loyalty, it was simply tolerating abuse. I packed my stuff and went to stay with Ethan. That was 2 weeks ago, and I have not returned to the house since. My father has called multiple times, wanting me to come home and talk things out. Margaret has sent messages apologizing for the misunderstanding and stating that she only wants the best for everyone. Clara texted to ask why I am being so harsh to the family. But this is what really upsets me. None of them have admitted what truly occurred. Margaret has not revealed that she asked me to break up with Ethan. Clara has not admitted that she hoped I would. My father has not admitted that Margaret lied to him about Ethan and my breakup. Instead, they're all acting as if this is just a family feud that got out of control. They want me to return and pretend nothing happened, to resume normalcy. But I can't do it now that I know Margaret's capabilities and how far she's willing to go to accomplish what she wants for Clara. Ethan has been absolutely supportive throughout this. He's made it obvious that he doesn't want anything to do with Margaret's manipulation and is committed to our partnership. He's also offered to speak with my father personally about what happened, but I'm not sure it would help at this time. The hardest aspect is that I still love my family, despite everything that has transpired. Margaret cared for me for many years and was not always manipulative. Clara is my sister, even if she isn't dealing with this situation well. My father reared me and worked hard to provide for our family. However, I am beginning to see that love does not imply condoning hurtful treatment. Margaret crossed a line when she asked me to give up my relationship for Clara's pleasure. She broke another line when she lied to my father and attempted to manipulate the situation to achieve her goals. I don't know what will happen next. My father has stated that if I do not return home and straighten things out with the family, he will discontinue financial assistance for me. Margaret and Clara are acting as if I was the one who started this whole issue by being selfish and unforgiving. Part of me wonders whether I should just return and attempt to make peace. It would be easier than dealing with all of the strife and uncertainty. But every time I think about it, I recall Margaret sitting across from me in that coffee shop, asking me to break up with my boyfriend so that her daughter might have him. I recall the look in her eyes as she lied to my father about what had transpired. I can't go back to pretending everything was fine. I can't go back to avoiding Clara's emotions or accepting Margaret's manipulation as normal family dynamics. So I guess I'm seeking for advice again. How do you restore your life if your family turns on you for refusing to be manipulated? How do you deal with the guilt of stepping away from folks who say they love you but don't respect your boundaries? Update 2. I wish I could say things improved following my last report, but they really deteriorated significantly before improving. I'm writing from my new apartment, which I share with Ethan, and I finally feel like I can breathe again. After my last post, I was away from my family for almost 3 weeks. During that time, Margaret intensified her efforts to persuade me to return. She began calling my workplace, informing my supervisor that there was a family emergency and that I needed to get home immediately. When my supervisor handed me the messages, I had to explain that there was no emergency, and my stepmother was lying. Margaret also reached out to some of my college buddies via social media. She told them I was experiencing a mental breakdown and requested them to persuade me to return home. Several friends called me, concerned, and I had to explain the true situation to them. It was awkward and stressful. The worst aspect was what she did to Ethan. Margaret managed to get his work phone number and called his employer. She informed Ethan's supervisor that he had acted inappropriately with a disabled family member and that the family was considering filing charges. Ethan's employer summoned him to the office the next day for an awkward chat. Ethan had to describe the entire issue to his manager, including presenting text exchanges between us proving we were in a committed relationship. Fortunately, his boss trusted him and recognized that this was a family dispute rather than a criminal matter. However, Ethan was shocked by the incident, which made us both realize how far Margaret was willing to go. That experience convinced me that I needed to take more serious measures. I couldn't continue to live in limbo while Margaret tried to destroy my relationship and reputation. I resolved to write a lengthy letter to my father, outlining everything that had happened, including Margaret's initial request, and all of her following lies and manipulations. In the letter, I told my father that I loved him but couldn't have a relationship with him if he kept enabling Margaret's conduct. I stated that I was willing to keep a connection with him independent from Margaret and Clara, but only if he admitted what had transpired and stopped expecting me to tolerate Margaret's manipulation. I also sent a letter to Clara. I told her that I didn't blame her for having feelings for Ethan, but she needed to understand that those feelings did not give her the right to be in my relationship. I told her I wished she could find happiness with someone who genuinely wanted to be with her, but that person would never be Ethan. I sent both letters and waited. For a week I had heard nothing. Then my father called and requested to meet me for coffee. He sounded exhausted and older than I recall. When we met, my father looked like he hadn't slept well. He claimed he questioned Margaret about what I had stated in my letter. Initially, she denied everything and claimed I was lying to turn him against her. But as he probed her for details about specific conversations, her story began to unravel. My father claimed that the turning point came when he asked Margaret directly if she had ever asked me to break up with Ethan. Margaret eventually revealed that she had advised that I prioritize Clara's happiness, but she argued that it was an acceptable request from one family member to another. When my father asked her why she had lied to him about Ethan and I breaking up, Margaret explained that she had been trying to spare Clara from disappointment and that she believed I would finally see things her way. She claimed she had never planned for things to get that complex. My father expressed regret that he had not believed me right away. He claimed Margaret had always been so skilled at explaining things in a way that made her appear sensible and compassionate that he had come to rely on her judgment above his own intuition. He apologized for comparing me to my biological mother and suggested we concentrate on mending our relationship. I informed my father that while I appreciated his apologies, I needed to see actual improvements before I could trust him again. I told him he needed to set limits with Margaret about her behavior toward me and Ethan, and he shouldn't expect me to sacrifice my own happiness for Clara's emotional needs. My father agreed to those conditions, but he also asked if I would consider giving the family another chance to sort things out. He stated Margaret apologized and wanted to make things right. He suggested that we all get down and have an honest chat about what had happened. Against my better judgment, I agreed to a single family meeting. I told my father it would be at a neutral site, not their house, and that Ethan would accompany me. I also stated that if Margaret lied or tried to manipulate the situation during the discussion, I would leave without giving them another chance. The encounter was disastrous. We met at a restaurant, and Margaret had prepared an entire speech about how much she loved me and apologized for any misunderstandings, but when I pressed her to explicitly state that she had asked me to break up with Ethan, she couldn't. Instead, Margaret continued stating that she merely wanted me to think about Clara's sentiments, or that she had suggested I think about what was best for the entire family. She refused to use the word breakup, despite the fact that it was exactly what she had requested me to do. Clara was even worse. She accused me of being jealous of her connection with Ethan and attempting to keep them apart because I was insecure. She said Ethan had been leading her on by being kind to her, and I was forcing him to pretend he didn't have feelings for her. Ethan eventually spoke up, telling Clara that he was never romantically interested in her and never would be. He explained that he had been kind to her as a friend and as my sister, but she had mistaken his friendship as anything more. Clara burst into tears, explaining that Ethan was only saying that because I was influencing him. Margaret sprang to Clara's defense, claiming Ethan was being unkind to a vulnerable person. She stated she couldn't imagine Ethan would reject Clara only because of her disabilities. That's when I understood that nothing had changed. Margaret and Clara were still living a fantasy in which Ethan secretly desired to be with Clara, but was thwarted by mean, selfish me. They had learned nothing from the previous few months of conflict. I stepped up to leave, but my father encouraged me to stay and keep trying. He stated that families should work through their problems rather than giving up when things were unpleasant. I informed him that I had tried to sort out the problem, but Margaret and Clara refused to accept reality. As we walked out of the restaurant, Margaret told me that she would never give up on her daughter's happiness. She stated I could go away as my real mother did, but she would always fight for Clara. That comment was the last straw for me. Margaret saw me as a hindrance to Clara's happiness, rather than as the daughter she was expected to love and protect. No matter what I did or how much I sacrificed, it would never be enough because Margaret would always choose Clara's desires over mine. Ethan and I left town the following day. We were intending to relocate anyway because Ethan had received a job offer in another city. The work paid better and provided us with a fresh start away from the family strife. We've been here for 6 weeks, and it's been serene. No manipulative phone calls, no guilt trips about family loyalty, and no one asking me to give up my happiness for someone else's. Ethan enjoys his new career, and I found work at a marketing agency that is far superior to my previous position. My father has called a few times. Our chats have been cordial but distant. He keeps hoping that I will change my mind regarding Margaret and Clara, but I have made it obvious that this will not happen. I told him he was free to visit us here if he wanted to keep a connection with me, but I would not be returning to deal with Margaret's manipulation. Margaret sent me a farewell text message last week. She expressed her wish that I was content with my decision to leave my family for a man who would most likely abandon me ultimately. She claimed Clara was heartbroken and blamed me for being selfish and harsh. After that, I blocked her number. I also blocked Clara, who had been messaging me about how unjust I was being and how much I was harming the family by remaining away. The point is, I no longer feel guilty. For years I accepted that my position in the family was to be understanding, adaptable, and willing to make sacrifices for Clara's needs. I assumed it was what good sisters did and what appreciative daughters owed their stepmother. But now I understand that Margaret never considered me her daughter. She regarded me as a resource that Clara might profit from. When I ceased being useful in that way, she was willing to spread lies about me, damage my relationship, and attempt to harm my reputation. Clara never thought of me as her sister. She regarded me as a competitor for Ethan's attention, and finally as a barrier to obtaining what she desired. She was willing to take part in Margaret's deception and manipulation because it served her interests. My father was so committed to keeping the harmony in his household that he was willing to compromise my well-being rather than confront Margaret's actions. He wanted me to continue absorbing Margaret's manipulation so he wouldn't have to cope with the conflict of confronting her. None of that was love, despite everyone's claims. Love does not require you to give up your happiness for someone else's convenience. Love does not force you to accept falsehoods and manipulation in order to maintain family unity. I'm starting a new life with individuals that genuinely care about my well-being. Ethan has never asked me to give up anything for his benefit, and he has never lied to me or attempted to manipulate me. This is what a healthy relationship looks like. I'm not sure if my father will ever comprehend what happened, or if he'll always blame me for splitting up the family. But I have no influence over his choices. I can only manage my own actions, therefore I prefer to surround myself with people that treat me with respect and honesty. Update 3. I'm writing this final update to bring this chapter of my life to an end and to address some of the issues that have been raised. It's been 6 months since I moved away with Ethan, and I can honestly say that it was the best decision I ever made. Life here has been good. Ethan was promoted at his job, and we are saving money to buy a house. I work for a company where my supervisor values my abilities and does not have to deal with family members contacting about bogus problems. We've become friends with our neighbors and joined a hiking group. I never imagined I could have such a normal, quiet existence. My father came to visit us twice. The first visit was unpleasant because he kept bringing up Margaret and Clara, asking whether I missed them and if I was willing to forgive them. He appeared to assume that I had had enough time to recover from what had transpired. I had to explain that this was not about harboring grudges, but about protecting oneself from people who have demonstrated a willingness to lie and mislead in order to obtain their desired outcome. The second appointment went well. My father seemed to realize I wasn't coming back, so he stopped trying to persuade me to reconcile with Margaret and Clara. We talked about other things for a few hours, and it felt like we were back in our typical father-daughter connection. He stated he was proud of the life Ethan and I were creating together, but my father also told me several things that reinforced I had made the right decision to leave. Apparently, once I moved away, Clara was confident Ethan would realize he missed her and return for her. Margaret reinforced this dream, suggesting they drive to our new city to surprise him. My father put a halt to that idea, but only because he was concerned about how it would appear if they arrived up unexpectedly. He didn't seem to grasp that the idea was unacceptable, because Ethan had expressed his feelings clearly, and stalking someone is bad no matter how it appears. Margaret also began telling others in their social circle that I had turned against the family because I couldn't accept Clara's happiness. According to my father, she was portraying herself as the patient mother whose disabled kid was being bullied by a jealous stepsister. Some people believed her narrative, which was not surprising to me. Clara eventually began dating someone she met in an online support group for people with disabilities. My father claimed she seemed pleased with this new person. And Margaret was overjoyed that Clara was finally receiving the attention she deserved. Apparently, neither of them recognized the irony in Clara's ability to find someone who wanted to be with her once she quit obsessing over Ethan. My father asked if I would consider congratulating Clara on her new relationship. I told him no. Clara had cooperated in Margaret's attempts to manipulate and control my life, and she had never apologized or admitted her mistakes. The fact that she had discovered pleasure did not excuse her previous actions. Margaret attempted one final manipulation about 3 months ago. She messaged me through my father, stating Clara was getting married, and asked me to be her maid of honor. The message stated that here was my opportunity to be the bigger person and demonstrate that family was more important than previous arguments. I informed my dad to inform Margaret that I would not be attending Clara's wedding in any manner. I also told him that if Margaret attempted to contact me again through him or anyone else, I would cut off contact with him as well. I had set clear boundaries, and I was not going to let Margaret continue to break them just because she wore a bridal gown during her manipulation. My father was disappointed, but said he understood. He also confessed that he thought Margaret's request was improper considering what had occurred. It was the first time he had directly critiqued Margaret's behavior, and it meant a lot to me that he could now see her clearly. Clara got married 2 weeks ago. My father gave me a snapshot from the wedding, and Clara appeared to be really delighted with her new spouse. I was happy for her, but I did not regret not being present. That wedding reflected a family that had never seen me as anything more than a tool for Clara's advantage. Ethan and I are getting engaged next month. We're arranging a little ceremony for a few close pals. My father will be invited, but Margaret and Clara will not. I've learned that you get to select who observes the most significant moments in your life, and I choose to surround myself with individuals who have earned the right to be present. Some may believe I'm being overly harsh, or that I should have tried more to make things work with my family. But I knew that pushing harder would have only resulted in more manipulation and abuse. Margaret would never have ceased attempting to control my life for Clara's sake. Clara would never have stopped considering me as a barrier to her happiness. The truth is that Margaret and Clara did not love me. They appreciated what I could do for them and made their lives easier. When I ceased being useful in that way, they were willing to spread lies about me, undermine my relationship, and isolate me from anyone who supported me. My father adored me, but he cherished his tranquil household more. He was willing to risk my safety to avoid disagreement with Margaret. That is not the love I deserved. And it is not the love I am ready to accept any longer. I don't wake up every morning wondering what manipulation Margaret will try next, or what emotional crisis Clara will have if she doesn't get her way. I don't have to walk on eggshells or give up my own needs to keep the peace. I don't have to pretend that lies, misunderstandings, or abuse constitute love. Instead, I wake up next to someone who has never asked me to be less than myself for his benefit. I work in an environment where my efforts are valued. My friends respect and support my boundaries and decisions. I have an honest relationship with my father, even if we are not as close as we once were. This is what happens when you refuse to accept hurtful treatment from those who pretend to love you. This is what it looks like when you prioritize your personal well-being over others' comfort. I'm not telling my story to gain sympathy or to persuade anyone that I made the correct decision. I'm publishing it because I wish someone had told me years ago that family members that control and lie to you aren't behaving out of love, regardless of what they claim. I wish someone had warned me that leaving toxic people does not mean giving up on family. It's about protecting yourself so you may have healthy relationships. If family members are asking you to sacrifice your happiness for someone else's benefit, or if individuals are lying about you to get what they want, you do not have to stay and accept it. You do not owe somebody your peace of mind or well-being simply because you share DNA or were raised by them. Margaret cared for me for many years, and I'm grateful. But appreciation does not imply that I had to let her dictate my adult life or ruin my relationship. Clara is disabled and experiences obstacles that I do not have to cope with, and I feel compassion for her. However, her challenges did not grant her the right to my lover or to join in attempts to manipulate me. My father worked hard to provide for our family when my biological mother departed, and I am grateful for everything he did. But his sacrifices did not imply that I had to sacrifice myself to keep his second wife happy. Sometimes the people who claim to love you the most will harm you the most because they believe their love gives them the power to control you. Sometimes walking away is the only way to preserve yourself. I don't think Margaret, Clara, or my father will ever realize what they did wrong. I'm not sure whether they will ever recognize that their treatment of me was wrong and detrimental, but I don't need their understanding or apologies to move on with my life. I have Ethan, who treats me like a partner rather than a possession. My buddies respect my boundaries. My skills are valued at my current employment. I have a future that belongs to me, not to others who believe they know what is best for me. That is enough. That is more than enough. That was all I needed, but I was reluctant to ask for it because I believed I owed others my loyalty, even if they didn't deserve it. If anyone reading this is coping with family members who manipulate, lie, or attempt to dominate their lives, please know that you deserve better. You deserve partnerships based on respect and honesty. You deserve the freedom to make your own life decisions without having to deal with the emotions of others. You do not need to set yourself on fire to keep others warm. You don't have to give up your happiness to express your love. You do not have to stay in hurtful situations simply because it is difficult to leave. This is my final update because this chapter of my life has concluded. I'm no longer the girl who tries to make everyone happy at her own expense. I am not the daughter who tolerated manipulation because she was grateful for a roof over her head. I'm not the sister who prioritizes someone else's desires over her own. I'm simply Olivia, building a life with someone who loves me unconditionally and making decisions based on what's best for me, rather than what's easier for others. It took longer than it should have, but I got here. And if you're reading this and see yourself in my tale, you can do it too. My father handed the company to my golden boy brother at his 60th birthday, so I quit overnight and built a rival empire that crushed them. I've been lurking on Reddit for years, reading stories like this and never imagined I'd have one to contribute. But, after what happened last month, I need to get this off my chest, since it has been eating me alive. 34 years old, and this entire situation began when I was a child but truly burst about 2 years ago. To understand why everything went so well, you must first understand my family's destructive dynamics. My father Robert is 62 years old and owns Harrington & Sons, a medium-sized construction company. I started it from nothing in the 1980s. It grew to roughly 50 staff, working on commercial and residential projects across 3 counties. Growing up, that corporation was practically our religion. Every dinner conversation revolved around jobs, contracts, which teams were performing, and which suppliers were providing us with the best deals. The and Sons section was supposed to refer to me and my younger brother Ryan, a 29-year-old guy. Dad made this plain from the moment we could walk. "Someday you boys are going to take over this empire I built," he'd say, usually while staring at blueprints on our kitchen table. "Harrington & Sons is going to be your legacy." But here's where things go wrong. Dad decided Ryan was the actual construction worker, and I was just a liability he'd have to deal with. Ryan was one of those kids who seemed to excel at every athletic activity. He was a star athlete in high school and could fix engines by the age of 14. He exuded an air of effortless assurance that drew others in. "Dad ain't that fucked up. Look at Ryan," he'd boast to anyone who listened. "Kid's got natural leadership. Born for this business." Meanwhile, I was the one who was paying attention in class, learning about business management, cost estimation, and project management software certification. I'd spend my summers working on Dad's job sites. Instead of being applauded for grasping the technical aspect, I was reprimanded for not being hands-on enough. The tipping point came when I was 19 and suggested that Dad computerize the business processes. It was 2009, and he was still doing everything on paper: estimates, scheduling, payroll, and inventory. It was a nightmare. I discovered a construction management software that could streamline everything, save money, and eliminate errors. Dad's response: "Real construction workers don't need computers, son. We build things with our hands, not by staring at screens all day." Ryan, who was 14 at the time and hardly knew which end of a hammer to handle, nodded along as if he understood anything about operating a business. "Yeah, Mark, construction is about getting dirty, not playing with gadgets." This became the theme of my life. Every time I sought to implement modern business methods in the organization, I was told I was overthinking it or making everything too hard. Dad actually said, "College is fine, son, but this is the real world. You can't learn construction from a textbook." Ryan, on the other hand, dropped out of community college after only 1 semester because he didn't enjoy it. Dad's reaction: "Good for you, son. Real men learn by doing." I continued working for Dad throughout college and beyond graduation, hoping that he'd ultimately see that I understood the business aspect better than anyone else. I overhauled our filing systems, established proper project costing methods, and even constructed a simple database to manage equipment upkeep. All without being asked, and on my own time. But every family event, company BBQ, and supplier meeting had the same story. Ryan was the golden boy who truly understood the building business. And I was just Mark, the guy who was good at paperwork. The favoritism was ridiculous. Ryan would arrive late to job sites, spend half the day on his phone, then depart early for whatever party or date he had arranged. Dad would simply grin and remark, "Boys will be boys." I'd work 60-hour weeks, solve logistical issues, negotiate lower material costs, and get a shrug at best. When Ryan turned 21, Dad began discussing succession plans. Not to me. I discovered out about these chats after overhearing Mom conversing on the phone with her sister. Apparently, Dad was already planning to delegate additional authority to Ryan, despite the fact that Ryan had never managed anything more sophisticated than a 7-man framing crew. I tried to talk to Dad about it directly. This happened around 3 years ago, when I was 31 and had been in the company for more than a decade. I'd just completed our largest commercial contract ever, a $2.3 million office complex that came in under budget and ahead of schedule. "Dad," I began during a break one day, "I think we should talk about the future of the company. I've got ideas about expansion, maybe getting into some specialty niches. I've been researching." He shut me off. "Mark, you do good work. Don't get me wrong, but running this company takes a different kind of man than you are." I wasn't expecting it. "What do you mean?" "Construction is a tough business. You need someone who can command respect from the crews, someone who understands what it means to get his hands dirty. Ryan's got that natural authority. Men follow him." "Dad, I've been working on sites since I was 16. I know every aspect of this business better than—" "Knowing and leading are different things, son. Ryan's got what it takes to be the boss. You're more of a support guy. There's nothing wrong with that. Every good leader needs someone to handle the details." That conversation tormented me for several months. Support the guy. After everything I'd done, all the changes I'd made, and all the money I'd saved the company, I was only the support man. But the real kick in the teeth came 2 years ago, at Dad's 60th birthday celebration. He'd reserved the back room at this steakhouse, inviting the entire extended family, crucial staff, and some of our most important clients. I assumed it was just a birthday celebration. I was mistaken. About halfway through supper, Dad stood up and tapped his glass. "I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. Turning 60 has got me thinking about the future, about legacy, about what kind of company I want to leave behind." My stomach began churning. I could see where this was headed. "Harrington & Sons has been my life's work," Dad explained. "But a man's got to know when it's time to pass the torch. That's why I'm proud to announce that Ryan Harrington will be taking over as president of Harrington & Sons, effective immediately." The audience gave a standing ovation. Ryan sprang up, grinning like he'd won the lottery, and hugged his father. Mom was shedding happy tears. I just sat there, witnessing my entire future be handed to my younger brother in front of 40 people. Ryan gave this statement about carrying on the Harrington legacy and moving the company into the future while maintaining traditional values. It was completely messed. The youngster couldn't tell the difference between gross margin and markup if his life depended on it, but everyone took it in. After the crowd dissipated, I cornered Dad in the parking lot. "What the hell was that?" I inquired. "You didn't even discuss this with me. I've been working for this company for 15 years. Dad sighed as if I were being ridiculous. "Mark, I told you. Ryan's the right man for this job. He's got the personality for it, the leadership skills. Construction crews need someone they respect." "Respect, Dad? Half our guys have been asking me for technical guidance since they started. I'm the one who—" "You're good at the technical stuff. I've never said you weren't. But running a construction company isn't about spreadsheets and computers. It's about being tough, making hard decisions, and commanding respect." I laughed, but there was nothing funny about it. "Natural authority? Ryan's never managed a budget over $50,000. He doesn't know our insurance requirements. He's never dealt with permitting issues. He couldn't read a complex blueprint if you gave him a week." His face tightened. "Son, I'm going to say this once. Ryan is the future of this company because he's man enough to handle it. Some people are born leaders, and some people are born followers. There's no shame in knowing which one you are." When he said those words, everything changed. "You've never been man enough to run this business, Mark. You're too soft, too academic, and too concerned with everyone's feelings. Ryan's got the balls to make the tough calls. That's what it takes." I stood there in that parking lot, watching my father walk away from me as if I were just another disappointed employee rather than his son. That night I took a life-changing decision. If I wasn't man enough to lead Harrington & Sons, I'd demonstrate my true masculinity by creating something greater. The following morning, I strolled into Dad's office and resigned. "You're making a mistake, son," he stated without looking up from his paperwork. "Where are you going to go? You've never worked anywhere else." I didn't reply. "Don't worry about me, Dad. I'll figure it out." Dad had no idea, and neither did anyone else in my family, that I had been silently preparing for this possibility for months. Throughout the evenings I worked late at the office. I documented everything: client lists, supplier relationships, pricing strategies, and project procedures. I'd been putting together a comprehensive picture of how Harrington & Sons operated, what our competitive advantages were, and more crucially, where our shortcomings were. I had also been networking. Construction is a relationship business, and over the course of 15 years, I'd developed strong relationships with subcontractors, suppliers, and even certain clients. People recognized my work, valued my attention to detail, and believed my word. Dad always believed Ryan's backslapping style was important, but the majority of our recurring business came from clients who knew I would personally oversee their projects. Within a week after resigning, I had submitted the paperwork to establish Pinnacle Construction Solutions. I deliberately chose the name Pinnacle, implying that we were the pinnacle of quality and professionalism, and Construction Solutions indicating that we addressed problems rather than simply throwing muscle at them. I started small, using my savings to rent a small office space in a nearby business park, purchasing some basic equipment, and hiring 2 people I'd worked with at Harrington & Sons who were fed up with Ryan's nasty management style. My first contract was for a small house remodeling around $15,000, which I could complete mostly by myself. But I had larger plans. One of Harrington & Sons' most serious flaws was a lack of technological proficiency. Dad's insistence on doing things the old way made them extremely inefficient in comparison to what was achievable. I'd spent years watching us lose money on projects due to bad scheduling, insufficient cost tracking, and communication breakdowns between the office and field team. I made significant investments in construction management software, project tracking systems, and mobile technologies for field teams. While Harrington & Sons still used paper timesheets and handwritten change orders, my team had tablets that allowed them to examine blueprints, submit daily reports, manage material usage, and interact instantaneously with the office. The efficiency gains were amazing. I could quote tasks more correctly because I had real-time cost information. Better communication mechanisms enabled me to detect problems before they became costly disasters. I could schedule more efficiently since I knew exactly where my staff were and what they were working on. More crucially, I could demonstrate to clients just what they were paying for. While Harrington & Sons continued to make broad estimations based on their experience, I was able to provide specific breakdowns of how their money would be spent. My second contract involved a $40,000 kitchen remodeling, followed by a $75,000 bathroom upgrade. Word spread about a new construction company that completed projects on schedule and within budget. I also focused on the commercial market, which Dad had always struggled with. He excelled at domestic and small commercial works, but anything demanding intricate coordination or rigorous adherence to laws made him anxious. I positioned Pinnacle as the organization capable of handling intricate projects such as medical facilities, educational buildings, and anything else that required specialist understanding. 6 months after launching Pinnacle, I secured my first major commercial contract, a $400,000 refurbishment of a medical office building. It was the type of job that Harrington & Sons would struggle with. There are numerous regulatory standards, strict deadlines, and no tolerance for errors. I crushed it. I finished 2 weeks early, 8% under budget, and the customer was so pleased that they quickly hired me for their next location. During this time, I seldom spoke with my family. Dad would occasionally call to see when I'd come to my senses and return to the family business. Ryan never called. He was probably too busy playing CEO. Mom would try to guilt me into attending family gatherings. "Your father misses you," she would remark. "This whole thing is just pride. You boys should work together." But I was no longer interested in working together. I wanted to prove a point. The breakthrough happened roughly 18 months after I started Pinnacle. I'd been developing relationships with general contractors who handled large commercial projects, portraying myself as a dependable subcontractor for specialized work. One of them approached me with a large project, a $2.8 million restoration of a business headquarters downtown. It was exactly the type of work Harrington & Sons had always desired but had never been qualified to do. Complex mechanical systems, high-end finishes, unrealistic deadlines, and a perfectionist client. I spent 3 weeks putting together my bid, which included cost estimates down to the cent, a full project timeline, comprehensive quality control systems, and references from every big task I had performed. When I submitted it, I knew it was flawless. I landed the job. More crucially, I outbid Harrington & Sons by $200,000, offering a faster completion time. The general contractor then told me that Harrington & Sons' concept appeared amateurish in comparison to mine. "Your documentation was incredible," the man said. Their bid was basically a number on a napkin with a handshake. That's when I knew I had Dad right where I needed him. The downtown headquarters project established my reputation. Not only did I accomplish it flawlessly, but I also finished ahead of schedule and under budget. The client was so impressed that he hired me for 2 additional locations. The general contractor began referring me for additional important jobs. Within 6 months of finishing the job, Pinnacle Construction Solutions had 15 workers and $8 million in contracted contracts. Meanwhile, Harrington & Sons were floundering. I wasn't immediately competing against them. I was pursuing larger, more difficult projects that they couldn't manage anyway. However, my accomplishment began to have an impact on their reputation through comparison. Potential clients would say, "We heard about this new company, Pinnacle Construction Solutions. They did that amazing headquarters renovation downtown. We're thinking of going with them instead." Contractors who used to subcontract with Harrington & Sons began to choose my company for specialized work. Suppliers began offering me better terms because my payment schedule was more consistent and my volume increased faster. The major blow came when I began targeting Harrington & Sons' core clientele directly. I had spent 15 years developing relationships with their customers. I knew exactly what they valued, what bothered them about working for Harrington & Sons, and what they'd pay more for. I created proposals that addressed each of their concerns. Thompson Industries had partnered with Harrington & Sons for 8 years. They completed approximately $300,000 in building maintenance and repair work each year. A steady source of income for Dad. I planned a meeting with their facilities manager, whom I had worked with dozens of times while at Harrington & Sons. "Mark," he remarked when I went into his office, "I heard you started your own company. How's that going?" "Really well," I answered. "Actually, that's why I'm here. I know you've been happy with Harrington & Sons, but I wanted to show you what we could do differently." I presented a thorough facilities management proposal that was unlike anything Harrington & Sons had ever offered. Rather than simply responding to problems as they arise, I proposed a proactive maintenance system that includes predictive scheduling, extensive reporting, and guaranteed response times. More importantly, I promised to perform it for 15% less than what they were paying Harrington & Sons while delivering superior service. "This is impressive," the facilities manager commented, flipping through my presentation. "Harrington & Sons never offered anything like this level of documentation and planning." "We're not Harrington & Sons," I corrected myself. "We're focused on solving problems, not just throwing labor at them." 2 weeks later, Thomson Industries terminated their contract with Harrington & Sons and signed with Pinnacle. That was only the beginning. Over the next 8 months, I diligently pursued every important Harrington & Sons client. I did not compete based just on pricing. I competed on value, offering services that Harrington & Sons were unable or unwilling to deliver. Advanced project management software allows clients to track progress in real time. Detailed cost reporting that revealed exactly how their money was spent. Guaranteed completion deadlines with penalties if we were late. Quality assurance processes that avoided the costly errors that had plagued some of Harrington & Sons' recent projects. One by one, Harrington & Sons' largest clients switched to Pinnacle Construction Solutions. Riverside Manufacturing, which made $500,000 per year, is no longer around. Central Medical Group, which earned $400,000 each year, has closed. Brookstone Property Management, $600,000 per year, gone. Each time a client transferred, I made sure to send Dad a courteous thank you note, assuring him that I would take excellent care of our mutual associates. The calls from Mom became more frequent. "Your father is worried about the business," she'd tell you. "Some of his oldest clients have left, and he believes there is someone spreading rumors about the company." I never informed him it was me. I assumed he would figure it out eventually. He did. The confrontation took place on a Tuesday afternoon in March. I was in my workplace, a proper office now, 3,000 square feet with a conference room and capacity for 20 staff. When my receptionist called, "Mark, there's a Robert Harrington here to see you. He says he's your father." I grinned. "Send him back." Dad stepped into my office, appearing as if he'd aged 5 years in the 2 years since I left Harrington & Sons. His face was flushed, his hands shook slightly, and he had that expression he used to have when a task went horribly wrong. "You son of a bitch," he yelled before he even got through the door. "Nice to see you too, Dad, please take a seat." He did not sit down. Instead, he stood in front of my desk, staring around my office as if he couldn't believe what he saw. "Thomson Industries, Riverside Manufacturing, Central Medical. You've been stealing my clients." "I haven't stolen anyone," I replied without arguing. "I've been offering better service at competitive prices. Last I checked, that's called business." "Business? This is sabotage. You're trying to destroy everything I built." I took a seat and studied him. "I'm not trying to destroy anything, Dad. I'm just showing the market what real construction management looks like." His expression changed. "Real construction management? Do you think you know something about construction that I don't?" "I do. I know how to leverage technology to improve efficiency, how to provide full information and transparency to clients, and how to regularly deliver projects on time and within budget." "And I assume Ryan doesn't know any of that," I smiled. "How is Ryan doing, by the way?" "I heard Harrington & Sons lost the Riverside Manufacturing contract. That's got to hurt." Dad clenched his jaw. "We're fine." "Are you? Because from what I hear, you've lost about $2 million in annual revenue over the last 8 months, which must be putting some strain on cash flow." The truth was, I knew exactly how Harrington & Sons was doing financially. Construction is a small sector in our area, so word spreads. Dad was struggling to meet payroll, had laid off 6 employees, and was behind on payments to numerous suppliers. "You planned this," Dad continued, his voice softer now. "This whole thing, you plan to destroy my company." "I plan to build a better company," I countered. "If that happens to put pressure on Harrington & Sons, well, that's the free market at work." Dad sank on the chair opposite from my desk. For the first time since walking in, he appeared defeated rather than enraged. "Why?" he inquired. "I gave you a job, taught you the business, treated you like family. Treated me like family? I cracked up. Dad, you told me I wasn't man enough to run the business. You gave everything to Ryan without even considering what I'd contributed. You made it clear that in your eyes, I'd never be anything more than a support guy. I was trying to be realistic about your strengths and weaknesses. No, I answered, standing up and strolling around my desk. You were playing favorites, just like you always did. Ryan was the golden boy who could do no wrong, and I was the disappointing son who didn't measure up to your idea of what a man should be. I motioned around my workplace. Well, this is what your not man enough son built. Pinnacle Construction Solutions did $12 million in revenue last year. We're on track for $18 million this year. We employ 28 people, and every single one of them makes more money than they would at Harrington & Sons. Dad glanced at me as if he was seeing me for the first time. How? He inquired. By doing everything you said couldn't be done. By using technology instead of fighting it. By providing clients with transparency instead of asking them to trust us blindly. By treating our employees like professionals instead of treating them like laborers who should be grateful for whatever we give them. I reclined my chair. You know what the funny thing is, Dad? I learned all of this working for you. Every mistake Harrington & Sons made, every inefficiency, every client complaint. I was paying attention. I was learning what not to do. Dad was silent for a while, then he asked, "What do you want?" "I want you to admit you were wrong. I want you to acknowledge that I was man enough to run the family business, and that your precious golden boy Ryan isn't." "Mark, how is Ryan doing as president, by the way? Is he commanding all that respect you were so worried about?" Dad's lack of response told me everything I needed to know. "Let me guess," I added. "Half the crew thinks he's an idiot. The other half doesn't respect him because they know he only got the job because he's your son. Suppliers don't trust him to make decisions because he doesn't understand the numbers. Clients are frustrated because he overpromises and underdelivers." "It's been an adjustment period," Dad remarked softly. "An adjustment period, Dad? It's been 2 years. If Ryan was going to figure it out, he would have by now." I opened my laptop and turned it toward him. "Want to see something interesting? This is a financial analysis I had my accountant run, comparing Harrington & Sons' performance over the past 2 years versus the 2 years before that. The spreadsheet displayed everything. Revenue fell 35%. Profit margins dropped from 12% to 3%. Client retention rate decreased from 85% to 60%. The average project completion time increased by 20%. These aren't just bad numbers, Dad, they're catastrophic. Ryan isn't just failing to grow the business. He's actively destroying it." Dad gazed at the screen, as if it were displaying his death certificate. "Meanwhile," I said, opening a different spreadsheet, "Pinnacle's numbers look like this. Revenue growth of 400% year over year. Profit margins of 18%. Client retention rate of 95%. Average project completion time 15% faster than industry standard. I'm not just man enough to run a construction business, Dad, I'm better at it than you ever were." That broke him. Dad buried his head in his hands and began crying. I had never seen him cry before, even when his own father died. "I'm sorry," he muttered. "I was wrong about you. I was wrong about everything." I felt a mixture of joy and sadness as I watched him break down. This was what I was looking for. Acknowledgement, vindication, and proof that I had been correct all along. But watching my father cry in my workplace didn't feel as fantastic as I expected. "It's too late for apologies, Dad. The damage has been done." He glanced up at me, tears still in his eyes. "What can I do? How can I fix this?" "You can't. Harrington & Sons is finished. Even if you fired Ryan tomorrow and begged your old clients to come back, they're not going to trust you again. You had your chance to do things right, and you chose favoritism over competence." Father wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "What's going to happen to the company? To Ryan?" "I honestly don't care what happens to Ryan. He made his bed when he went along with your plan to push me out. As for the company, I imagine you'll have to sell whatever assets you can and pay off your debts. If you're lucky, you might avoid personal bankruptcy." "And then what?" "I'm 62 years old, Mark. And this is all I know." I briefly contemplated hiring him. Despite being a lousy businessman, he was nevertheless a decent construction supervisor. But then I remembered all the years I'd been told I wasn't man enough. All the adulation bestowed on Ryan while my accomplishments were ignored. All the hurt and fury that had brought me here. "I guess you'll figure it out," I told you. "You're a smart guy. You'll adapt." Dad rose up slowly as if everything hurt. I guess I deserve this. You do, I replied. But for what it's worth. I didn't do this to hurt you. I did it to show you wrong. He nodded and proceeded toward the door. He then came to a halt and reversed his direction. For what it's worth, son. I'm proud of what you've built here. I should have seen it sooner. Yeah, was my response. You should have. After he departed, I sat in my office for a long time, reflecting on all that had occurred. I'd gained everything I wanted, confirmation that I was better than Ryan, Dad's admission that he was wrong, and the satisfaction of watching Harrington and Sons fail. But I also felt empty, as if I'd won a fight that no longer matters. That happened 3 months ago. Harrington and Sons filed for bankruptcy last month. Dad had to liquidate the company's assets to repay creditors. Ryan is now working for one of our competitors, earning approximately half of what he used to, and most likely receiving the respect he deserves. Dad occasionally calls me to see if there is any employment available at Pinnacle. I have not hired him yet, but I am thinking about it. He's a good supervisor when he's not attempting to choose favorites, and we're growing quickly enough to require experienced employees. The irony is that Ryan contacted me last week, the first time we'd spoken since I quit Harrington and Sons. Mark, he commented, I want to apologize. I should have stood up for you with Dad. I knew you were better at the business side than me, but I was selfish and let him play favorites. Little late for that, don't you think? Yeah, probably. But I wanted you to know that you were right. I wasn't ready to run that company. I'm not sure I'll ever be ready to run a company. So what are you going to do now? I don't know. Maybe go back to school, try to learn some of the stuff you tried to teach me. Maybe see if you'd be willing to hire me at Pinnacle. I was chuckling. You want to work for me? I want to learn how to do things right, and you're the only person I know who actually knows how to run a construction business. I have not determined what to tell him yet. Part of me believes it would be satisfying to have my golden boy brother working for me and possibly learning some humility. But a part of me believes it is best to leave the past behind. Right now my primary focus is on growing Pinnacle Construction Solutions. We'll be bidding on a $15 million hospital rehabilitation project next month, the kind of job that Harrington and Sons would never have been qualified for, and the type of challenge that makes me want to get out of bed in the morning. Mom still invites me to family meals. However, the situation has changed dramatically. Instead of discussing Ryan's latest accomplishments, everyone asks me about my firm, my expansion plans, and my thoughts into the construction sector. It feels strange to be the successful son after being the disappointment for so long, but I'll take it. The funniest aspect is that Dad's colleagues and business acquaintances suddenly refer to me as the one who truly understands construction, as if they had always known I was the smart one rather than the guy who was not masculine enough to operate a construction company. I suppose the moral of the story is that sometimes you have to burn everything down to prove that you were correct all along. It isn't the most mature approach, but it certainly is pleasant. Update. Dad began working for me as a project supervisor 3 weeks ago. He called me aside on the first day of work and said, I want you to know that you're the boss here, no special treatment because I'm your father. If I screw up, fire me. So far he's been fantastic. When he's not attempting to pick favorites with his boys, he's actually a good manager. Who knew? Ryan is still considering if he wants to work with Pinnacle. I advised him that if he was serious, he should start at the bottom, general laborer. Perhaps he can work his way up to crew chief if he proves himself. No shortcuts this time. We'll see if he has the courage to swallow his pride and do the work. My sister pretended to have diabetes for attention, then tried to take away my insulin and blackmail me during a family holiday. What is the worst thing your sister has done to you? My sister feigned to have diabetes because she was jealous of the attention I received from our parents. Kane was 5 years older than me and took my type 1 diabetes as a personal affront. She'd hide my glucose meter before meals, remove my low-sugar juice boxes, and tell our parents I was using my condition. When I was 10, she tossed away my insulin before a family trip, which landed me in the ICU. She told everyone at school that I was faking symptoms to get special treatment. My parents encouraged me to be patient with her, as she was only jealous of the medical attention. They had no idea how terrible her jealousy could become. When Kane was 18, she mentioned at dinner that she had been feeling dizzy and wobbly in between meals. She took out one of my glucose meters and looked through its history, stating that some of the strange blood sugar readings were hers from when she borrowed it. Our mother quickly scheduled an appointment with an endocrinologist, while Kane began informing all of her acquaintances that she was likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. The blood tests revealed ideal levels, but Kane argued they had overlooked her reactive hypoglycemia. Within a week, She was requesting the same eating plan and accommodations as I was, timing her fictitious symptoms to coincide with my actual insulin schedule. Kane's weekly lows became increasingly extreme. Never mind that in order to reach dangerously low blood sugar levels, you must inject insulin, which Kane was not doing. There's no logic here. She'd collapse in stores, shake uncontrollably, and demand juice as customers worried. She studied my actual symptoms and refined them. My hands trembled. I was confused due to low blood sugar, and my speech slurred when my glucose dropped too quickly. She'd timing her phony episodes for maximum attention, even feigning a major crash at my birthday party, convulsing on the floor until someone handed her cake. The paramedics that arrived found normal blood sugar levels, but she claimed the meter was broken. Our parents paid thousands of dollars on specialists who found nothing wrong. Kane joined diabetes support forums, promoted disinformation to true diabetics, and then concluded that her low blood sugars without injecting insulin were due to close exposure to my insulin. She demanded separate refrigerators. She'd wake our parents up at 3 a.m., citing dangerous lows, forcing them to prepare her food while I dealt with my actual nightly blood sugar issues alone, because I'm not a newborn. The truth ultimately came out on Thanksgiving. Kane was in her customary dramatic low when our cousin, who was visiting from out of state, recounted seeing her consume a large candy stash in her room an hour before. Kane froze mid-shake. Our aunt, who was a nurse, took Kane's diabetes meter and tested her right away. Her blood sugar was 95, which is absolutely acceptable. Everyone stared at her, and the shaking stopped immediately. She attempted to claim that the candy was a therapy for an earlier low, but our aunt tested her again 10 minutes later. Still 95. No diabetic's blood sugar remains so stable after consuming candy. Our parents looked through her room that night and discovered her diary, in which she revealed everything. She'd been pretending for more than a year, researching every facet of diabetes to make her portrayal credible. They told her she had 30 days to find another place to live. She cried that they had chosen their damaged child above their healthy one, but for once, they did not succumb to her trickery. But Kane was not done. The next morning, I awoke to discover my insulin pump beeping empty, which was impossible given that I had just changed it the night before. All of my backup insulin pens were gone from the fridge. My emergency glucagon was missing. Even my hidden supply in my bedroom had vanished. Kane stood in the kitchen, holding my full supply of life-saving medication above the sink. "If I can't have diabetes," she continued calmly, "then neither can you." She'd already flushed half of it, removing thousands of dollars in insulin in seconds. She held the rest over the garbage disposal. I had about 6 hours before my blood sugar got dangerously high. The drugstore was closed throughout the holiday weekend and would not reopen for 3 days. The nearest hospital was 2 hours away. My parents had gone Black Friday shopping and were not answering their phones. Without insulin, I'd be in diabetic ketoacidosis within hours, with my blood becoming acidic as my body began to eat itself. "Here's what's going to happen," Kane explained, hovering her finger over the disposal switch. "You're going to tell Mom and Dad that you've been instructing me to pretend the entire time. That you taught me how because you needed someone to share the attention with. You'll acknowledge you helped me fake all those episodes, or I trash the rest of this insulin, and you get to experience what a true diabetic emergency feels like." My blood sugar was already increasing. I could feel the first symptoms: thirst, the need to pee, and a mild nausea that would soon turn into violent vomiting. Without insulin, I could go into a coma before my parents arrived home. I'd die in this kitchen with Kane watching. She grinned when she noticed me performing the arithmetic in my brain, calculating how long I had. "Choose quickly," she whispered, pointing the vials toward the sink. "Your blood sugar is already rising. How high can it go before your organs shut down?" I looked at the vials in her hand, my mind racing with possibilities. The disposal buzzed beneath them, preparing to destroy my only hope of existence. My throat was already becoming dry, indicating that my blood sugar was rising above 200. "Kane, please," I asked. But she shook her head. Wrong answer. She placed one vial in the disposal and turned the switch. The grinding sounds prompted me to lunge forward, but she held out the leftover insulin like a weapon. "That's one down. You've got maybe 4 hours left instead of 6. Want to try again?" My hands began to shake, not from low blood sugar, but from adrenaline and rising glucose. I moved slowly away, trying to think. The landline was located in the living room, my cell phone was charging upstairs. Even if I could reach either one, who would I contact? My parents were not responding. The pharmacy was closed. An ambulance would take at least 30 minutes to arrive, and Kane would have destroyed everything before then. "I can see you calculating," Kane remarked, blocking the kitchen doorway. "There's no way out of this. Just tell them what I want you to say, and I'll give you back your insulin. It's a simple trade. I looked out the kitchen window. It was little, but maybe I could go through. Kane must have noticed my eyes move because she grabbed a kitchen knife from the block. Don't even think about it. I'm not going to stab you or anything dramatic, but I will use this to puncture every single vial if you try to leave this room. The nausea was intensifying. My body had already begun to break down fat for energy, releasing ketones that would eventually poison my bloodstream. I could detect the metallic tang in my mouth. You know what the funny part is? Kane asked, placing the knife in easy reach. I actually learned so much about diabetes from watching you. I know exactly what's happening to your body right now. Your cells are starving because they can't use the glucose in your blood without insulin. Your liver is dumping more sugar, trying to give you energy, but it's just making things worse. She was correct. My blood sugar was probably close to 300 by now. The thirst was becoming terrible. I wanted water, but I couldn't move without jeopardizing the remainder of my insulin. In about an hour, you'll start vomiting, she replied casually. Then comes the confusion, the weakness. Your breathing will get rapid and shallow as your body tries to compensate for the acid building up. I've seen you in DKA before. Remember when I threw away your insulin before the trip? The remembrance enraged me enough to get through the increasing head fog. That almost killed me, but didn't. Mom and Dad hurried me to the hospital, held my hand, and remained by my bedside for days. Where was Kane? I was sent to stay with Aunt Margaret, as if she were the problem. She grabbed the vials more tightly. This time they'll have to choose, their precious sick child or their healthy one who just wanted to be seen. I put my palms against the counter, attempting to steady myself. The room began to seem too warm. My skin was feeling dry and flushed, which is a sign of high blood sugar. What happens when I'm in a coma? I inquired. When they find me unconscious on this floor, you think they'll believe I coached you after you've literally murdered me? You're being dramatic. You won't die. You'll just get sick enough that when I find you and save you with this insulin, you'll be grateful enough to say whatever I want. She cracked a joke. I've thought this through. I'll be the hero who found her poor diabetic sibling in crisis and saved the day. Finally, I'll be the one taking care of you instead of the other way around. My vision was beginning to blur slightly. Not enough to be harmful, but enough to realize I was running out of time. I needed those vials, but Kane had already positioned herself perfectly. The disposal was immediately behind her, the knife was within reach, and she was watching everything I did. You want some water? She inquired mockingly. Your mouth must be so dry by now. That's what, 350? Nuda. How high does your meter even read? I didn't respond. I was trying to recall if there was any other insulin in the house. I occasionally left old pens in jacket pockets, but Kane had been meticulous. She must have looked everywhere while I slept. You know what I hated the most? Kane asked. The way everyone always asked about you first. How's your sister doing? Is her blood sugar okay? Does she need anything? Like I didn't exist unless it was in relation to your disease. It was very unpleasant to watch Kane examine her sister's physical condition as if she were rehearsing for a theater part. She memorized those specific tremors and speech patterns. That amount of attention to lying makes me wonder what else is going on in her head, except jealousy. The room leaned slightly. I held the counter tighter. And the special meals, the counting carbs, the constant checking, everything revolved around keeping you alive while I just had to be grateful I was healthy. She laughed cruelly. Do you know how invisible that makes you feel? To watch your parents panic over every number on your meter while your straight A's meant nothing. I wanted to protest, to tell her she was mistaken, but my energy was dwindling. The ketones were accumulating faster now. My breathing was becoming heavier. That's why I had to do it, she explained. I had to show them what it felt like to worry about me for once, to rush me to appointments, to check on me in the night, to put my needs first. But it was all made up, I managed to say. So what? The attention was real. The concern was real. For once, I mattered as much as you. She held out the vials again. And now I'm going to matter more, because when you tell them you helped me, they'll realize you're not the perfect sick child they thought you were. You're just as capable of manipulation as anyone else. My legs were becoming unsteady. I needed to sit down, but I couldn't demonstrate weakness. Not yet. The thing is, Kane went on, I actually got pretty good at faking lows. The shaking, the confusion, the way your eyes go unfocused. I practiced in the mirror for hours. But you know what I could never fake? This. She was saying to me. The way your skin gets that weird dry flush. The fruity smell on your breath. The way you keep swallowing because your mouth is so dry. That's real diabetes. That's what's going to kill you if you don't agree to my terms. I could feel my heart beating, attempting to pump the thickened blood through my system. The insulin in her palm was my only hope. I couldn't offer her what she wanted. If I informed our parents that I had helped her fake diabetes, they would never trust me again. Every genuine symptom I experienced would be questioned. Every emergency would be questioned. Tick-tock, Kane stated. How high can you go? 500? 600? I've seen your meter error out at 600 before. Remember you were so sick you couldn't even stand up? The memory made me sway. That was one of the worst days of my life. And now I was headed back there. But this time, the insulin was right in front of me, held hostage by my sister. You're sweating, she noted. That's new. Usually you get all dry and flushed. Must be the adrenaline mixing with the high blood sugar. Your body doesn't know whether to panic or shut down. She was correct. I was torn between the fight-or-flight instinct and the rising lethargy of DKA. My muscles were weak yet stiff, ready to jump if I saw an opportunity. I'll make it easy for you, Kane said. Just nod yes, and I'll hand over 1 vial. Enough to get you through until you can properly agree to my terms. Otherwise, she shifted her hand back toward the disposal. The grinding sound from before echoed in my mind. Thousands of dollars worth of life-saving medication were destroyed in seconds. I thought of all the diabetics who had to ration their insulin because they couldn't afford it. And here was my sister, trashing it out of spite. You're thinking too hard, she replied. This isn't a logic puzzle. It's simple. Your life or your reputation. What matters more? Everything began to feel remote, like if I were observing the spectacle from outside my body. This was a bad indicator. Severe DKA can result in confusion, delirium, and even hallucinations. I needed to act before losing my ability to think rationally. 1 nod, Kane urged. That's all. Just move your head down and up, and this nightmare ends. But I knew it wasn't going to end. Even if I complied and told our parents the falsehood she desired, Kane would hold this against me indefinitely. Every time she desired something, she threatened to reveal the truth. Or worst, she'd do it again. I'd live my entire life at her mercy, never knowing when she'd steal my insulin and make me suffer. You're running out of time, she explained. I can see it in your eyes. They're getting that glassy look. How long before you can't even understand what I'm saying? The kitchen felt like it was slowly spinning. I tried to concentrate on her face, but it kept moving in and out of focus. My breathing was clearly faster now, as my body tried furiously to clear the extra acid in my blood. This is what you put Mom and Dad through every time you have a crisis, Kane told them. This fear, this helplessness, except they can't fix it by just nodding. They have to watch you suffer and hope the insulin works in time. I wanted to explain that I never intended to scare them, but my tongue felt thick and awkward. The words wouldn't come out correctly. Last chance, she explained, raising the vials. Nod now, or I flush the rest. I weighed my options while fighting the rising fog in my mind. The kitchen clock displayed 8:47 a.m. My folks would not return from Black Friday shopping until at least noon. 3 hours. My blood sugar was now rising above 400, judging by the symptoms. The metallic flavor intensified with each swallow. Kane spotted my gaze at the clock and smiled bigger. She brought the vials closer to the disposal, allowing them to clink against the metal rim. The sound caused my stomach to clench. She held each vial, which represented a day of existence, like a toy. My legs buckled slightly. I caught myself on the counter, but Kane noticed my frailty. She leaned forward and studied my worsening condition with interest. Her research had prepared her well. She knew exactly what was going on inside my body. The need for water grew tremendous. My tongue was trapped on the roof of my mouth. I attempted to wet my lips, but there was no saliva remaining. Kane noticed this as well. She approached the cupboard, took out a glass, and filled it with cold water from the faucet. She sipped carefully, and kept eye contact the entire time. I've made a decision. Lunging was no longer an option. My reactions were too slow, and my muscles had already weakened from thirst. But I was still able to think, at least for now. I nodded once, just enough for her to notice. Kane's eyes shone with triumph. She placed down the water glass and picked up a vial, inspecting it like a prize. Then she shook her head, laughing. The vial returned with the others. She stated that simply nodding wasn't enough. She asked to hear me practice the story beforehand. Every detail had to be right, including how I allegedly taught her to fake symptoms, how we planned it together, and how I assisted her in researching diabetes to make her performance credible. She wanted me to rehearse until everything sounded natural. My eyesight swirled. The kitchen tiles beneath my feet appeared to ripple. I held the counter tighter, my claws sinking into the laminate. The struggle to stand was becoming tremendous. My body was eating itself, converting muscle and fat into energy it couldn't use. Kane grabbed out her phone and began recording. She wanted video footage of my confession, proving that I was coherent and spoke freely. She positioned the phone on the counter and adjusted the angle to capture both of us. I opened my mouth to speak, but only a croak came out. My throat was quite dry. Kane breathed deeply and slid the water glass across the countertop. I grabbed it desperately, swallowing the entire contents. The relief lasted only a moment. Within seconds, the thirst had returned, worse than before. She demanded that I start talking. I started stammering through her fake story, but my words muddled together. The head fog was increasing. Simple statements became complex problems. Kane became angry with my performance. She made me start over twice, each time threatening the insulin if I stumbled. The nausea struck suddenly. I doubled over, dry heaving into the sink. Nothing came up but bile. My stomach was empty since dinner the night before. Kane stepped back, disgusted, but continued filming. She narrated my symptoms to the camera, treating my deterioration as a science experiment. When the heaving subsided, I collapsed against the countertop. My legs shook uncontrollably. Not the trained shaking of hypoglycemia, but the weakness caused by the body shutting down. I slid to the floor and backed up against the cabinets. The cool tiles felt lovely on my hot skin. Kane crouched down to my level, leaving the insulin vials visible. She reminded me that we were not finished. The confession had to be comprehensive and persuasive, but thinking coherently was becoming impossible. Words flew away before I could comprehend them. She became annoyed with my faltering speech. She stood up and paced the kitchen, grumbling about timing. She needed me to be functional enough to confess while also being sick enough to be appreciative. The window was narrowing. She checked her phone, estimating when our parents would return. I attempted to stand, but my legs would not cooperate. The room whirled violently. I closed my eyes, but the sickness intensified. My breathing had become fast and shallow as my body attempted to release the accumulating acid through my lungs. Every breath felt insufficient. Kane recognized my breathing rhythm and nodded understanding. She had also researched this. 2 small respirations, she joyfully stated. Deep, laborious breathing indicated that the acid levels were approaching critical. She calculated that I had about an hour before my consciousness became doubtful. The confessional attempt resumed. She helped me through the words, but my responses became increasingly unintelligible. Frustration crossed her face. Her ideal plan required my cooperation, but my body was weakening faster than she had expected. She decided to try something new. She grabbed a notepad from the cabinet and scribbled the confession herself. All I needed to do was reproduce it in my own handwriting. She thrust the pen at me, but my hands were too shaky to hold it correctly. The pen clattered to the ground. My vision tunneled. Dark dots danced over the edges. Kane's transition from jealous sister to part-time doctor was quite the professional change. Studying symptoms as if she were preparing for medical school rather than just plain blackmail. I blinked quickly, hoping to dispel them, but they multiplied. Kane's face faded into an unclear shape. Her voice seemed distant, as if she were speaking from another room. She slapped my face lightly, attempting to regain attention. The interaction felt odd and distant from my body. She was losing her window. If I passed out before admitting, she would lose her leverage. She'd have to administer the insulin or risk my death, which would destroy everything. The subsequent wave of nausea was intense. This time, my stomach had something to expel. The bile scorched my throat. Kane jumped back and cursed. She grabbed some paper towels and threw them at me in disgust. The smell exacerbated the nausea. She announced a fresh plan. If I was unable to talk or write, she would accept a video of me nodding along while she delivered the story. Simple affirmative responses to her inquiries. She moved the phone and resumed filming, but nodding was becoming harder. My neck muscles felt weak and unable to support my head properly. It leaned to one side. Kane grabbed my chin and forced me to look at the camera. Her touch felt scorching on my damp skin. The questioning started. Did you help me fake diabetes? A faint nod. Did you teach me about the symptoms? Another nod. But my movements were so little and unsure that even Kane could tell they wouldn't persuade anyone. She needed me to be more coherent. She made a decision. Opening one bottle, she drew a tiny amount of insulin into a syringe. Not enough to save me, but enough to keep me stable momentarily. She would administer little dosages, keeping me functional yet reliant. Control is achieved by chemistry. The needle reached my arm. I attempted to pull away but lacked the strength. Then a sound made us both freeze. The automobile door banged outside. Kane hurried to the window and peered through the blinds. Mrs. Callahan, our elderly neighbor, was grabbing her daily newspaper. Kane waited until Mrs. Callahan went back inside. The interruption had upset her. She had not considered the possibility that others would notice something incorrect. The neighborhood was normally peaceful, but everyone was home for the holiday weekend. She returned and found me slumped lower down the cabinets. My breathing was more difficult, with each inhale requiring deliberate effort. The insulin in her hand symbolized salvation, but she paused. If she gave me some, she'd lose some control. Instead, she tried another approach. She reminded me of all the times I'd received attention for my diabetes, including hospital visits, concerned teachers, and special accommodations. She enumerated them as if they were crimes, arguing that she deserved to feign the same condition. Her words slipped in and out of my mind. I heard snippets about fairness, being seen, and years of invisibility. Understanding, however, needed energy that I lacked. My body was storing nutrients for basic existence. The doorbell rang. We were both astonished. Kane's eyes widened with panic. She had not anticipated anyone. I could see a delivery truck outside my kitchen window. The driver stood at our front door, holding a parcel and ringing again. Kane had to respond or face suspicion. She hurriedly buried the insulin bottles in her pocket and brandished the knife at me, a silent threat to keep quiet. She then collected herself and headed to the front door. I overheard muted discussion. The driver wanted a signature. Kane's voice sounded overly cheery as he expressed gratitude for working the holiday. The door closed. Her footsteps returned, hurried and agitated. She discovered me crawling near the landline phone in the living room. I had made it about 3 feet. My arms shook from the strain. She grabbed my ankle and dragged me back into the kitchen. The movement caused my vision to become white. Her former calm had given way to anger. The interruption demonstrated how vulnerable her plan was. Anyone can show up. Our folks might return early. A neighbor may detect something incorrect. She needed to finish it soon. She took out the remaining vials and lined them up on the counter. She explained what each meant one by one. This one was for the birthday party you ruined. This one for the family vacation that became about your medical needs. This one for every time mom checked on you at night instead of me. The disposal hummed into existence. She held the first vial over it, studying my face, but I couldn't concentrate on her anymore. The room had developed a dreamy quality. Nothing felt genuine save the scorching sensation in my veins and the desperate need for air. She dropped the vial. The grinding sound lasted seconds, and thousands of dollars worth of drugs were destroyed. She grabbed the next one, then the next. Each destruction is accompanied by another grievance. Another time she felt overlooked. Only 2 vials remained. My body convulsed, with muscles cramping due to dehydration and electrolyte imbalance. The agony broke through the fog briefly. Kane observed with clinical attention. She had never observed this sign in her study. Real pain seems to differ from performance. She knelt beside me again, holding the final 2 vials. Her offer had altered. She no longer required a full confession, only an agreement that I would keep silent about what she had done. Allow her to tell any story she wants. In exchange, I would receive enough insulin to survive. I attempted to process her words, but they scattered like smoke. My brain was starving for glucose, which it couldn't obtain. Neural circuits misfired. Reality was fragmented into separate moments. Kane's face, the vials, the knife, the ticking clock. She grabbed my shoulders and shook me. My head slumped, uselessly. She was losing me, and she realized it. Her carefully timed scheme was unraveling. She hadn't realized how swiftly DKA progressed. How severe the body's collapse could be. A fresh sound. My phone is ringing upstairs. I assigned Mom a ringtone. It rang 4 times and went to voicemail. Kane's expression was one of genuine terror. If our parents were trying to reach us, they may get home early. She took a desperate decision. She drew insulin from 1 vial and produced the right amount. Not the modest amount from before, but enough to be useful. She would give me this shot, stabilize me, and then compel the agreement once I was coherent. The needle plunged into my arm, allowing cold insulin to enter dying tissue. It would take some time, perhaps 20 minutes, to see any improvement. Kane sat back and waited, retaining the final vial as insurance. However, she had made another calculation error. The doorbell rang once again. This time the voice calling through the door was familiar. Mrs. Callahan inquired whether everything was okay. She had noticed the delivery driver go fast. We noticed our parents' automobile was gone. I'm worried about us being alone. Kane froze. Mrs. Callahan was a persistent neighbor who cooked cookies and kept an eye on everyone. She would not depart easily. Her voice carried through the door, noting that she had brought leftover pie from Thanksgiving. I tried to shout out but could only utter a feeble whimper. Kane slapped her hand over my mouth, her fists sweating from fright. Mrs. Callahan knocked again, more forcefully this time. She said she was scared and might call our parents. That danger roused Kane. She couldn't have Mrs. Callahan phone our parents and tell them to come home. She stood, smoothed her hair, and approached the door. Her voice shook slightly as she explained that we were all right and had just slept in. Mrs. Callahan was not convinced. She asked to see me especially, adding that she was aware of my diabetes and was concerned when she did not see me outside as usual. Kane attempted excuses, but Mrs. Callahan's tone became increasingly anxious. The talk continued. I could sense mistrust creeping into her voice. Kane was talking too quickly and over-explaining. The insulin was beginning to work, clearing my mind slightly. I needed to create some noise. Any noise. I knocked over the water glass. It broke over the tile floor. The sound was unmistakable. Mrs. Callahan raised her voice, wanting to know what that was. Kane claimed I had spilled something in the kitchen and everything was okay. But Mrs. Callahan had reared 3 children. She recognized when anything was awry. She said she was going to phone 911 if Kane didn't open the door fully and let her see me. The threat was real. Mrs. Callahan didn't lie. Kane returned to the kitchen, frantic. Her scheme was failing. She couldn't allow Mrs. Callahan call for help, but she couldn't let her see me this way. She seized the final insulin vial and held it as a negotiating chip. She yelled that I only had one chance to tell Mrs. Callahan that I was all right and merely felt sick from something I ate. Make her depart. If I said anything else, she'd destroy the final vial and flee before help arrived. I'd be left explaining everything while dying. The insulin was functioning slowly. My thoughts became less fragmented, but my body remained weak. Mrs. Callahan threatened to use the spare key she had for emergencies. Our parents had given it to her years before. Kane helped me to my feet, supporting the majority of my weight. We stumbled to the front door together. She hissed final threats into my ear. One incorrect word, and the last vial would be gone. She would allege that I had destroyed my own insulin in a fit of rage. The door opened partially. Mrs. Callahan's anxious expression appeared in the gap. Her gaze quickly fell on mine, taking in my pale skin, heavy breathing, and obvious anguish. Her face hardened with concern. I opened my mouth. The words that came out astounded everyone, including myself. I asked Mrs. Callahan if she still had any of the special tea from her garden that helped with nausea. My voice was feeble but clear enough. Mrs. Callahan's eyes narrowed. She has known me since I was 5. She knew I despised tea, particularly her harsh herbal concoctions, but she played along, claiming she'd go grab some right now. She'd be back in 5 minutes. Kane attempted to close the door, relieved, but Mrs. Callahan's foot prevented it. She looked at me and asked if I had lately checked my blood sugar. A simple inquiry, yet full with importance. She recognized the indicators of a diabetic crisis. Mrs. Callahan arriving with a pie and sleuthing talents is like watching someone's grandmother transform into Sherlock Holmes. She recognizes the "we're fine" voice from 3 blocks away. I nodded, pretended everything was all right, but my hand moved to my pocket, where I normally kept my glucose meter. The motion was slight, but deliberate. The pocket is empty. No meter. Mrs. Callahan's expression changed. She understood. She stated loudly that she would get the tea and contact my parents to inform them that I was not feeling well. Kane objected, but Mrs. Callahan was already walking away at a faster pace than her 70 years should allow. She felt something was very wrong. Kane slammed the door. Rage replaced her previous calculation. Everything was coming apart. She had minutes before Mrs. Callahan dialed 911 or contacted our parents. Perhaps both. The game was ended. She hauled me back into the kitchen, forcing me against the counter. The last vial came from her pocket. She held it over the disposal one last time. If she was going down, she'd bring me with her. Mutual annihilation, rather than defeat. But the insulin was working better now. My mind was clear enough to plan strategically. I warned her that destroying the remaining vial would require her to justify my death. That is something no story would cover. She would go to prison. Real prison, not simply family repercussions. She paused. I pressed on, words flowing more easily now. If she gave me the insulin, I would tell everyone that I had accidentally destroyed my supply. A dumb error made while half asleep. She could confirm the story. Be the hero who helps me get through the situation. Our parents would forgive her past lies in light of her assistance. The offer lingered between us. Kane calculated quickly. She could hear Mrs. Callahan's voice outside, most likely on her phone. Time was running out. Either she decided to fully ruin me or she salvaged everything she could. Sirens in the distance, faint but increasing louder. Mrs. Callahan had not waited. Help was on the way. Kane's decision-making window was narrowing by the second. She looked at the vial, then at me, and finally at the door. She made her decision. The vial flew across the room and smashed into the wall. Glass pieces and valuable insulin spilled across the floor. The last vestige of my salvation was shattered in an act of spite. Kane smiled coldly. If she couldn't win, neither would we. But I grinned back. Because during our tussle, while she was preoccupied by Mrs. Callahan, I did something she didn't notice. The syringe she had used earlier, the one with a partial dose, had rolled beneath the counter. I grabbed it as she tugged me towards the door. There was still insulin within it. Not much, perhaps 2 units, but enough to keep me going till AITA arrived. I'd hidden it in my waistband and waited. As the sirens grew louder, I pulled it out and injected the remaining amount. Kane's face turned white. She had not wrecked everything after all. Her last act of cruelty had failed. She rushed for the rear door, but it was too late. Red and blue lights were already flashing in the windows. Mrs. Callahan gave them our address. Mrs. Callahan followed the paramedics through the front door, holding her spare key. They discovered me on the kitchen floor, conscious but weak, surrounded by broken glass and ruined medical supplies. Kane stood motionless near the back door, torn between running and facing punishment. The following few minutes passed quickly, paramedics checking vital signs, establishing IV lines, and delivering emergency dextrose. Police officers arrive and take in the scene. Mrs. Callahan explained what she had witnessed. Kane attempted to spin stories that collapsed upon basic examination. My blood sugar levels gradually returned to normal. The immediate danger was past, but I would still need hospital supervision. As they carried me onto a gurney, I overheard Kane inform detectives that I had destroyed my own insulin during an argument. But the facts revealed a different story. The knife she'd threatened me with was still on the counter. She'd shot a video on her phone of my deteriorating state and her demands. The wreckage in the kitchen, including glass shards with insulin residue, presented a clear picture of what had happened. Our parents arrived as the ambulance was about to leave. Mom's countenance changed from surprise to fear as the officers revealed what they had seen. Dad remained silent, pondering how terribly they had misjudged the situation. They'd fueled Kane's envy until it nearly killed me. The hospital room smelled like disinfectant and stale coffee. I watched the IV drip steadily into my arm, each drop containing the insulin that my body sorely required. The paramedics stabilized me in the ambulance, but the physicians wanted me to be monitored for at least 24 hours. My blood sugar measurements revealed the extreme fluctuations of the previous few hours, indicating how close I'd come to a diabetic coma. Mom sat in the chair next to my bed, her cheeks swollen from crying. She had been apologizing non-stop since we arrived at the hospital, but I was too fatigued to respond. Dad strolled by the window, periodically pausing to look at the parking lot below. They hadn't uttered Kane's name since the police had taken her away. A nurse came in to check my vital signs. She changed the insulin drip based on my most recent glucose reading, then left us in silence again. The constant beeping of monitors filled the hole where discussion should have existed. My throat was still sore from vomiting, and every muscle ached from acute dehydration. Mrs. Callahan appeared in the doorway, holding a small potted plant. She had changed out of her morning robe and into decent clothes, but her face still betrayed the strain of the morning's events. Mom stood to hug her, and new tears flowed. They whispered quietly near the door, and I feigned to sleep. The detective arrived 1 hour later. He seemed younger than I had expected, with friendly eyes and a soft demeanor. He drew up a chair and asked if I was feeling good enough to make a statement. Mom began to argue, but I simply nodded. The story had to be conveyed while the details were fresh. I walked him through everything, from finding my empty insulin pump to Kane's ultimate destructive act. He took detailed notes and occasionally asked for clarification. When I revealed the video Kane had captured on her phone, he took great note. The evidence would be critical. The detective described what would come next. Kane faced charges of reckless endangerment and property destruction. The value of the damaged insulin alone rendered it a criminal, compounded with the intentional withholding of life-saving medication. She faced significant penalties. He asked if I wanted to press charges. I glanced at my parents, saw their tears, and nodded again. After he went, the silence became more intense than before. Dad eventually stopped pacing and sat in the opposite chair. He stretched for my hand and squeezed it softly. His calloused fingers twitched briefly. Mom sat on the bed's edge, taking care not to disrupt the IV line. They told me about uncovering Kane's diary months ago and dismissing it as teenage drama. About the warning flags they'd disregarded, preferring to accept her performances rather than confront the unpleasant truth. About how they had failed both of their girls in various ways. Their comments were confused, punctuated by sobs and extended pauses. The next visitor was a social worker. She was older, with her gray hair tied up into a practical bun. She inquired about my home circumstances and whether I felt secure returning there. Despite the fact that the query was ludicrous, I grasped the protocol. She distributed papers about family therapy and support organizations for families struggling with medical abuse. The endocrinologist arrived for the evening rounds. Dr. Patel had been my doctor since the diagnosis, and her familiar face provided unexpected comfort. She studied my file and adjusted my insulin regimen to account for the damage my body had been through. She mentioned that stress could impair my blood sugar control for several weeks, necessitating greater monitoring. Night fell outside the window. The hospital cafeteria had long since closed, but Dad discovered vending machines elsewhere. He returned with an armload of goodies, desperate to do something useful. I managed to eat a few crackers, my stomach still upset from the day's events. Mom's phone rang continuously. Family relatives had heard that anything was awry. She stepped into the corridor to answer calls, her voice muffled by the door. I heard snippets about Kane, charges, and not knowing what would happen next. She seemed to lose energy with each talk. The night nurse was older and more professional. She measured my blood sugar every 2 hours, pricking my fingertips with precise precision. The numbers were slowly stabilizing, and my body was gradually returning to normal patterns. She brought extra blankets without being asked, realizing the bone-chilling cold that occurred with severe DKA. I slept fitfully in between blood sugar checks. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined Kane holding the vials above the disposal. The grinding sound echoed in my dreams. I'd wake up gasping, convinced that my insulin pump was once again beeping empty. Mom would squeeze my hand to remind me where I was. The morning brought new doctors and discussions about discharge preparation. The psychiatrist was called in following what they described as a terrible event. She questioned me carefully about my mental state, looking for signs of post-traumatic stress. I answered honestly about the nightmares, the anxiety about my insulin supply, and the panic that had not yet subsided. Physical treatment followed next. The acute dehydration had made me weaker than expected. The therapist helped me wander the hospital halls, gradually regaining strength. My legs shook with each stride, the muscles screaming their experience. She informed me that this was typical and that healing will take time. The pharmacist delivered my fresh insulin supply right to my room. The pharmacist checked each vial with me, validating the prescription and expiration dates. Mom stared anxiously as I checked each one, her hand hanging near the bag, as if she could protect it by proximity. Dad inquired about purchasing a lockbox for home storage. It makes me wonder what Kane is telling herself right now in that holding cell, while her family picks up the pieces of her mistake. The fact that she simply ran as the siren sounded demonstrates how meticulously planned this entire operation was. Discharge planning began following lunch. The case manager talked about follow-up appointments, emergency measures, and safety planning. She added that Kane would not be permitted near me once he was released on bond and that a restraining order was already being processed. The statements felt weird, as if we were talking a stranger rather than my sister. Mrs. Callahan returned that afternoon, bringing homemade soup. She'd been cooking all morning, she explained, having to do something with her hands. She sat with Mom while I sipped the broth, the two women finding solace in their shared stillness. Before leaving, she put a spare key into Mom's palm, insisting on keeping it for emergencies. The insurance coordinator appeared carrying documentation. The destroyed insulin would be covered by our policy's emergency replacement clause. She led us through the paperwork, clarifying the coverage for the hospital stay and follow-up care. Dad inquired about therapy coverage, his tone carefully neutral. My normal insulin pump required replacement following the trauma. The diabetes educator brought a new one and went over the setup procedure systematically. My hands shook as I primed the tube, muscle memory clashing with recent trauma. She was patient, allowing me to complete each step at my own time. The evening brought additional visitors. My aunt came from 2 states distant, having driven all day after Mom's call. She hugged me gently, keeping the IV in mind, before turning to my parents. I overheard furious whispers in the hallway. Accusations of helping Kane and ignoring warning flags. The night shift arrived again, with different nurses but the same blood sugar tests and vital signs. I slept better. Exhaustion eventually overcame apprehension. The dreams persisted, but they were less vivid as my mind began to digest the trauma in manageable chunks. The second morning brought discharge paperwork. Dr. Patel conducted a last assessment and declared me stable enough for home care. She modified my insulin ratios again to account for the stress hormones that were still flooding my system. She planned follow-up sessions for the following week, intending to closely monitor my recuperation. The discharge nurse ran through a thorough checklist. Medication verification, follow-up appointments confirmed, and emergency contact information updated. She asked me to demonstrate making up insulin and monitoring my blood sugar. Standard practice, but suddenly imbued with new significance. Mom studied each movement as if she were memorizing the processes. Dad had brought fresh clothing from home. It seemed unusual to get dressed after 2 days in a hospital robe. My jeans hung loose, since dehydration had taken away water weight. The simple effort of lacing my shoes left me breathless, as my body was still recovering from its ordeal. Despite my concerns, the wheelchair ride to the exit was necessary under hospital protocol. Dad turned the car around as Mom gathered the piled belongings: flowers from relatives, get-well cards from neighbors who had heard the news, and unread booklets for family counseling. Except for the radio, which played quietly, the drive home was silent. I sat in the back seat, watching familiar streets pass by. Everything looked the same, yet it felt strange, as if I had returned to a foreign nation. Mom kept turning to check on me, her seatbelt tightening with each movement. Our house was precisely as we left it 3 days ago. The Black Friday sale paper was still on the kitchen table. Kane's coffee mug sat in the sink unwashed. Normalcy felt disgusting after everything that had occurred. Dad quickly began gathering Kane's possessions from common places and placing them in boxes. I hesitated in the kitchen's doorway, unable to enter. The broken glass had been cleaned up, and the insulin residue had been mopped away, but I could still see everything: the counter where I'd grasped for support, the sink where I'd vomited, and the spot where I fainted. Mom gently led me to the living room instead. The lockbox was delivered that afternoon. Dad promptly installed it in my bedroom closet, including a combination lock for further security. We packed my insulin supplies inside, counting each vial twice. He gave me the combination and had me practice opening it numerous times. Mom jotted it down and hid the paper in her jewelry box. My bedroom seemed like both a sanctuary and a jail. Everything was precisely as I had left it, yet Kane's presence remained. I found one of my old glucose meters in my desk drawer, which she must have overlooked during her search. The finding caused me to quiver uncontrollably, until Mom held me still. Nobody felt like preparing dinner, so we had takeout. We ate in the living room rather than at the dining table, where so many family dramas had taken place. The food tasted like cardboard, but I forced it down since I knew my blood sugar needed to be stable. Dad constantly reviewed the nutrition information, calculating carbs with renewed zeal. The doorbell rang after dark. We all froze, the sound causing additional concern. It was just another neighbor handing off a casserole and showing care. Mom gladly received it, while Dad and I stayed hidden in the living room. The routine of suburban kindness felt foreign to our new life. Bedtime introduced new challenges. I checked my insulin supply 3 times before attempting to sleep. Mom offered to remain in my room, but I declined. I needed to face this alone to start rebuilding my sense of security. She compromised by leaving both of our doors open and pledging to listen for any distress. Sleep came in bits. I awoke every few hours to check my blood sugar, a ritual tinted with paranoia. Each reading was normal, but I double-checked nevertheless. The insulin pump buzzed softly on my bedside, its familiar sound both soothing and disturbing. Morning arrived, and Mom was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. She'd spent the night researching low-glycemic meals, trying to help me better control my diabetes. Dad sat at the table with a notebook, jotting out questions for the lawyer he had contacted. The facade of a typical family meal felt strained, yet necessary. The pharmacy contacted to check that my medication refills were ready. Mom insisted on picking them up right away, despite having just gotten the hospital supply. She returned with bags of goods including enough insulin for a month. We added it all to the lockbox, and the accumulating stockpile provided palpable reassurance. Dr. Patel's office called to confirm my follow-up visit. The receptionist indicated that they had scheduled extra time to the appointment because they knew this would be more than just standard diabetes control. Mom marked it on 3 different calendars. Her anxiousness manifested as over-preparation. I spent the afternoon incessantly checking my blood sugar. Every minor indication caused panic. Was I thirsty due to elevated blood sugar or dehydration? Did my hands shake due to low blood sugar or leftover trauma? Mom eventually buried my additional test strips, confining me to the specified checking schedule. The detective called with updates. Kane had posted bail but was living with a friend across town. The restraining order was officially in effect. He stated that the prosecution was taking the matter seriously due to the life-threatening nature of her activities. Court dates would be scheduled shortly. Dinner was another quiet occasion. We've already created a new routine, dining in the living room to avoid the kitchen's recollections. Dad had begun looking at home security systems, giving us options on his tablet: motion sensors, cameras, alarm systems, anything to restore our sense of security. The counselor called to set up our first family session. Mom contacted several before settling on one who specializes in medical trauma and family dysfunction. The first appointment was scheduled for next week, allowing us to digest the immediate problem before delving into more serious topics. Night fell, bringing with it the same fears. I checked the insulin supply twice more, despite the fact that nothing had changed. Mom had kept a note of every vial's location and expiration date. Dad installed a baby monitor in my room, explaining it was only temporary, until everything felt normal again. The second night home was slightly better. I only awoke twice to check blood glucose and once to verify my insulin supplies. Mom arrived at my doorway during one check, wordlessly verifying that she was still keeping vigil. We nodded at each other in the dark, silently acknowledging our new reality. Morning signaled the start of routine: breakfast, blood sugar check, insulin dose, and everything in the diary. Mom observed but did not hover as much. Dad went to work grudgingly, calling twice before lunch to check in. The place felt lighter without his nervous presence. I entered the kitchen for the first time since getting home. The familiar area felt strange, with each surface containing invisible memories. Mom found me standing motionless by the sink, unable to move forward or backward. She guided me gently through the process of preparing tea, recovering the room one small step at a time. The mail included medical bills and insurance papers. Mom went through them systematically, making files for everything connected to the tragedy. She had already begun the appeals procedure for the damaged insulin, determined to have Kane's acts documented in every system available. Mrs. Callahan came by with more food and a listening ear. She told us about her own family's hardships, normalizing, but not reducing our sorrow. Before she left, she made us pledge to use the spare key whenever we needed it, day or night. Her strong protectiveness moved Mom to tears once more. I spent the afternoon reorganizing my diabetes supplies. We placed many emergency kits strategically throughout the house. Each included glucose pills, a backup meter, and ketone test strips. Dad branded each one with bright red tape, making them easy to spot. Dad becomes a security system specialist, while Mom becomes a meal prep champion, demonstrating how tragedy causes everyone to suddenly pick up new hobbies they never asked for. Dr. Patel's follow-up consultation indicated that my physical rehabilitation was going nicely. My blood sugar levels were normalizing, albeit they still showed stress-related increases. She changed my insulin ratios again and suggested continuous glucose monitoring for further peace of mind. The technology would alert us to potentially dangerous tendencies before they escalated. Mom broke down totally throughout the drive home. She pulled over, weeping for failing to protect me, condoning Kane's actions, and ignoring 1,000 minor warning signs. I held her hand while she grieved, and we both realized that healing would come in waves. Dad had dinner ready, having left work early to cook. He'd created my favorite childhood meal, hoping to instill new pleasant memories in our kitchen. We ate together at the dining table for the first time since the incident, recovering yet another piece of our house. The evening brought tiredness, but also a curious tranquility. We had survived another day. My blood glucose had remained constant. The insulin stayed safely stored away. These modest successes were tremendous. Mom advised that we watch a light, distracting movie together. Bedtime brought less anxiety. I simply checked my supplies once and took my blood sugar normally. Mom kissed my forehead goodnight, a gesture she hadn't done since I was a child. Dad double-checked the new alarm system before he retired. We were starting to feel safe again. The night proceeded smoothly. I barely awoke once, more out of habit than necessity. My blood sugar was excellent, and my insulin pump was humming continuously. I lay in the dark, listening to the familiar noises of home, and felt something inside begin to unwind. The morning dawned with possibilities. The trauma would always be present, ingrained into our family's fabric. But we were learning to live with the wounds, creating new habits around them. Mom prepared breakfast without hovering. Dad departed for work with only one check-in call scheduled. I sat at the kitchen table, the exact place where it began, and took my morning insulin without hesitation. The simple action felt like recovering power. Mom looked at me across the table, hope returning to her eyes. Life would continue, albeit with heightened vigilance and hard-won insight. Stepmom threatened to cut us off from our 2 grandkids unless we changed our will to include her 2 children, but my son discovered her emails first. I'm Catherine, 62, and I've been married to Edward, 64, for more than 35 years. We met at college and have been inseparable ever since. Our road has not always been simple, but we have weathered each storm together. Our son, Jonathan, 38, recently married his second wife, Vanessa, 36. Jonathan has 2 children from his previous marriage, a 14-year-old daughter named Chloe, and a 12-year-old boy called Noah. They are great children, and we have been highly involved in their lives since birth. Vanessa has 2 children from her former marriage, Caleb, a 10-year-old boy, and Grace, an 8-year-old daughter. Laura, Jonathan's first wife, was a beautiful woman. We considered her a daughter, not only a daughter-in-law. She was diagnosed with a rare autoimmune illness soon after Noah's birth. Despite the difficulties, she stayed optimistic and was an excellent mother. Unfortunately, she died 6 years ago from consequences from her disease. It was a tragic loss for our family, particularly Jonathan and the children. The years after Laura's death were trying. Jonathan poured himself into his profession and children, scarcely leaving time for himself. We tried our best to help him, frequently staying over to help with the kids or having them at our house so Jonathan could relax. It was painful to see our kids struggle, but we were pleased of how he managed to stay strong for Chloe and Noah. About 3 years ago, Jonathan resumed dating. He was hesitant at first, feeling bad about moving on, but we pushed him. That's when he met Vanessa via a mutual friend. When he presented her to us, we hoped that he had found happiness again. Vanessa appeared pleasant enough, albeit a little reserved. She didn't make much of an effort to get to know us, but we assumed it was due to anxieties and the pressure of meeting her new partner's family. Vanessa's children, on the other hand, were quite the handful. Caleb was frequently unpleasant and disruptive at family events, while Grace had a habit of throwing tantrums when things didn't go her way. We tried not to judge, figuring they were still adjusting to their new family dynamics. However, as time passed and their behavior did not change, we were unable to ignore the glaring contrast between them and our well-behaved grandchildren. Edward and I have been lucky enough to collect a significant amount of wealth over the years. Edward had a good banking profession, while I had a modest but profitable interior design business. We've always been fiscally responsible, investing carefully and living below our means. We have always intended to leave everything to Jonathan and our grandchildren, Chloe and Noah. We never considered putting Vanessa or her children in our will because we didn't know them well and didn't feel close to them. Vanessa requested a private meeting with Edward and me last week. Jonathan was on a business trip, so we thought she may be interested in discussing arrangements for his forthcoming birthday. We asked her over for tea, hoping to bond with our daughter-in-law. However, the debate took a surprising and unpleasant turn. Vanessa began by stating that she had overheard Jonathan and I discussing our will over the phone. It's true that I called Jonathan to discuss amending our will, since we had recently purchased some new property and wanted to make sure everything was in order. I was shocked Vanessa was listening in on the chat, but I said nothing. She then told us that Jonathan was unhappy with the current arrangement and wanted us to include Vanessa's children in the inheritance. According to her, Jonathan believed it was unjust to exclude them but was worried of appearing ungrateful if he brought it up himself. This struck me as weird, given that Jonathan has always been upfront and honest with us about everything. What stunned us even more was Vanessa's threat to limit our access to Chloe and Noah if we did not comply with her requests. She said it was all Jonathan's idea, and he wholeheartedly supported her viewpoint. The notion that our son would use his children as negotiating chips was entirely out of character, and plain ridiculous. Edward and I were stunned to silence. We have always had a tight relationship with Jonathan, and this did not seem like him at all. He's always been straightforward in his interactions with us, never hesitant to express his thoughts or worries. The idea of him employing Vanessa as a courier for something so significant seemed extremely implausible. Furthermore, the threat of keeping our grandchildren away from us was profoundly upsetting. Chloe and Noah have been an important part of our lives since their birth. We've been there for every milestone, school play, and sporting event. The thought of being cut off from them was painful. We didn't want to accuse Vanessa of lying openly, so we politely said we'd think about it and get back to her. As soon as she left, we called Jonathan to confirm her accusations. He was in the middle of a conference but stepped out to accept our call, hearing the desperation in our voices. When we told Jonathan about the conversation, he was astonished and outraged. He told us that he had never mentioned anything of the such and was shocked that Vanessa would go behind his back like this. He had no idea whence she got the impression that he was dissatisfied with our decision or that he wanted her children included. Jonathan immediately requested that we keep Chloe and Noah with us until he returned from his trip and could resolve things with Vanessa. We gladly accepted, and the kids have stayed with us ever since. They were initially pleased about the surprise sleepover at Grandma and Grandpa's house, but now they're wondering why they haven't left yet. It's been a week, and the problem has only worsened. Jonathan has tried to reason with Vanessa, but she refuses to give in. She's given him an ultimatum. Convince us to change our minds, or choose between her and us. Jonathan is saddened, caught between his feelings for Vanessa and his commitment to us and his children. Edward and I both feel bad about the situation. We never meant to cause family conflict with our inheritance plans. We've always viewed our wealth as a means of securing the future of our sons and grandchildren, rather than a source of contention. At the same time, we are hurt and angered that Vanessa would try to manipulate us and jeopardize our relationship with our son and grandchildren. We are at a loss on what to do. Should we hold firm or give in to Vanessa's requests for the sake of family harmony? Is there a compromise we aren't seeing? The notion of losing our relationship with Jonathan and our grandkids is devastating, but being pressured into rewriting our will is equally unsettling. I'm hoping to get some outside perspective on this issue. Have we unintentionally been unkind to Vanessa and her children? Should we have made a bigger effort to involve them in our family? Or are we justified in feeling cheated and manipulated? Any suggestions on how to get through this difficult position would be greatly appreciated. Update 1. It's been 2 weeks since my last post, and I'd want to thank everyone for their kind words and advice. It's been reassuring to hear that many of you believe we're not in the wrong here. Unfortunately, things have only gotten worse, and I felt compelled to inform you all of the situation. Jonathan has been staying with us, along with Chloe and Noah. He took an extended leave of absence from work to deal with his family crisis, which I understand was not an easy decision for him. Jonathan has always been dedicated to his job, often working long hours to support his family. Seeing him put his career on wait like this emphasizes how bad the situation has become. He's been trying to work things out with Vanessa, but she won't budge from her demands. She continues to insist that we include her children in our will, or she will ensure that we never see Chloe and Noah again. It's evident now that this was never about what Jonathan desired, but rather Vanessa's notion. Jonathan is clearly feeling the effects of stress. He has lost weight, is having difficulties sleeping, and appears to be always on edge. It breaks our hearts to see him this way. Edward and I have been doing our best to assist him by cooking his favorite dishes and attempting to create a peaceful environment at home. However, it's evident that the situation is wearing him down. Chloe and Noah are also picking up on the tension, despite our best efforts to shelter them from the dispute. Chloe, the more sensitive of the two, has been silent and reclusive recently. Noah, on the other hand, has started acting out in school, which has never happened before. We had to attend a parent-teacher meeting to discuss his behavior, which exacerbated Jonathan's stress. Vanessa has intensified her tactics. She's been constantly calling and texting Jonathan, alternating between guilt-tripping him and making new threats. She's even been spreading stories among their mutual friends that we're attempting to dissolve their marriage because we never accepted her or her children. This could not be further from the truth, but it is causing Jonathan a great deal of distress. He has always cherished his connections, and the prospect of losing them over this is really troubling him. What's more disturbing is that Vanessa has begun to include her children in this issue. According to Jonathan, she has been telling Caleb and Grace that we do not love them and do not want them in our family. It's a nasty thing to do to young children, and we're concerned about the emotional manipulation she's capable of. Edward and I are upset with Vanessa's actions, but we are trying to remain calm for Jonathan's sake. We've suggested that he consult with a lawyer to better understand his options, particularly about custody of Chloe and Noah. Given Vanessa's previous threats, we're concerned that she'll use them as puppets in this power play. Jonathan is beginning to realize that his marriage may not be salvageable. He admitted to us that he had previously ignored most of Vanessa's manipulative conduct, either making excuses for her or giving in to keep the peace. This event has made him realize her actual nature. He told a story from early in their relationship that now appears like a red sign. Vanessa reportedly pressed him into purchasing an expensive car that they couldn't afford, arguing that it was vital to maintain appearances in their area. Jonathan gave in to avoid a fight, although it had strained their finances for months. Looking back, he recognizes it as the start of a pattern of manipulation that he had overlooked due to his love for her. We're doing our best to help Jonathan and the kids get through this terrible period. We've made it obvious that our home is always open to them, regardless of what happens. We've set up Jonathan's guest room and created an area in the study for the kids to complete homework. It's a tight fit, but we're making it work. We're also looking into family counseling options to help Chloe and Noah deal with the stress of another possible family breakdown. They're still grieving the loss of their mother, and the prospect of them going through another huge upheaval hurts our hearts. We haven't changed anything about our will and have no plans to do so. Vanessa's actions have further strengthened our resolve to maintain our assets inside our immediate family. We're even considering establishing a trust for Chloe and Noah to protect their future security, regardless of what happens between Jonathan and Vanessa. Edward and I have had lengthy discussions about how we came to this point. We can't help but think what we could have done differently. Should we have been more accommodating of Vanessa and her children? Did we unintentionally make them feel like outsiders? But then we remember how many times we asked them to family dinners, how many birthdays we celebrated together, and how hard we worked to include them in our lives. It's difficult not to feel that no matter what we did, it wouldn't have been enough for Vanessa. This whole circumstance has caused us to focus on our own marriage and the principles we've attempted to inculcate in our children. We have always valued honesty, integrity, and putting family first. Seeing Vanessa's acts has further increased our desire to uphold these beliefs. I'll keep you all updated as the issue progresses. Thank you again for your help and advice. It means more than you realize at this tough time. Update 2. It has been another week, and things have finally gotten to a head. Jonathan has chosen to file a divorce from Vanessa. He made this decision after learning that Vanessa had planned this deception for months, even before their wedding. It all began when Jonathan decided to review some old files on their shared home computer. He was searching for some tax paperwork when he came across a folder containing Vanessa's emails. Normally, he would have respected her privacy, but the subject line drew his attention: plan to safeguard the inheritance. Jonathan's world completely changed when he read through the emails. Vanessa had been prying through his personal records and discovered details regarding our family's holdings. She saw an opportunity to provide a stable financial future for her children and began planning how to incorporate them in our will. The emails went back to before their wedding. Vanessa had asked friends for guidance on how to exploit the situation. She had stated her strategy of first establishing herself as a loving wife and stepmother, then gently introducing the concept of include her children in our will. If it didn't work, she had other options, such as emotional manipulation and threats. Vanessa made no attempt to reject the evidence presented to her by Jonathan. Instead, she was upset that he had violated her privacy by reading her correspondence. She then issued him an ultimatum: either he persuades us to alter our minds, or she would make the divorce as ugly and painful as possible. That was the final straw for Jonathan. He packed up his and the kids' essential stuff and relocated them all to our home permanently. He's already spoken with a lawyer and begun the divorce process. We're all still stunned at how rapidly everything has unraveled. Chloe and Noah are understandably upset and puzzled. This is the second time they've experienced serious family turmoil, and it's taking a toll. Chloe has been increasingly introverted, spending hours alone in her room. Noah, on the other hand, has been having nightmares, and has begun to exhibit symptoms of separation anxiety, not wanting Jonathan to leave his sight. We are doing our best to give them with a secure and loving atmosphere, but we understand that it will take time for them to adjust to yet another huge shift in their lives. We've established a pattern to offer them a feeling of normalcy, including family dinners every night, schoolwork assistance, and weekend trips to the park or the cinema. Vanessa has alternated between sending angry messages and appealing for Jonathan to return. She has threatened to battle for custody of Chloe and Noah, even though she has no legal right to them. Jonathan's lawyer told us that her threats were false, but they are still creating a lot of stress. Edward and I are entirely behind Jonathan during this process. We're assisting with the children, offering emotional support, and paying his legal bills. We've made it obvious to him that he and the children can stay with us for as long as they need. Our house is currently full, but we see this as a chance to spend more quality time with our family. The entire process has brought our family closer together. We're all rallying around Jonathan and the kids, determined to face this challenge together. It won't be easy, but we're convinced that we're doing the right thing by standing firm against Vanessa's deceptive techniques. Jonathan has begun to share out more about his connection with Vanessa. He said that there were early indications of her dominating behavior, but he discounted them as her being passionate or particular. He regrets not recognizing these red signs for what they were, but we have convinced him that hindsight is 20/20 and he should not blame himself. We've also had some unpleasant discussions regarding Laura, Jonathan's late first wife. Chloe and Noah have begun asking more questions about their mother, possibly seeking consolation in recollections of happier times. It's heartbreaking, but we've been sharing tales and going through old photo albums together. We want the kids to understand that it is okay to talk about Laura and miss her. I'll provide another update when there are substantial changes in the divorce proceedings. Thank you for your ongoing support and advice. It has been a source of strength for our family throughout this difficult period. Update 3. It's been a month since my last post, so I wanted to discuss the most recent changes in our family situation. The divorce proceedings between Jonathan and Vanessa are well underway, and it has been a difficult time for everyone involved. Vanessa, true to her word, is making the divorce as tough as possible. She is disputing everything from asset distribution to Chloe and Noah's parenting arrangement. Despite the fact that she has no legal claim to the children, she claims to be a mother figure to them and thus deserves visitation rights. It's a tough situation, but Jonathan remains steadfast in his determination to safeguard his children. Fortunately, Jonathan's attorney is skilled and has handled the case brilliantly. They have gathered extensive proof of Vanessa's deceptive actions, including emails in which she detailed her ambitions to have her children included in our will. This has considerably helped Jonathan's case. Chloe and Noah have struggled with the circumstances, but they have demonstrated tremendous perseverance. We've enrolled them in counseling to assist them deal with their emotions and the changes in their lives. It appears to be helping, as they are gradually opening up more about their emotions. Chloe has started keeping a notebook, which her therapist describes as a beneficial way for her to express herself. Noah joined a juvenile sports team, which has helped him channel his energy and emotions. Jonathan is doing well now that he has taken definite action. The hardship of the divorce proceedings continues to take its toll, but he is no longer divided between his allegiance to us and his misdirected love for Vanessa. He is focused on safeguarding his children and repairing his life. We've caught hints of the old Jonathan returning. He even told a joke the other day, which we hadn't heard in months. Edward and I have done everything we can to help our family through this crisis. We've been caring for the kids while Jonathan attends meetings with his lawyer or court appearances. We've also been assisting Jonathan with looking for a new place to live, as he believes it is critical to establish a new home for himself and his children after the divorce is finalized. One benefit of this scenario is that it has brought our family closer together. Despite the chaos, we're spending more time with Jonathan and our grandchildren, starting new traditions, and making great memories. We began hosting weekly game nights, which have become a favorite among all of us. It's lovely to watch Chloe and Noah laughing and acting like kids again during these times. We've also taken precautions to secure our assets and ensure Chloe and Noah's future safety. Our lawyer has assisted us in establishing a trust for the children, which will protect them even if Vanessa attempts to fight our will in the future. It gives us peace of mind knowing that whatever happens, our grandchildren's futures are secure. Vanessa's children, Caleb and Grace, have been caught in the center of the chaos. We grieve for them because they are innocent in all of this. Jonathan has voiced concern for their well-being, having witnessed firsthand how tough it is for children to go through divorce. He's considering contacting Vanessa's ex-husband to assure the children's well-being during this difficult time. As tough as this experience has been, we remain cautiously optimistic about the future. We know there will be more problems ahead, especially as the divorce proceedings progress, but we will face them together as a family. Jonathan has resumed discussions about his future intentions, including a career shift he has always desired and the potential of dating again someday, albeit this is still a long way off. Chloe and Noah are gradually adjusting to their new normal. They've spent more time with their pals, which has been beneficial for them. Chloe is even talking about joining the school drama club next year, which she was previously too bashful to do. Noah's grades, which had dipped during the first upheaval, are now improving again. For Edward and myself, this event has strengthened our bond. We have been each other's rock during this journey, and I am more grateful than ever for his constant presence and steadfast support. My parents worshipped my brother and hated me, but karma and my revenge exposed him as a poisoner, kidnapper, and monster they created. My parents were always harsh on me, but I believe they still loved me until my younger brother Liam was born, because our childhood was so vastly different. My parents used my 8th birthday to honor Liam instead. Not because his birthday coincided, but because he earned it. And don't get me wrong, I loved him. Heck, he was the cutest little bean in the world. But in the back of my mind, I'd constantly wonder, don't I deserve it too? It wasn't until I reached 16 that I first spoke out, because they gave Liam a car for my birthday. He was only 12 years old and had never driven before. When I inquired why they didn't purchase me anything, they replied, Liam's happiness should be enough of a gift for me. I just sighed, and that's when I realized I needed to give up on my dream of having loving parents. And because they didn't give me jack poop my entire childhood, I figured that if I got accepted to college, I could use my lack of parenting to pay 20% of my tuition. Because that alone was enough to keep me from feeling like I was drowning in student debt. My mother just burst out laughing and slapped her fist against the table so hard that I thought it might bruise. "Son, F off and figure it out," my father responded, smirking. I tried to tell myself it didn't hurt anymore. But it did. I'm not sure why I kept visiting them every holiday season, but I did. I even taught Liam how to drive the car that was supposed to be mine. And every Christmas, I watched as he opened the gifts I never received. But it wasn't until I was 22 that I snapped, since Liam received his college admission letter from the local community college. My parents threw him a party, and I came to show my support. Toward the end, my father tapped his champagne glass to toast. He began by describing Liam as the brilliant son they had never had. Ouch. And just as I was going to leave and head home, they resumed. My father proudly announced that he and my mother would pay for all of his tuition and even buy him a little house so he could live independently and have the whole college experience. My eyes enlarged so widely that I believed my eyelids would split in two. As soon as the visitors started to leave, I gathered my entire family in an upstairs room. "What the actual F?" I screamed, my phone recording the entire scene in the corner. My mother slapped me across the face. It wasn't forceful, but her ring scratched my cheek, and blood poured out. "You can never be happy for anyone, can you?" she inquired, her tone caustic. "I told you we shouldn't have invited him," my father complained. I looked across to Liam, who was staring at the ground. When they departed, I shut the door and shared the video on every site I could find. And after 2 hours, when no one had seen it, I tagged my entire family in the Instagram comments section. LOL. And I think all that champagne made me sleepy, because I fell asleep on the restroom floor. I awoke at 3 a.m. I awoke with a searing hangover and my parents banging on the door to let them in. "We effing hate you," my parents cried in unison. I feigned to be still sleeping and they soon stopped breathing and gave up. The next morning, the family group chat started up. Some were suggesting that I deserved to be hit. Others called me a shame. It was similar to the comment section of TikTok videos featuring alpha male podcast snippets. In any event, everyone agreed it was best to discuss it in person. So, the next morning, we visited Liam's favorite eatery. It included my parents, Liam, both sets of grandparents, and 3 aunts. Within minutes, the talk had switched from discussing the weather to my parents' parenting methods. I didn't say anything, simply let my grandparents on my father's side defend me. And suddenly, after 2 hours of arguing, my parents apologized. My grandparents had threatened to remove them from the will if they did not treat me like their son. My mother apologized through gritted teeth, then gave a robotic explanation of how she should have handled the matter better as the adult. Meanwhile, my father just shrugged his shoulders and muttered, "I agree with your mom." It was all very forced. And I believe my grandparents noticed, since they told me I could see them instead of my parents when I came home for the holidays. I felt my face light up when they said that, and I moved in the same day. After all was said and done, they sat me down on the couch and told me something that still makes me grin today. "We're still taking your parents out of the will, we just wanted you to get the apology you deserved." For the first time in years, I smiled heartily, and I knew all the misery was over. I thought it was. The next morning, I drove my Margaret to the hospital at high speeds. It turns out that someone had placed laxative powder into her food the day before. And if we had arrived at the hospital 4 hours later, she would not have survived. And I knew Liam was behind it. I sat in the hospital waiting room, my hands still trembling from the drive. The doctors had whisked Margaret to intensive care, and all I could do was pace back and forth, rehearsing everything in my head. The family meeting at Liam's favorite restaurant, the forced apologies, and the laxative powder that nearly killed my grandmother. My phone was buzzing with messages from the family group chat, but I couldn't force myself to check. Not yet. Instead, I was thinking about Liam's actions at the restaurant. How he barely touched his food, how he kept staring at Margaret's plate, and how he offered to refill her water glass 3 times. The sliding doors opened, and my grandfather hurried in, still dressed in his pajamas. His face was pallid, and I could tell he had been crying. He drew me into a tight hug, and for a moment, neither of us spoke. When the doctor eventually appeared, she explained that Margaret's system had been overwhelmed by an excessive amount of laxatives. They had stabilized her, but she was very dehydrated and had a hazardous electrolyte imbalance. If we had waited much longer, her heart could have given out. Grandpa's mouth clenched as he heard this. He turned to me with a face I'd never seen before, sheer wrath combined with determination. He requested me to describe everything that transpired at the restaurant, in detail. I talked him through everything. How Liam had insisted on sitting next Margaret. He'd been particularly attentive, frequently straightening her napkin and shifting her water glass. He went to the bathroom shortly after the food arrived and returned just as everyone began eating. My grandfather listened quietly, his knuckles white as he held the armrest of his chair. When I finished, he gently stood up and took out his phone. He called 3 people, his lawyer, a private investigator he knew from his business days, and the restaurant, requesting that they retain any security tape from yesterday. Family members gradually arrived at the hospital during the next few hours. My parents arrived with Liam looking concerned and perplexed. My mother raced over to me, asking what had occurred in a phony, anxious tone. I just stared at her, remembering how she had hit me just days before. Liam remained near the door, hands in his pockets. He kept checking his phone and looking towards the exit. When our eyes met, he swiftly averted his gaze and began discussing education with one of our aunts. The doctor let us see Margaret in shifts. When it was my time, I discovered her awake but feeble, hooked up to several IVs. She clasped my hand as I sat down near her bed. She mumbled that she had felt uncomfortable shortly after dining at the restaurant. The cramps began on the journey home and worsened throughout the night. She'd been too embarrassed to wake anyone until the pain was excruciating. I stayed with her until the visiting hours ended, then returned to my grandparents' house. Grandpa was already present, seated at the kitchen table with a laptop and various printed paperwork. The private investigator had been busy. He showed me the restaurant's surveillance footage on his laptop. The image quality was poor, but you could definitely see Liam getting up from the table and headed to the restroom. Instead of going inside, he ducked into the kitchen for about 30 seconds before returning to the table. My grandfather had also asked the eatery to inspect their inventory. They were missing a big container of industrial-strength laxative powder used to clean grease traps, the same type that the hospital had discovered in Margaret's system. We both understood what this meant, but proving it would be another story. Liam had been cautious. No direct footage of him removing anything or putting it in the food, simply circumstantial evidence that would not be accepted in any official setting. The next morning, I resolved to approach things differently. Instead of confronting Liam directly, I began paying greater attention to his actions. I concealed a security camera in the hallway outside Margaret's room at home, behind an old smoke detector. I also began chronicling everything. Every time Liam came by, every bizarre question he asked regarding Margaret's health. Every time he offered to assist her with her meds or meals, the pattern became apparent. Within days, Liam would arrive unannounced, always when he assumed I wasn't home. He'd ask extensive questions regarding Margaret's rehabilitation, her medication regimen, and when she would be alone. He would offer to pick up her prescriptions or bring her special foods to aid in her recovery. My folks, understandably, felt I was paranoid when I highlighted Liam's unusual conduct. My mother actually chuckled, saying I was envious because Liam was such a kind grandchild. My father accused me of attempting to turn the family against Liam due to the college financial crisis. But I wasn't the only person who noticed. Grandpa had also been watching, and he had seen enough. He changed all of the locks on the house and set up a robust security system. He also hired a part-time nurse to be with Margaret during the day, closely monitoring everything she ate and drank. That's when the harassing began. Anonymous notes started appearing beneath Margaret's bedroom door. Crude messages told her she was going to die soon, that she should have minded her own business, and that elderly people like her were better off dead. The handwriting was concealed, but the time was questionable. They only emerged on the days Liam had visited. I collected each note and saved it in a folder with the dates and times it was found. Then Margaret's pills started disappearing. First, 1 or 2 tablets, then whole bottles. The nurse reported that someone had entered the medicine cabinet despite the new locks. Liam was conveniently available when these instances occurred, and he was always the first to offer to assist in the search for the lost medications. I realized I needed more definite evidence, so I upgraded the hidden camera in the hallway to one with higher quality and night vision. I also put one in Margaret's room, cleverly disguised in a bookcase so it could view both the door and her bedside table. 3 days later, I had everything I needed. The video captured Liam slipping into the house at 3 a.m., with a key he must have copied before we changed the locks. He walked straight to Margaret's room and stood over her bed for a few minutes, simply watching her sleep. He then took something from his pocket and began mixing it into the water glass on her bedside. I quickly created multiple copies of the footage, one on my laptop, one on an external drive, and one uploaded to a secure cloud service. I was not taking any chances this time. However, when I presented the footage to my parents and other family members, Liam had already planned his defense. He said I deep-faked the video out of envy and was attempting to frame him because I couldn't take him being the favorite child. He was pretty good. He burst out crying, stating he loved Margaret and would never hurt her. He accused me of being mentally ill and needed professional help. He even alleged that I had poisoned Margaret and was now blaming it on him. Some family members trusted him. They pointed out how tech-savvy I was, noting that I'd already made one video attempting to make the family look terrible. My aunt suspected that I was the one who found Margaret unwell and drove her to the hospital. The family was dividing down the middle. Those who had always backed Liam, including my parents, sided with them. Those who saw through the partiality over the years supported me and my grandparents. But Margaret never wavered. Despite her vulnerability, she spoke out at every family meeting, stating that something was wrong with Liam and that she could feel it in her bones. Her voice had weight, yet her weakness led others to disregard her concerns as disorientation caused by her illness. I understood I needed to shift strategies. If confrontation didn't work, perhaps infiltration would. I claimed to have a change of heart. I apologized to Liam privately, explaining that everything had left me nervous and paranoid. I told him I wanted to mend our friendship and that brothers should stick together. Liam was suspicious at first, but his ego prevailed. He'd always enjoyed having power over me, and my apparent obedience contributed to that. He slowly began to relax his guard around me. I started going to see him in the house my parents had bought him. We would hang together, play video games, and talk about college. I pretended to be the supportive elder brother I had always aspired to be, suppressing my disdain whenever he smiled, that fake smile. It took weeks, but Liam ultimately came to trust me enough to leave me alone in his home. That's when I discovered them. The journals, secreted in a lockbox under his bed, describe years of manipulation and plotting. The entries dated back to when he was only 10 years old. Detailed notes on how to manipulate our parents, how to turn them against me, and how to ensure he got everything while I received nothing. He had investigated psychological manipulation techniques, gaslighting schemes, and ways to make someone appear insane. The most recent entries were about Margaret, how she had endangered his position by sticking up for me, and how she needed to be removed from the equation. There were research notes on numerous poisons, their effects, and how to deliver them without being detected. I photographed every single page, ensuring that the images were crisp and understandable. Then I carefully returned everything precisely how I had found it. I couldn't take the diaries quite yet. I needed to convey this evidence in a way that could not be ignored or explained away. I spent the following week preparing. I created many copies of everything, sent some to my grandfather's lawyer, and stored others on safe servers. I also contacted a handwriting specialist to confirm that the diaries were actually Liam's work. When I was ready, I scheduled a family meeting. Everyone was present, including Liam and my parents. I'd asked my granddad to lead the meeting and given him all of the evidence to present. The atmosphere was tense as Grandpa meticulously organized everything. The security footage, the missing drugs, the threatening notes, and finally the diary entries. He had brought printed copies for everyone to view, including the handwriting expert's interpretation. Liam's reaction was swift and severe. He leaped up, yelling that I had planted everything, broken into his home and faked the diaries. He accused me of being infatuated with him and of plotting to wreck his life out of jealousy. But flaws were beginning to appear in his performance. His story kept changing. First, he claimed the journals did not exist. Then he explained that they were private creative writing activities. Then he claimed that I had written them and placed them in his room. My parents attempted to protect him, but even they struggled. The evidence was overwhelming, and Liam's increasingly frantic protestations only made matters worse. When Grandpa showed my mother a diary entry, in which Liam described persuading our parents into purchasing him the car on my 16th birthday, her face turned white. The hush that ensued was deafening. My mother stared at the journal entry, her hands quivering as she read Liam's own words, outlining how he'd persuaded them I didn't deserve a birthday present, how he'd planted the idea that his happiness should suffice for mine. Liam's face has changed from crimson to pale. He grabbed the papers, attempting to pull them away, but my grandfather held them out of reach. That's when Liam turned to our parents, his voice taking on the little boy tone he'd honed over the years. He said I'd been preparing this for months, studying his handwriting and practicing reproducing it. He further stated that I drugged him in order to gain access to his home, that I was dangerous, and that I should be separated from the family. My father stood forward, torn between defending his golden kid and confronting the increasing evidence. He requested to see the genuine journals, not photos. When I explained that I had left them at Liam's residence to prevent allegations of stealing, he saw this as confirmation of my lying. The conference descended into anarchy. My aunts were debating among themselves, with some claiming the evidence was too convenient, and others pointing out Liam's inconsistent arguments. My maternal grandparents, who had always been aloof, suggested that we see a family therapist to work through these misconceptions. But Margaret's voice broke through the background commotion. Despite her infirmity, she explained clearly about the terror she felt when she woke up to discover Liam standing over her bed, how her water tasted funny that night, and the cruel notes that appeared under her door, always in Liam's preferred blue ink. Liam's mask slipped for a brief period. A spark of wrath crossed his face before he calmed down and began crying again. He raced to our mother, putting his face in her shoulder and crying about how I had turned everyone against him. The meeting ended without a resolution. My parents left with Liam, and my mother gave me a look of utter hatred. My aunts left in different automobiles, widening the family gap. Only my paternal grandparents remained. Grandpa's jaw was set with resolve. That night, I was unable to sleep. I kept checking the locks, looking out the windows, and leaping at every sound. Around 2 a.m., I overheard something outside. Through the bedroom window, I noticed Liam's car parked down the street, the engine running. I woke up my grandfather, and we watched as Liam sat in his car for over an hour before driving off. The next morning, we discovered our mailbox had been smashed, with the metal twisted and broken. At 3:47 a.m., the security camera showed Liam doing it with a baseball bat. We filed a police report, but the officer appeared suspicious when we explained our family situation. They deemed it a civil matter in the absence of more clear evidence of genuine harm. They would speak with Liam about the mailbox, but that was all they could do. The harassment intensified in the following days. Dead flowers appeared at our door. Our car's tires were slashed while we were at the supermarket. Someone called in a bogus welfare check for my grandparents, claiming elder abuse. Each incident was meticulously organized to avoid leaving evidence that pointed directly to Liam. He always had an alibi, which our parents would generally give. They'd think he was at home, watching movies or studying for his forthcoming college classes. I began sleeping in shifts with my grandfather, with one of us constantly awake to keep watch. We put more cameras, better locks, and even a panic button that connects straight to the police. But Liam was astute. He understood just how far he could go without violating any legal boundaries. Then came the day Margaret's new medication disappeared. Not just a few tablets, but the whole bottle of her heart medication. The nurse claimed she had locked it in the medicine cabinet that morning, but by the afternoon, it had vanished. We searched the entire house. Margaret may experience another cardiac event if she does not take the tablets. The doctor ordered an emergency prescription, but the pharmacist stated it would take hours to fill. That was when I recognized Liam's car in the pharmacy's parking lot. He was just sitting there, observing and waiting. When I spotted him, he grinned and waved before driving away. I knew he was not going to stop. It wasn't about money or preference anymore. This was all about control, punishing us for daring to challenge him, and he was getting more aggressive. My grandfather and I chose to take matters into our own hands. We recruited a second private investigator, one who specializes in complex family cases. We needed someone who could monitor Liam without being noticed, document his movements, and catch him in the act. Laura, the investigator, was a former police detective who had witnessed numerous family confrontations. She listened to our narrative without passing judgment, considered all of our information, and concluded that Liam was hazardous. She began surveillance immediately. Within a week, Laura had captured Liam following Margaret's nurse home and sitting outside her apartment for hours. She caught him on camera buying massive amounts of over-the-counter drugs that, when combined, might be fatal. She traced him to medical websites, where he looked up chemical interactions under fictitious identities. But the most troubling revelation occurred when she followed him to a meeting with someone she recognized, a well-known drug dealer who specialized in prescription drugs. Liam gave over cash and received a tiny gift in exchange. We wanted to go to the police right away, but Laura recommended caution. We needed to catch him with the chemicals and prove intent to harm. She proposed that we set a trap. The plan was straightforward. We had indicated that Margaret was going in for a normal examination and that she would be alone in the hospital for several hours while tests were performed. In reality, she'd be safe at a friend's house as Laura and another investigator waited in the hospital. Liam took the bait. Laura's cameras captured him entering the hospital with a small bag and headed directly for the room number we had discussed in the family group chat. But when he discovered it was empty, he panicked. He contacted our parents, frantic, and said he had gone to see Margaret but could not find her. My mother called me right away, yelling about how I had endangered Margaret by relocating her without informing anyone. I feigned dumb, claiming she was precisely where we had agreed she would be. The uncertainty saved us time. Laura followed Liam as he searched the hospital, becoming increasingly angry. Finally, he flung the bag into a medical waste can and stormed away. Laura retrieved it right away. Inside were enough narcotics to trigger a lethal overdose. We now have him. Actual proof of intent to injure. Laura had chronicled the full sequence of events, from substance purchase to hospital visit. We took everything to the police. But Liam still had one more card to play. That night, before the cops could arrive, he was at our house with our parents. They requested to be let in, claiming they needed to speak. Despite my better judgment, we opened the door. Liam appeared different. Calm, collected, and almost tranquil. He sat in the living room and declared that he had done a lot of thinking. He wanted to apologize and make things right. He even recommended family counseling. My parents defended him, saying he had come to them in tears, understanding how his actions had broken the family apart. They wanted us to withdraw the police report and address it as a family. My mother actually got on her knees and begged me to give Liam another opportunity. But I saw through it. The way Liam's gaze kept darting to Margaret. The way he positioned himself between her and the door, and the way his hand kept reaching for his pocket. I excused myself to use the restroom and phoned Laura. She was already on her way, having followed Liam's movements. She advised me to keep them talking because cops were on their way. When I returned to the living room, Liam offered to prepare tea for everyone. A peace offering, he explained. He insisted on using Margaret's unique blend, which benefited her heart condition. Red flags went off in my head. I watched him make tea in the kitchen, keeping his body tilted so we couldn't see what he was doing. When he brought out the tray, he made a point of personally handing Margaret her cup, his smile unwavering. Before she could take a sip, I knocked the cup from her grasp. It smashed on the floor, spilling tea everywhere. Liam's mask finally cracked. He lunged at me, yelling that I had wrecked everything. Margaret was meant to pay for inciting our parents against him. That I was supposed to suffer for existing, for being born first, and for forcing him to fight so hard for what should have been his. My father attempted to pull him back, but Liam shoved him away with startling force. He reached into his pocket and brought out a knife, not a large one but sharp enough to cause damage. Laura burst through the door, accompanied by 2 police officers. Liam spun toward them, holding the knife in his hand. Everything froze for a brief moment. Then Liam did something neither of us expected. He chuckled in a chilly, hollow tone that made my skin crawl. He dropped the knife and raised his hands while still laughing. As the policeman cuffed him, he looked straight at me and spoke 5 words that froze me to the bone. "This isn't over, dear brother." The police took Liam away, but the damage to our family was already done. My parents were standing in our living room, looking lost and devastated. The truth about their golden child became undeniably evident. My mother slumped into a chair and sobbed uncontrollably. Not for me or Margaret, but for Liam. She kept insisting on an explanation, that this was not the son she knew. My father stood there, years passing in minutes. Laura got the tea tested. It contained a deadly amount of the painkillers Liam attempted to dispose of in the hospital. If Margaret had drunk even a few sips, she would have died within hours. The police accused Liam with attempted suicide, possession of illicit narcotics, and stalking. Despite the overwhelming evidence, my parents hired the best lawyer they could afford, depleting their funds to defend the son who attempted to kill his own grandma. The family group chat erupted again. Those who defended Liam remained mute, while others expressed shock and disgust. Some accused my parents of enabling him. Others accused me of pushing him to this point. The family had been destroyed beyond repair. But there was a peculiar quiet in our house. Margaret was safe. The incessant worry and paranoia could finally subside. We had won, but it felt hollow. I had utterly lost my parents, and despite everything, it still stung. Grandpa hired protection for the home just in case. Liam was on bail and had to stay at our parents' place while wearing an ankle monitor. But we all knew it wasn't over. The trial would be severe. The family turmoil unfolded in public. I spent the following few days helping Margaret recuperate from her stress. Her heart condition had deteriorated as a result of the continual dread, and she required 24-hour care. I moved into her room and slept on a cot next to her bed. One night, she grasped my hand and squeezed it lightly. She told me she was pleased of me for saving her life. She also stated something that surprised me. She felt terrible for Liam, not for what he'd done, but for who he had become. She believed our parents had created a monster by never telling him no, convincing him that he was entitled to everything, and teaching him that I was less than human, merely an impediment to his happiness. They had deprived him of empathy and basic human decency in their attempt to provide him with everything. The truth of her words struck hard. Liam was not born evil, he was molded and encouraged to be this way. And now everyone was paying the price. Laura continued to serve as our security consultant, assisting us in preparing for the trial. She had unearthed additional evidence. Liam had been planning this for months, possibly years. The journal entries were only the top of the iceberg. She discovered internet posts under false names in which he asked for help on inheritance law and how to make deaths appear natural. She realized that he had communicated with others who had effectively eliminated family members for money. He had been studying, learning, and preparing. The prosecutor was putting up a solid case, but Liam's counsel was effective. They portrayed him as a troubled young guy who snapped under pressure and needed treatment, not prison. They had character witnesses lined up, instructors and family members who had only seen his lovely public face. My parents refused to speak with me, but I heard from other members that they were supporting Liam. They came by every day, bringing him home-cooked food and books. They'd convinced themselves that everything was a misunderstanding that would be sorted up before trial. Then, 3 weeks before the trial was scheduled to begin, Liam disappeared. The ankle monitor was discovered cut off in his bedroom, along with a message that simply said, "I'll be seeing you." My parents were frantic, phoning the police and swearing that he had been kidnapped. However, security footage from their residence showed Liam stepping out the front door at 4 a.m., carrying a backpack and appearing completely calm. The police issued a warrant for Liam's arrest, but he had prepared carefully. He'd emptied his bank accounts days earlier, sold his automobile to a private bidder for cash, and obtained a false ID. Laura discovered that he had been researching nations without extradition treaties for several weeks. My parents, unsurprisingly, blamed me. They arrived at our house yelling that I was to blame for Liam's actions and had destroyed their family. My father attempted to push his way inside, but the security guard that Grandpa had hired stopped him. They left and threatened to sue us for emotional anguish. We spent the next few days on high alert. Every slow-moving car, every unexpected knock on the door, and every unusual noise at night made us nervous. Margaret hardly slept, leaping at shadows. The stress was taking a toll on her already frail health. Then the packages started to arrive. Small boxes with no return address contained images of our house taken from various perspectives. Photos of me in the grocery shop. Views of Margaret from her bedroom window. Each one featured Liam's handwritten statement on the back. "Still watching. You can't hide forever. Family comes first." Laura traced the packages to various post offices throughout the state. Liam was moving around, being mobile, but he was also becoming sloppy. One of the images revealed a reflection in a car window, revealing a partial license plate that Laura's connections were able to locate. Melissa, the car's owner, reported it stolen a week earlier. Laura investigated deeper and discovered that Melissa had been in contact with Liam via a dating app. She'd undoubtedly handed him the automobile freely, another person captivated by his actions. We were getting close to locating him when calamity struck. I had gone out to pick up Margaret's medicine, leaving her with the nurse and security guard. I returned an hour later, and the front door was wide open. The security officer lay asleep on the lawn. The nurse was confined in the bathroom, and Margaret was gone. My palms shook as I dialed 911. The house was in disarray with furniture overturned and Margaret's pills thrown across the floor. There were traces of a scuffle in her room, with her emergency alarm buttons crushed to bits. The police arrived quickly, followed by Laura and her squad. They discovered chloroform residue on a cloth in the garden, as well as tire tracks from a vehicle other than the stolen automobile. Liam had assistance this time. My telephone rang. Unknown number. I responded on speaker so that the police could hear. Liam's voice was different now. There will be no more playing or acting like a small boy. Only cold calculation. He assured me that Margaret was secure for the time being, but this could change. He wanted the entire inheritance money that he was entitled to. And he wanted me to publicly acknowledge that I had faked all of the evidence against him. The cops attempted to track the call, but he was using a burner phone. He gave me 24 hours to collect the money and record the video confession. Then he hung up. Those were the longest 24 hours of my life. The police established a command center in our living room. The FBI became engaged because it was now a kidnapping case. My parents arrived asking to be invited while swearing Liam would not injure anyone. Laura worked her contacts while the official investigation was ongoing. She had a theory. Liam couldn't do it alone. Someone was assisting him, someone with experience. She began digging into the folks Liam had been talking to online regarding inheritance plans. The breakthrough occurred from an unexpected source. One of my aunts, who had been solidly on Liam's side, called me crying. She had received a call from Liam requesting money and threatening to harm Margaret if she did not cooperate. Her disguise had finally loosened. She had recorded the call. In the background we could hear a woman's voice telling Liam to hurry. Laura improved the audio and processed it with speech recognition. Laura was a well-known con artist who targeted the elderly. With this clue, The FBI investigated their likely whereabouts. Laura possessed a cabin 3 hours north, which she received from one of her victims. It was remote, ideal for hiding someone. The rescue operation was scheduled at morning. I wanted to go, but the FBI wouldn't let me. So I waited at home with Grandpa, both of us pacing and unable to eat or relax. The call arrived at 7:23 a.m. They had discovered Margaret. She was dehydrated and afraid, but otherwise okay. Liam and Laura had been apprehended following a brief attempt to escape. The cabin was filled with evidence, more journals, detailed plans for other family members they intended to target, and studies on untraceable poisons. When I watched Margaret being wheeled into the hospital, I broke down in tears. She was pale and wobbly, but she managed a little grin when she spotted me. She told me Liam had complained for hours about how unfair life had been to him, how he deserved everything, and how I had stolen his birthright by being born first. Laura, it turned out, had been mentoring Liam for several months. She discovered him on the forums where he had inquired about inheritance law. She'd identified an easy target, a young man with wealthy grandparents and a strong sense of entitlement. She'd taught him everything and intended to split the money after Margaret was gone. The trial date was moved up. Liam attempted to claim Laura had exploited him, and that he was also a victim. But the evidence was overwhelming. His writings, the recordings, and the testimony of several witnesses. Even my parents couldn't dispute it after hearing recordings of Liam coldly discussing how to make Margaret's death appear normal. My parents' hearts broke on the day Liam was condemned. My mother greeted me outside the courthouse, looking as if she had aged 20 years. She attempted to apologize, but the words would not come. My father just stood there, shoulders drooping, realizing what their favoritism had created. I wanted to forgive them. Part of me still wanted their affection and approval. But Margaret's words echoed in my head. They had manufactured this situation. They'd taught Liam that I was less than human, and that he deserved everything. Their weeping did not erase 22 years of neglect. Liam got 25 years. Laura received 30 because of her earlier transgressions. As they dragged him away, Liam took one last look at me. There is no more fury or threat, only emptiness. He had lost everything by attempting to grab what was never truly his. The family gradually began to recover, but it would never be the same. Some family apologized for not realizing the reality sooner. Others stayed away, ashamed of their involvement in aiding Liam. The family conversation was disbanded. Holiday gatherings became smaller and quieter affairs. My parents attempted to restore their relationship with me, but I kept them at arm's length. They had shown me who they were, and I could not forget. They ended up relocating to another state, beginning over with no one knowing their story. I heard they were volunteering with disturbed adolescents now, attempting to atone in their own way. Grandpa and Margaret have formally adopted me. At 23, it may have been stupid, but it meant everything. For the first time in my life, my parents selected me, putting me first. They threatened to remove my parents' inheritance, which became a trust fund for my future. My grandparents helped me graduate college debt-free. I got a job I loved and began treatment to deal with everything that had transpired. I gradually created the life I had always desired, one in which I was respected and mattered. Margaret's health improved once the tension was relieved. She survived another 6 years, dying quietly in her sleep at 91. At her funeral, I talked about her strength and wisdom, and how she had saved me just as much as I had saved her. Grandpa and I hugged as we bid our goodbyes to the woman who had taught me what real family was. The house felt empty without her, but her presence remained in every room. Grandpa and I kept each other company, 2 generations united by common trauma and affection. He taught me his business, preparing me to take over someday. We never talked about Liam, but I'd see him glancing at old family photos with a grief I understood all too well. Years later, I received a letter from Liam in prison. He wrote about seeking therapy and ultimately recognizing what he had done. He did not seek for forgiveness. He only wanted me to know he was trying to improve. I never replied. Some bridges, once burned, cannot be rebuilt. Life moves on. I found someone who understood my delicate relationship with family. We created our own customs, definitions of love, and loyalty. When we had children, I made sure they knew they were equally appreciated and valued. The circle of favoritism ended with me. Sometimes I pass past my parents' former house, which has been sold to strangers. I recall the youngster who just wanted to be loved and hoped things would improve. That youngster deserved better, yet he persevered. He discovered his true family and learned that blood does not always equal affection. Grandpa is still with me, albeit he is slowing down lately. We care for each other as a family should. Every Sunday we go to Margaret's grave together, bringing fresh flowers and updates on our lives. I tell her about my children, my profession, and the normal life I've created out of the ashes of our family's demise. Liam is scheduled for release in a few years. Given the gravity of his offenses, my lawyer says he will almost certainly be denied. Part of me hopes he has truly changed. Prison has given him boundaries that our parents never did. However, just in case, I have established an amazing security system. Because family trauma never truly goes away. You simply learn to live with it and construct something greater despite it. Every holiday, birthday, and family milestone bears the weight of what was and could have been. But I'm okay now. Really okay. I have the family I selected, the life I created, and the love I deserved, and sometimes the best retribution is simply living well in the face of all they tried to take away from you. The video I released years ago still circulates on occasion, serving as a viral reminder of how swiftly a family can shatter. People contacted me for updates, unable to believe it was true. I never respond. Even if the plot continues, that chapter is no longer open. Because that is what survival looks like. Not a dramatic conclusion, just a peaceful continuing. Getting up every day and deciding to be better than your past experiences. Creating love where there was disregard. Creating a family where there was only blood. And understanding that sometimes the best gift your parents can offer you is teaching you who you should not become. My parents secretly stole the $35,000 inheritance my grandfather left for me and used it on my sister's wedding and education. So I consulted lawyers. I, the 22-year-old male, need to get this off my chest because I don't know what to do anymore. My parents, Laura, 48, and David, 50, have been lying to me about money that was supposed to be mine, and I only found out the truth last week. First, some background information. My grandfather on my mother's side died 3 years ago, when I was 19. He was essentially a second father to me because my father worked long hours when I was growing up. Grandpa Henry taught me to fish, assisted me with my homework, and always made sure I had all I needed for school. He wasn't wealthy, but he saved what he could. Grandpa Henry assured me before he died that he would leave me some money in his will. He said that it was not a fortune, but it would help me get started in life. He wanted me to use it for education or even as a down payment on a house someday. The actual amount was meant to be $35,000, which felt like a lot of money to me at the time. Following the funeral, my parents handled all legal matters. They claimed the probate process would take time and that I should not worry about it. I was grieving and going through my sophomore year of college, so I trusted them to take care of everything. They informed me that the funds would be held in a special account until I graduated. Fast forward to last year. I graduated from college with a degree in accounting and found a decent job at a small corporation. I moved back in with my parents to save money while searching for my own place. That's when I began to inquire about the inherited money more carefully. My parents always offered me different justifications when I brought it up. First, it was still mired in legal concerns. Then it was invested in something that could not be touched. Then my mother explained that there were tax issues that needed to be resolved. I became suspicious, but I didn't want to believe my own parents would lie to me about anything like this. The true difficulty began 6 months ago, when my sister Sophie, a 25-year-old female, became engaged to Ryan, a 26-year-old man. Sophie has always been my parents' favorite, despite their attempts to hide it. She received a car for her 16th birthday, whilst I had to work part-time jobs to save up for mine. She attended a nice private college, but I attended a state school and borrowed money. My parents always claimed they were teaching me responsibility, but Sophie never had to be accountable for anything. When Sophie announced her engagement, my parents immediately began discussing how they would pay for such a large wedding. They threw around figures like $40,000 and $50,000 as if they were nothing. I knew my father earned a solid living as a plant supervisor, but that kind of spending seemed well out of reach. My mother worked part-time in a doctor's office, so their combined annual income was approximately $75,000. I asked my father how they could afford such an expensive wedding, and he became defensive. He said they'd been saving for years, and it was none of my business how they spent their money. That stung because I was still living in their house, paying $400 a month in rent and buying my own groceries most of the time. The wedding planning process lasted several months. My parents were continually attending meetings with caterers, photographers, and event coordinators. Sophie chose this beautiful garment, which cost $3,000. The reception hall alone cost $15,000. Every week there was a new expense that my parents readily consented to cover. Meanwhile, I kept inquiring about my inheritance money because I wanted to begin looking for an apartment. The rent in our region had skyrocketed, and I needed the money for a security deposit and furniture. Every time I inquired, my parents became more furious with me. My father started accusing me of being greedy and impatient. My mother advised me to focus on developing my profession rather than worrying about money I hadn't earned. That comment concerned me because the money was my grandfather's, not theirs. He worked hard his entire life to ensure that I had it. However, whenever I tried to explain this, my parents acted as if I were being unreasonable. Sophie had her wedding 3 weeks ago. It was exactly the type of extravagant occasion my folks had planned. The site was stunning, the food was costly, and there were more than 150 attendees. Sophie appeared joyful, and I attempted to be supportive despite my frustration with my own predicament. But something my Aunt Diane said at the reception got me thinking. She grabbed me aside and complimented my parents on their generosity in spending Henry's money on such a lovely wedding for Sophie. She stated Grandpa Henry would have enjoyed seeing his granddaughter so joyful on her special day. I wasn't sure what she meant at first. When I asked her to explain, she appeared puzzled. She claimed she assumed I was aware that my parents had used my inheritance money to pay for the wedding. She assumed I agreed to it as a gift for my sister. My stomach sank. I informed Aunt Diane I had no idea, and she realized she had said something inappropriate. She attempted to backtrack, but it was too late. She confirmed that my parents withdrew $35,000 from the account where my inheritance was housed and spent it on wedding expenditures. I spent the rest of the reception in a daze. I couldn't believe my parents would do something like this without first asking me. That money was explicitly left to me by my grandfather. They couldn't just spend family money as they wanted. When we arrived home that night, I faced my folks. I asked them directly if they had spent my inheritance money on Sophie's wedding. They initially tried to deny it, but when I mentioned what Aunt Diane had told me, they eventually accepted the reality. My mother burst into tears and explained that they had planned to repay me after Sophie's honeymoon. She stated they needed the money right away for wedding deposits, and they figured I wouldn't mind assisting my sister. My father was less apologetic. He stated that Sophie's wedding was more important than me finding an apartment right away, and that as a family, we should support one another. I inquired how they could make that decision without consulting me first. The money was not theirs to lend or give away. My father became enraged and told me that I was living in their house and barely contributing, therefore I should be grateful that they were managing my money appropriately. He stated spending it on Sophie's wedding was preferable to letting me waste it on an apartment that I couldn't truly afford anyway. That's when I understood they didn't mean to give me the money at all. They had always intended to use it for Sophie's wedding, and all of their reasons about legal and tax complications were nothing more than falsehoods to keep me quiet until after the wedding. I informed them that I needed my money back immediately. My mother explained that they no longer had it because it had been spent entirely on wedding expenditures. My father told me I was being selfish, that Sophie deserved a wonderful wedding after everything she had accomplished in her life. I questioned what I was supposed to have done that was less essential than Sophie's college degree and involvement. My father couldn't give me a straight answer. He just stated that Sophie had always been more responsible, and that they trusted her judgment more than mine. The talk concluded with my father informing me that if I didn't like how they handled things, I should find another place to live. My mother was still crying and promising to find a way to repay me someday, but she couldn't say when. I've been staying at my friend Jake's apartment for the past week as I decide out what to do. My parents have texted me a few times, indicating they want to talk, but I'm not sure what to say. They stole my inheritance money and spent it on my sister's wedding without my approval. They then lied to me about it for several months. Sophie called me yesterday, claiming she had no knowledge what had transpired. She claimed my parents told her they had saved up the money for her wedding, and she had no idea it was from my inheritance. She promised to repay me with the wedding gifts she and Ryan received, but it was only approximately $8,000 in cash and home stuff. I'm not sure whether I believe Sophie didn't know. She had to recognize that our parents couldn't afford a $45,000 wedding on their current income, but even if she didn't know, the damage had already been done. I've been thinking about speaking with a lawyer, but I'm not sure if I have any legal options. Despite the fact that the inherited money was meant to be held for me, it was in an account in my parents' names. I have no written agreement regarding when or how I was meant to receive it. My grandfather worked his entire life and saved that money just for me to have a better start than he did. My parents threw it away on Sophie's birthday, and now they're making me feel awful because I'm sad about it. I just need some guidance on what to do next. Should I try to work something out with my parents? Should I accept that they have shown me how much they appreciate me in comparison to Sophie? I can't afford to employ a lawyer on my current wage, and I'm not sure I want to sue my own family. But I can't get over the notion that they stared me in the eyes for months while lying to me about something so essential. How can I ever trust them again? Update 1. I can't believe how much support I received for my original post. Thank you to everyone who offered advice and shared similar experiences. I wish I had better news, but since my last post, things have become worse. After writing the first piece, I decided to attempt talking to my parents once again. I returned to their house when I knew Sophie would not be present, because I wanted to have an honest chat without her interfering. My mother answered the door and burst into tears as soon as she saw me. She continued expressing how sorry she was and how she never intended for things to become so messed up. My father was seated in his recliner, watching TV, and barely looked up as I entered. I sat down at the kitchen table with my mother and asked her to explain exactly what had happened to the money. She explained that after my grandfather died, the $35,000 was deposited into a joint account with both my parents and my names on it. The way things were set up, any of us could withdraw money without the other's approval. She stated that around 8 months ago, when Sophie became engaged, they began looking into wedding prices and discovered they couldn't afford what Sophie wanted. Sophie had her heart set on this particular venue and had previously paid a deposit with money she and Ryan had saved. But the remaining debt was far too much for my parents to handle. Sophie was growing anxious about having to cut back on her plans, so my father proposed they draw from my inheritance temporarily. The plan was that they would use the money for wedding deposits and then repay it before I needed it for an apartment. But then the wedding expenses continued rising. The catering bill was more than anticipated. Sophie decided she wanted live music rather than a DJ. The photographer's package was more pricey than they anticipated. My parents always convinced themselves that they would just borrow a bit more and figure out how to repay it later. By the time the wedding occurred, they had spent nearly the entire $35,000. My mother claimed she kept intending to tell me what was going on, but she was scared I'd become furious and want the money back right away. She figured if they could just get through the wedding, they'd have enough time to figure out a repayment plan. I asked her what this payback plan was intended to be, considering that they didn't have an extra $35,000 on hand. She admitted that they had not really thought it through. At that point, my father joined the conversation and stated that they hoped to repay me over time, perhaps $500 per month or so. I pointed out that at $500 per month, it would take them nearly 6 years to repay me, and that was assuming they could afford $500 a month on top of their usual expenses. My father became defensive and stated I should be more understanding of their financial condition. That's when I posed the question that had been bugging me the most. I questioned why Sophie's wedding was more important than the future my grandfather intended for me. My father stated Sophie worked well in college and deserved a great wedding. He stated I was only beginning out in my job and didn't need the money right away. I asked him why he was allowed to make that decision instead of me. That was my inheritance, not his. My grandfather left it to me particularly so that I may have possibilities that he never had. My father said that as parents, they knew what was best for the family as a whole. The conversation deteriorated from there. My mother repeatedly apologized and cried, but my father appeared to believe he had done nothing wrong. He claimed that families are supposed to help each other out, and that I was selfish for not wanting to contribute to Sophie's happiness. I informed them that I needed to view the bank statements for the account where my inheritance was housed. I wanted to know when the money was withdrawn and how it was used. My father declined, stating that it was none of my business because the account was also in their names. That's when I knew that talking to them wouldn't fix anything. They had made their decision, and they were not going to accept responsibility for it. I told them I needed time to think about what to do next and then departed. But the story does not stop there. My Aunt Diane phoned me 2 days following our talk. She stated she felt bad for accidentally revealing the truth at Sophie's wedding, and wanted to make sure I was aware of the entire scenario. It turns out that my grandfather discussed his plans for my inheritance with various family members prior to his death. He had expressly stated to Aunt Diane, my Uncle Frank, and my mother's sister Linda that the money was intended to assist me become established after college. He had even written a letter outlining his wishes, which my parents were intended to deliver to me along with the bequest. I never received a letter. When I asked my parents about it, my mother said she had no idea what I was talking about. Aunt Diane, on the other hand, claimed to have witnessed my grandfather handing over the letter to my parents at the hospital just before his death. Aunt Diane also said something that made my blood boil. Apparently my parents had been telling other family members that I was careless with money, which is why they had held on to my inheritance for so long. They warned me that if they gave it to me too soon, I'd waste it on dumb things. Several relatives had lauded my parents for their responsibility and concern for my best interests. My aunt claimed she never questioned it because my parents appeared to know what they were doing, and she figured they would give me the money when I was ready. She now recognized that my parents had been telling tales to justify holding my money while they planned how to spend it on Sophie. She was enraged, saying she hoped my grandfather was still alive to witness what they had done. The worst thing was that Sophie appeared to know more than she had previously revealed. Aunt Diane told me that at a family BBQ last summer, Sophie indicated to several people that our parents were helping her pay for the wedding using money from Grandpa Henry. She expressed gratitude that he was still able to participate to her special day, despite his absence. Sophie knew the money came from my grandfather, but she either didn't recognize it as my inheritance or didn't care. When I asked her about it, she said that she assumed the money was intended for me but didn't ask questions since she didn't want to make trouble. Sophie stated that she expected our parents to check with me before using the money, and when they did not express any problems, she assumed everything was all right. She stated she never meant to take anything away from me, and that she would go to any length to make things right. I asked her if she and Ryan would be willing to take out a loan to repay me the entire sum. Sophie said that they couldn't afford to take on so much debt right after getting married, especially because Ryan planned to return to school for his master's degree next year. She promised to give me the money from their wedding gifts again, but she stated it would take them years to save the rest. She offered that we work out a payment plan in which she and Ryan pay me back a small amount each month, along with whatever our parents could give. I told Sophie it wasn't good enough. My grandfather did not give me $35,000 with the intention of having me collect tiny payments from various family members over the next 5 years. He left me that money to spend whenever I needed it, which was right now. Sophie burst into tears, saying she never intended for all of this to happen. She stated that she loved me and did not want this circumstance to harm our relationship, but I informed her that the damage had already been done. She had benefited from money that was not hers, and now she was requesting that I take partial payments over several years rather than making it right away. I haven't communicated with my parents since our last conversation at their place. They've texted me multiple times wanting me to call them, but I don't see the point. They've made it obvious that Sophie's happiness comes first, even before my future or my grandfather's wishes. My mother left me a voicemail last week saying they had spoken with a financial consultant about taking out a home equity loan to repay me, but it would take several weeks to process and the interest rate would be quite high. She stated that they were willing to do whatever was necessary to repair our relationship. I'm not certain I believe them. They've already lied to me so many times that I can't believe anything they say. And even if they eventually repay me, it won't change the fact that they stole from me and lied about it for months. I've been staying with Jake and his roommates, but I can't do it indefinitely. I need to locate my own house, but without my inheritance money, I can't pay a security deposit and the first month's rent on anything nice. I'm practically back at square one, but now I don't have a family to rely on. Some individuals on my original post suggested I consult with a lawyer, so I did. The lawyer suggested I could have a case, but it would be expensive to pursue and the outcome was uncertain. Because the account was in both my parents' and my names, they had legal access to the funds, even though they weren't authorized to use it morally. The lawyer advised me that my best option would be to document everything and try to get my parents to admit in writing that they took the money without my authorization. Even so, a lawsuit would likely be more expensive than I could afford, and there is no assurance I would win. So I'm stuck. My parents took my inheritance. My sister benefited from it. And there isn't much I can lawfully do without spending money that I don't have. The saddest part is that they all keep telling me to get over it and go on with my life. But how am I expected to get over the reality that my own family was so unconcerned about my future that they would steal from me to pay for a party? How can I ever trust any of them again? Update 2. I need to update everyone on what's been going on because the situation has gotten even more convoluted. Some of you may recall that my parents mentioned that they were looking into a home equity loan to repay me. That fell through, but not for the reasons I anticipated. About 3 weeks ago, I received a call from my Uncle Frank, my father's brother. He claimed he needed to talk to me about something crucial regarding my grandfather's estate. I hoped he had discovered new facts that could assist me in recouping my losses. We met at a cafe near his workplace, and what he told me dramatically altered what I thought I understood about the situation. It turns out that my grandfather had planned more than just a $35,000 inheritance for me. Uncle Frank revealed that about 5 years before his death, my grandfather began placing money into a separate investment account designated for my schooling and future. This was in addition to the $35,000 he was scheduled to get from his normal savings. My grandfather's investing account had grown to about $60,000 by the time he died. The intention was that the $35,000 from his savings would be accessible to me immediately after graduation to assist me get started, while the investment money would be retained until I was 25 or married, whichever came first. My grandfather had informed Uncle Frank of this arrangement and urged him to ensure that everything was handled appropriately. But this is what made me sick to my stomach. My parents were aware of both accounts. They were meant to tell me about the investing account when I reached 25, which is 3 years away. But according to Uncle Frank, they had also been withdrawing money from that account. Uncle Frank stated that he had been receiving quarterly statements to his address since my grandfather preferred that someone other than my parents manage the investment account. When he reviewed the most current statement, he noted that there had been multiple substantial withdrawals during the previous 2 years. The account, which should have held nearly $60,000, suddenly contained less than $15,000. Uncle Frank confronted my parents about the missing money, and they acknowledged to using it to cover a variety of bills, including a portion of Sophie's wedding costs. I couldn't believe what I heard. Not only had my parents taken the $35,000 that was supposed to be mine right away, but they had also been taking from a larger account designated for my future. In total, they had taken nearly $80,000 that my grandfather had set aside specifically for me. Uncle Frank admitted that he regretted not paying closer attention to the account. He had trusted my parents to handle everything properly and merely examined the statements on occasion. He claimed if he had known what was going on, he would have intervened much sooner. When I contacted Uncle Frank about my legal possibilities, he stated it was tricky because my parents were named as trustees on the investment account. Technically, they had the ability to remove funds, but they were supposed to work in my best interests and in accordance with my grandfather's intentions. Uncle Frank stated that he had copies of all of the original documents my grandfather had signed when he established the accounts. There was a clear paper trail indicating that both accounts were meant for my benefit, not normal family costs or my sister's wedding. He promised to help me find a lawyer who would operate on a contingency fee basis, which meant I wouldn't have to pay until we won the case. He suggested the proof was sufficient enough that we might be able to recover not only the stolen funds, but also any interest or investment gains I had lost. All of this new information overwhelmed me, but it also made me angrier than I had ever been. My parents had not merely made a wrong judgment with my $35,000 inheritance. They had been steadily taking from me for years, lying to my face about it. I resolved to address them once more before contacting lawyers. I went to their residence with Uncle Frank and insisted that they explain how much money they had taken and how they had spent it. The conversation was nasty. Initially, my parents denied that they had touched the investment account. However, when Uncle Frank showed them the bank statements, they couldn't continue lying. My mother broke down and acknowledged that they had been withdrawing money from the investment account for nearly 2 years. She claimed it began when my father's hours were reduced at work, and they were having difficulty paying their mortgage. They promised themselves they'd repay it when things went better financially. However, instead of reducing their expenses or increasing their income, they continued to take more money as needed. They used it to pay for Sophie's senior year of college, a new roof for their home, and other costs. They were already too far into their relationship by the time Sophie proposed. My dad apologized less than my mother. He claimed they had made years of sacrifices to raise me and Sophie, and they deserved to benefit from my grandfather's money as well. He stated my grandfather would have wanted them to spend the money to keep the family secure and Sophie successful in life. That was when I lost it. I informed my father that he was a thief and a liar, and that he had no right to make judgments about money that was not his. My grandfather had trusted them to carry out his desires, but they had entirely broken that trust. My father was furious, accusing me of being disrespectful and ungrateful. He said they had done their best to raise me and Sophie, and I should be grateful for everything they had sacrificed for our family. He accused me of acting like a spoiled brat who believed he was entitled to everything. Uncle Frank stepped in at that point and told my father to stop talking. He claimed my parents had taken nearly $80,000 from their own son and had no right to behave as victims. He gave them 48 hours to come up with a plan to repay every dime, or he would assist me in taking them to court. My mother implored us not to involve lawyers. She claimed it would destroy the family, and Sophie did not deserve to have her marriage damaged by legal issues. She offered to find a way to repay me if I gave them some time. But I was finished giving them time. They had had years to do the right thing, but they decided to continue taking from me while making me feel bad for asking about my own money. I informed them that they had till the end of the week to move the remaining $15,000 from the investment account to an account with simply my name on it. I also requested a formal payment plan for the remaining $65,000 they had taken, with a schedule that did not span decades. My father stated that they could not raise so much money in such a short period of time. He stated that their house was already fully mortgaged and they were ineligible for any additional loans. He accused me of wanting to destroy their lives for money. I told him he had already ruined my life by snatching my future. The money my grandfather had saved was supposed to provide me with chances and security, but they had spent it on things that benefited themselves and Sophie instead. My parents finished the talk by claiming they needed time to think out what to do. Uncle Frank and I left, but not before he informed them that he would be monitoring all of my grandfather's remaining accounts to ensure that no more money was taken. That was 1 week ago. Sophie texted me yesterday, saying she and Ryan had decided to sell some of their wedding gifts and use their honeymoon savings to pay me back faster. She estimated that they could raise $15,000 immediately, and another $10,000 over the next 3 to 4 months. It's something, but not nearly enough to cover the total sum my parents took. And I'm not sure why Sophie and Ryan should have to give up their honeymoon and wedding gifts to rectify something my parents did. I haven't decided whether to accept Sophie's offer or insist on my parents figuring out how to repay me themselves. Part of me believes Sophie should accept some responsibility because she profited from the stolen money, but another part of me feels horrible that she's attempting to mend something she didn't cause. Uncle Frank found me a lawyer who will take the case on contingency. We have a meeting arranged for next week to review all of the materials and determine the best course of action. The lawyer believes we have a solid case, but she warns me that family cases can be very unpleasant and expensive. She explained that even if we win, there is no assurance that my parents will be able to pay the judgment. If they don't have enough assets to cover what they owe me, I may end up with a piece of paper stating that they owe me money but no manner of collecting it. I'm preparing myself for the potential that I'll never get my money back, regardless of what the courts decide. However, at this point, it is no longer just about money. It's about holding my parents accountable for their actions and ensuring they don't harm anyone else in the family. My grandfather worked his entire life and saved every dime he could so that I could have the possibilities he never had. My parents spent that present on themselves while lying to me for years. Even if I never see that money again, I cannot let them get away with what they did. Update 3. This will be my final update because the situation has reached a stage where I need to go on with my life, rather than always reflecting on what my parents did to me. The appointment with the lawyer went better than I anticipated. After going over all of the records Uncle Frank had collected, she was convinced we could win a lawsuit against my parents. The paper trail plainly demonstrated that my grandfather intended both accounts to benefit me, and my parents had broken their obligations as trustees by diverting the funds for personal gain. However, she did confirm what I had already assumed. Even if we won the court case, collecting the money would be practically impossible. After years of refinancing and taking out home equity loans, my parents' house has almost no equity. My father's job at the plant does not provide enough income to satisfy a significant judgment payment, and my mother's part-time employment barely pays her own needs. The lawyer estimated that legal fees would be about $20,000, even on a contingency basis, and we could end up paying more than we could ever recoup. She said the optimum conclusion would be a settlement in which my parents agreed to repay me over a lengthy period of time, but there was no guarantee they would be able to make those payments. After deliberating for a few days, I decided not to continue the lawsuit. I recognized that chasing my parents through court would not get me my money back and would only add to the stress and turmoil for everyone concerned. Uncle Frank expressed disappointment, but claimed he understood my decision. Instead, I resolved to concentrate on what I could actually influence. I utilized the remaining $15,000 in the investment account as a down payment on a tiny apartment across town. It isn't fancy, but it's mine, and I don't have to rely on others to provide a roof over my head. Sophie and Ryan ended up giving me approximately $12,000 after selling some of their wedding gifts and utilizing money they had saved for their honeymoon. I didn't ask them to do it, but Sophie said she couldn't appreciate the things because they were paid for with money that should have been mine. I was grateful, but it also saddened me that my sister felt responsible for correcting something our parents had done. My parents attempted to contact me several times after Uncle Frank and I confronted them. They wrote me long text messages apologizing and promising to find a way to repay me someday. My mother contacted me in tears, pleading with me to give them another chance to make things right. But I learned that their apologies were meaningless unless they were accompanied by meaningful behavior adjustments. They were sorry they were caught, but not enough to make genuine sacrifices to undo what they had done. If they had been willing to sell their home or take dramatic measures to repay me, I might have felt differently. Instead, they kept making excuses for why they couldn't come up with the money, expecting me to be sympathetic and patient. They wanted me to accept their apologies and continue our relationship without them genuinely repairing the damage they had done. I stopped replying to their texts approximately 3 weeks ago. I didn't make a big deal about going no contact or cutting them off permanently. I basically stopped responding to their attempts to communicate. They eventually quit trying. The most difficult thing has been dealing with other family members who think I'm being too harsh. A few relatives have advised me that family is more important than money and that I should forgive my parents for their mistakes. They act as if my parents accidentally spent a few $100s, rather than systematically stole about $80,000 over several years. Aunt Diane and Uncle Frank have supported my decision, but some family members have expressed concern that my grandfather would be dismayed to see the family squabbling over money. That upsets me since my grandfather would not be disappointed in me for advocating for myself. He would be upset in my parents for breaking their trust and stealing from their own kid. Sophie and I have managed to retain a relationship, but it has changed with time. She's been trying to act as if everything is normal between us, but I believe she feels bad about the whole incident. We text occasionally and have had coffee together, but we no longer discuss our parents or money. Ryan appears uncomfortable with me now, which I understand. He is married to Sophie, therefore he is unintentionally caught up in this family turmoil. I don't blame him for anything that happened, but I don't expect him to take sides against his new wife's family. Work has been going well, and I've been working extra hours whenever they're available. I'm saving money more aggressively now since I know I can't rely on others to help me create my future. It's not the way I had hoped to begin adulthood, but at least I know I'm doing it my way. I occasionally think of my grandfather and wonder what he would say about all of this. I like to think he'd be proud of me for sticking up for myself and refusing to allow my folks walk all over me. He constantly told me that a person's character is revealed via how they treat others when no one is looking. My parents revealed their true character when they believed they could get away with stealing from me. The $27,000 I was able to collect is not the $80,000 my grandfather intended for me to have, but it is something. More importantly, I realize that I am stronger than I thought I was, and that I do not require my parents' approval or support to succeed in life. I'm not saying I'll never talk with my parents again, but whatever future relationship we may have will be on my terms. They betrayed my trust in the worst way possible, and they have showed no genuine commitment to regaining it. Until that changes, and if it does, I'm better off without them in my life. Some may see that as cold or unforgiving, but I don't. I'm simply protecting myself from those who have already demonstrated their willingness to lie to and steal from me when it suits them. That is not the type of relationship I want with anyone, family or not. I'm 22 years old, and I'm starting anew without the financial assistance my grandfather desired. It's going to be more difficult than it should have been, but at least I'm doing it honestly, and I can sleep at night knowing I haven't damaged anyone else in order to advance. This is more than I can say about my parents. My family was too broke for my birthday while my sister got a lavish party, but when a college honored me, they suddenly came crawling back. I'm William Carter, the oldest child. 24-year-old certified welder who is the first in his family to complete a vocational program. You'd think that would elicit a nod or a group embrace. Nope. When I passed my certification exam, my mother texted me. "Oh, that is cool. Please let us know if you need a new lunchbox." Smiling face with smiling eyes. They assumed I was still the child who failed to RSVP to his own prom, not the guy who could design a structural beam in under 30 seconds. My sister Lily might receive applause for sneezing. 2 years younger, 4 shades blonder, and endowed with the type of star student energy that my parents breathed like secondhand smoke. Growing up, she had a whole shelf of participation awards. I had a drawer full of receipts for part-time jobs, groceries, gas, and steel-toed boots. She took dance instruction. By the age of 15, I had a mop and was working on Sundays at Smiley's Car Wash. It was not jealousy. It was erosion. One missed moment at a time. When my 18th birthday rolled around, my mother announced, "We're skipping gifts this year, budgeting's tight." But 2 months later, Lily had a full-fledged Sweet 16 party with a chocolate fountain and a bounce house. A bouncy house. I didn't inform them when I passed my welding certification at 16, following 3 years of night classes and double shifts. I just grabbed myself a burger and fries, sat in the work van, and let the silence suffice. At least Ratchet, my rescued mutt, wagged his tail as if I had won the lotto. So, when Lily's college graduation rolled around, I didn't anticipate a big deal. I wasn't even expecting a medium bargain. However, what I witnessed was a 5-act play with food. Dylan, our relative with a constantly backward cap and a podcast that nobody listens to, shared a slideshow on Instagram. The subtitles read like a press release. "Lily made it. We are so proud of our valedictorian queen." There they all were. Mom, Dad, Aunt Linda, Uncle Peter, and even Great Aunt Ruth, whose last reported movement was in 2014. They were all clinking glasses in the garden, with matching t-shirts, monogrammed napkins, and a cake taller than my apartment's fridge. I blinked, scrolled, and waited. Mom finally sent me a text. "We will celebrate yours later, Red Art. I'm really proud of you." Number when? No telephone call. Just the classic later that never comes. I glanced at my cracked phone screen, sitting alone in my studio apartment above a hardware store. Ratchet snoozing next to me like a gremlin in a dog bed. The spaghetti I microwaved had become cold. I did not want the glitter or the cake. I wanted to be seen. The next morning, I pulled on my grease-stained boots, threw a breakfast burrito in my face, and left for work. We were short a worker, so I worked the entire shift on the industrial pipe job, welding through heat and metal fumes. It was exhausting but made sense. Unlike family. 3 weeks have passed. There was no word, no follow-up, no, "Hey, let's celebrate now." Not even a, "How's work?" from anyone. It was as if I had developed an allergy to group conversations. Dylan appeared unexpectedly at my workplace. He didn't text or call, he simply drove up in his beat-up Toyota, sunglasses on, as if he were filming a documentary. I was piling metal rods into the truck bed when he approached and said, "Dude, you're not going to believe what I just got asked." I wiped sweat from my brow and gave him the same expression I give failing soldering equipment. "This should not be about a podcast episode." He grinned. "Nope, it's about you." And that's when it all began. I squinted at Dylan as if the sun itself were suspicious. "You're saying someone asked you to talk to me?" "Technically, they asked if you'd be available," Dylan explained, raising his brow as if it made a difference. "But yeah." I folded my arms and leaned on the truck's bed. My shirt was half saturated with sweat. Ratchet, who I occasionally bring to work, glanced up from the shade under the trailer, as if he too was braced for disappointment. "Okay, spit it out. Am I being drafted or kidnapped?" Dylan appeared overly enthusiastic about someone delivering a message. "So, this guy I know, Victor," he said. "He is on the board of the technical college downtown. They're doing this new trades campaign, build the future or something like that. And they're looking for people to feature, like real grads who came up through the grind, not some guy holding a clipboard in a suit pretending to know what a rivet gun is." I blinked. "And you give them my name?" "Well, I showed them your Instagram video, where you were replacing that broken water line in the rain. You resembled a welding god." "That wasn't rain," I mumbled. "It was a burst pipe, and I had bronchitis for a week after." "Exactly. Real grit. They loved it. They want to meet you. Said your story is authentic. They're tired of showing white collars holding blueprints. They want the guy who actually does it." I stared at him, then slowly looked over my shoulder, as if there was another William behind me. One that mattered more. I said, "Wait." With a dry voice. "Let me guess. They're offering me exposure, right? Maybe a pizza coupon." Dylan cracked a joke. "No, dude. There's a stipend. Like $2,000. Plus, they'll feature you on all the college's ads, posters online, maybe even a billboard if they raise the budget." I hadn't noticed, my inner monologue quickly joined in. They want to put my name out there, literally and publicly, which, ironically, was something my own family never did. I glanced down at my grease-stained boots. The tools clinked behind me as the other guys loaded up. The idea seemed absurd. Me. A walking afterthought at every holiday dinner. Being asked to represent something. "What's the catch?" I inquired, half laughing, half serious. "No catch. They just want to meet you first. See if you're comfortable on camera. You just share your story. Maybe do some shots of you welding. Talking about your journey. Show people that not every success story wears a tie." I didn't respond promptly. Instead, I reached for my thermos, took a long drink of lukewarm coffee, and reflected about my graduation. I just stood there alone in a half-empty auditorium, holding my rolled-up certificate. No one applauded or cheered my name. And now some strangers want to place me on a billboard. I cleared my throat. "Fine," I said. "I'll go to the meeting. But if this turns out to be a pyramid scheme for selling toolboxes to grandmothers, I'll weld your door shut." Dylan smiled as if he had just pulled off a magic act. "Deal. And believe me, this is going to be massive." The meeting was held 2 days later at the community college's main building. I'd never been there before. My welding program was located across town in a renovated warehouse that smelled of rust, perspiration, and accomplishment. This place had espresso machines and potted plants. Dylan had to counsel me on not showing up in my work boots. I wore pants and the nicest polo I possessed, which still had a fading bleach mark at the sleeve. I entered that meeting room feeling like a construction worker at a yacht club. But they greeted me as if I were a headline speaker. The campaign coordinator, Naomi, posed thoughtful questions. Victor, the board member, had already learned half of my tale via Dylan. They inquired about my shifts, training, and what I wish people knew about trade labor, and I did not sugarcoat anything. I told them about working late, choosing tools over textbooks, and seeing my sister receive standing ovations for honors I had no idea existed as I patched up rusted plumbing in a basement that smelled like damp carpet and regret. They listened. When I finished, Naomi smiled and added, "We'd be honored to feature you." That night I sat in my apartment with Ratchet curled up next to me. I gazed at the email they sent, confirming the campaign timeline. One statement stood out. "We'll reveal the campaign at the summer commencement ceremony." My stomach flipped. Summer has begun. The same one that my cousin Dylan was attending. My family planned to attend the same ceremony again for someone else. But this time, it was not about them. It was about me. I almost backed out on the first day of filming. I arrived with oil still under my fingernails. Naomi assured me that was great realism, carrying a clipboard as the cameraman set up beside a stack of steel beams. They recorded me welding, sweating, grinding through sparks, and talking about things I'd never expressed aloud. For example, I used to sneak back into the house after 3 a.m. In high school, I worked janitorial shifts, stepping over loose floors to avoid waking up anyone. Or how my father once told a family dinner that I was taking a gap year while I was actually working 60 hours a week moving timber on a construction site. The crew didn't interrupt, no phony tears, just nodding and listening. Naomi also had me conduct a sit-down interview. There was no rehearsing, no script, simply questions like, "What kept you going?" And, "What do you wish people knew about this path?" I answered honestly. I wanted to be useful. Even if no one applauded, it was necessary. The camera did not wink, neither did Naomi. Then came the question that threw me off guard. "Do your family know you're part of this campaign?" I choked back tears. "Not really," I replied. "They know I work, but not that I'm proud of it." She smiled softly and scrawled something down. "They will." Over the next week, they recorded more of my workshop, the worn boots outside my entrance, and Ratchet wagging his tail like a four-legged mascot. They even captured a time-lapse of me erecting a unique metal railing that I created from scratch. It all felt less like a production, and more like a peculiar form of therapy, as if I had been hushed in lowercase letters my entire life. And now, I'm being written in bold. But I didn't tell anyone. Nor my mother, nor my father, and not Lily. Especially not Lily. I didn't hide it out of spite. Not precisely. I just didn't want to give them the opportunity to downplay it, which they would. If I told them I was going to be featured at a commencement ceremony, they'd probably think, "Oh, how nice for a trade thing." If I mentioned the billboard, the response would be, "Really? You're not joking." So I didn't say anything. Allow them to celebrate Dylan's graduation as if it were another family coronation. Allow them to pose in their pastel clothes and share captions regarding legacy and future leaders. Meanwhile, I continued to show up to work, taking Naomi's calls, approving headshots, checking quotes, and witnessing my name transition. From an email subject line to a flyer mock-up to a full banner design. Naomi called one afternoon to check the final details. "We'll reveal the new Build the Future campaign at the opening of the commencement ceremony. Your face will be on the main screen during the intro along with your quote." I took a break. "What quote?" she said, laughing. "The one you gave us. The thing about wanting to be useful, even if nobody clapped. It hit hard in editing. You'll see." Mom sent me a group text the night before the ceremony. "I'm excited for Dylan's big day tomorrow. Everyone remembers to wear blue, with a cheerful face and eyes." I stared at it for a time. Blue, the same color I wore when I moved out, when I skipped my own graduation and ate drive-through tacos in the parking lot. I considered simply answering, "See you there," but I didn't. Not yet. I simply smiled, turned off my phone, lay out my cleanest pants, polished my boots, and printed the email Naomi supplied with my official badge and parking pass. This time, I was not sneaking in. This time, I received an invitation. The morning of the event, I arrived early. It's too early. The auditorium lobby smelled like cheap cologne and new diploma covers. Staff were still pasting signs on folding tables, organizing name tags, and testing microphones. Naomi waved at me and handed me a badge with my name on it. Only my name. Not Lily's brother. Not +1. Simply William Carter in bold. "Are you ready?" she said. "Born ready?" I inquired, before panicking and adding, "I mean sure." She laughed and handed me a tiny envelope. "After your feature plays, we'll bring you backstage. The dean wants to give you a quick thank you. They're adding your quote to the college website." I didn't see it. "What? Like permanently?" "Yep," she commented. "With your face next to it." I slid the envelope into my jacket pocket as if it were made of glass. Around 9:45 a.m., people began to arrive, including parents dressed in suits and friends clutching bouquets. Every fourth individual carried balloons. I located a seat at the back. Not concealed, but quiet. Naomi informed me they'd be featuring me after the video anyhow, so I might as well enjoy the show. At 10:02, I spotted them. My family. Mom dressed in her regular modest church glam gown, complete with pearls. Dad wore a blazer that I hadn't seen since his unsuccessful HOA campaign. And Lily, her hair flawlessly curled, held an iced latte as if it were a part of her hand. They did not see me. Not that they were looking. They took seats closer to the front, 2 rows behind the graduates. Dylan stood close, taking selfies as if he were going to perform at Coachella. He pointed to the large "Welcome Graduates" banner and muttered something that made Lily laugh so hard she tilted her cup. I just watched. And maybe for a brief minute, I felt the familiar pit in my gut. The one who murmured, "This isn't your crowd. This isn't your day." The lights dimmed, and everything changed. A spotlight illuminated the stage. The announcer, a faculty member with a voice suitable for morning radio, welcomed everyone to the summer commencement ceremony. "As we honor this year's graduates, we'd like to spotlight the stories that don't usually make the front page. The modest accomplishments, the unsung builders, the hands that literally shape our world." My spine straightened. "Today," the narrator continued, "we launch our new campaign, Build the Future, featuring someone who reminds us what determination looks like, even when nobody's watching." The screen flashed, music played, and then my face emerged. Not a selfie. Not a grainy phone photo. A clear cinematic shot of me welding in slow motion, sparks flying, my eyes hidden behind the mask. My quote below. "I just wanted to be useful, even if no one clapped." There was silence in the room. Then more clips. Time-lapse video showing me constructing the railing, mending a burst pipe in the rain, and lifting a welding mask with sweat on my brow. It cut to an interview tape of me talking about working night jobs in high school and how trade school was not a backup plan, but rather the plan. The video concluded with the campaign's tagline, "Build the future in every way that matters." When the lights came back on, there was a moment of silence before applauding. Big, genuine, and loud applause. People began turning. A staff member went forward and asked, "William Carter, could you please stand?" I stood, anxieties kicking like mule in my chest, but I stood. My cousin Dylan's mouth literally dropped open. I saw it from across the auditorium. My father leaned in toward my mother, apparently muttering something with a frown. Lily stared at me as if I were some stranger who had photobombed her graduation party. The applause continued going. People who had never met me applauded. My own relatives simply stared. Naomi smirked as I moved into the backstage hallway. "Your family didn't know?" "Nope," I told them. "Damn," she said quietly, almost proud. "That's one hell of a reveal." Backstage smelt like coffee, fresh paper, and a faint hint of tense sweat. I followed Naomi down a narrow hallway crowded with event staff. Someone gave me a thumbs up. Another brought me a bottle of water with a wink, as if I'd won something. I don't think I'd ever received that many congratulations in a single minute before. We entered a side room, and the dean, a tall, silver-haired guy with a voice like smooth gravel, shook my hand as if I had just returned from battle. "William Carter," he said kindly. "It's an honor to meet the face of our future." I wanted to contradict him and say I was just a welder who happened to be in front of a TV crew, but instead I nodded, smiled, and said, "Thanks. This means a lot." He handed me a printed version of the campaign poster, with my quotation and name placed under the headline. "We'll be putting this up in the main hallway for the fall semester," he told me. "You've already had students asking about the welding program." I hadn't noticed. "Seriously?" he asked, smiling. "Your story is important. Never forget that." 15 minutes later, I sneaked back into the lobby. The ceremony was still going on, with alphabetical names called out in waves, but the hallway was packed with early exiters, bored siblings, and caffeine-deprived parents. Lily stood near the exit, like a glitch in the Matrix. Alone. I'm holding a mostly empty iced latte, and glancing at a promotional poster attached to a display board. My poster. When I stopped a few steps away, she didn't glance up. "Looks better in print," I commented. She turned slowly. For a little moment, her countenance remained unchanged. That poised, magazine cover calm she had always worn. Then it cracked slightly, allowing a question to emerge. "You didn't tell anyone?" "Nope." She blinked. "Why?" I shrugged. "I figured it was just a trade thing. Nothing worth toasting." Lily opened her mouth, then closed it. Her jaw flexed. She looked at the poster again. "I didn't know you were doing stuff like this because you didn't ask." The remarks were honest, not spiteful, and it seemed to hit harder. "I'd always thought you were, doing okay," she told me. "I was. But this? You're practically on a screen in front of everyone." "Yeah, weird, right?" she exclaimed, taking a brief breath. Not quite a chuckle and not quite a sigh. Then without looking at me she remarked, "Mom looked like she saw a ghost. I'm surprised she didn't claim I photoshopped it." This actually made me giggle. Quiet. Almost guilty. We stood there for a second. Not as enemies. Not quite like siblings either. Just folks who grew up in the same house but never really shared a narrative. "I didn't mean to make it a thing," I told you. "You didn't," Lily answered. "We did." I nodded. "Anyway," she continued, "it was cool. You looked like you." That was the most genuine compliment I had ever received from her. I wasn't even sure what to do with it. So I just muttered, "Thanks." As I began to walk by her, I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. Mom and Dad were loitering near the vending machines, conversing, checking their phones, and staring up at the poster as if it had committed a personal offense. They didn't approach or wave, just stood there in their awkward little cluster. And for the first time in my life, their silence did not make me feel small. I felt solid. They may have approached me. They could have said, "Congratulations," or "We are proud of you," but they did not. I didn't need them to. I had something better now. Proof. And peace. By the time I came home, my phone resembled a punching bag employed by the notification gods. I had 38 unread texts, a dozen missed calls, and 3 Instagram tags from people I hadn't spoken with since high school gym class. I was expecting a few awkward, "Wow, you looked clean" messages. Instead, I opened Naomi's direct message first. "Videos live already. 9.2K views in the first hour. You brought it. Fire." I followed the directions. There I was. "Put your mask down." Welding torch in hand. Molten sparks flash across the screen like fireflies in a storm. The comments section provided more than just support. It was validation. My brother needed to hear this. This is what kids should see more of. He gets it. Real work. True tale. I do not even weld. And it hit hard. One even stated, "I hope his family is proud," which made my soul laugh out loud. Then came the group chat tsunami. Family redart. 18 members, lighted up like a slot machine. Mom. "Why didn't William tell us?" We were very astonished. Dad. "I just saw it. You seemed respectable." I didn't expect that level of polish. Lily. "You're quite famous now, LOL. Can I say that I know you?" Then came the flood of extended family members reacting as if they had just discovered Bigfoot in their garden. Uncle Peter. "Wait, is that our William from the college video?" Aunt Linda. "You should have told us. We would have clapped more loudly." Cousin Megan said, "Oh my God, I cried." My co-workers also saw it, and of course Mom's pièce de résistance. "We're planning a small dinner to celebrate you this weekend. Just family." Ah yes, just family. The same group that skipped my trade school graduation and live-streamed Lily's from the back of a rented party limo. Suddenly they were laying down the red carpet for some takeout pizza and guilt appetizers. Hard pass. I did not respond. Not right away. Instead I reshared the official campaign post Naomi had tagged me in, which included my quote and banner image. There's no caption, just a hammer and a flame. The likes started trickling in, then flowing, and finally overflowing. Old classmates I hadn't spoken to in years, some of whom used to sneer at me for wearing work boots to school, were now reacting with fire and flex biceps emojis. One man I hardly knew DM'd, "Bro, I showed this to my dad. He said, 'You speak for all of us.'" Another person said, "You made welding look noble." Then, humorously, I received a note from my old chemistry teacher. "Oh, and I knew you would go far. Please let me know if you would want to come talk to my class." I almost responded, "You once called me a distraction with a wrench." But I let it go. Growth or anything. That night Lily texted me separately. "So, are you doing more of these?" I responded simply, "They asked me to appear on a panel next semester." After a few minutes, she said, "That's actually amazing. I believe you found your thing." Then, "It's crazy. We hadn't even realized." Didn't you realize? No. They did not. Because they never asked. They were too busy applauding for caps and gowns to notice the guy wearing welding gloves and working night shifts. Mom messaged again before bed. "Don't forget, we're planning Sunday dinner for your big day. Please let us know if that works." It's funny how a stranger's applause reminds people of your name and makes them want to host dinners. I stared at the message for a moment. Then I muted the chat. I had one more thing to complete before going to bed. I opened the marketing video again. I watched the line play and all I wanted was to be useful, even if no one clapped. Then I said to no one. Turns out they clap eventually after everyone else does first. I wasn't actually intending on attending the meal. But Sunday arrived and something inside me said, let them sit with it. Let them see you now. Not the packaged version. So I showed up. Clean jeans, a black button-up. Nothing flashy, just crisp enough to be unrecognizable to the version of myself that they used to mock. Ratchet stayed home. Even he did not deserve this kind of second-hand disgrace. When I pulled into the driveway, the first thing I saw was a sad little "Congratulations William" banner hanging over the porch light. It was obviously a remnant from Lily's celebration. Same typeface and colors. They just taped over her name. If you looked closely enough, you might see a faint B beneath the O classic. Inside, the living room smelled of store-bought lasagna and worry. The whole family was present. Mom, Dad, Lily, Uncle Peter, and even Aunt Linda, who hadn't spoken to me since she discovered me using the garage fridge as a child. They all smiled like performers who had just realized the director was sitting in the front row. Mom hugged me in what seemed like a job interview. "William, look at you." "Yes," I replied. "I know. I cleaned it up." Dad patted me on the back. "Big man on campus, huh?" "It wasn't a campus," I responded calmly. "Just a stage. But close." We sat down at the table. Paper dishes, generic Coke, and a store-bought cake with "You did it" inscribed in red icing, as if someone had forgotten what it was. The discomfort was thick enough to spread on toast. Then Mom raised her glass, a single cup of sparkling cider. "To William," she added cheerfully, "for making us proud. We always knew he had it in him." Everyone grinned. Everyone but me. I took a sip of water and did not say anything. Because no, they did not always know. They did not applaud when I passed my certification exam. They did not upload images after I was hired full-time. They did not show up when I graduated from trade school with perfect attendance. Strangers were sharing my video, and academics were repeating my name, so they knew. As supper progressed, Linda attempted to strike up a conversation. "So, do you think you'll be on more billboards?" "No idea," I replied. "But I have 2 crews inquiring about contract work." "Wow," she exclaimed, clearly surprised. Lily leaned in, saying, "That's impressive. So, what do you actually do now?" I asked, smiling slowly. "Turns out I can make sparks fly." She rolled her eyes but did not answer. Toward the end of the lunch, Dad finally addressed the question he had plainly been storing for. "So what's next for you, son?" I wiped my mouth, laid my fork down, and responded, "I've got meetings lined up for a local partnership, and I'm thinking about opening my own fabrication space by winter." Dead quiet. Mom blinked. "Your own, what now?" "Shop," I replied. "Business license, client list, custom work. You know, a real job." None of them laughed. Nobody breathed, so I pulled away from the table and stood up. "I appreciate the effort," I murmured, indicating vaguely toward the cake. "But I've got an early morning. Welding doesn't wait." I started to leave, but not before looking squarely at Mom. "You know," I remarked with a smile, "Lily's celebration featured a band. You might have at least recruited someone with a trumpet." I went away. Let's just say the look on their faces was more than worth a toast. I didn't hear anything from the family in the week after that supper. No follow-ups. No "so proud of you" texts. The group discussion contained only a few awkward emoji reactions and one unconnected photo of Linda's new dog. But that Friday was when the time occurred. I was standing in the campus lobby, waiting to meet Naomi about the forthcoming panel, when Dylan strode in, camera bag slung over his shoulder, sunglasses on like he was ready for the press. We established eye contact. He stopped and, attempting to be casual, said, "Hey man, big week, huh?" "Yeah," I replied. "Guess so." "You, really surprised people." I responded with a wink. "You too?" "People didn't expect you to be so quiet." He chuckled nervously and murmured, "Yeah, well, catch you later." He continued to go. I did not ask about the panel. Did not mention the video. But I knew he had seen it. They all did. Later that night I received a notification. Cousin Jason, who recorded part of the graduation on his phone, had uploaded a selfie on Instagram. I clicked without thinking. He was standing in front of the college's main hall. Behind him, the new campaign banner, "Build the Future," featuring William Carter, hung in large lettering. And immediately under the name was the quote, "I just wanted to be useful, even if no one clapped." In the photo, I'm next to Jason. Not posed or intended. Just me, standing nearby, hands in my pockets, staring at the banner, as if I still couldn't believe it was real. But Jason's caption sealed the deal. Didn't expect to see my name up there. No hashtags, no emojis, simply raw, unpleasant honesty. And that spoke louder than any toast could. Within an hour, others began sharing it. Friends, classmates, previous teachers, and a couple of my clients even submitted screenshots, asking if I was the guy in the banner. And the best part, I didn't post anything. I did not explain. I did not elucidate. I did not tag or humble brag. I simply let them see it, allow them to sit with it. Let them know that I didn't need a stage to be proud. I just needed some space to make my own. So I did. Quietly, fully, without requiring applause. They can toast all they want now. But I had already raised a glass to myself. I fought for my country, yet my parents betrayed me with an eviction threat. So I bought a house, exposed my sister, and became their landlord. This happened approximately 18 months ago, and I'm still understanding how completely nuclear things went. Buckle up, because this gets really wild, and the vengeance is beyond satisfying. Before we get started, a little bit about myself. I'm 26 years old, served in the Army as an infantryman for 4 years, and was sent twice to Afghanistan during some really tough periods. I returned to Colorado Springs to help my family get back on their feet while I sorted out my next career move. My father had been battling with reduced hours at his supervisory position at the local steel factory. Mom worked part-time in a pricey shop downtown. And my younger sister Kayla was searching for herself after dropping out of community college for the third time. Working construction during the day had me completely exhausted. Concrete workers performing commercial pours. Probably the most physically demanding profession you can imagine, yet it pays well at $28 per hour when overtime is factored in. Then I'd hurry across town to work midnight security shifts on this enormous tech campus 3 nights a week at $18 per hour. Between both jobs, I was earning around $4,200 per month before taxes, which isn't a lot, but it was good money, especially because I was living at home and was constantly helping with groceries and utilities without being asked. Or so I thought. That's how it worked. It was a Thursday night in March when my entire world turned upside down. I'd just gotten home from what could have been the most difficult 12-hour concrete pour of my whole career, and I was completely buried in dust and cement. My shoulders ached so much that I could barely lift my arms. All I wanted was a hot shower and some leftover pizza from the refrigerator. Instead, there was an official-looking letter laying on my dinner plate, similar to a court summons or eviction notice. Ethan Carter. Typed in full capital letters and properly centered on nice cream-colored paper. There was no return address, no personal handwriting, and no indication that this was from a family member. Dad was sitting opposite from me, looking through his phone and purposely avoiding eye contact. Mom was cleaning dishes with extreme attention and concentration, as if she was attempting to scrub the pattern off the plates. These should have served as big warning flags that something horrible was about to happen. I ripped open the envelope with my unclean hands and nearly choked on my water when I saw what was inside. Monthly housing agreement effective April 1, 2023. Monthly base rent, $1,200. Utilities and internet, $350. Food household contribution, $250. Total monthly payment, $1,800. Payment due date, 1st of each month. Late fee, $100 assessed after 5th day of month. At the very bottom, in bold letters, failure to comply with this agreement will result in 30-day eviction notice being served. I sat there staring at this contract for what felt like 10 minutes, trying to absorb what I was witnessing. My brain couldn't believe that my own parents had drafted an official rental agreement to charge me for residing in my childhood bedroom. What the heck is this supposed to be? I eventually managed to inquire. Dad eventually caught my gaze with a very serious businesslike attitude. It's time you started paying your fair share around here, son. You're 26 years old, with steady employment and regular income. My fair share? I asked, holding up the paper as if it were evidence in court. $1,800 per month for my childhood bedroom that still has Pokemon posters on the walls and a twin bed from middle school. The market rate for a private room in this area averages around $1,200 per month, Mom said, still aggressively scrubbing the same plate she'd been working on for 5 minutes straight, plus utilities, internet, and food contributions. We're actually giving you a significant family discount when you think about it. I gazed around the dining table, disbelieving and angry. So, where exactly is Kayla's official rental agreement? Did that somehow get lost in the mail or something? The room was completely silent. Kayla is going through a very important transitional period in her life right now, Dad responded deliberately, as if he had prepared this statement. She's working extremely hard on building her online business venture and establishing her brand. Her online business venture, right? What he really meant was that she was making insane sums of money on OnlyFans and Instagram, uploading explicit photographs and videos for lonely guys while living rent-free at our parents' property. I had personally witnessed the regular delivery of expensive shopping bags to our front door. She bought a brand new BMW with cash last month. The pricey professional ring lighting and camera equipment that had been permanently installed in her room, taking nearly half of the space. Meanwhile, I spend more than 60 hours every week, performing manual labor that is literally ruining my body joint by joint. And they want to charge me more than most people do for real one-bedroom flats in good complexes with pools and gyms. This is completely insane, I responded, doing my best to keep my voice calm and controlled. I've been helping with groceries, utilities, household expenses, basically everything around here without even being asked to contribute. That was voluntary assistance that you chose to provide, Mom said in a harsh, businesslike tone that I had never heard her employ before. This is an official rental arrangement with clear terms and expectations. But Kayla doesn't contribute anything at all. She orders expensive food delivery every single day, uses more electricity than the rest of us combined with all her equipment, and I've never seen her buy groceries or pay for anything. Kayla's situation is completely different, Dad stated firmly. She's investing in her future and building something meaningful. That night, I laid in my twin bed, the same bed I'd been in since 7th grade, staring at the ceiling and trying to understand this complete betrayal by my own family. I had served my country honorably for 4 years. I've worked my tail off every day since returning home. Never requested handouts or preferential treatment. Always donated without being asked. And this is how my own parents chose to honor my loyalty, sacrifice, and dedication to assisting them. I opened my laptop and started a new Excel document called Financial Documentation, Carter Family Exploitation Analysis.xlsx. If they wanted to play hardball business games with their own kid and treat me like a tenant rather than a family member, I'd show them what proper strategic planning and paperwork looked like. The first month of paying that absurd extortion fee nearly broke me financially and emotionally. After taxes, the necessary $1,800 monthly payment, plus basic living expenditures such as petrol and auto insurance, I had about $600 left over for the rest of my life. I immediately began meal prepping nothing but rice and beans as if I were back in basic training, ceased hanging out with my army pals and old acquaintances, and took literally every extra shift available at both jobs. But here's something the military teaches you very well. Always gather comprehensive and accurate intelligence before making any tactical maneuvers against your opponent. So that is exactly what I began doing with fanatical precision. I began meticulously chronicling everything that happened in that house. Every single utility bill I could sneakily snap when no one was looking. Every shopping receipt from when I purchased food for the household. Kayla would purchase $80 worth of quality sushi delivery through DoorDash almost every day. Every Amazon shipment sent to her, sometimes 4 or 5 every day without exaggeration. What I uncovered during this rigorous examination caused my blood pressure to spike. Our house was a rather simple 1,400 square foot ranch-style property in a nice, but certainly not luxurious neighborhood. I spent many hours researching comparable rental homes online. In the same location, entire 2-bedroom apartments with swimming pools, fitness centers, and modern appliances cost between $1,400 and $1,600 per month. My own parents charged me $1,800 for a single bedroom with shared bathroom access, and no privacy at all. However, that was far from the most frustrating aspect of the issue. Because I work in construction, I am familiar with talented tradespeople in almost every industry. My coworker from the job site installs and repairs HVAC systems and has worked on several houses in our area in recent years. During our lunch break one day, I casually inquired about the average utility expenses for homes similar to ours. Electric should be running you maybe $150 to $200 maximum during peak summer months. Gas, probably around $100 during winter, he told me with a smile. Internet's probably another $80 to $90. Why are you asking about this stuff? I was meant to be paying $350 per month for electricity and internet in a little house that should have cost approximately $300 altogether. Then there was the entire food contribution trick they were pulling on me. I began keeping extremely comprehensive records of what I actually ingested versus what Kayla burned through on a regular basis. She ordered costly delivery food almost every day, premium Thai food, high-end sushi, fancy organic salad shops that charge $18 for lettuce and vegetables, and specialty coffee beverages that cost more than my entire lunch budget. The groceries that I had purchased for the household would vanish overnight because she would continually call her equally parasitic pals over to loot our refrigerator and pantry as if they owned the place. I was paying $250 per month for food contributions, whereas she was easily spending $600 or more per month on delivery expenses alone. Money that clearly wasn't coming from any genuine employment or her mysterious transitional period budget, as my parents kept mentioning. The exact breaking point that pushed me over the line was when I watched her Instagram post showing off a brand new $3,000 Louis Vuitton purse, professionally posed with professional lighting and captioned, "Treating myself. Dr. Blessed, Dr. Entrepreneur, Dr. Boss Babe, Dr. Living My Best Life." That night I engaged in some serious internet detective work that was perhaps not quite legal. I managed to locate her OnlyFans account. Yes, it was as upsetting and disgusting as you could imagine seeing your own sister like that. I also used some basic arithmetic to estimate her actual monthly earnings. Based on her subscriber numbers, premium content rates, posting frequency, and the tips I saw, this lady was easily earning between $15,000 and $20,000 per month. Let me repeat that statistic so it sinks in. My sister earned more money in 1 month than I did in 5 months of physically demanding construction job that was ruining my body. And I was the family member who was charged rent to live at home. I established a new spreadsheet tab labeled Kayla's Estimated Income versus Actual Household Contributions Analysis. Calculating and thinking about the financial ratio made me physically sick. 2 months into this rental agreement nightmare, I learned something that drove me from frustrated aggravation to outright hatred. During a break at work, I checked my credit card statement online. I only used the card in true situations and always paid the whole balance as soon as I detected many charges that I clearly did not recognize. And I'm talking about a large number of fraudulent charges spread across several weeks. $340 at the Sephora cosmetics store. $156 at Victoria's Secret. $89 at a boutique I had never heard of in my life. Multiple food delivery fees totaling more than $400 in a single month. A $79 monthly subscription to a premium content development platform for which I had never signed up. $67 at a nail salon. The Ring Light Pro studio equipment costs $156. All were charged to my own credit card. Everything is absolutely unauthorized, all for something I would never purchase in a million years. I approached Kayla that weekend when she was in the kitchen preparing one of her elaborate smoothie bowl Instagram images, replete with professional ring lighting and phone camera equipment that took up half of the available counter area. "Did you use my credit card for any purchases recently?" She didn't even look up from arranging fresh berries in perfectly symmetrical arrangements for her photograph. "Yeah. Like twice maybe. For emergency situations that couldn't wait." Emergency situations. I took out my phone and showed her the complete statement. $340 at Sephora constituted an emergency? I needed professional-grade supplies for content creation activities. It's a legitimate business expense that I'll write off on taxes. Paid for with my money without my permission. That's called fraud. She finally looked up at me with an eye-rolling face, as if I were being absolutely unreasonable about everything. "God, Ethan, you're being so overdramatic about every little thing. It's not like you can't afford these small amounts. You basically live here for free anyway, so what's the big deal?" For free. While paying them $1,800 per month like clockwork. You absolutely cannot just use someone else's credit card without explicit permission. That's literally credit card fraud. which is a serious crime. You gave me the account number that one time when I needed money for textbooks when I was still in school. That was over a year ago for legitimate educational expenses that we discussed beforehand. She returned to her sophisticated photography gear as if our talk were over. Whatever, Ethan, I'll pay you back when I get around to it and have some free time. When I attempted to discuss the theft matter with my parents later that evening, Dad's response was, "You two need to work out these sibling disputes between yourselves like adults. We're not getting involved in petty arguments over money." Sibling disputes, like credit card theft, were simply petty disagreements about television remote control privileges or who got to choose dinner. I spent the entire night poring through 6 months' worth of detailed credit card statements with a fine-tooth comb. The total amount of fraudulent charges exceeded $2,800. Almost $3,000 in fraudulent purchases for beauty, costly clothing, meal delivery, subscription services, and business-related equipment. But the big kick in the gut that made me see red was discovering a $500 charge to some high-end photographic studio downtown. When I reverse-searched the business location online, I discovered that it specialized in boudoir and artistic photography services, with a portfolio full of suggestive photographs. She had used my credit card to pay for professional picture shoots for her OnlyFans posts. I was practically paying my own sister's adult content career while she lived rent-free, and I was financially drained every month. That night, I opened a new browser window and began researching how to dispute fraudulent credit card charges, but I stopped midway through. Filing official fraud disputes would cause instant problems and complications, possibly even legal ones, which could backfire on me. And I began to realize that creating immediate, evident problems might not be the best long-term method for coping with this predicament. Instead, I opened new tabs and searched for asset protection measures, LLC formation criteria in Colorado, and property investment for beginners. If my family insisted on treating me like a business transaction rather than a son, perhaps it was time for me to think and act like a serious businessman who knew how to protect himself. I created the company banking account on a Tuesday during my lunch break at the building site. Drove 30 minutes across town to a credit union in an entirely different neighborhood, nestled between a pawn shop and a used car dealership. The ideal spot for keeping complete privacy and going under the radar of anyone who might know my family. The account representative was an older gentleman who appeared to have encountered every possible financial circumstance in his career and had learnt not to pass judgment. When he inquired about the company's objective and planned activities, I provided a basic explanation. Property investments, financial advisory services, and asset management. I funded the original account with my construction company's quarterly safety bonus of $1,200, which I received for having 0 workplace mishaps in the previous 3 months. It wasn't a lot, but it provided a firm foundation on which I could carefully grow. Any particular reason for choosing a separate financial institution over your current bank? The representative inquired in a professional tone. Just keeping a clear separation between business and personal finances, I explained gently. You know how important proper accounting practices are for tax purposes and legal protection. I incorporated the entire organization into Rodco Holdings, LLC, which was named after my family's surname but generic enough to prevent drawing notice from anyone who was casually investigating business data. All business correspondence was addressed to a POI hired a box from a postal facility across town under the company's name. That evening, I fully upgraded and expanded my spreadsheet documentation system. What had begun as simple record-keeping was quickly turning into a complete financial intelligence gathering operation that would make my former Army intelligence colleagues proud. I made detailed tabs for monthly rent payments and fee tracking analysis, household expenses breakdown, actual costs versus amounts charged to me, Kayla's unauthorized spending documentation with dates and amounts, parents' actual income and expense patterns based on observation, local property research and market analysis data, legal precedent research for financial exploitation cases, asset protection strategies, and business formation options. The more I looked into my family's true financial status, the more disturbing the whole image got. I realized Dad had been entirely lying about his employment condition after very careful monitoring and stealthy document photographing when no one was home. He was not actually laid off or working fewer hours, as he had claimed for months. He was still working full-time at the steel factory, but on a new shift schedule and earning around $3,800 per month before taxes. Mom's purported part-time boutique job paid a respectable $2,200 per month. Their total household income was firmly in the middle-class range, so why did they keep claiming to be in financial trouble and unable to pay essential bills? The answer became obvious when I began tracking their actual spending patterns and habits over several weeks. Dad was spending $300 or more per month at an Indian casino about an hour outside of town. On weekend visits he said were for job interviews or networking activities, but were clearly gambling binges. Mom was spending insane amounts of money on MLM pyramid scheme products including essential oils, supplements, skincare systems, and weight reduction drinks, which she would then try to resell to her friends and coworkers at a loss. And both parents were continually buying expensive gifts, clothes and experiences for Kayla without expecting anything in return. They were not charging me rent since they truly needed help with actual household bills. They were charging me rent because they were absolutely financially irresponsible and saw me as a simple, dependable source of revenue to cover their poor judgments and fund their daughter's lifestyle. Meanwhile, I began networking with experienced construction crew members to discuss real estate investing options and methods. Construction job provides access to extremely valuable insider information. Which neighborhoods are receiving large development projects? Which properties have concealed structural issues that are not visible to typical buyers? Where and why do clever investors move their money? My foreman has been flipping houses as a prosperous side business for more than a decade. During our lunch breaks, he began educating me about property investment principles, market analysis methodologies, remodeling cost estimation, and, most crucially, how to structure real estate transactions for maximum privacy and tax benefits. The key to everything in this business, he continued while we ate sandwiches in his vehicle, is having better information than the other party in any transaction. When you know more than they do about the real situation, you control the entire outcome. I took that advice seriously and began applying the same concepts to my family circumstances. 4 months into this rental agreement nightmare, my foreman contacted me with something that may drastically change my destiny. Hey, remember that house where we did the emergency foundation repair work last month? The one over on Maple Street with the cracked basement? I definitely remembered. Very pleasant area with good construction quality throughout. However, the property owners were going through a very unpleasant divorce, and both parties wanted to sell quickly and move on with their lives. It's going to public auction next week. Divorce proceedings got really messy with lawyers involved. Neither spouse wants to keep the property, and the bank is highly motivated to move it quickly to avoid foreclosure costs. He sent me the official auction description over the cell phone: 3-bedroom ranch-style house with 1,800 square feet of living space, a 2-car attached garage, and a nice-sized yard with mature landscaping and established trees. Under typical market conditions, it may be valued $280,000 or more. The auction estimate range was set as $180,000 to $200,000. Cash purchasers receive significant preference and priority positioning. You interested in potentially partnering up on this deal? For months I had been diligently conserving every possible dime. In addition, my military experience provided me with VA loan benefits, but I was still a long way from having that much capital accessible for investment. Then, my foreman revealed the true opportunity hiding in this predicament. Property needs approximately $30,000 in renovation and improvement work, mostly cosmetic improvements and updates that we could easily handle ourselves with our skills and contractor connections. But here's the really interesting part: location and size mean you could easily rent it for $2,200 to $2,400 monthly. And this is being conservative with market estimates. He used his phone's browser to look up comparable rental properties in the same neighborhood. His stats were not overstated at all. Similar houses were renting for the same amounts. I provide the real estate expertise, contractor network connections, and project management experience. You provide the capital investment and handle ongoing property management responsibilities. We split all profits 60-40 in your favor since you're putting up the actual money and taking the financial risk. That night, I examined the financial estimates in over 50 different ways, taking into account numerous scenarios and market situations. With my building knowledge and his remodeling expertise, we could definitely accomplish the entire rehab project for around $20,000 rather than the anticipated $30,000. With a monthly rental income of $2,300, the property would create positive cash flow from the first month and have the potential for long-term growth. More significant than the money, it would give me something I urgently needed: genuine power and complete freedom from my family's financial tyranny. The next morning, I contacted the credit union and booked a meeting to discuss investment property financing alternatives. As it turned out, my military service record, together with my consistent employment history and the money I'd been systematically saving, qualified me for significantly better financing terms than I'd anticipated. By Thursday afternoon, Rodco Holdings LLC had received official pre-approval for $200,000 in property investment financing at attractive interest rates. Friday morning, my foreman and I stood on the courthouse steps, waiting for the public auction to start. Bidding began at $160,000. There were perhaps 8 other potential bidders present, but most of them left soon as it became clear that this was not going to be a cheap deal. My foreman and I had previously agreed on a maximum bid of $190,000, which we would not exceed. When the auctioneer's hammer dropped at $185,000, we had officially purchased our first investment property. Walking away from the courthouse, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Not just hope or optimism, but real power and influence over my own fate. For the first time since the beginning of this familial exploitation issue, I wasn't simply reacting defensively to what others were doing to me, I was making smart offensive maneuvers that may affect everything. The next 6 weeks were some of the most physically demanding work I'd ever done, but it was also the most personally rewarding and meaningful. My foreman and I spent every weekend and most workday evenings renovating that auction property into something truly unique and move-in ready. We installed new luxury vinyl flooring throughout the house, painted in modern neutral colors that would appeal to professional tenants, replaced all light fixtures with energy-efficient LED systems, and completely renovated the kitchen with granite countertops and matching stainless steel appliances. I did the majority of the actual physical labor myself, which dramatically reduced material expenses while providing me with something practical and forward-thinking to focus on, aside from the continuous mess at home. My parents barely noticed my disappearance on most weekends and evenings. They were too occupied facilitating Kayla's latest entrepreneurial plans and lifestyle choices. She'd launched a confidence coaching business in addition to her OnlyFans operation, charging desperate women $500 for personal empowerment consultations that essentially consisted of urging them to expose more skin in their social media postings and embrace their feminine strength. With all of her online projects and business interests, the girl was now earning about $25,000 per month. And she was still living rent-free, whilst I was paying $1,800 per month for the luxury of sleeping in a twin bed and having my credit card stolen for her business purposes. But I was chronicling everything with fanatical care. She documented every luxury purchase on Instagram and TikTok, including location tags and pricing information. Every time she borrowed her parents' automobiles instead of her own BMW, either it was in the shop or she didn't want to put miles on it. Every family dinner where she bought expensive takeaway for everyone, and then cleverly forgot her wallet when the bill arrived, forcing my parents to pay. The renovation project was nearing completion when I came across something that radically altered my perspective of what my parents were planned. On a Saturday morning, I was replacing a broken sprinkler head in our front yard when our next-door friend stopped by to chat. She's a sweet elderly lady who has lived in the neighborhood for 30 years and observes everything that happens on our street. "Are your parents getting ready to sell the house?" she inquired in a kind, inquiring tone. "What? No, definitely not. Why would you think that?" "Oh, I saw a real estate agent taking photographs and measurements last week. Professional-looking woman with a clipboard and measuring tape. Thought maybe they were preparing to list the property for sale." My stomach had absolutely plummeted to the ground. What real estate agent? When exactly was this? She recounted a professional woman who had spent approximately an hour photographing the house from several angles, measuring various rooms, and taking thorough notes on official-looking paperwork, complete with business cards and official documents. That night, I conducted extensive web research on local real estate activity. I located the agent's name using the MLS database system which my foreman had shown me how to use. I called her office the next day, pretending to be a potential buyer looking for neighboring properties. "Oh yes, the Carter property on Pine Street," she said quickly. "We're not quite ready to list officially yet, but the owners are definitely considering a spring timeline for selling. Were you specifically interested in that particular area?" My parents were covertly plotting to sell our family home. The same house that they were charging me $1,800 per month to live in. Without informing me of their plans or schedule. I hung up the phone and quickly contacted my foreman. "How quickly can we get our rental property completely ready for tenants?" 2 weeks maximum, maybe 10 days if we really push hard and work some long hours." "Why the sudden urgency?" "Because I think I'm about to become homeless, and I need to accelerate our entire timeline before that happens." That weekend, my foreman and I worked around-the-clock shifts to complete every last detail. By the following Friday evening, the house was fully rental-ready and looked fantastic. We listed it online Saturday morning, using professional images that made it look like a magazine feature. By Sunday night, we had 12 qualifying applications and a quickly expanding waiting list of prospective tenants. The couple we chose was ideal for our needs. Young professionals in their late 20s, both with steady jobs and outstanding credit ratings, with no red flags in their histories or rental history. They wanted to move in immediately and offered $2,400 per month, which was $100 higher than our asking price. My foreman grinned as we signed the leasing agreement. Congratulations, partner. You're officially a successful landlord with positive cash flow. But I was not thinking about rental revenue or commercial success at the time. I was thinking about the final step of what I intended to do next, and how wonderful that would be. I moved out on a Wednesday morning, while everyone else was, as expected, away from the house going about their daily lives. Kayla had her weekly content production session at a downtown photography studio. Mom was at her book club meeting, while Dad was in the casino, pretending to be attending a job interview or networking event. I had been secretly shifting my key items to a storage container for several weeks, so there wasn't much left in my room. Essential clothing, my laptop computer, and a few personal belongings having sentimental value from my military career. Everything that was actually important to me fit easily into my pickup truck with room to spare. On the kitchen table, I placed my house key and a single piece of paper with a short professional message. I am terminating my rental agreement with this property with immediate effect. As agreed, the final rent payment was processed on March 1st, and all utilities and services registered in my name will be disconnected within 48 hours. Any future communication should be directed to Rodco Holdings, LLC, at P.O. Box 2847, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Ethan Carter. No emotional appeals. There are no detailed explanations. There is no place for argument or negotiation. Just hard business facts provided with the same emotionless accuracy as the original invoice. But here's where everyone who's read thus far will find the story truly rewarding. What my family didn't realize was that I had been doing far more research than just property values and rental markets. I'd spent the last few months meticulously studying their financial condition, business activities, and, most significantly, Kayla's web company operations and legal compliance. My enterprising sister had been making some severe blunders, and they were going to catch up with her. The first important discovery was that she had never declared any of her large OnlyFans revenue to the IRS. We're talking about more than $200,000 in fully unreported revenue over the last year and a half. That is federal tax evasion area, with substantial legal ramifications, including possible prison time. Second discovery. She'd been using our parents' home address for all of her business correspondence, tax documents, and legal documentation. Which meant that when the IRS came to investigate, which they undoubtedly would, Mom and Dad would be identified as potential tax fraud accessories. The third and most lovely finding was that she had been advertising and filming her OnlyFans content utilizing images and films filmed around our parents' house, including the master bedroom, living room, kitchen, backyard, and pretty much every room. This meant they were technically running a commercial adult entertainment business out of a residential property, which was a blatant violation of around 6 separate city codes and HOA rules. However, I did not immediately submit these violations to the proper authorities on an anonymous basis. That method would have been overly simplistic and direct. Instead, I patiently waited for the right moment to maximize impact. I received the phone call I had been waiting for around 2 weeks after moving out and establishing my independence. Dad's voice was tense with barely contained panic and stress. "Ethan, we really need to talk immediately. Can you come over to the house right now? I don't live there anymore, remember? You can schedule an appointment through my business email address if needed." "You're what, Ethan? This is extremely serious. We received some very official letters today that we don't understand." I understood just which letters he was referring about. Kayla received an IRS audit notification needing an immediate response. The city issues code enforcement violation notices with significant fines. The HOA fine documentation totals thousands of dollars. Due to legal issues, the real estate agent's contract was canceled. You see, after I moved out and gained complete independence, I made many strategic phone calls over the course of a week. Anonymous tips about unreported income should be directed to the IRS fraud hotline, along with precise details and documentation. Detailed complaints regarding business activities in residential areas to code enforcement, including photographic evidence. Provide comprehensive evidence of HOA violations to the Homeowners Association Board, including documentation. I can meet you at the coffee shop downtown Saturday afternoon, 2 o'clock sharp. When they arrived for our meeting, they appeared to have aged 10 years in just 2 weeks. Dad's hair appeared gray and thinner. Mom had noticeable stress lines around her eyes. Kayla looked like she had been crying for days. I sat across from them in my best business casual outfit, maintaining a completely neutral, professional attitude while holding a heavy folder of official paperwork beside my coffee cup. "So," I continued gently, "what seems to be the problem?" Dad passed a huge stack of official government letters across the table, his hands quivering. IRS audit notification requires a quick response. City code violations are issued with escalating fines. HOA infraction documentation resulted in $15,000 in penalties. They received word that their homeowner's insurance had been revoked due to unreported commercial activity on the property. We don't understand what's happening to us. Mom begged passionately. Everything hit us at once like some kind of coordinated attack. I went over the documents deliberately, as if I were seeing them for the first time. Wow, this is pretty serious stuff. Federal tax issues, city violations, insurance problems. Can you help us figure this out? Dad begged, desperation in his voice. I know things got complicated when you moved out, but we're still family. Help you in what specific way? Maybe you could move back home. Mom offered with enthusiasm. Help us navigate this situation. We could definitely adjust the rent arrangement to something more reasonable. I pretended to take their idea extremely seriously. What kind of adjustment were you thinking? We could lower it to $1,500 per month, Dad remarked hastily, as if he was offering me a tremendous deal. Maybe even $1,200, Mom said when I didn't answer instantly with enthusiasm. I let the stillness linger uncomfortably until Kayla erupted emotionally. This is completely ridiculous. Ethan, just help us. You know I can pay whatever stupid fees these are. Actually, I stated calmly, opening my documents folder. That's a significant part of the problem we're dealing with here. I put out printouts of everything I'd been meticulously documenting over months. Bank statements reveal her undisclosed revenue patterns. Screenshots from her social media posts. Advertising content was filmed in their home. Printed documents of the city ordinances she had violated. Tax code explanations that emphasize her legal obligations and penalties. Kayla, based on my research and calculations, you owe approximately $78,000 in federal taxes, plus substantial penalties and interest charges. The city fines will total around $25,000 if you don't immediately cease all commercial operations. And since all of this illegal activity was happening at Mom and Dad's registered address. I turned around to confront my parents. You're considered legal accessories under federal law. Dad's face had lost its color totally. What does that mean exactly? It means the IRS can pursue your assets too. House, vehicles, bank accounts, retirement savings. Everything you own can be seized to pay these debts. Kayla stared at the documents as if they were written in a completely alien language. But I didn't know I had to pay taxes on that income. Nobody told me. Ignorance of tax law isn't considered a legal defense, I stated matter-of-factly. But there might be a potential solution to this situation. Hope flared desperately in Dad's eyes. What kind of solution? Well, you need immediate cash flow to start paying these substantial debts before they get worse. You need someone with business experience to help navigate these complex legal issues. And you need to completely restructure your entire financial situation to ensure compliance. I retrieved another set of official paperwork from my folder. Rodco Holdings LLC is prepared to offer a comprehensive debt management and property improvement package that could solve all of these problems. The proposal was truly stunning in its exquisite simplicity. Rodco would buy their house for $220,000, which was about $30,000 less than the current market value but enough to cover their existing mortgage and some tax debt. They may then rent the property back from me for $2,200 per month. While they worked out their legal and financial issues, Kayla was compelled to immediately cease all content creation activities and seek real job in order to begin paying her significant tax responsibilities. All of her future income would be tracked and managed by Rodco to assure perfect legal compliance. Mom and Dad would keep their current occupations, but all of their funds would be controlled using a tight budget system that I would personally oversee to avoid future difficulties. This is completely insane, Kayla exclaimed, her voice rising. You want us to pay you rent to live in our own house? It's not your house anymore, I said gently. You're about to lose it anyway when the IRS places a lien on the property for unpaid taxes. This arrangement allows you to stay here. How much monthly rent are we talking about? Dad inquired calmly. $2,200, current market rate for a property this size, plus utilities, which you'll pay directly. That's more than you were paying us. No, I responded firmly. That's what you should have been charging someone who was actually capable of paying it consistently without stealing from family members. I stood up and collected my paperwork methodically. You have exactly 48 hours to make your decision. After that deadline, you're on your own with the IRS and the legal system. They phoned me exactly 6 hours later and accepted the entire offer without discussion. I was the child they despised, shut out of every reunion. But now I return in triumph, owning the very house they once used to cast me aside. For years they silenced me with sighs, excuses and empty seats at my milestones. But this year, everything changes. Because while they prepared for another reunion at the beach house, I bought it. And when they walk through those doors, they won't find the forgotten daughter they dismissed. They'll face the woman they can no longer ignore. My name is Vicky, and I am the family disappointment. At least that's what my mother Margaret always reminds me of, whether with pointed silence or barely veiled sighs of disgust. "You're not going to let it get to you again this year, are you?" Adrian inquired, peering over the cubicle wall. His anxious expression prompted me to hastily close the email. "Of course not," I lied, attempting to smile. "Just another day at the office." But this wasn't just an ordinary day. The family beach house housed every major memory from my childhood before everything changed and I became an outsider. I recall the summer I turned 12, when everything changed. "Vicky, darling, why don't you help in the kitchen?" Mom had said while Cassie was able to attend Dad's business meetings on the deck. "Brandon, sweetheart, go show the neighbors your new project." While I sat alone reading books, they thought it was a waste of time. My phone vibrated. I received a text from my childhood friend Claire. "Let me guess. Another reunion email." I responded. "Bingo. Wanna bet how long before Mom calls to explain why there's limited space this year?" The answer arrived within 1 hour. My mother's name appeared on my phone screen just on time. "Vicky dear," she began, her voice full of fake sweetness. "About the reunion." "Let me save you the trouble, Mom," I interrupted, surprising myself with my composure. "The house is too full, right? Cassie's kids need their space, or is it Brandon's new girlfriend who needs the extra room this year?" The stillness at the other end was deafening. "Well, you know how it is," she finally said. "Cassie's children are at such an important age." I looked at the promotion letter on my desk, the one I hadn't told them about. The 35-year-old senior vice president is the youngest in the company's history. "Yeah, Mom, I know exactly how it is." After hanging up, I proceeded to Lance's office, my mentor and supervisor for the past decade. He looked up from his computer and read my expression immediately. "Family?" he inquired, indicating toward the chair opposite from him. I nodded and sank into the seat. "Sometimes I wonder why I still let it affect me." "Because you're human," he replied simply. "But you know what? The best revenge is success," I said with a weak smile. "No." He leaned forward, his eyes sparkling. "The best revenge is becoming so successful they can't ignore you anymore. Speaking of which, have you considered my proposal about the Richardson merger?" I took out my tablet and pushed thoughts of family aside. "Actually, I've been working on some numbers. What if we approached it from a different angle?" For the following hour, we focused on work, which is my true comfort zone. As I explained my idea to Lance, I felt a familiar wave of confidence return. This was where I belonged and excelled. Later that evening, while I was driving home, Claire called. "You know what you need?" she asked, without preface. "A plan." "A plan for what?" "To show them exactly what they've been missing. You're not that scared little girl anymore, Vicky. You're a force to be reckoned with." I came to a stop at a red light, seeing the city lights blur through my windshield. "What's the point? They've made it clear where I stand." "The point is, you deserve better, and maybe it's time they realize that too." After disconnecting up, I sat in my parked car, gazing over my opulent apartment complex. 10 years ago, I began as an intern, determined to prove everyone wrong. I now had everything they claimed I'd never have: success, respect, independence, with the exception of family approval. My phone received another email. Cassie shared images from last year's reunion. Smiling faces, inside jokes, and shared memories I didn't participate in. But instead of the typical pain, I sensed something else stirring within me: determination. I opened my laptop and navigated to the real estate website I had been following. The beach house's market value had decreased dramatically during the recent economic slump. Our parents could no longer afford to maintain the seaside cottage. "Time for a different kind of investment," I said to myself, pressing the contact agent button. Maybe Claire was correct. Perhaps it was time for a plan. Not for vengeance, I reminded myself, but for justice. The type that comes with compound interest. Standing in front of the board of directors, I conveyed to them that the Richardson merger is more than merely combining assets. It's about redefining market presence. My laser pointer indicated important projections on the screen behind me. Adrian sat at the far end of the conference table and gave me a discreet thumbs up. We both realized how important this moment was after spending several late nights preparing for it. And you're certain about these numbers? Mr. Harrington leaned closer, his wrinkled face examining the facts. I stake my reputation on them, I said without hesitation. More importantly, I stake the future of both our companies on them. Lance cleared his throat as he sat near Mr. Harrington. Vicky has never steered us wrong before. Her track record speaks for itself. The meeting ended 2 hours later with handshakes and signed tentative agreements. Lance approached me as the board members were leaving. Outstanding work, he said, beaming. Though I have to ask, why didn't you mention the promotion opportunity in Hong Kong? This merger's success practically guarantees you the position. My stomach constricted. The worldwide division head position was a career-defining opportunity that coincided with the impending family reunion dates. I'm still considering my options, I explained cautiously. Back at my desk, Adrian sat on the edge, coffee in hand. Spill it. What's really holding you back? This is everything you've worked for. My phone buzzed before I could answer. Cassie's name appeared over the screen. I let it go to voicemail. That's what's holding her back, Claire said, emerging with lunch bags. Family drama, as usual. I thought we were meeting at the cafe, I explained, thankful for the interruption. Changed my mind. Besides, I wanted to see the aftermath of your big presentation. She distributed sandwiches and gave me a knowing glance. So, Hong Kong. News travels fast, I said. In this case, good news should travel fast, Adrian emphasized. You can't seriously be considering passing this up because of them. My phone vibrated again. A text from Cassie. Mom is inquiring if you received the reunion email. Kindly answer. Claire grabbed my phone. Oh hell no. You know what this is? This is them realizing they can't ignore you anymore. The family gossip vine must have caught wind of your success. Give me my phone back. I reached for it, but she kept it away. Not until you promise to stop letting them dictate your life choices. I'm not. I began to protest, but Adrian interrupted me. Vicky, remember last month's charity gala when you commanded that room full of CEOs? That's who you really are. Not the invisible middle child they made you feel like. My phone vibrated a third time. Brandon this time. Hello sis, long time. Have you got a minute to chat? Suddenly, everyone wants to talk, I said dryly. Because you're becoming impossible to ignore, Claire smiled. Now, about Hong Kong. The timing, Perfect, Adrian concluded. Show them exactly what they're missing while they're playing happy family at their precious beach house. Lance appeared at my office doorway. Vicky, Mr. Harrington wants to discuss implementation strategies over dinner tonight. I stood and straightened my jacket. Text me the details. Claire raised an eyebrow when Lance left. Look at you. Power moves only. It's just dinner, I explained, but I couldn't stop smiling. Just dinner with one of the most influential men in the industry, Adrian clarified. While your family probably thinks you're still pushing papers in some entry-level position. My phone displayed another message. Mom this time. Vicky, please call whenever you can. Important family issues to discuss. Claire read it over my shoulder and snorted. Important family matters. Like how they're running out of excuses to exclude you? I took up my presentation papers, my thoughts immediately turning to the supper ahead. They can keep their excuses, I've got an empire to build. That's my girl, Adrian smiled. Speaking of building things, have you made an offer on the beach house yet? Tomorrow, I murmured, looking at my makeup in my small mirror. The agent says we're the only serious buyers in this market. Perfect timing, Claire sings. Right before they announce this year's reunion details. As I packed my belongings for the Richardson dinner, I felt lighter than I had in weeks. My family may have mastered the skill of making me feel little, but in this world, I was anything but. Hey, Adrian said as I walked out. Don't forget who you are in there. Show them what Vicky Unleashed looks like. I grinned as I thought about the beach house listing in my inbox. Oh, I intend to show everyone exactly who I am. Congratulations, Ms. Brooks. The beach house is yours. The real estate agent slid the keys over her desk, the metal surface shimmering in the fluorescent lighting. My hand trembled slightly when I lifted them. These little bits of metal symbolized more than just property ownership. They held the key to my history, and more crucially, my future. I can't believe you actually did it, Claire said, squeezing my arm. The agent smiled professionally. The paperwork will be processed by end of business day. Given the current market conditions, you've made an incredibly shrewd investment. Walking out of the office, I gripped the keys so tightly that they left impressions in my palm. My phone vibrated. Lance is calling. Tell me you closed the deal, he added without elaborating. Just sign the papers. Perfect timing. The Hong Kong position is yours if you want it. Board approved this morning. Claire collided with me after I stopped walking. Already? I thought the decision wasn't until next month. Your performance at the Richardson dinner sealed it. Speaking of which, he specifically requested you lead the merger transition team. Claire was virtually jumping from excitement after hearing both sides of the exchange. As I hung up, she grabbed my shoulders. Okay, this is literally perfect. You own their precious beach house, and you're about to become an international executive. Please tell me you're going to milk this for all it's worth. My phone rang with a text from Cassie. This weekend the family is meeting to discuss the reunion. Mom insists that you come. Please. Oh, this is too good, Claire laughed. They have no idea you own their reunion venue. Neither does the agent, I told her. I made sure the purchase went through my corporation name. Sneaky, I love it. As we headed to the car, she linked her arm with mine. So what's the plan? Before I could respond, Adrian called. Lance just told me the news. Both pieces of news. You're going to accept Hong Kong, right? I haven't decided, I said, putting him on speaker as we drove. What's to decide? It's perfect. You can run the merger from Asia, build your international profile, and let your family stew in their regrets. Speaking of stewing, Claire added, Vicky just got summoned to a family meeting about the reunion. No way, Adrian said, laughing. Are you going? I turned into the coastal road, going for the beach home, my beach house. Actually, yes, I think it's time for a visit. The familiar trip seemed odd now. Every curve in the road, every glimpse of ocean between the trees, belonged to me in a manner it had never done before. I stopped in front of the large Victorian house, which had worn blue paint and white trim just as I recalled. Claire whistled softly. I forgot how gorgeous this place is. No wonder they're desperate to keep the reunions going. I walked up the steps and unlocked the door with my new keys. The house smelt like sea salt and memories, summer nights, family dinners, and hushed conversations. But beneath it all was the wonderful perfume of success. My telephone rang. Mom. Vicky, are you coming this weekend? Cassie said she texted you. Actually, Mom, I'm at the beach house right now. Silence. Then, what? How? The realtor said it was sold. Did she? Interesting. I moved across the living room, my fingers tracing the familiar walls. Don't worry about it. I'll see you this weekend. I hung up before she could reply. Claire was recording everything on her phone, scarcely able to suppress her excitement. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Did you hear her voice crack? Send me that video, Adrian requested across the speaker. I need it for posterity. I opened the French doors to the terrace and breathed in the ocean air. You know what's funny? They always said I didn't understand the value of family tradition. But I'm the one who saved it by buying it out from under them. Claire smirked and said, Sometimes the best revenge isn't about destroying something. It's about preserving it on your own terms, I explained, watching the waves crash below. My phone vibrated again. Cassie, Brandon, and Mom appear in quick succession. I disregarded them all. So, Adrian's voice crackled over the speaker. What's the next move, boss? I grinned, thinking of the forthcoming family meeting. Now, we prepare for a reunion they'll never forget. Claire asked, Do you want company this weekend? I make an excellent witness. No, I replied, bringing out my laptop. This is something I need to do alone. But first, I have a Hong Kong acceptance letter to write. Standing on my veranda, overlooking the ocean, I could feel the final parts of my plan fitting into place. The fearful little girl who used to hide in this house's corners was vanished. In her place stood someone they hadn't expected, someone they had to finally admit. The sound of automobile doors slamming startled me from my laptop. I'd been working on merger documents all morning, admiring the seaside view from my new home office, when familiar voices emerged from the driveway. Mom, I'm telling you, Vicky was acting weird on the phone, Cassie said, her voice echoing through the open windows. She's always weird, Brandon said. Remember last Christmas? I closed my laptop carefully, my heart racing. They were early. The family meeting wasn't scheduled to happen until tomorrow. Through the glass, I saw them unloading their cars as if they owned the place, which they no longer did. My phone vibrated. Adrian. Game time. They're here early, I replied back. Wish me luck. Show no mercy, was his immediate response. I heard the rattling of keys at the front door, followed by confused voices. Mom, your key isn't working, Cassie said. That's impossible. I just had it checked last month. I walked downstairs, each step calculated and deliberate in my Louboutin heels. The click of my heels on the floor silenced the noises outside. I grinned as I opened the door, taking in their surprised expressions. Looking for something? Mom's hand rose to her chest. What are you doing here? How did you get in? I live here, I simply stated, stepping aside. Please come in, my house is your house. Literally. The silence that followed was delightful. Cassie's mouth expanded and closed like a fish. Brandon dropped his duffel bag. What do you mean you live here? Mom eventually said. I strolled into the kitchen, knowing they'd follow. Coffee? I just made a fresh pot. Colombian roast. I know how much you love it, Mom. Vicky. Cassie's voice had that familiar elder sister edge. What's going on? I poured myself a cup and enjoyed their uncertainty. I thought the family meeting was tomorrow. Did I miss a memo? Oh, wait. I smirked over my cup. I guess I'm not usually included in those. Stop playing games, Brandon demanded. How are you even in here? This is our family house. Actually, I brought out my phone and opened the property documentation. It's my house now. Has been for 2 weeks. Would you like to see the deed? Mom slumped onto a kitchen chair. That's impossible. We would have known. Would you? When was the last time any of you asked me what I was doing with my life? I leaned against the counter, taking in their expressions. Coffee? No, your loss. It's imported. Cassie grabbed my phone and scrolled through the documents. This can't be real. How could you possibly afford? The same way I afford my penthouse apartment, my vacation home in Aspen, and my car collection, my tone was casual. I work. Remember work? That thing you all said I'd never figure out. Your what? Brandon sputtered. A car door banged outside again. Dad's voice echoed through the open door. Why is everyone standing around? Help me with these groceries. In here, Dad, I cried out. Let me help you with those. He appeared in the doorway, baggage in hand, and then paused. Vicky, what's going on? Family meeting came early. I took the luggage from him and unpacked them quickly. Though, I should point out, next time you might want to check with me before buying groceries for my house. Your house? He asked Mom, who was still sitting in stunned silence. Perhaps we should all sit down, I said, nodding toward the dining room. I believe we have some catching up to do. They followed me like bewildered sheep, gathering around the table where we'd shared numerous family dinners, meals from which I was sometimes banished, relegated to the kitchen to assist with dishes. So I sat at the head of the table, where Dad used to sit. About this year's reunion. You can't just buy our family home, Cassie exclaimed. This is our tradition. Funny thing about traditions, I remarked, scrutinizing my manicure. They're only as strong as the people maintaining them. When the bank called about foreclosure proceedings, where was your tradition then? Mom's head snapped up. How did you know about that? I know everything, Mom. I know about the missed payments, the second mortgage, the tax liens. I know because unlike some people, I do my research before making investment decisions. My phone vibrated again. Claire. Need a backup? It's all good. Operation Karma is currently under progress. I responded back and grinned as I looked up at my family's surprised expressions. Now, about those reunion plans, I was thinking we might need to make some changes this year. After all, I indicated to the ocean vista through the windows. New house, new rules. The sight of dawning awareness on their faces was better than any merger transaction I'd ever completed. You could have told us, Cassie murmured, breaking the uneasy calm that had settled in the dining room. About your success, your career, everything. Could I? I asked, raising an eyebrow. When? Between being uninvited to family gatherings or during those holiday calls that never came? Dad cleared his throat. Now Vicky, that's not entirely fair. Fair? I laughed, my voice sharp enough to make Mom cringe. Let's talk about fair. Remember my college graduation when you all skipped it because Brandon had a soccer game? That was different, Mom said softly. Brandon was up for a scholarship. Which he didn't get, I concluded. Meanwhile, I was accepting my MBA with honors. Not that any of you knew, since you never asked. My phone vibrated. Lance. The Hong Kong announcement will be made public tomorrow. Do you want me to delay? Perfect timing. Proceed as planned. I texted back. Brandon leaned forwards. So what now? You're going to hold this over our heads? Make us beg to use our own family house? Your family house? I asked as I walked to the newly refurbished kitchen. Come see what your family house looked like when I bought it. The rotting deckboards, the leaking roof, the outdated wiring that was one storm away from burning this place down. I opened a folder on the counter and laid out the before and after images. $60,000 in repairs just to make it livable. Another $100,000 in renovations. Where was your family pride then? Cassie picked up a photograph, her face pale. We didn't know it was this bad. Because none of you bothered to check. You just assumed everything would magically take care of itself. Like you assumed I'd never amount to anything. Dad stood up abruptly. That's enough. We may have made mistakes, but you're still our daughter. Am I? I turned to face him. Because from where I'm standing, I've been your afterthought for 20 years. My phone flashed up with a news alert. The Hong Kong announcement leaked early. Mom's phone buzzed seconds later, and her eyes widened as she read. Vice President of International Operations, she muttered. Vicky, you're moving to Hong Kong? Among other things. I smiled as I poured myself another cup of coffee. The merger I just closed is worth more than this house and everything in it. Cassie grabbed Mom's phone and read aloud. Youngest executive in company history, revolutionary merger strategy projected to triple market share. Impossible, Brandon murmured. You're just Vicky. Just Vicky? I said gently. Funny how that works, isn't it? The daughter you never believed in now owns your precious beach house and runs a global division. Dad sank back in his chair. Why didn't you tell us? I did. Every time I tried to talk about work, you changed the subject to Cassie's kids or Brandon's latest venture. Every achievement, every promotion, met with polite disinterest. My phone vibrated again. Adrian. Stocks rose 12% following the Hong Kong news. You're currently trending on LinkedIn. Mom was still glancing at her cell phone. These numbers, Vicky. These are more money than you can imagine, I explained. Yes, they are. And that's just the beginning. So what happens now? Cassie inquired calmly. With the reunion? With everything? I strolled to the windows and looked out at the ocean, which I now owned. Now we do things differently. The reunion will happen, but under new management. Brandon questioned. What do you mean? Meaning, I've already booked the top floor of the Four Seasons for everyone. The beach house? Needs some private time with its new owner, I said, turning back to face them. You're kicking us out? Mom's voice broke. No, Mom, I'm showing you what it feels like to be excluded. The difference is I'm doing it with 5-star accommodations and an ocean view. Dad stood up. This time more slowly. We deserve that. All of it. But Vicky, are you sure this is what you want? What do I want? I asked each of them in turn. What I want is 20 years of missed birthdays and ignored accomplishments. What I want is an explanation for why I was never good enough. But since I can't have those things, I slid a stack of hotel reservations across the table. I'll settle for watching you all realize exactly what you missed out on. Cassie grabbed a reservation, gasping at the room description. This must have cost less than an hour of my new salary, I interrupted her. Consider it a parting gift before Hong Kong. How long? Mom inquired, her voice quiet. How long will you be gone? I grinned, remembering all the family gatherings I'd missed over the years. Long enough for you to understand what absence feels like. Now, shall we discuss those new reunion rules? The silence that followed was filled with 2 decades of regret, none of it mine. As my family checked into their apartments, the Four Seasons lobby was buzzing with activity. I stepped back, watching Cassie's children race about the marble columns as Brandon uncomfortably attempted to impress the concierge with small chat. Your car is ready, Miss Vicky? The valet approached with a subtle bow. Mom's head whipped around in response to his tone. I saw her eyes widen as she noticed my Bentley waiting outside. Vicky, she cried, hurrying over. We need to talk, properly talk. Actually, I have a meeting. I looked at my watch. The merger doesn't pause for family drama. Please. She touched my arm. It was the first physical interaction we'd had in years. Just coffee. 20 minutes. I examined her face, seeing fresh wrinkles around her eyes. Fine. The rooftop lounge, 15 minutes. Mom fidgeted with her coffee cup upstairs while I handled urgent Hong Kong-related emails. Eventually she spoke. I didn't know you were so accomplished. Clearly. I put down my phone. Though you never asked. We thought. She hesitated, looking for words. After you dropped out of law school. I didn't drop out, I stated firmly. I got accepted to business school instead. A full scholarship to Harvard. Which you'd know if you'd bothered to read any of my letters. Your father and I, we just wanted you to have a stable career. Like Cassie's law practice that she never actually started? Or Brandon's string of failed startups that you kept funding? Claire stepped in, stopping short as she noticed us. Oh, sorry. I can come back. No, stay. I motioned her over. Mom was just explaining why they never believed in me. Mrs. Brooks, Claire responded coolly. Long time no see. Though I guess you wouldn't remember me from all those holidays I spent with Vicky while you were at Cassie's house. Mom had the decency to appear embarrassed. Claire, of course I remember you. Save it. Claire sat down. I'm just here to finalize the Hong Kong details with Vicky. You know, for her massive promotion that you all ignored. My phone vibrated. Cassie. Mom? Okay. She seems upset. I responded back. She's fine. Learning some harsh realities. Vicky. Mom's voice was hardly audible. Were we really that terrible? Claire snorted, but I raised a hand. You weren't terrible, Mom. You were indifferent, which was worse. We can fix this, she begged. Now that you know I'm successful, I concluded. Now that I have money and power and influence? That's not fixing things. That's just changing your mind because I proved you wrong. The door opened again. Dad this time. Your mother's been gone a while. Oh, join us. I motioned to an empty chair. We're having a lovely chat about family dynamics. He sat heavily. Vicky, about the beach house. Already done, I interrupted him. The back taxes are paid, the liens are cleared, and the property is fully renovated. You're welcome. That's not, he began. Not what you meant, I said with a forced smile. No, it never is. Claire unlocked her laptop. Vicky, we need to finalize your Hong Kong housing allowance. They're offering 3 options. The penthouse at Victoria Harbor, I remarked without looking. I already decided. Mom's coffee cup rattled. Penthouse? Did you think international executives lived in studio apartments? Claire inquired pleasantly. My phone lit up with another text. Brandon. Tonight we're having a family supper. My reward. Can't. I responded. Board supper at Lerna Dan. Vicky, Dad leaned forward. We know we messed up, but pushing us away now, buying the beach house, moving to Hong Kong. Is this really the answer? I stood and smoothed my skirt. The beach house isn't about pushing you away. It's about taking control of something you never thought I deserved. As for Hong Kong, I cracked a joke. That's just good business. When will we see you? Mom's voice broke. I'll be back for the holidays. I gathered my belongings. Maybe, if I'm not too busy running my division. Claire stood behind me, her face triumphant. Don't worry, Mrs. Brooks, I'm sure Cassie will keep you updated on all the family news. She always has before. As we walked out, I heard Mom start crying. A part of me wanted to return and console her like I had always done, but that part was shrinking with each passing day. Are you okay? Claire inquired in the elevator. I checked my reflection in the mirrored walls and adjusted my fancy blazer. Never better? Ready for that board dinner? Born ready, she said with a smile. Though I have to ask, are you really going to make them stay at the hotel all reunion week? I smiled when the elevator doors opened. Oh, that's just the beginning. Wait until they see what I have planned for Christmas. The reunion dinner at the Four Seasons Ballroom turned out exactly how I had hoped. Crystal chandeliers gleamed overhead. String quartet melody drifted through the air. And my family sat at the main table, looking awkward in their business casual dress amidst the formal surroundings. Is this really necessary? Brandon asked, tugging on his borrowed tie. When I forgot to specify the dress code, the concierge supplied emergency formal clothing. You mean the 5-star catering? The premium open bar? The private balcony overlooking the ocean? I was sipping on champagne. Consider it making up for all those reunions I missed. Cassie's husband whistled when the waitresses brought the appetizers. This caviar is real beluga, isn't it? Only the best for the family. I grinned. Though I'm sure it's nothing compared to the sandwich platters you usually serve at reunions. Mom had not touched her supper. Vicky, can we talk privately? I brought her to the balcony where the ocean wind conveyed the aroma of salt and money. Behind us I could hear Cassie's children gushing at the chocolate fountain. This is cruel, Mom stated gently. Cruel. I turned to face her. Treating my family to luxury is cruel. You know what I mean, flaunting your success like this, the way you flaunted Cassie's law school graduation or Brandon's engagement party. I leaned on the guardrail. The parties I wasn't invited to. We were wrong, she muttered. Is that what you want to hear? What I want, I replied cautiously, is for you to realize exactly what you missed out on. Every promotion, achievement, every milestone you overlooked lead to this. Being able to book a whole hotel floor without blinking is a goal for me. The balcony door opened. Lance had come. Vicky. He nodded and turned to Mom. Mrs. Brooks, I'm Edward Sterling. I've been mentoring your daughter for the past decade. Mom's eyes widened. You're her boss, the one from the news. Actually, Lance smiled. As of next month, Vicky will be my equal in the corporate hierarchy, possibly even my superior given her trajectory. I watched Mom assimilate this knowledge, allowing the truth of my triumph to sink in. The Hong Kong position, she explained softly. It's really that significant, Mom. I laughed. I'll be running operations for half of Asia. My signing bonus alone could buy the beach house twice over. Lance checked his watch. Speaking of which, the Tokyo office is waiting for our call, shall we? I turned to Mom and said, of course. Enjoy the rest of dinner. The dessert course includes gold leaf. Try not to think about the cost. As we walked away, Lance muttered, brutal. I love it. Adrian had returned to the ballroom with a surprise, copies of tomorrow's Wall Street Journal, which included my face in the business section. Hot off the press, he stated, handing them out to my stunned family members. Thought you might want a souvenir of your daughter's success. Dad grabbed a copy with shaky hands. Global market leadership. Revolutionary approach to international commerce. Don't strain yourself, Dad, I said. The numbers might be a bit overwhelming for a small-town insurance agent. Cassie read aloud to her husband. Youngest executive to lead Asian operations projected to increase market share by 300% within 5 years. Vicky. Brandon stood up abruptly. Can I talk to you about a business opportunity? Sorry, little brother. I examined my phone. My investment portfolio is fully managed, but I hear there are some great entry-level positions at my company. The string quartet resumed playing as servers brought out the main course, Wagyu beef with truffle sauce. I saw my family strive to keep their cool amidst the luxury they never imagined their forgotten daughter could bring. The concierge stood at my elbow and said, Your car is ready for the Tokyo call. Thank you, Thomas. I handed him a $100 cash. Make sure my family gets anything they need. Of course, Miss Vicky. As I gathered my belongings, Mom grabbed my arm. When will you be back? From Hong Kong. I gazed around the ballroom at the splendor, my startled family, and the life I'd created without them. You know what, Mom? I'm not sure. But don't worry. I'll send pictures. Just like you all did with the reunion photos all these years. As I walked out, I heard Adrian make an announcement to the room. And wait until you hear about her new penthouse in Victoria Harbor. The sound of my heels on marble reverberated across the lobby. Each step took me away from the family who never believed in me and closer to the empire I'd created on their mistrust. Let them eat Wagyu, I reasoned, and choke on each golden bite. As I packed the rest of my belongings for Hong Kong, the morning sun cast a golden light on the beach home. Claire sat on my bed, assisting me in sorting through old photos I discovered in the attic. Take a look at this one, she said, holding out a faded picture. Your 10th birthday. You're the only one looking at the camera while everyone fawns over Cassie's new puppy. My remark was interrupted by a knock at the door. Mom stood at the doorway, holding a tiny wooden box. Can I come in? She quietly inquired. I nodded and continued to pack. She perched on the side of the bed and turned the box in her hands. I found this in our attic, she explained. It's everything I saved about you. Everything I was too proud to admit I kept. She opened the box. Inside were press articles, honor roll diplomas, and even the program from my MBA graduation, which they had skipped. You kept these? My hands remained still on a silk blouse. Every single one, she murmured. I told myself I was being practical, not encouraging pipe dreams. But really, I was scared. Scared of what? That you'd succeed where I failed. That you'd break free from the small-town life I settled for. She took out a business magazine from last year that included my name in a 30 under 40 list. And you did? Claire stood silently. I'll give you 2 a minute. No. I grabbed her arm. Stay. You're more family than most of them have been. My phone vibrated. Cassie. At the beach. Can we speak? Send her up. I texted back. Cassie emerged a few minutes later, appearing uneasy in the doorway. Brandon's here too, and Dad. We wanted to see you before you left. They filed in, forming a crowded audience in my bedroom. Brandon held a manila envelope. What's that? I asked, nodding toward it. Investment proposals, he acknowledged. But not for me, for the beach house. We've all contributed, if you'll let us. I raised an eyebrow. I don't need your money. We know, Dad said, stepping forward. But we need to invest in something we should have invested in years ago. Our family. Pretty words, I said. But actions speak louder. Then let our actions show you. Cassie took out her phone. I've postponed my partnership acceptance, taking a sabbatical. Thought maybe I could visit you in Hong Kong. Really get to know my sister. And I've enrolled in business courses, Brandon continued. Online classes. Thought maybe you could mentor me. Actually do it right this time. Mom opened her box once again, revealing one final item, a key. We don't expect you to forgive us, she explained. But maybe we can build something new, something better. I looked at the key. What's this for? The front door, she said, her grin gloomy. I kept it all these years, thinking it meant something. But you showed us what really matters isn't keys or houses or reunions. It's the people we choose to become. Claire held my hand while I took the key. I'm still going to Hong Kong, I replied confidently. We know, they said together. And I'm still angry. You should be, Dad confirmed. And this doesn't fix everything. Nothing could, Mom replied gently. But maybe it's a start. I stepped to the window and looked out at the ocean. My ocean. Behind me, I could hear Brandon's papers rustling. Cassie breathes nervously. Mom's box of concealed pride. The reunion, I concluded, will alternate between here and Hong Kong. And you'll all need passports. The tension broke. Cassie giggled through tears. Brandon dropped his envelope. Dad needed to sit down. Really? Mom's voice was shaky. Really? I turned around to face them. But not because you've earned it. Because I choose it. There's a difference. Claire grinned. Does this mean I get to plan the Hong Kong reunion? Because I have ideas. You're all going to learn Mandarin, I said. And proper business etiquette. And how to navigate international markets. Whatever it takes, Brandon replied. And for once, I believed him. My phone vibrated. Lance, the car is here for the airport. That's my cue. I took my carry-on. Vicky. Mom stood. Thank you. Not for the forgiveness we don't deserve, but for the chance we didn't earn. I looked at them all. My imperfect, suffering, and finally trying family. Don't waste it. As I walked down to the waiting automobile, I could hear them following. I saw their reflections in the shiny black paint. They're no longer following me, but rather walking with me. Different, but feasible. Hong Kong won't know what hit it, Claire said as she hugged me farewell. I smiled as I reflected on the vista from my new office, the family learning to speak my language, and the future extending like the horizon before us. Neither will they, I answered, and climbed into the automobile. The beach home stood proudly behind us, no longer a symbol of isolation, but a link between who we were and who we may become. Not perfect but possible. I was left to rot at 12, erased for 18 years. At my brother's perfect wedding, I shattered their lies and rose with a voice they couldn't silence. The room fell silent when I raised the microphone. Dozens of eyes fixed on me, confused whispers rippled across the hall. My parents froze mid-sip. Adrian's jaw tightened. I held up a faded photo of a 12-year-old boy abandoned at a gas station and said, "This was me. This is what family looked like when they drove away and never came back." Gasps broke through the silence. Emily blinked, bewildered. My mother's lips parted as if she wanted to stop me, but nothing came out, and in that instant, on the night of my brother's perfect wedding, everything they had buried for 18 years clawed its way back into the light. My name is Ethan, and I am now 30. Some memories, however, fester rather than vanish. Get sharper over time. I don't discuss my childhood much. Not because I forgot, but because saying it aloud makes it feel more true. I feel like I'm 12 years old again, standing in the middle of that gas station parking lot. I was clutching a candy bar that I didn't have enough money to buy. Watching my parents' taillights fade into the night. It happened in August, just before school began. We'd been on one of those awful family bonding excursions that my mother believed we needed. Except that connecting in our house meant pretending my father's rants were wise. And my older brother Adrian's every mediocre thought was a blessing to humanity. I was the quiet one, overly sensitive, soft-spoken, and usually in the way. On that particular day, I had spilled a Sprite in the back seat. Adrian, who was 16 and already an expert at deflecting blame, smirked and added, "I did it on purpose." Dad pulled over at the next petrol station off the highway, his eyes burning. "You're not a baby anymore," he exclaimed. "You want to act grown? You can figure your own way home." At first I laughed. I assumed it was one of his twisted jokes. But then the back of the SUV banged shut, and they simply drove. I raced after them for a second, crying out their names, but my voice cracked and vanished under the roar of motors and tires. A clerk stuck his head out of the gas station door, cigarette dangling from his lips, and looked at me as if I were just another stray who had been abandoned. That night, I slept beneath the station's garbage, cuddled up against myself, my heart beating with each passing car. I recall counting the hours. 80 miles from home. No money, no phone, no one to call. When I begged for aid, the clerk refused. He murmured, "Ain't a daycare kid." I did not cry. I believe a part of me froze that night, the portion that believed family meant anything permanent. The next morning, I found a payphone and called Mrs. Grace, a teacher I trusted. She was the one that picked me up and drove me back into town. I explained to her that my parents must have forgotten about me. She did not believe it. I could feel she increased her grasp on the steering wheel, but she did not press. She simply dropped me off, ensured I had food, and assured me I could always call her. Nobody seemed surprised as I walked through our house's front door. No one apologized. Mom looked up from her laptop and remarked, "Took you long enough." Adrian was on the couch, playing video games, and muttered, "Should have walked faster." Dad never acknowledged it happened. The next morning at breakfast, he simply nodded at me as if everything were usual. That was the day I quit trying to fit in. I graduated high school like a ghost in the hall. Ate lunch alone and studied in silence. I left as soon as I reached 18, worked 3 jobs, completed community college, and then moved to a university across the nation without informing anyone. I changed my phone number, never left a forwarding address, and for the first time began breathing on my own. I've spent the last decade developing a life they don't know about. I became a software engineer. I moved to a city where no one ever repeated the words, "man up," as if they were a remedy for trauma. My friends describe me as grounded and loyal. I even got a rescue dog named Shadow, a frightened little mutt who flinches at loud noises. We understand one another. I never expected to hear from them again, yet last week a letter arrived at my flat. There was no return address, but the calligraphy on the front was obviously Mom's, loopy and dramatic. I gingerly opened it, partly anticipating a legal threat or another passive hostile note about leaving the family. But it was a thick envelope. Inside, Adrian's wedding invitation was embossed in gold letters, all ostentatious and formal, the kind of thing that screamed borrowed grandeur and artificial smiles. Tucked within was a folded piece of notebook paper, penned by them. "Ethan, we understand that our relationship has been strained, but Adrian is getting married and your presence would be greatly appreciated by the family. He requested that we contact out to you directly. We hope you will come. We would love to reconnect. Mom and Dad are reaching out as if nothing has occurred, like they hadn't abandoned me to rot beneath a gas station dumpster when I was 12 and never apologized. Like Adrian wasn't the golden kid whose shadow I was never permitted to escape." I sat there looking at the note for a long time. My fingers clenched on the paper's edge, causing it to wrinkle, and for a brief time I considered throwing it away. Almost. But then something inside me paused. I flipped the invitation over. Fancy setting, outdoor ceremony, dress code, formal. There was even a QR code for RSVPs. As if I were simply another distant relative. As if they hadn't already taught me the meaning of disposability. I looked at the note again. It would be very important to the family. Interesting, because I wasn't the same kid they dumped on the side of the road anymore, and if they wanted me back in the picture, I had a few suggestions about how to frame it. Let's just say I didn't immediately RSVP. But I did begin plotting quietly and methodically, as I always do. Because certain debts are not paid in words, but in person. Sometimes simply turning there is the loudest thing you can do. The instant I saw Adrian's fiancée's name, Charlotte Kensington, emblazoned in embossed cursive on the invitation, I knew what kind of wedding it would be. Upper middle class perfection, long games, a live quartet, and bespoke cocktail napkins with their initials. The Kensingtons were local nobility in my area, old money, gossip and grudges. Emily was someone I faintly recalled from school, always dressed like she was going to church or a job interview, even at the age of 15. The kind of girl who never had to compete for attention since it was bestowed upon her like an inheritance. So Adrian landed her. Of course he did. The charming oldest son, quarterback smile, parents who surrounded him as if he were their kid. My parents most likely wore their approval like jewelry. I searched her up online the same night. She was everything you expected. Dental school graduate. I curated Instagram with encouraging messages and cappuccino art. Engagement shots taken under a tree that appeared to have come from a wedding magazine. One post's tags contained a link to their wedding webpage. I clicked it. Welcome to Adrian and Emily's special day. The countdown is 3 weeks. Location, Stonebrook Vineyard and Lodge. Bloomingdale's Crate and Barrel and Amazon are among the registry options. Dress code. Black tie is optional. Please arrive 30 minutes before the ceremony starts. Shuttle transportation is offered from the guest hotel. We are very happy to celebrate with friends and family. Family, correct? There was even a section called the love story. Adrian wrote it himself, or at least from his perspective. It all read like it was written by a public relations agency. I've always been the type of man who believes in fate. However, nothing prepared me for Emily. Her grace, her kindness, the way she looked at me and saw more than the person I used to be. You've grown into a different person than you were before. I read the line 3 times, and then I remembered him as he once was. A bully wearing khakis. A liar wearing a halo. The same lad who shoved me into a pond at my 12th birthday party and informed our parents that I had slipped. I had to walk home, drenched, while everyone else ate cake. They'd been laughing about it for years. I wasn't planning on attending the wedding. Not until I saw that line. Because Adrian was rewriting his own past, believing there was no collateral damage on his way to adulthood. And suddenly the individuals who abandoned me were literally calling me family again. I did not RSVP online. That would have been too easy. Instead I asked an old college buddy, Jenny, who now works in logistics, to send me a high-end formal suit in midnight blue, custom fit, with a vest that looked like it belonged in a James Bond movie. I even reserved a room at the same premium guest hotel advertised on the website, paying up ahead and using a slightly different name. I didn't want them to know I was coming. Not yet. I reasoned if they were going to try to pretend the past did not exist, I'd give them a taste of their own medicine. 2 weeks before the wedding, I sent one email to the RSVP address supplied. It was Emily's response. Looking forward to the celebration. Please don't mention I'm attending. I'd like to surprise the happy couple. Ethan. There was no reply, but it was marked as read. In the week coming up to the wedding, I cleared my schedule, hired a sitter for my dog Shadow, and packed lightly. Just the suit, a pair of polished shoes, and an old folded and weathered photo of me at 12 years old standing outside that gas station with a rucksack and a blank expression. Mrs. Grace had removed it the morning she took me up. She printed it years later and mailed it to me with the simple message, "You survived." I hadn't decided what I was going to do with it yet, but it felt natural to bring it. When I arrived at the vineyard the day before the wedding, it looked like a movie set. Rolling hills, polished wooden beams, fairy lights strung through archways, wonderful weather, and ideal people. Every aspect was planned to convey warmth and elegance, but in a way that excluded people like me by design. The rehearsal supper was in full swing. I watched from a quiet corner of the outdoor patio, sunglasses on and a suit jacket draped over my arm. Nobody saw me at first, but then I saw her. Mom. She was thinner than I remembered, like a balloon that had gradually deflated but attempted to preserve its shape. Her hair was tinted a darker brown, almost reddish, and she wore a pearl necklace that contrasted with her sunburned neck. She was laughing, with that loud, brittle laugh that always sounded like she was trying to convince everyone she was okay. Dad was standing beside her, wearing a blazer that most likely still had the same money clip in its inside pocket. He used to flick it open theatrically whenever he wanted to remind us of the service he was delivering. His face seemed puffier than I remembered, as if life had finally pushed back. They were talking to Emily's parents. Smiling, shaking hands, and complimenting Adrian in the same saccharine tone that used to make my skin crawl. I did not approach them. Not yet. But then Adrian turned, and for the first time in nearly 2 decades we locked eyes, and his expression fell. Not enough to warn anyone else, but I noticed it. The flicker, the unspoken, "What is he doing here?" that passed over his neatly groomed face. He raised a glass to me, hesitated, and then immediately looked away, as if he hadn't noticed me at all. But I knew he did. More significantly, I realized he hadn't informed them that I was on my way. I snuck out before the toast and walked back to the motel, my heart pumping with adrenaline. My hands were trembling slightly, not from fear, but from anticipation. They'd asked me to come. They wanted me to rejoin the family. I was going to show them what that meant, and I hadn't even spoken yet. The wedding morning arrived, misty and tense. I stood at my hotel room's floor-length window, watching fog sweep across the wine hills like a scene from a movie. I barely slept. Not from nerves. I wasn't nervous, just remembering. My thoughts replayed everything like a silent movie. Cold pavement behind the gas station. Mrs. Grace's expression when she pulled up. When I arrived home, I found silence. I ironed my shirt carefully and painstakingly, pressing out each crease as if it were a scar that I might flatten. Then I reached for an old photograph. Folded and fading. 12-year-old me stared into the horizon, eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. I tucked it into my breast pocket, behind a silk square near to my chest. The bus to the vineyard was packed with passengers who did not know me. Distant cousins, former neighbors, and Emily's college classmates. Everyone talked on the venue, the vista, and the attire. Nobody looked my way. I preferred it that way. When I stepped off the shuttle, the surroundings had changed. White chairs spread out across the grass like dominoes. A floral arch took center stage, adorned with ivory roses and pastel greenery. Classical music filled the air, as waiters carried around glasses of Prosecco as if it were liquid gold. It was really amazing. I kept to the back. I saw them again. My parents are now seated in the front row, smiling at guests and shaking hands with the officiant. Dad laughed too loudly. Mom held a bouquet of white lilies that did not fit her at all. Adrian stood off to the side in a fitted tuxedo, speaking to someone I guessed was his best man. Emily, however, had yet to show. That's when it occurred. An older woman approached me, with exquisite silver hair and a navy blue clothing. She glanced at me for a moment before smiling graciously. "You must be Ethan." I blinked. "I am. I'm Catherine Kensington, Emily's mother." "Of course." I straightened a little and extended my hand. She accepted it with elegance but also something else. Curiosity. "Adrian said you might be here. I just wanted to say, thank you for coming." My guard went up immediately. "He said I might come." She nodded, her smile growing tighter. He admitted there had been some disconnect, but he thought this was a beginning toward mending. I could have laughed, but I did not. Instead, I said, "He's an optimist." She smiled again, but more awkwardly this time. "In any case, welcome, and please let me know if you have any questions." I saw her go away, her heels biting slightly into the grass. So Adrian informed Emily's family, but not mine. Interesting. The ceremony began like any other. Gentle music played, guests shifted in their chairs. The officiant cleared his throat, and Emily arrived, shining and flawless precisely as you'd expect. The crowd's combined breath inhaled and held. She walked down the aisle to gentle applause. Adrian waited under the arch like a prince accepting his crown, while I watched from the back row, mute. The ceremony was quick, with typical vows and uneasy laughs. I do exchange like currency. Then came the announcement, the kiss, and the applause. And with that, they were married. The reception was where everything started to unravel. It was hosted in a vast glass-walled hall that overlooked the vineyard. Chandeliers hang like frozen waterfalls. Every table had a centerpiece of orchids and floating candles. Guests were escorted to their seats using printed calligraphy cards. Mine did not exist. I calmly approached the table where my folks sat. There's an empty chair near them. The name card is designated for the family. I hovered. Mom's gaze fell on me. "Oh, you did it," she murmured, sipping wine and barely even standing. "Apparently," I said. Dad did not speak. He glanced at me with an unreadable expression and leaned back slightly, as if I were a question he didn't want to answer. I answered calmly, "I don't see a seat card for me." Mom shrugged. "It must have been a mistake. Perhaps you are at one of the other tables. We did not handle the seating arrangements." "Sure, you did not." I looked around. Tables were almost filled. Laughter came from all directions. And then I noticed Adrian across the floor, engaged in conversation with Emily and two older gentlemen in tuxedos. He saw me. He did not smile. Instead, he walked straight for me. "Hey," he murmured, his voice low. "Glad you could make it." "No thanks to you," I said. He exhaled. "Listen, I didn't think you'd actually come, but you invited me. I requested Mom and Dad to invite you." "That's different." My jaw clenched. "I assumed you'd see the invitation, dismiss it, and move on as you normally do," he continued. I looked at him, tanned, styled, and confident. A man who had never actually paid for anything in blood or silence. "I came to check if he remembered," I explained quietly. "Remember what?" I didn't respond. I reached into my jacket and took out the photograph. I held it up and let it speak. His expression changed, slight but real. Eyes flew to the photo, then to my face, then back. He swallowed. "That happened years ago." "Yes," I answered. "You never spoke a word. Never instructed them to turn back. Never checked to see whether I got it home safely." He peered around as if someone could listen. "Ethan, that was an awful night. You were dramatic even then. I thought you were past it. I am over it." Something within of me stilled. "I am not here to spoil your wedding." I said, "You can relax." He offered a short, lifeless laugh. "Good, but I'm staying until the speeches." He looked at me again, as if unsure whether I was bluffing. I wasn't, since the best revenge is quiet. It is a surgical procedure, and I had prepared a toast that they would never forget. The lights in the ballroom dimmed as servers cleaned the last of the dinner plates. Guests were buzzing in a champagne haze, some leaning back with full stomachs and others dancing in nice little circles to a four-piece jazz band tucked away in the corner. Adrian and Emily sat at a long head table, their names written in gold writing behind them. Everything shined, including the wine glasses, cutlery, and people. A man wearing a powder blue suit clinked his glass. The room became quiet. "It's time for some comments from those who know the bride and husband best." There was polite applause, and Emily's father rose to speak first. His voice was smooth and practiced, a combination of wealth and warmth. He discussed Emily's childhood, her dreams, and the first time she addressed Adrian. He even joked that Adrian was so lovely that we didn't notice he was trying to marry up. Everyone laughed. The best man, Adrian's college roommate, then took over, keeping things light and amusing. Something about frat parties, Adrian's inability to cook, and how fortunate he was to have met Emily. It was the type of speech you'd expect. A little heart, a little comedy, and no rough edges. The MC then took the microphone again and looked down at a list. Finally, Ethan proposes a unique toast. The room became quiet. Everything shifted. My folks froze in the middle of their meal. Adrian's jaw stiffened. Emily blinked in uncertainty, so I stood up. I moved slowly to the microphone, ignoring the uneasy shifting around me. Several visitors whispered. Some people appeared puzzled. Others just looked, confused who I was or why I was speaking. I tapped the microphone once. It rang throughout the room. "Good evening," I said with a firm voice. "I'm Ethan, Adrian's younger brother." Several heads turned sharply now. The words landed like a ripple on quiet water. I could practically hear murmurs start to circulate. "He has a brother?" I wasn't sure if I was going to come tonight, I continued. In fact, I'd been debating whether I should for the past few weeks. You see, I haven't spoken with my family in 18 years. Silence. Not the good type. The kind that draws the air out of the room. I received a wedding invitation out of nowhere. There was no phone call or email, just a card and a note saying, "It would mean a lot to the family if you arrived." I let the words rest before pulling the photo from my pocket. This is me at 12 years old. I held it up with 2 fingers, and guests craned their necks to see. This was taken the morning after my parents left me at a gas station 80 meters from home. I had spilled a beverage in the car, and instead of punishing me, they left, telling me to man up and sort it out. The throng shuffled, with uneasy stares and the gentle sound of a wine glass being laid down. They did not return and did not call. I slept beneath a dumpster, and the only reason I got home was because a teacher picked me up the next day. I never received an apology from my parents or Adrian, and until this wedding invitation arrived, I assumed they were all perfectly happy pretending I didn't exist. I looked at my parents. Dad's face was pale and Mom's mouth hung slightly open, as if she was trying to produce a response but couldn't find one quickly enough. "Now, I'm not here to ruin anyone's evening," I remarked. "Emily, you seem nice. Your family has been warm and friendly. Adrian, you've always been able to put on a good face. That remark hit hard, and his expression cracked for a brief moment. But I believe that weddings are about honesty and truth, and it wouldn't be honest if I stood here tonight pretending that we were ever close or that I grew up in a household where family meant protection rather than survival. The room was suddenly very silent, with people hardly breathing. I was invited to this wedding to be a part of a picture-perfect day, a brother-shaped placeholder, and I looked back at Adrian. So consider this my gift to you. I placed the photograph on the head table in front of him as a reminder of what family looks like when you turn your back on it. Then I carefully turned away from the microphone, leaving startled quiet and a few audible gasps. And as I walked past my parents' table, I heard my mother hiss my name in a barely audible whisper, and my father began to stand, but I didn't stop or glance back. I departed via the side of the hall and walked out into the chilly night, leaving the music behind me. I wasn't angry. I wasn't shaking. I was free. But freedom is a curious thing. It doesn't always bring calm straight away. Sometimes it just leaves a silence, leaving you wondering what comes next. I had made my move, but the consequences were still coming. The trip back to the hotel was quiet. There was no jazz band, no clinking glasses, no theatrical laughing booming off marble walls, just the buzz of tires on gravel and the low whir of my thoughts catching up with me. I didn't immediately return to my room. Instead, I went for a walk along one of the vineyard trails behind the hotel, snaking between rows of dark grapevines beneath a starry sky. With each step I moved away from that wedding hall, the tension in my chest loosened. I could still hear my mother's piercing scream, see Adrian's beautifully prepared face crumble in real time, and sense the puzzled eyes of people attempting to connect that had been purposefully removed from the family photo. For most of my life, I thought I was a ghost in my own family. Nevertheless, tonight, I reminded them that I was flesh and blood and memories. And memory is a hazardous thing, especially when those around you depend on forgetting. I returned to the hotel to find a voicemail from an unknown number. "Ethan, this is Emily." Her voice was low, calm, but harsh. I'm not sure what I expected, but it wasn't it. I wish someone had told me. "I just wanted you to know that I'm not furious at you for saying what you did. You deserved it, and I apologize." She hung up without leaving me a number to call back. That was the first apology I'd had in 18 years, and it wasn't from my family. I departed early the next morning. No breakfast, no lengthy goodbyes, just a quick email to the front desk requesting that they cancel the remainder of my reservation and send me the final payment. I didn't want to wait around to see what occurred since I knew my parents and Adrian would either deny it happened or try to spin it as a misunderstanding, or both. But I knew the photograph was still on the head table when I departed. I kept the suit, threw away the tie, and went home. But once I was truly home, in my modest apartment, where Shadow welcomed me with enthusiastic barks and a wagging tail, something unexpected occurred. People began reaching out. First, my cousin Sophie messaged me on LinkedIn, saying she'd heard about the speech from someone at the wedding and wanted to apologize for never inquiring where I went after I went missing. She said she always felt it was strange that no one ever mentioned me again, but she assumed it was her responsibility not to question. We talked for a while, and she asked if she could come visit. I didn't say yes, but I also didn't say no. Mrs. Grace sent a message, stating that she remembered and still had the photo she had taken. "I always wondered what happened to you," she wrote. "Ethan, I am so proud of you. I hadn't sobbed in years, but I did that night. It was a silent, agonizing relief, like when you've been holding your breath for too long and finally exhale. I started sleeping better and waking up earlier. I discovered a new rhythm. My job felt simpler, my code cleaner. I took Shadow for longer walks, and I started writing again. Short tales, essays, anything to channel the chaos in my head into something coherent." A week later, I received an email from a woman who worked at a nonprofit for troubled adults. The children had been cut off, dropped, or abandoned. She'd learned about the wedding speech from a friend who worked the event, and she felt it was the most quietly powerful thing she'd ever heard. She asked whether I would be willing to speak at one of their private retreats, not as a motivational speaker, but as someone who had experienced it. I said yes, and that one event evolved into 2, then 4, followed by an offer to speak on a panel at a university conference about family estrangement and trauma rehabilitation. I didn't wear the suit to those. Instead, I wore a basic shirt, trousers, and on occasion, a blazer to look more polished. But I always carried the photo and would show it when I spoke, telling the tale precisely as it happened, with no embellishments, just the truth. And every time someone approached me later and said, "That happened to me as well," I was not alone. I'd never been. My voice, which they had previously described as too soft, sensitive and quiet, had finally found its volume. It wasn't vengeance, at least not yet, but rather power. And with each person I assisted, each tale I heard, and each hand I shook, I felt it grow. Not the fury, but the clarity, the confidence. Because although Adrian returned to his new wife and polished reputation, he was unaware of the ripple I had caused or the knowledge that I was far from finished. Because someone from their side would soon arrive asking for answers. Emily sent an email again, but this time it wasn't short, polite, or well-crafted. It was raw. Ethan, I have a question for you, and I need you to be honest. Did your parents truly abandon you at the age of 12? I asked Adrian, and he didn't deny it. He simply responded, "It's complicated. But when you recounted that story you sounded clear, as if you'd been carrying something heavy for a long time. If this is accurate, I need to know more. Please." I stared at the message for a long time. Emily had every reason to close the door and go on. She could have ignored me, spun it in her brain as family drama, or dismissed me as bitter or unstable. She asked for the truth, and I was not going to waste it. So I answered, telling her everything, no drama, no exaggeration, just the facts. I told her about the gas station, the quiet when I returned, how I got through school, how my name was never spoken again, and how they rewrote the family photo as if I were a blemish they could remove. I didn't blame her, and I didn't ask her to take sides. I simply told her the facts and let it sit. She replied the following day. "I believe you and I need time to digest this. They never told me. Adrian claimed he was an only kid until we got engaged. They deleted you, and now I'm wondering what else they've rewritten. Would you be willing to meet for coffee, just the two of us?" It was like watching a crack form in a window that had before been pristine. I knew better than to push, so I said sure, but let her decide the time and place. We met a week later in a quiet cafe 2 towns away from her and Adrian's home. She wore no makeup, pearls or bridal polish, just a hoodie and jeans, hair pulled back, eyes swollen as if she hadn't slept. When she sat down, she didn't even say hello, instead asking, "What else did they do?" So I told her. Not everything, not the minor humiliations, the 1,000 small cuts that never bled enough for anyone else to notice, but the major ones. For example, when my mother forgot my birthday twice in a row and then accused me for not telling her. Or when my father refused to co-sign a minor student loan stating, "You'll just waste it," while handing Adrian $5,000 for a trip to Cancun. Emily's hands remained wrapped around her mug the entire time. She asked questions, took mental notes, and listened without trying to defend them. Adrian added that you said you vanished when you were a teen, that you had a flair for the theatrical, and that they referred to you as a ghost throughout the wedding. I blinked because they used the term ghost. She nodded. I couldn't help but chuckle, not because it was amusing, but because it was so incredibly perfect. "They didn't lose a son," I said. "They buried one." Emily went quiet, then leaned in with a low voice. "You know what worries me the most?" I waited. She whimpered. "What if they do that to our children someday?" The transition had occurred, and Adrian was unaware of it. Emily stood before she could say anything else, saying she needed time, she was appreciative, and she wasn't ready to talk to him yet. But she'd be in touch. That was 3 days before I received a letter in the mail, with no return address as before, but this time the handwriting was my father's, not my mother's. Inside a note appeared in tight, uneven letters. "Ethan, I'm not sure what you're doing, but this isn't helping anyone, and it's bringing shame on the family. Let it go. If you keep stirring things up, there will be consequences. We gave you a second chance to be included. Do not make us regret it. Dad." There it was. No apologies or regrets. Just a menace disguised as dignity. I sat with the message for a time before placing it next to a photo of myself at the age of 12, 2 artifacts from the same legacy, and I grinned because I finally had the documentation I needed, words penned by his own hand that revealed who he was and still is. I scanned the letter, put it in a secure place, then backed it up on 2 cloud drives before picking up my phone. I called a journalist I met at one of the trauma panels, and she promised me, "If you ever decide to share your story, I'll help you do it right." She answered the first ring. "I'm ready," I replied, "but I don't want to just chat. I want to show them." She hesitated and asked, "How far are you willing to go?" I looked down at the note, photo and name on the return invitation that attempted to erase me. "All the way," I said. The piece was titled "Left Behind: One Man's Quiet Escape from a Family That Tried to Erase Him." It went live on Tuesday morning, and before noon, it had been shared thousands of times. Nora Russo, the journalist I worked with, had done her investigation, interviewed Mrs. Grace, corroborated the gas station incident, and even tracked down my old landlady, who vouched that I had put myself through school without family support. The story included a photo of me at 12 standing near a dumpster with a torn backpack and cracked sneakers, quotes from my wedding speech, a letter from my father that had been slightly blurred to protect my privacy, and Emily's permission to mention that she had contacted me afterward. Claire was cautious and exact. This was not a tabloid piece, nor was it a scandal-bait hit job. It was simply the truth, stated cleanly and unvarnished. And that's why it exploded. It wasn't loud. It was genuine. Some people said it reminded them of their own alienation, of being fired, replaced, or silenced. Others applauded my restraint at the wedding, and a few guessed the vineyard, though I never verified it. What mattered more were the private messages I received, which were from people who had been rejected, forgotten, and labeled as problem children by families who refused to accept responsibility. But the finest one came from Emily's older brother, Kensington, whose name was Mark, and he did not mince words. "I'm sorry they did that to you. My parents are upset, not at you, but at Adrian. They feel lied to and used, and they're meeting with Emily today." I didn't respond since I didn't need to. Emily sent another email just 2 days later. "Ethan, I read the story, saw the comments, and showed Adrian. He raged, saying you ambushed him and made it all sound worse than it was, but you didn't. You didn't even reveal everything, which made me think you're speaking the truth. He asked me to make a decision, and I did. I'm remaining at my parents' house for the time being, and the marriage is being called off. I'm sorry it had to happen this way, but I appreciate you not letting me go into that lie with blinders on. Emily." I read the message 3 times before closing my laptop and sitting in silence for quite some time because I wasn't celebrating or gloating. I was remembering. I was remembering when I was 12 years old and stood in our hallway with a gas station candy bar in my hand, thinking they had to come back. And now, some 2 decades later, the family that had abandoned me had finally experienced what it meant to lose control of the narrative. It was not over since my parents called 3 days after the article was published. I'm not sure how they got my phone number. Either from an old friend, or maybe they finally started paying attention to the venues I'd spoken at. But when I noticed an unknown number, I let it go to voicemail and listened. It was my mother, and her voice was shaking with wrath rather than sadness. "Ethan, how dare you? We invited you. We tried to be civil, and you humiliated us. You've ruined Adrian's life. Emily's parents are threatening legal action over the gifts, deposits, and reputation. You think this is justice? It's petty, vindictive cruelty. I hope you're happy and proud of yourself." My father then answered the phone, his voice subdued and almost defeated, rather than angry. "You were always too sensitive, and I should have known you'd develop into the type of man who would turn a moment into a weapon. Congratulations, you've destroyed your family, and don't ever call us again." Then he hung up. I stared at the wall for a while, wondering if the words would pain or reverberate like they used to, but they didn't because I didn't destroy my family. They destroyed the version of me that still needed them, and that was the difference. I stood up, walked to my desk, opened the drawer, and took one more look at the 12-year-old boy who had no idea what he would become. I smiled at him and put the photo away, not to bury the past, but because I had completed writing the finale. The fallout did not hit all at once. It arrived in pieces. First, there were rumors. Mutual acquaintances from my hometown contacted me, people I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. Some messaged me privately, shocked, while others felt guilty. I had no idea. I assumed you had moved for college, and your parents had always described you as tough. My parents, who had spent years building their internet image, suddenly went dark, and family images began to disappear from their accounts. The proud parents of Adrian and Emily Banner vanished as well. The most convincing clue is that Adrian's whole wedding album was wiped overnight, with no explanation. Adrian had taken a leave of absence from his job for personal reasons, according to a discreet LinkedIn update, but I was suspicious. Emily completed the annulment, temporarily living with her brother before returning to her studies. She left me a brief message weeks later. "I'm rebuilding, and it's a mess, but it's mine. Thank you again, and I hope you're doing well." I was more than okay. The group urged me to become a regular contributor, and I started working with them part-time, organizing outreach for other affected young adults. I began writing not only articles, but also a novel with the working title, Ghost Son. What happens when they pretend you never existed? I didn't write it for vengeance. I wrote it for the kid I used to be, and for the kids who are still quietly packing a bag they'll never unpack because they're terrified their footsteps will be too loud. One day, I received a letter from Mrs. Grace, not my parents or Adrian, written in her loopy, generous script. Dear Ethan, I clipped your piece, read it twice, and hung it on the wall of my classroom, directly above the desk where I store extra snacks for students who never bring lunch. I occasionally tell them about you, not by name, but by tale, and how being kind isn't only about helping someone out. It's also about remembering them when everyone else has forgotten. I'm so proud of you. Love, Mrs. V. That one made me cry. Not the silent tears I was used to, but real ones that broke something inside. Because for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like I was proving anything. I wasn't a shadow. Or the forgotten. I was here. I had survived. And now I was alive. So, when people ask me how it felt to stand in front of my family and tell them the truth, I simply grin. Because the finest retribution isn't watching them crumble. It's seeing yourself rise in full daylight while they're still attempting to rewrite the dark, and I have never looked back.